Chapter 2268. What was Tao? Tao was the basic law that made up the operation of this world. The law of immortality was the most basic force that maintained the world. It was like the framework of this world, holding up this world. It was because of the existence of the Tao that this world had such a powerful force. The law of immortality was everywhere, existing in all things in the world, but it could not be seen or touched by people. One could only comprehend, understand, and control the law of Tao. What was the law? Perhaps no one could explain it clearly. Or rather, there was no way to express it in simple words. Some things could only be understood, but could not be explained in words. Tao was the combination of all thoughts. Tao was the foundation of all things in the world. Comprehending the Tao was like a small sapling. It needed to absorb the moisture in the soil, the nutrients, the sunlight, the wind, the rain, and the scorching sun. Only then could it slowly grow and become a towering tree. The flowers and plants here, the trees here, the grains and stones here, the bricks and tiles here, the mountains here, the water here, all had the mark of Tao left by the human sovereign. There were traces left by the law. They could not be seen, but they could be vaguely felt. Qin Zhao's immortality was still at the level of a third step, celestial venerable. His understanding of the immortality was still lacking. What Qin Zhao needed to do now was to work hard to improve his understanding of the immortality. As soon as Qin Zhao came in, he was immersed in cultivating and comprehending. He was intoxicated and seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Yuan, on the other hand, was looking around curiously. However, she didn't have any intention of cultivating or comprehending. She was just looking around curiously. Zhang Yang had been here before. Furthermore, his understanding of the immortal Tao was already very deep. It would be difficult for him to gain much by cultivating here again. Therefore, young Master Zhang Yang accompanied Yuan to walk around the place and take a look around. Miss Yuan, we don't need to care about Qin Zhao. It's a good thing that he is immersed in cultivation. Looking at him, he will probably gain a lot. Let me walk around with you. It's not bad to feel it. Even if there won't be any improvement, there will still be some inspiration, Prince Zhang Yang said to Yuan. Yuan was still a little worried as she looked at Qin Zhao, but she still nodded. The two of them ignored Qin Zhao and left the place. They took it as a walk and enjoyed the scenery. They were very comfortable. If he didn't put his mind on cultivation and just came in to experience it, it would indeed be very satisfying. Fortunately, they didn't use primal chaos source stones to enter. It would be too extravagant if they spent 100,000 primal chaos source stones to enter. Miss Yuan, may I ask you a question? You should be a level 4 celestial venerable. Why have you been hiding your aura and pretending to be a level 3 celestial venerable? Prince Zhang Yang suddenly asked. Yuan had been maintaining the aura of a third step heavenly venerate, but her strength was clearly very strong. She didn't seem like a third step heavenly venerate. Yuan looked at Prince Zhang Yang blankly. She blinked and said, "No, I'm a third step heavenly venerable. I didn't hide my aura. Look at me. Which part of me doesn't look like a third step heavenly venerable? Why do you think I'm hiding my aura? Where's my aura? There's no need to hide my aura, right? I'm not very strong. Besides, fourth step heavenly venerates are everywhere in Taihao City. It's not rare at all." Huh? You didn't hide your aura? Zhang Yang couldn't help but frown when he heard Yuan's words. He looked at Miss Yuan in surprise. It can't be. She didn't hide her aura? She was really a third step heavenly venerable? This didn't make sense. How could a third step heavenly venerable be so strong? How could a third step heavenly venerable pass the second round of the test so easily? But it didn't make sense. He had always felt that Yuan should be hiding her aura and strength. This feeling was very strong. He had never doubted that Miss Yuan was an extremely strong person. She was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, the Holy Emperor's emissary would not have favored her so much and even given her a bronze ball of his own accord. However, Miss Yuan was really just a third step heavenly venerable. This made Prince Zhang Yang feel like he had failed for the first time. Miss Yuan Yuan nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I didn't hide my aura. I'm really a third step heavenly venerable. It can't be helped. My talent and potential are not very good. My understanding of the immortal Tao has always been my weakness. That's why I've been stuck at the third step heavenly venerable realm and haven't been able to break through to the fourth step heavenly venerable realm." All right, Prince Zhang was really convinced. It seemed that it was true. Miss Yuan Yuan's immortal Tao realm was really only a third step heavenly venerable. Her immortal Tao realm was indeed not high. It seemed that her other means were more powerful. Although the difference between realms was huge, the disadvantage was obvious. Therefore, her other means had to be especially powerful in order to make up for this gap. Although Qin Zhao's immortal Tao realm was also a third step heavenly venerable, his great path was a fourth step heavenly venerable. His divine body and mental state were all at the fourth step heavenly venerable realm. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not have any problems. In terms of realm, he was a fourth step heavenly venerable. Qin Zhao's great path made up for the shortcomings of the immortal Tao to a certain extent. Zhang Yang, why are you suddenly asking this? Don't tell me you don't want to be friends with me, just because I'm a third step heavenly venerable? Miss Yuan Yuan suddenly asked. She looked at Prince Zhang Yang eagerly. Obviously, Miss Yuan Yuan treated Zhang Yang as a good friend from the bottom of her heart. Prince Zhang Yang smiled and immediately shook his head. Haha, silly girl, what nonsense are you thinking? It doesn't matter if you're a fourth step heavenly venerable, a third step heavenly venerable, or a second step heavenly venerable. It doesn't affect you in my heart. You and Qin Zhao are both my good friends. This time, I have two great fortunes. The first fortune is that I was fortunate enough to participate in the selection of the Holy Academy. The second fortune is that I was fortunate enough to make friends with you and Qin Zhao. When I, Zhang Yang, make friends, I never care about their strength, realm, talent, potential, or appearance. Anyway, they're definitely not as good as me. If I really cared about these things, then I would definitely not have a single friend. I can't make friends. Hey, Miss Yuan Yuan, don't walk so fast. Did you hear what I said just now? If you didn't hear it, then I'll repeat it to you again. Hey, don't run. Don't run around over there. Somewhere in Taihao City, 6 young figures stood there, looking around with curious eyes. They were looking at Taihao City, one of the legendary 9 great holy cities of Huaxia in the 9 continents. From their curious eyes, it was obvious that these 6 people had come to Taihao City for the first time. Among the 6 figures, 4 men and 2 were women. The most dazzling one was a beautiful woman in a pink princess dress. The pink robe was embroidered with all kinds of peach blossoms. Some were in full bloom, some were not fully bloomed, some were withered petals, and some were branches of peach trees. All kinds of peach blossoms were embroidered all over the dress. Obviously, it was very flowery, but when she wore it, it looked natural, as if it was tailor-made for her. It was very beautiful. She was very recognizable and could be seen from a distance. So, she was the most eye-catching in the crowd. Not only was the dress embroidered with peach blossoms, but the headwear on her head was also made of real peach blossoms. There were also peach blossoms tattooed on her hands and forehead, and her body was also emitting the light of peach blossoms. She was so beautiful, and moving. The aura emitted from her body was so attractive that men could not help but feel a rush of excitement when they saw her. It was as if she had practiced a powerful charm that could charm men. If Qin Zhao were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that the woman in peach blossoms was none other than Princess Xiaoyu, who had the peach blossom body. Standing beside Princess Xiaoyu was a tall and handsome man. He looked a little cold and gave people a very cold feeling. He kept people thousands of miles away and no one dared to get close to him. If Qin Zhao were here, he would also be able to recognize this person. It was none other than his great enemy, the Heavenly Legend. If it were not for the Heavenly Legend, Qin Zhao would not have left the Fumu Immortal Palace. Standing on the other side of Princess Xiaoyu was also a beautiful woman. Of course, standing next to Princess Xiaoyu, she obviously lost some of her beauty, but she was also beautiful and moving. She just had a different style from Princess Xiaoyu. If Qin Shao were here, he would still be able to recognize this woman. This beautiful woman was Princess Ru Exin, the daughter of the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. When Qin Shao was in Heaven Mountain City, Princess Ru Xin appreciated Qin Shao very much. There were 3 other men, all of whom emitted a powerful aura. They were as sharp as young kings. All of them were extraordinary. When the 6 of them stood there, they formed an abnormally powerful aura. Many passers-by glanced at them in astonishment. These 6 people were all from the Southern Wilderness. They were the top young geniuses selected from the Southern Wilderness and also the seeded candidates to take the test of the Saint Academy. In the whole Southern Wilderness, only the 6 of them passed the second round of the test. Compared with Leader Hu, they were far inferior. The whole Southern Wilderness was even inferior to Leader Hu of Huaxia in the 9 provinces. It was really a little sad. It was no wonder that the people of Huaxia in the 9 provinces regarded the Southern Wilderness as a barbaric land and the people of the Southern Wilderness as barbarians. There was still a reason for the arrogance in his bones. The Southern Wilderness was indeed deserving of the name wilderness. It was indeed a land of absent-mindedness and barrenness. The number of geniuses born in the Southern Wilderness was naturally very small. Xiaoyu, I heard that the Human Emperor's ruins is the most worthwhile place to visit. Let's go there. We can take advantage of this time to have a look at the Human Emperor's ruins. Maybe we can gain something. The Chosen One said to Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, but said to the Chosen One, "Thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but no need. I don't want to follow you. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. Princess Ru Exin and I will just stroll around Tai House City. Don't worry about me." The Chosen One raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't want to care about Princess Xiaoyu. If the Palace Master hadn't asked him to take care of Princess Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have bothered to care about her. He had never had a good impression of Princess Xiaoyu. And because of the relationship between Princess Xiaoyu and Qin Shao, he was somewhat hostile to Princess Xiaoyu. If that's the case, do as you like. If the Palace Master hadn't asked me to, do you think I would care about you? The Chosen One said coldly, then turned around and left. Princess Xiaoyu turned her nose up at the Chosen One's back. You think too highly of yourself. I don't want you to care about me. Humph. Then she said to Princess Ru Exin, let's go. Chapter 2269. Everything in the world had a spirit, and everything with a spirit was law. Law was where the Tao was. Tao was where the heavens resided. Comprehending everything in the world and familiarizing oneself with the Tao of the heavens was an extremely difficult and slow process. But no matter how difficult something was, it would only seem especially difficult when one didn't understand it. But when you truly comprehend it, you will feel that it is nothing more than that it is not that difficult. Tao follows nature. Yes, Taoist techniques are ethereal and supreme. However, the Tao also exists in all things and is manifested in all things. All things are the Tao. Comprehend all things, study all things, and understand all things. Then one will see the Tao from all things. Every inch of land and every object here has traces left behind by the human sovereign. They all have a shadow of the Tao. After meditating for so long, I've finally comprehended a lot of the Tao. Tao follows nature, and everything returns to nature. It's like returning to simplicity, from simplicity to complexity, and finally simplifying complexity to simplicity. The great Tao returns to one. This is Tao following nature. Qin Zhao's heart became clearer and clearer, and his understanding of the Tao deepened. Tao arts and laws were all incomparably clear in his mind, allowing Qin Shao to quickly comprehend and control these laws. Immortal Tao laws naturally rose rapidly, breaking through and reaching a very high level. The improvement and breakthrough of the laws would naturally trigger the great Tao and impact a higher level of life. With one thought, heaven and earth moved, all laws moved, and the heavenly Tao followed. The heavenly Tao was triggered by Qin Shao. This was a sign of a breakthrough. He was about to break through. The breakthrough of the immortal Tao was much easier than Qin Zhao's previous breakthrough of the great Tao. After all, his body had completed the breakthrough this time, and so had his state of mind. So now, all he needed to do was reach the level of the immortal Tao laws. So he broke through directly, and he didn't have to worry about the problem of his inner world. This breakthrough wouldn't cause his inner world to expand much. With a single thought, the heavenly Tao descended. A beam of immortal light descended from the sky and fell into Qin Zhao's body, causing the heavens to chime. This was the arrival of the laws, the improvement of the birth chart, and the transition of life. The huge commotion here naturally shook the entire core area. At this time, many people had entered the core area. Most of them were peerless young geniuses. They seemed to be the seeded contestants who came to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan Yuan quickly walked over. Ha! Ha! You're truly my brother, Zhongyang. It took him less than 10,000 years to break through here. Although you have a little more time than me, you are as outstanding as me. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Staying with such an outstanding person like me, they would naturally be outstanding as well. Furthermore, your luck will also be much better. Zhongyang laughed happily. However, he did not forget to boast a little bit about his own strength. Miss Yuan Yuan had always disagreed with Prince Zhongyang. She pouted and muttered, "Shameless." Although his voice was low, Prince Zhongyang could still hear him. However, Prince Zhongyang had long been used to it, so he pretended not to hear it. At this time, 200 to 300 people had gathered around. All of them were peerless and outstanding young geniuses. Their radiance was dazzling. All of them were like young kings, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Zhao, but their eyes were calm. This was not a big deal for them. If they were outside, they would not even bother to look at him. It was just that they were in the core area, so they sized him up. Among the crowd, there was a particularly conspicuous figure. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were like frost as he stared at Qin Zhao. There seemed to be some displeasure written on his face. If Qin Zhao saw him, he would recognize who this person was. It was his enemy, the Heaven's favorite. In the Fumu Immortal Palace, he was the supreme Heaven's favorite. He was the #1 disciple and was even known as the second strongest person in the Fumu Immortal Palace. What's more, people guessed that the Heaven's favorite had stepped onto the ancient road and become an ancient saint. Even if he was not an ancient saint, it was very likely that he was a half-saint. However, when he appeared here today, his radiance seemed to have dimmed a lot. He was no longer as dazzling as before, no longer standing on top of the clouds. It's actually Qin Zhao. Obviously, the Heaven's favorite did not expect to see Qin Zhao here, and what he saw was the scene of Qin Zhao breaking through to the celestial venerable realm at the 4th step of the immortal path. Naturally, this feeling was very unpleasant. When enemies meet, they would naturally feel a little jealous. Of course, the Heaven's favorite still looked at Qin Zhao with a condescending gaze. In his eyes, Qin Zhao was just a slightly stronger ant, right? He was not worthy of being his opponent at all. He had always looked down on Qin Zhao with disdain and contempt. Soon, Qin Zhao's breakthrough was completed. The immortal light slowly dissipated, and the heavenly might was no longer present. The upgrade of the life chart and the transformation of life had also been completed. He had obtained the approval of the heavenly path and improved the level of life. The improvement of the immortal path was not a particularly big breakthrough for Qin Zhao, and his strength would not increase by much. However, the feeling it gave Qin Zhao now was very different. This feeling was indeed too wonderful. This is the feeling of the immortal path at the 4th step of the celestial venerable realm. As expected, the improvement of the level of life will allow you to stand on a higher level. Naturally, your state of mind and vision will be different. The higher you stand, the further you can see. In terms of strength, it did not improve by much. However, it does feel like it has improved a lot. Now, my immortal path and great path are at the 4th step of the celestial venerable realm. In terms of heart force, I can barely be considered a 4th step celestial venerable realm. In other words, I have cultivated all 3 great paths to the 4th step of the celestial venerable realm. However, I have yet to reach the true peak of these three paths of cultivation. There are still many paths in front of me. In terms of the true meaning of power, I am still far from it. I can't be bothered to waste my energy on it. The cultivation of the true meaning of power is indeed a little too difficult. There are probably no good places in the immortal realm that are suitable for cultivating the true meaning of power. All right, I have put most of my energy into Heart Force, Great Path, and Immortal Path. It is already tiring enough, but it is enough. Being able to cultivate three great paths at the same time is also a heaven-defying act, right? Qin Shao thought for a while and planned his future path. His mood was also greatly improved. However, in addition to these three great paths, there was also the path of the Flying Dagger. It was also worth spending more energy on cultivating. As for the mystical gate armor, the art of formation, and the Buddhist path, these three great paths were secondary and were not in Qin Zhao's plans for the time being. The human emperor is indeed the human emperor, just a place of cultivation from back in the day, preserved through endless years, can still provide so much enlightenment, and help people improve and break through. Being able to break through before the third round of the Sacred Academy's test has also increased my bargaining chip. At least, in terms of realm, I won't lose to others. My basic strength is not inferior, so I have more confidence. In terms of strength, I'm not afraid of anyone. Qin Zhao's heart also grew a little more ambitious and a little more confident. Qin Shao had always believed in his own strength. Even if he did have many weaknesses compared to those young, outstanding talents with big surnames, Qin Shao also had his own strengths to make up for them. For example, he had cultivated Heart Force, Great Path, and Immortal Path to the level of a fourth-step Celestial Venerable. In addition, there was the powerful strength of his inner world, and with the help of the Flying Dagger and the Buddhist path, it was enough to make up for some of Qin Zhao's innate deficiencies. What presented in front of Qin Shao was a beautiful light. However, these were all just thoughts. No one knew what the future held. Everything was unknown. What Qin Shao had to do now was to face the upcoming third round of the test seriously. His heart soon calmed down. After calming down, Qin Shao glanced around and found that there were so many people looking at him. Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. Isn't it just breaking through to the level of a fourth-step Celestial Venerable? What's there to look at? Why are there so many people looking at me? And judging from their auras, they're all very powerful. They're all fourth-step Celestial Venerables. They all have the bearing of a young king, peerless beauty, and boundless radiance. At first glance, you could tell that they are all top geniuses. They must be the best contestants from all over the world. They're all gathered here. It seems that breaking through in the core area has caused quite a stir. Qin Shao pursed his lips, but he did not care about this. Qin Shao was about to look for Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan when his eyes suddenly fell on a figure. At the sight of this person, Qin Zhao's good mood was obviously not very good in an instant. His face was cold, and his eyes were cold as he stared at the person coldly. A few strange lights flashed in his eyes. Chosen One. The person Qin Shao saw was none other than Chosen One. He still remembered how Chosen One used him to establish his prestige. He still remembered how Chosen One set up a test for him to punish him. He still remembered how the prodigy had asked the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace to kick him out. He still remembered how the geniuses had bullied him, Qin Shao, in such a high and mighty manner. He still remembered everything that happened in Fumu Immortal Palace was engraved in Qin Zhao's mind. It was vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. Qin Shao remembered all his anger, and hatred towards the prodigy in his heart. Qin Shao had also sworn an oath to the heavens that one day he would take revenge on all these geniuses and trample them under his feet. No matter how powerful Chosen One was, no matter whether he was in the holy venerable realm or not, he would take revenge. Seeing Chosen One, Qin Shao sneered in his heart. He was a little happy. The appearance of a Heaven's Pride expert here meant that this Heaven's Pride expert wasn't an ancient sage expert, and certainly wasn't a half-step sage expert. That was to say, no matter how monstrous Chosen One was and how experienced he was, he was at most a peak fourth step wholly venerable. Moreover, since Chosen One was able to participate in the selection of the Holy Academy, it meant that he was not old. If he was not old, it would be difficult for him to stand at the true peak fourth step holy venerable realm. Therefore, Qin Shao understood that he had overestimated his prodigy in the past. His prodigy was not that powerful at all. However, no matter how weak he was, Qin Shao could not afford to offend him in the past. In a small place like Fumu Immortal Palace, Chosen One was very, very powerful. His strength was infinitely magnified, and his influence and prestige increased sharply. Now, that Qin Shao was also standing at a high position. If he looked at the geniuses again, he no longer had the feeling of being unreachable and undefeatable. Chapter 2270. Qin Shao and the genius looked at each other. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The whole place was dead silent, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen in an instant. The two people looked at each other. It was a collision of sharpness, a meeting of enemies, and a meeting of old enemies. The genius had regarded Qin Shao as a thorn in his side from the very beginning. He had been suppressing Qin Shao from the very beginning. Especially after Qin Shao became more and more famous, he suppressed Qin Shao even more heavily. In the end, he directly suppressed Qin Shao with his supreme power and drove Qin Shao out of the Fumu Immortal Palace. What kind of great enmity was this to Qin Shao? If one were to talk about enmity, then in the immortal realms, Qin Zhao's greatest enmity would be the geniuses. Every time he was hurt, oppressed, and humiliated by the geniuses, he would remember it all in his heart. He remembered that when Qin Shao left the Fumu Immortal Palace, he was so helpless. He was so helpless. At this time, Qin Shao had enough confidence to not be afraid of the Heavens Chosen. His aura was not weak at all, and he was confident that his strength was not below the Heavens Chosen. He could stand on the same level as the Heavens Chosen. It could even be said that Qin Shao did not hesitate to fight against the geniuses to defend his lost dignity. Qin Shao had been waiting for this day for a long time. Therefore, when he looked at the genius, Qin Shao was not polite at all. He gave tit for tat, full of hostility and undisguised anger. Many people noticed the hostility between the two. Compared to Qin Zhao's breakthrough just now, this seemed to be more interesting. Therefore, those who were about to leave could not help but stop and continue to watch the show. Prince Zhongyang and Yuan walked over to Qin Shao and stood beside Qin Shao. They also looked at the genius coldly. Obviously, their actions were very obvious. They were on Qin Zhao's side and wanted to suppress the genius in terms of momentum. The genius looked at Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan. He could not help but frown, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qin Shao suddenly walked towards the genius. Every step he took was like a sharp arrow with penetrating power, making the atmosphere even more tense. Invisibly, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Qin Shao walked towards the heavens pride step by step. Moreover, he walked with an arrogant demeanor, bringing along a peerless sharpness. It was as if a peerless sword was about to be unsheathed at this time. Undoubtedly, many people felt that a battle was about to break out. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, the prodigy's frown deepened, and his expression became more serious. However, in front of Qin Shao, he obviously could not show any weakness. He stood there firmly and looked at Qin Shao coldly. He still remembered that not long ago, Qin Shao was just an ant in front of him. He could crush and trample on him at will. But now, in such a short time, Qin Shao had grown to the point where he could compete with him. This made the genius feel very uncomfortable, and he found it hard to accept for a while. The speed of Qin Zhao's growth was too inconceivable and appalling. Moreover, his luck was also heaven-defying. In such a short time, he could grow to such a level. What kind of fortuitous encounters did he have in these years? When I left the Fumu Immortal Palace, I swore that one day I would trample you, the genius, under my feet. I will pay you back double for the humiliation you gave me, and that day will come very soon. Qin Shao came to the front of the Heavens Chosen and said coldly. His voice was so resolute. This was his vow. Even if he had to exhaust all his strength, he would do it. Moreover, in the current situation, he did not need to exhaust all his strength at all. He believed that the day would come soon. Of course, he could not do it now. Now, he could compete with the genius, but he might not be able to gain much advantage. There was no need to doubt the strength of the genius. Even now, Qin Shao could feel the threatening power emanating from the genius's body. However, Qin Shao was not afraid of the genius at all. He was completely confident that he could fight with Qin Shao. However, it wasn't that easy to defeat them. Well, I'll wait for you. I hope you won't let me wait too long for this day. The genius was still so arrogant. After saying this coldly, he turned and left without saying anything else. After the genius left, the commotion was over. There was no fight, which made many people feel a little bored. It was not fun to watch. Don't worry. I won't let you wait too long for this day. Qin Shao pursed his lips and sneered. In his heart, he was cheering for himself. He did not expect that the genius would also participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. This was a good thing for Qin Shao. He had a chance to fight with the genius on the same stage, and he had more chances to regain the dignity he lost in the past. It was also good that he did not have to go to the Fumu Immortal Palace. Qin Shao did not want to go back to that place. Who is that guy? He seems to be very arrogant and cocky. He seems to be a ruthless person. Prince Zhangyang asked. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, the genius, known as the god's favored son. He was the #1 disciple in the sect I was in, and the second strongest in the Immortal Palace. He has supreme power. In the past, I was driven out of the Fumu Immortal Palace by his genius. He forced the master of the Immortal Palace to choose one of the two. In his eyes, I was just an ant. In the eyes of the master of the Immortal Palace, I was not worth as much as him. So naturally, I became a sacrifice. But doesn't matter. It's my fortune to have him, and it's my fate to lose him. Since the master of the Immortal Palace can abandon me for his genius, there is nothing for me to miss. Facts have proven that I was right to leave. It's just an unbearable past. Thinking about it, it can motivate me. Only when I become stronger will I not be bullied like this. That genius is so bad. He is a bad person. And your master is also a snob. He can't tell right from wrong. This kind of person has no morals and does not deserve to be the master of the Immortal Palace. Miss Yuanyuan spoke up for Qin Shao. Prince Zhangyang curled his lips and said angrily, Qin Shao, do you want me to stand up for you? This guy, I don't like him. Why don't I teach him a lesson and reduce his arrogance? I should collect some interest first. Although Prince Zhangyang's words were a little boastful, Qin Shao knew that Prince Zhangyang was sincere. Qin Shao smiled and said, Zhangyang, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for that now. There is no need to rush for revenge. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The third round of the test is about to begin. There is no need to complicate matters at this juncture. Besides, the genius is also a tough character. He is not so easy to deal with. Let's talk about this later. You don't have to worry about this for me. You have to believe in me. I can solve this problem. I just need some time. But I believe that it won't take too long. I will set a small goal for myself first. Within 10 million years, I will double the dignity that I lost. 10 million years is also a way to give myself some pressure. 10 million years was indeed not a long time. In fact, Qin Shao did not know how strong the genius was. He could not figure it out, but he was sure that the genius was not weaker than him. Therefore, it sounded like it was impossible to trample all the geniuses under one's feet within 10 million years. After all, the genius was also a peerless genius. Qin Shao would grow, but so would the genius. If he wanted to trample the genius underfoot, he had to be much stronger than the genius. Such a thing was simply too difficult. Qin Shao also knew that it was difficult, but he had to give him some pressure. Only pressure could move him. He liked this kind of pressure, this kind of challenge. Only then would he have enough motivation to move forward. Only then would he be able to complete this matter sooner. You are ambitious. You are worthy of being my brother. Come on, good job. 10 million years is enough. Prince Zhangyang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and nodded seriously. Miss Yuanyuan also made a gesture of encouragement to Qin Shao and said, Come on, come on. I also support you. With the support of Prince Zhangyang and Miss Yuanyuan, Qin Xiao was also gratified and full of motivation. Haha, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about something happy first. Brother Qin Xiao, you have broken through to the fourth step of the Celestial Master Realm. Shouldn't you invite us to drink to celebrate? Prince Zhongyang said. Qin Xiao smiled and said, It's easy to drink. Let's go. Ha, good. I like how generous you are. I want to drink good wine and eat good food. Ha, don't feel bad, Prince Zhongyang said with a laugh. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, It's okay. Anyway, I know you're a big tycoon and can afford a drink. I can't afford to pay, but I'm not afraid that you can't afford to pay. What the F***, CK? Did I just dig a hole for myself? Zhongyang grinned. The three of them prepared to leave. They didn't stay here for long, less than 10,000 years. As soon as they left, they saw two beautiful figures coming toward them. Seeing these two beautiful figures, Qin Xiao was shocked. He was stunned and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. When the two beautiful figures saw Qin Xiao, they couldn't help but stop and look over. Hey, what's going on today? I met two beautiful women as soon as I came out. There seems to be someone with the peach blossom body. Interesting. I have only seen records of the peach blossom body in ancient books, but it's very rare. It hasn't appeared in a long time. I didn't expect to meet a beautiful girl with a peach blossom body here. TSK. It's just as the rumors say. A woman with a peach blossom body naturally has peach blossoms and exudes the aura of peach blossoms. She brings her beauty to the extreme. Beautiful. She's really beautiful. No matter how you look at her, she's so beautiful. She has no blind spots at all, especially her temperament. TSK. It really can't be described as beautiful. She's too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Oh no. If I look at her a little longer, will I fall in love with her? No. How can I, Prince Zhongyang, be so easily moved by love? This is wrong. It's a sin. Young Master Zhongyang fixed his gaze on Princess Xiaoyu's body and muttered something under his breath. The two people in front of him were Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian. Both of them were Qin Xiao's acquaintances. So when he saw the two of them, Qin Xiao was naturally quite surprised. Most importantly, he saw Princess Xiaoyu. It had been millions of years since they last saw each other. Princess Xiaoyu suddenly smiled. Her smile was charming, like a blooming flower. It was too beautiful. Chapter 2271. Zhongyang tidied up his attire and calmed himself down. Then he put on a calm and collected face, as if nothing had happened to him. He turned his head to Yuan and said, Miss Yuan, did you see that? Your peerless appearance is so popular with women. You can attract beautiful girls wherever you go. As soon as I walked out, two beautiful ladies walked towards me. I can't help it. That's how handsome people are. Have you seen my 8 beautiful maids? They're all willing to follow me and serve me wholeheartedly. This is the charm of a man. This is something Qin Xiao can't compare with for the time being. However, before Prince Zhongyang could finish his bragging, Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian had already arrived in front of Qin Xiao. Princess Xiaoyu smiled charmingly and stared straight at Qin Xiao. She just smiled like that and didn't say anything. It was as if nothing was said. Princess Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Xiao in Taihao City this time. She really didn't expect to see Qin Xiao in Taihao City. Previously, when she came to Huaxia in the 9 provinces, she had fantasized whether she could find Qin Xiao. She only knew that Qin Xiao was also in Huaxia in the 9 provinces, but she didn't know the specific location of Qin Xiao in the 9 provinces. After all, Huaxia in the 9 provinces was so vast. It had hundreds of territories. It was too difficult to find Qin Xiao. It was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, perhaps it was fate that made her see Qin Xiao the moment she entered Taihao City. She had been longing for him for a long time. Tender feelings like the sea. Lovesickness becomes a thought. When you can't see some people, you will think about them day and night. Lovesickness is so deep that it's like an illness. Lovesickness is the feeling that you're the wind and snow, you're the ordinary life, you're the poverty, You're the glory and splendor. You're the gentleness in your heart, and you're the gaze you look at. A single thought of lovesickness turned into peach blossoms. At this moment, his eyes were filled with you. His heart that yearned for you day and night could never be forgotten. At this moment, it was as if peach blossoms were blooming brilliantly. It was so beautiful and so intoxicating. At this moment, Princess Xiaoyu only had eyes for Qin Xiao and nothing else. Her smile was only for Qin Xiao. Her heart blossomed only for Qin Xiao. Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw her tenderness. He looked at Princess Xiaoyu and then at Qin Xiao with a strange expression. She was still trying hard to comfort herself. I'm not envious. I'm not envious at all. Women are just fleeting clouds. Besides, isn't beauty in the eye of the beholder? Looks like this pair of old lovers. In terms of handsomeness, I'm obviously more handsome than Qin Xiao. So this doesn't mean anything. Well, I'm really not envious at all. Miss Yuan opened her mouth and stared at Princess Xiaoyu like a love-struck fool. Wow, you're really beautiful. You're so beautiful. Is this the legendary peach blossom body? It's really special. Hee, I also like peach blossoms. When I see you, I feel like I'm looking at the most beautiful peach blossom forest. You're so beautiful. Being sized up by Princess Xiaoyu in such a tender and affectionate way, Qin Xiao felt a strong sense of ambiguity. For a moment, Qin Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed and uncomfortable. Being stared at by those affectionate eyes, Qin Xiao was really embarrassed. He couldn't help blushing. After looking at each other for a while, he unconsciously looked away and didn't dare to look at her more. Princess Xiaoyu's eyes were really magical. If he looked at her more, he might be sucked in by those eyes. Princess Ru Xan seemed to know Princess Xiaoyu's feelings for Qin Xiao, so she stood aside silently and didn't come up to greet Qin Xiao. However, when their eyes met, he nodded at Qin Xiao in acknowledgement. Actually, when Qin Xiao was in Heaven Mountain City, Princess Ru Xan did have a good impression of Qin Xiao. It was just that they didn't have much chance to get along. Now that they met again, she felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. Everything was no longer the same as before. Everything had changed. Hug me, Princess Xiaoyu suddenly said. As she said that, she even stretched out her arms, as if waiting for Qin Xiao to hug her. Huh? Hearing that and seeing this, Qin Xiao immediately froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a moment. His face also flushed in an instant. Although it was not the first time Qin Xiao had experienced such a thing, and he was still ignorant about the affairs between men and women. But Princess Xiaoyu did this in front of Prince Zhongyang, Yuan, and Princess Ru Xan, which really startled Qin Xiao and made him feel very shy. Qin Xiao naturally froze on the spot, looking a little at a loss. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Prince Zhongyang even opened his mouth in an exaggerated way. He looked at Princess Xiaoyu and then at Qin Xiao. Oh my God, W, what's going on? You can't be so proactive, can you? I'm not envious. I'm really not envious. I'm not envious at all. Well, I'm serious about not envious. There are at least millions of beautiful girls who like me. Why should I be envious of Qin Xiao? Well, I'm just happy for my brother. Prince Zhongyang comforted himself in his heart. Yuan, on the other hand, seemed extremely curious. He pursed his lips and smiled. Princess Ru Xan took a deep look at Qin Xiao and smiled in relief. She did not have too many feelings for Qin Xiao. It was just that back in Heaven Mountain City, Qin Xiao had left everyone in the dust, so she admired Qin Xiao's youthfulness a little. However, this youthfulness did not belong to her. Love was a mysterious and sacred thing. She had always been searching for it. She had always wanted to understand what love was. Perhaps it was a wonderful thing, but perhaps it was also a very hurtful thing. Regardless of whether it was beautiful or hurtful, she still had some indescribable expectations for love. Idiot! Seeing that Qin Xiao did not move for a moment, Princess Xiaoyu scolded him coquettishly. Then she directly threw herself at Qin Xiao. Before Qin Xiao could react, she directly hugged Qin Xiao tightly. This Qin Xiao immediately had no idea whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, this was not the first time Qin Xiao had been hugged by a woman. The first person to hug him was Gu Lingwei, followed by Yao Xuelian, and Princess Xiaoyu was only the third. However, the most awkward hug he had ever received was right now. After all, Gu Lingwei and Yao Xuelian had only hugged him when there were no outsiders around. There were still 3 pairs of eyes staring at them right now. No, it was not just 3 pairs of eyes. A few passers-by could not help but stop and watch as well. Under the gazes of so many people, Qin Xiao truly felt very embarrassed. Let's talk about it later. Qin Xiao's feelings for Princess Xiaoyu really had not reached the level of romantic feelings. No matter how outstanding, how attractive, and how well-liked Princess Xiaoyu was, Qin Xiao also knew about her feelings for him. However, his heart had already been filled by Gu Lingwei long ago. There was no room for anyone else. Alas, Qin Xiao really did not know how to deal with the affairs between a man and a woman. Therefore, every time, he would feel at a loss for what to do. Well, Sister Xiaoyu, can you let go of me first? Qin Xiao said very awkwardly. He was so embarrassed that he did not know where to put his hands. Although her fragrant body was in his arms, her softness really made him feel limp and numb. However, Qin Xiao did not dare to enjoy this wonderful feeling at this moment. I haven't seen you for so long. I really miss you. Just take pity on me and let me hug you for a while. I just want to hug you quietly for a while. I don't mean anything else. I don't have any other intentions. I know love can't be forced, so I won't force you to do anything. It's just that, Qin Xiao, I really miss you. So, I just want to hug you like this. Can I? Countess Xiaoyu hugged Qin Xiao even more tightly, as if she was afraid that Qin Xiao would push her away. She whispered in Qin Xiao's ear with a choked voice. The true feelings revealed in her voice almost melted Qin Xiao's heart. Qin Xiao was most afraid of dealing with this kind of situation, so Qin Xiao did not know what to do at this moment. He could only stand there and let Countess Xiaoyu hug him. Alas, Qin Xiao sighed helplessly in his heart. There were indeed some things that could not be helped. There was no right or wrong. In fact, Qin Xiao's heart was moved a few times, but he suppressed it. He could not be so irresponsible, so Qin Xiao had to restrain his heart. He could not make any response. Perhaps this was the sorrow of life. Qin Xiao shook his head secretly and tried not to think about this matter. It was too complicated and too profound. He did not understand. He really did not understand. Since he did not understand, then he would not understand. He would just put this matter aside. As for whether this was right or wrong, Qin Xiao did not care so much. He would do it first and think about it later. Who could tell what would happen in the future? For the time being, he just needed to be himself. He would think about other things later. Everything was up to fate. Now, he just needed to act according to his self-esteem. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao felt a little relieved. He found a trace of direction and was not so flustered. After hugging for a while, Countess Xiaoyu let go of Qin Xiao and took 2 steps back. Her face was blooming with a bright smile. Her smile was so beautiful, so strong, with a hint of sadness. Why are you in a daze? What's wrong? Can't I hug you? It seems that I have taken advantage of you. Are you not happy to see me? Come on, give me a smile. Countess Xiaoyu said with a smile. She had a strong character and would not show her sadness easily. Just now, she hugged Qin Xiao because they had been separated for millions of years. She missed Qin Xiao day and night. Suddenly, she was ecstatic to see Qin Xiao. That was why she was so excited. After the excitement passed, she quickly calmed down and regained her senses. At this time, she showed her strong character. Qin Xiao naturally knew Countess Xiaoyu's heart. She did not want to embarrass herself in front of outsiders. Qin Xiao smiled and said, Yes, of course. Sister Xiaoyu, you can hug me if you want. Can I hug you in the future? Countess Xiaoyu asked with a smile. He had dug a hole for himself, and he had no choice but to jump into this hole. Qin Xiao could only bite the bullet and said, Yes, yes. Haha, don't force yourself. I don't care. Anyway, I'll take it that you agree. Well, I'll hug you every time I see you in the future. It's a happy decision. Countess Xiaoyu was happy and said with a smile. Qin Shao did not dare to say anything at once. She would hug her every time she saw her. Did she have to play with her like this? Alas, she had already jumped into the hole. She could only do this for now. Chapter 2272. Princess Xiaoyu smiled brightly. She was very happy. For millions of years, when she broke through to the fourth step heavenly venerable realm and passed the second round of the Holy Academy selection test, she was not as happy as she was today. Hello, Princess Xiaoyu. I'm Qin Zhao's brother, Zhang Yang. You can call me Prince Zhang Yang. If you have any problems, just come to me. Don't make things difficult for my brother. If Princess Xiaoyu wants to hug me, then come on. I'll suffer a little loss and let you hug me as much as you want. For my brother, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for him. I won't even frown. If I frown, I lose. Come on, Princess Xiaoyu. Don't give me face. Hug me as long as you want. Look, I'm more handsome, taller, and more outstanding than my brother Qin Shao. I have a better temperament. Hug me. You'll gain a lot. Prince Zhang Yang walked up with a righteous look. He even shamelessly stretched out his arms, waiting for Princess Xiaoyu to hug him. Although Qin Shao had seen Zhang Yang's shameless look many times, he still wanted to kick him when he saw Qin Shao. Was he also like this when he saw a woman? That was not right. Zhang Yang was not a pervert. After all, they had been together for so long, and he had never taken advantage of Yuan Yuan. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that Prince Zhang Yang was just joking. Princess Xiaoyu glanced at Prince Zhang Yang, pursed her lips, and spat out 2 words with a smile. You dare. Although her tone was very calm, it always made people feel that there was a hidden murderous intent. Of course. Why wouldn't I dare? Prince Zhang Yang was very tough, curling his lips and saying. Princess Xiaoyu did not show any weakness and said, Okay, then come on. Come on. Prince Zhang Yang still did not show any weakness and agreed. Qin Shao could not help but stare at Prince Zhang Yang. This guy was not serious this time, was he? Based on his understanding of Prince Zhang Yang, he shouldn't have gone overboard. He should have a sense of propriety. 2 beautiful women appeared out of thin air. They were obviously Prince Zhang Yang's attendants. Young Master Zhang Yang had a total of 8 beautiful ladies following him around. Furthermore, each of them had their own unique characteristics. Come, hug me, Prince Zhang Yang said to the 2 beautiful attendants. The 2 beautiful ladies jumped into the arms of Zhang Yang and hugged him tightly. Zhang Yang was so happy that he could not help but feel happy. Prince Zhang Yang directly hugged her left and right, looking very satisfied and carefree. You're talking as if I don't have a few admirers. Even if you don't hug me, Princess Little Jade, there are many other beauties who would hug me. Are you convinced? Master Zhang Yang curled his lips and looked at Princess Little Jade with a smug look. Seeing Prince Zhang Yang's actions, even Qin Shao could not help laughing. I really am convinced. Princess Xiaoyu glanced at Prince Zhang Yang strangely. This was the first time she had seen such an interesting person. However, Prince Zhang Yang was Qin Zhao's brother, loved the house and its crow, so Princess Xiaoyu did not have a bad impression of Prince Zhang Yang. She just felt that this person was rather interesting. So, we have to stand here the entire time? Princess Ru Xian suddenly said. She pointed around and said, If we continue like this, we'll be looked at like animals. There's already quite a lot of people surrounding us. Prince Zhang Yang said, Right. Let's not stand here the entire time. Let's find a good restaurant to drink and eat. Haha, let's welcome the 2 of you. It's my treat. Let's go. Only then did the group leave. Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian walked together, while Yuan Yuan blinked and approached them with a chuckle. Women, especially beautiful women, were very easy to get along with. It was very easy for them to become good friends. As a result, Yuan Yuan very quickly blended into Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian's group. It became a 3-person group, and Yuan Yuan was such an innocent and cute girl, so she was obviously very loved and welcomed. Very soon, Yuan Yuan arrived in the middle. She held Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian's hands. The 3 of them were as close as sisters. They talked and laughed along the way, chatting very happily. As for Yuan Yuan, she was also a girl who liked to laugh very much, and she seemed to be very curious about everything. Because she was too innocent, she would always make Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian laugh. Many things were actually very simple, but when they came out of Yuan Yuan's mouth, they had a different flavor. Yuan Yuan was like a happy fruit. She was also a clown. When the three women chatted, they directly cast Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang to the side. Prince Zhang Yang put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and winked at Qin Xiao, as if saying, "You know what I mean." Seeing Prince Zhang Yang like this, Qin Xiao knew what this guy was thinking. If you keep winking, be careful that your eyeballs don't fall out. Qin Xiao rolled her eyes at Prince Zhang Yang. Prince Zhang Yang put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Well done, Qin Xiao. You're really good at pretending. I've finally learned it today. You're loosening the reins only to grasp them better, right? Good trick. It really is a good trick. A beauty is throwing herself at you, but you don't have any reaction. Are you trying to? TSK. She has the peach blossom body. Women with the peach blossom body are the most beautiful women in the world. Although this is the first time I've seen Princess Xiaoyu, I can feel that she is a woman with good qualities in addition to her looks. She's very good. Since we're brothers, I'll kindly remind you, you can cherish her. If she wasn't yours, I would have snatched her away from you." Prince Zhang Yang's joking tone was full of sincerity. However, Qin Xiao could only shake his head helplessly and say, "I already have a woman I love in my hometown. I don't have that many women in my heart. I can't hold anyone else." Prince Zhang Yang looked at Qin Xiao with a strange look and said, "You're an elf again. Do you still care about monogamy?" "Brother, this is the immortal region, and we're humans. It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's nothing. We all have an endless lifespan. Isn't it normal for us to have a few women? There are some lecherous men who can marry hundreds of millions of women." Qin Xiao still shook his head and said, "Some things can't be said like that. I don't know what's going on with love. Anyway, I don't know much about it. I just know that I don't want to let her down, so I don't want to talk about it for the time being. I'm resistant to the relationship between men and women. I'd better focus on cultivation." Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, "Love is such a beautiful thing. How can you not understand it? It's the most mysterious, beautiful, and profound thing in the world. You've lived for 20 or 30 million years. How can you not understand it? You've seen a lot of it. You should have understood it long ago." Qin Xiao smiled bitterly, but he really didn't understand it. Qin Xiao looked at Prince Zhang Yang and asked seriously, "Do you understand it? Then tell me, what is love?" "It seems that it's time for me to tell you a story. I'm a man with a lot of stories. When it comes to love, I have a very deep understanding. You're right to ask me about this." Prince Zhang Yang immediately became very serious. For a moment, there seemed to be a trace of vicissitudes of life on his face. Prince Zhang Yang, who was serious, seemed to be a different person. He had become a man with a lot of stories. A man with a lot of stories must have experienced something. Qin Xiao looked at Prince Zhang Yang and waited for him to continue. In fact, he had always wanted to understand what love was. What should love be like? What should he do in the face of love? Qin Xiao had seen a lot about love, but he still felt that he didn't understand it. He had peerless talent and potential in other aspects, but when it came to love, he felt that he was an idiot. He didn't understand. He didn't understand. Prince Zhang Yang pondered for a while, but still didn't say anything. Qin Xiao bumped Prince Zhang Yang and couldn't help but urge him, "Say it." Prince Zhang Yang leaned his face closer to Qin Xiao and said seriously, "Let me tell you. Actually, when it comes to love, I don't know." "What? You don't know? You were bragging like you had a lot of stories, but now you say you don't know? Are you asking for a beating?" Prince Zhang Yang immediately grinned and returned to normal. "Haha, brother Qin Xiao, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. I really don't know. How can I understand? Although I have 8 beautiful female attendants, I have never liked anyone. So, I don't understand the relationship between men and women, and I don't want to understand it. That thing is too complicated and hard to serve. It's better to cultivate peacefully. Don't ask about love, only about romance." Sure enough, Prince Zhang Yang couldn't be counted on. Forget it, forget it. It seemed that it was better to continue to be ignorant. It was better to focus on cultivation. "Oh, it seems that I'm really lucky today. I just arrived in Taihao City, and I've already met a stunning beauty with a peach blossom constitution. The peach blossom constitution is really, as the legend says, it's really beautiful. It's so beautiful. I feel like I've fallen in love with her at first glance. This feeling is so wonderful. At this moment, an ear-piercing voice rang out, interrupting Qin Xiao and young Master Zhang Yang's train of thought. The two of them raised their eyebrows and looked over. Obviously, they had met someone who didn't have eyes. At this time, three childs in gorgeous brocade stood in front of Countess Xiaoyu and her two attendants. The one who spoke was the golden-clothed child in the middle. He looked at Countess Xiaoyu with squinted eyes, like a wolf that had seen its prey. He was so greedy that he was about to drool. The other two childs looked at Princess Ru Xian and Yuan Yuan with shining eyes. They each had their own targets. Handsome you, we're really in luck today. We've actually met three such beautiful girls as soon as we arrived in Taihao City. What a great harvest. Handsome you, that beautiful girl with a peach blossom constitution is yours. I want the fresh girl on the left. She's so beautiful. What if I'm mesmerized? The girl in the middle is cuter. I like cute girls. She's so sweet. The three childs seemed to have set their eyes on their prey. With squinted faces, it was obvious that they were not good people. They must be foppish childs who were used to sensual pleasures. However, the realms of these three childs were pretty good. They were all fourth-step celestial venerables. With their realms, there was no need to talk about their strength. Furthermore, it could be seen that these three young masters had a very powerful background. However, they did not look like the seeded geniuses who had come to participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. Countess Xiaoyu immediately frowned and looked coldly at the golden-clothed child. Chapter 2273. You're really attracting wolves. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and shook his head. When Princess Xiaoyu, Princess Ru Xian, and Yuan Yuan walked together, it would definitely be an extremely beautiful sight. It was enough to make men lose their souls and women envious. These three women, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, were all peerless beauties. In particular, with Princess Xiaoyu's peach blossom body, they shone even more brilliantly. No matter where they went, they would definitely attract attention and mesmerize people. This was the innate advantage of the peach blossom body. Very few people could resist the temptation of the peach blossom body. This made Princess Xiaoyu very vexed. She actually didn't like this, but she couldn't change anything. He could only silently endure the situation where no matter where he went, he would provoke wolves. Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang had been whispering to each other just now, so they kept a distance from Princess Xiaoyu and the other two people. At this moment, they quickly walked in front of Princess Xiaoyu and the other two people, blocking the three young masters. You three, are you trying to stir up trouble? Let me give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to provoke everyone. Just do what you need to do. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said coldly. However, the three young masters clearly didn't shrink back because of Prince Zhongyang's words. Instead, they laughed mockingly. The young master on the left raised his chin with his nose in the air, looking very arrogant and domineering. He raised his eyes and looked at Prince Zhongyang, saying, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like this? Do you know who we are? Don't think that you're very powerful and want to be a hero just because you're a fourth-step celestial venerable. I don't care what your relationship with these three beautiful girls is. Now I just want to give you 4 words. Get out of my way. You want to be unreasonable?" Prince Zhongyang was a little annoyed. You want to be unreasonable here? The young master on the right also looked arrogant. He said to Prince Zhongyang disdainfully, "Yes, I want to be unreasonable. What's wrong with that? Don't tell me you're not convinced." Kid, don't blame this young master for not reminding you. Before you want to play the hero, you should first weigh your own strength and identity. You can't afford to offend Gong's Sun family people. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the young master's forehead and formed a rune with a supreme, immortal aura. The symbol flashed and soon disappeared. After this, the young master sneered and said to Prince Zhongyang, "Boy, did you see it clearly? If you know what's good for you, then scram to the side. This has nothing to do with you. Don't spoil our mood." Otherwise, it won't be as simple as letting you know how to write the word regret. These three young masters were all very arrogant. They were all hedonistic sons of rich parents. Just now, the young man on the right showed the emblem of the Gongsun family, the symbol of the Gongsun family. That could never be faked. Besides, only direct descendants of the Gongsun family were qualified to be given the emblem. Only when they walked outside could they show their identity and represent the Gongsun family. Therefore, it was obvious that these three young masters were all direct descendants of the Gongsun family. Gongsun family, as one of the 100 schools of thought, was undeniably powerful. In terms of status and background, Qin Shao and the other two were naturally far inferior to these three young masters. But even though they were direct descendants of the Gongsun family, so what? Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang didn't care about that at all. What they cared about was their fists. As long as their fists weren't weak, it was fine. Besides, when faced with a matter of principle like this, even if their fists were weak, they would still do it. How to write the word regret. Qin Shao, who had been silent all this time, abruptly said with a cold voice. He glanced at the three young masters and said, "I'm afraid you don't deserve to show us how to write the word regret. Now piss off." What's so great about the Gongsun family? Even Gongsun Tianyu from your Gongsun family was defeated by me. Gongsun Tianyu? Hearing Qin Shao, the three young masters were clearly surprised. They threw a weird glance at Qin Shao. But soon, the golden-clothed young man in the middle sneered and said, "How can Gongsun Tianyu compare with us? He's just a kid from our Gongsun family. But I do admire your bragging skills. Gongsun Tianyu has never left the Gongsun family. How can you possibly win against him? Bluffing here will only make you all look ridiculous. It's not easy to be a hero. If you two don't piss off, don't blame me for being rude to you." The three young ladies haven't said anything yet. Why are you so impatient? We just want to invite these three beauties to drink and chat. This is our love. Maybe you three will like it. Pa, we don't like it. As soon as the golden-clothed young man finished speaking, Yuan couldn't help but pout and complain. She looked at the three young masters and added, "You all look lecherous, shameless, and ugly. When you act like a hooligan, you're even more annoying. How can any young lady like people like you? Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted." This feeling, it's like you're, looking at a pile of feces. Hearing Yuan's words, the three young masters of the Gongsun family's faces immediately darkened. Someone was actually insulting them like that. Yuan, well said. Princess Xiaoyu gave Yuan a big thumbs up. Yuan blinked and said cutely, "I'm not. I'm telling the truth. I never insult people. That's the feeling they give me." Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian couldn't help but laugh at such honest words. They knew that Yuan always said what she thought. She wouldn't beat around the bush or lie. But sometimes, the feeling of speaking the truth was completely different. Especially when it came from Yuan's mouth. It felt as sharp as a sword. "Ha! What kind of truth are you talking about?" Prince Zhongyang burst out laughing. The golden-clothed young man and the other two young masters looked even worse. They were already extremely gloomy, and their faces were somewhat twisted. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation to them. How could they tolerate such a thing? "You're courting death." The golden-clothed young man was unable to restrain his anger. He gnashed his teeth and spat out a few words. He bit each word. His voice was very heavy, and his anger was very deep. They wanted to fight? Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang couldn't help sneering in their hearts. They didn't want to get into trouble, but they were definitely not afraid of trouble. After all, this was Taihao City, and they were waiting for the third round of the test. Besides, they were in a good mood now, so there was no need to get into trouble. They were very willing to settle things peacefully if they could, even if the other party had offended them. But as the saying goes, great people shouldn't bear grudges against petty people. However, from the looks of it, it was unrealistic for them to retreat without a fight. Since that was the case, then let's fight. It was not impossible to solve problems with fists. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. The golden-clothed young man and the other two young masters were all unable to restrain their anger. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense and oppressive, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder. On the eve of the outbreak of a great battle, it was on the verge of breaking out. You guys go to one side and have a rest. We'll solve it soon. Qin Shao turned around and said to Princess Xiaoyu and the other two young masters. The three young masters naturally believed in the strength of Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang, so they were not worried at all. They obediently retreated to one side, leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang licked his lips and made a bloodthirsty action. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He looked sideways at Qin Shao and said, "Brother, let's discuss something. My hands are itching to fight. Why don't you let me fight this time? You can go to one side and give me a hand or something." "No, other things can be discussed. But today I have to fight in person. Why don't you go and have a rest? I alone am enough." Qin Shao shook his head firmly, expressing his objection. Prince Zhongyang immediately said, No. Don't be like this. My hands are itching to fight. If you don't let me fight, won't I die of hunger? Forget it. Since we all want to fight, then let's fight together. But let's make it clear first. I want two and you want one. Don't fight with me. Okay, then I want the middle one. The others are yours. Qin Shao nodded. Prince Zhongyang was immediately happy. Ha, good. Then it's decided. Why don't we have a competition to see who can finish first? Whoever finishes first will buy the drinks later. What do you think? Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "If you want to buy us drinks, just say it. You don't have to be so tactful. But you just said that you will buy the drinks. Maybe I can win. Just give us some good luck." Prince Zhongyang said with a grin. The three young masters of the Gongsun family were a little dumbfounded when they saw the two echoing each other. What was going on? Were the two of them the best? The three of them felt deeply humiliated, which further infuriated the anger in their hearts. Arrogant. You're courting death. Courting death. Kill them. Kill. The three of them were all furious, and their voices were as loud as thunder. When the three of them were about to attack, a figure suddenly flashed over and rushed to the middle of them. It was a young man in a blue and white brocade robe. Some landscape paintings were embroidered on his robe, which made him look quite unique. As for his appearance, he was average and belonged to the more common type. However, he gave people a sunny feeling. When he smiled, he showed his white teeth, which gave people a feeling of innocence. As for his aura, he was also a fourth-step celestial venerable. He could be considered a genius. However, his aura was not very strong, so he should not be a fourth-step celestial venerable. When the battle was about to break out, the sudden appearance of this person made Qin Shao and the others look at him strangely. They did not know where he came from and what his intention was. The newcomer looked at the three young masters in golden robes with a silly smile. He clasped his hands and bowed to the three of them, saying, "Gentlemen, we are all new to Taihao City. I'm afraid we all came for the same purpose. It's fate to meet each other. There's no need to fight. That's not good. Besides, this is Taihao City. If we fight here, it won't be good for the reputation. So, young masters, why don't you give me face and forget about this matter? Everyone can go their separate ways peacefully. Wouldn't that be a happy thing?" Zhao. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang could not help but look at each other. What was going on? Who was this Zhao? Chapter 2274. This Zhao looked very confident and magnanimous. He seemed to have the demeanor of an expert. Since he dared to step out to stop the fight, he seemed to be a very powerful person. This Zhao looked at the golden-robed young man and the other two with a smile, as if saying that they had to give him face today. The golden-robed young man and the other two looked at each other in confusion. "Do you know him?" the golden-robed young man asked. The other two immediately shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know him at all. Zhao clan? There was no Zhao clan in the 100 schools of thought. However, the golden-robed young man was slightly shocked by such a situation, so he frowned and asked, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of our Gongsun clan?" This Zhao still smiled and said, "So, it's the three young masters of Gongsun clan. Well said. I am from the Zhao clan of Xia territory. Since you are the three young masters of the Gongsun clan, you have to give me face. As for this matter, I think let's forget about it." "How about it?" Zhao clan of Xia territory? They had never heard of it. However, they were certain that it was a nameless force. It couldn't be compared to the Gongsun clan. Therefore, the golden-robed young man and the other two didn't bother to figure out the background of this Zhao clan. It was no longer important. If it was also a disciple of the 100 schools of thought, they would have to consider a little. Now that they were completely sure, they didn't need to test anything. I'm afraid you don't have that much face. I thought you had a big background, but you were just a piece of trash. I really don't know if water entered your brain to come up with such a strange idea. A piece of trash. How dare you meddle in our business? Are you tired of living? The golden-robed young man sneered and said fiercely. In the end, he waved his hand at this Zhao and said, "Get out of my way, or I'll take care of you too." This Zhao stretched out his hands and made a stop gesture, saying, "Young Master Gongsun, don't be angry, don't be angry. We are all geniuses. Don't speak so harshly. Speaking of which, I have some connections with your Gongsun clan. I know Gongsun Qinghe of your Gongsun clan." Gongsun Qinghe? Hearing this name, the golden-clothed youth raised his brows slightly and asked, "Are you very familiar with Gongsun Qinghe?" No, no, no. Zhao waved his hand and said, "We're not close, but we've met once. He gave me some face. That's why I'd like to ask the 3 Gongsun young masters to give me face today. I'd like to thank you in advance. What kind of trick was this? If you're not familiar with him, why are you talking about leg kicks? Forcefully giving him face? Are you toying with us? How dare you? Looks like you're really courting death. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll deal with you first." The golden-robed young man felt that he had been played for a fool. He was furious. In his anger, he was about to attack Zhao Zichen. Seeing that the golden-clothed youth and the others were really going to attack him, Zhao Zichen immediately became a little scared. He quickly took a few steps back and waved his hand. "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Young Masters Gongsun, please don't be impulsive. We're all upper-class people. We're all geniuses. We're all famous people. If we fight here, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our status? Hey, why don't you listen to me? Why don't you give me face and let this matter go? You won't lose out." Fine, fine, fine. Since you don't want to give me face, then forget it. I'll step aside first. I won't fight with you." After saying that, Zhao Zichen really stepped aside. Just now, he had confidently asked the golden-clothed youth and the others to give him face. Now, he was showing weakness. This person was really a little strange. Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but look at each other and laugh. They had never seen such a funny person. Indeed, it wasn't easy to meddle in other people's business these days. Without a certain level of strength, meddling in other people's business would only result in being humiliated. I thought you had some ability. I didn't expect you to be trash who only knows how to talk." The golden-clothed youth snorted disdainfully. The other 2 youths also laughed mockingly. At least Zhao Zichen was tactful. Otherwise, they would have dealt with him together. Zhao Zichen stepped aside and shook his head, sighing, "Alas, public morals are degenerating day by day. Why were people these days so impatient and hot-tempered? Why aren't they willing to talk nicely? What's the point of fighting and killing, right? It's better to turn hostility into friendship and get along nicely. Wouldn't the world be at peace? There's no choice, there's no choice." On the other side, the golden-clothed youth and the other 2 youths made their move. Shocking immortal light surged out of their hands and turned into streaks of sharp light, shooting toward Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang. Unparalleled sword qi intertwined and formed streaks of sharp light, surging toward them. These 3 people were the disciples of the Gongsun clan, 4th step celestial venerables. Even if they weren't particularly powerful, they were definitely not weak. They were all relatively experienced 4th step celestial venerables. However, as soon as the 3 people made their move, Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang both knew that these 3 people didn't have much strength. It wasn't difficult to defeat them. In fact, Qin Xiao alone was enough to deal with these 3 4th step celestial venerables. Facing the golden-robed young man, Qin Xiao curled his lips and shouted, "Get out of here!" Then, Qin Xiao made his move. The frenzy sword slashed toward the golden-robed young man, and the power of his inner world burst out. There was no need for him to use any other means. Just the power of his inner world was enough for Qin Shao to defeat him. Sure enough, facing the golden-robed young man's fierce attack, Qin Shao slashed down with his sword and broke all of the golden-robed young man's attacks. The golden-robed young man didn't have any resistance at all. In the face of such great power, everything was so pale and powerless. The golden-robed young man's attacks, no matter how powerful they were vulnerable in front of Qin Zhao's absolute power. As soon as the golden-robed young man sensed Qin Zhao's powerful power, he was terrified. His face changed dramatically and turned pale with fright. What? What kind of power is this? How can he be so strong? How could pure strength be so unimaginably strong? However, the golden-robed young man didn't have much time to think about this question. He was sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. Under the heavy blow, his qi and blood flowed backward, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he fell to the ground in a sorry state and lost face. When he looked at Qin Shao again, the way he looked at him changed completely. How could he be so strong? In just one exchange, he was beaten to the point of bleeding. What kind of power was this? Who on earth was this young man? The golden-robed young man was very unwilling to accept this. How could he be defeated so miserably? This was something that he had never even thought about. He had always thought that the three of them should be able to easily defeat these two reckless young men. How could this be the result? If this young man was so strong, then what about the other one? The golden-robed young man's heart sank. He immediately looked over. Sure enough, he saw that the other two had been sent flying by Prince Zhongyang. They fell to the ground in a sorry state and kept vomiting blood. Prince Zhongyang clapped his hands and smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. He said, "It took me 2 full moves to defeat them. What a failure. Alas, it seems that today's wine is still on me." Qin Shao turned his head and smiled at Prince Zhongyang. He said, "It should be on you. But before that, let's do some exercise first. Let's move our muscles and bones. It should taste better when we drink later." That's right. That's exactly what I was thinking. My hands have been itching for a long time. It just so happened that these 3 idiots jumped out. Prince Zhongyang nodded in agreement. Listening to the conversation between the two, the golden-robed young man and his 2 companions couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Their faces turned pale and ugly. Were they going to play a cruel game? Seeing Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang really walk over, the golden-robed young man and his 2 companions were finally a little scared. Where was the arrogance they had just now? Where was the arrogance of being a member of the Gongsun family? The golden-robed young man clenched his teeth. Obviously, he was no longer as confident as before. What do you want? We are members of the Gongsun family. Do you really want to die? Qin Shao snorted coldly and said, "So what if you're a member of the Gongsun family? I told you long ago that even Gongsun Tianyu was defeated by me. Over 10 million years ago, I taught you a lesson. Now, it's time for you 3 to do the same." What? What are you afraid of? I'm not going to kill you. I'm just going to teach you a lesson. By the way, I'm going to teach you how to behave. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for messing with us. We gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You're using your status as a member of the Gongsun family to threaten us? Ridiculous and pathetic. You're nothing but foppish young men. So what if we beat you? Qin Zhao's words were like a cold dagger, piercing into the golden-robed young man and his 2 companions' hearts. The humiliation in his words was also quite fierce. But what could they do? Could they fight back? Since the status of being a member of the Gongsun family couldn't protect them, what power did they have to fight against these 2? In terms of power, they couldn't win at all. By now, the 3 of them finally tasted the taste of regret. They truly shouldn't have messed with these 2. But who would have thought that these 2 people were so strong to such an extent? The 3 of them were quite confident in their power, but they never thought that things would turn out like this. The golden-robed young man clenched his teeth and said, "Qin Shao, Zhongyang, I know your names. I'm warning you, this is Taihao City. Our Gongsun family has the power to defend Taihao City. If you dare to continue to attack us today, I promise you'll suffer. As a member of the Gongsun family, We won't suffer such a big loss for nothing. Warning? Qin Shao sneered. I hate the so-called warnings and threats the most. You're so arrogant. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want because you're a member of the Gongsun family? Hee hee, the more you talk like this, the more we'll teach you a lesson today. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips. He was also unhappy to hear that. Hearing the two's words, the golden-robed young man and his two companions' faces turned green. The more they warned, the more unlucky they got. How could they do this? They were members of the Gongsun family. Who on earth were these two guys? Where were they from? How dare they look down on the Gongsun family like this? And the three of them could tell that Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang weren't joking. They would definitely do what they said. Chapter 2275. Hearing Zhao's words, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang almost laughed out loud. Their fighting spirit was suddenly extinguished as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Seeing Zhao stand up and plead for them at this time, the golden-clothed youth and the other two were stunned. What the hell was going on? Was there something wrong with this person's brain? Prince Zhongyang couldn't help laughing. He said to Zhao, "Brother, whose side are you on?" Zhao waved his hand and said, No. Prince Zhongyang, I'm afraid you misunderstood. I don't belong to any side. I just don't want to see disputes. I have a great wish since I was a child, and that is for the world to be peaceful and without disputes. What would that be like? It would be a grand occasion for peace and prosperity. Indeed, I think it's fate that brought us together. There's no deep hatred or anything like that. There's no need to fight and hurt the harmony. No matter who wins or loses, there's no winner. There's no need to create hatred because of this, right? Qin Shao shook his head and said, We don't want to cause more trouble. It's just that some people want to bully and humiliate us. So we can only use our fists to do the talking. To be honest, I don't like disputes, but sometimes I have to. I admit that fists are the best solution. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhao clapped his hands and said, Lord Qin Shao is right. It's very true. It's highly consistent with my thoughts. It seems that we're kindred spirits. Since we're kindred spirits, then it's easy. Give me some face today and stop right now. How about it? Ha ha. Prince Zhongyang was so amused that he burst into laughter. Princess Xiaoyu and the other two also couldn't help but laugh. Initially, young Master Zhongyang was quite an interesting person. He would often make people laugh. But now, he was completely defeated by Zhao Yang. This Zhao person was able to say such serious words that made people convulse with laughter. He definitely had a sense of humor in his bones. Prince Zhongyang, why don't you give this Zhao some face? Zhao looked at Prince Zhongyang and cupped his fists. Seeing Zhao Zichen trying his best to plead for them, the golden-clothed youth and the other two immediately felt that Zhao Zichen was a good person. After Prince Zhongyang laughed, he said, Well said, well said. Zhongyang, will definitely give you some face. After being teased by you, I laughed so hard that I lost all my fighting spirit. Ha ha. Prince Zhongyang, thank you for giving me face. If Prince Zhongyang needs my help in the future, I will definitely give you face. Zhao cupped his fists and thanked Prince Zhongyang. Qin Shao smiled faintly. After being messed up by Zhao Feng, his fighting spirit had indeed disappeared, and his fighting spirit had also cooled down. In that case, forget it. Okay, then let's end it here. Qin Shao nodded. Zhao Zichen cupped his fists again and said to Qin Shao, Lord Qin Shao is also a magnanimous person. Since you gave me face today, I will definitely give you face next time. Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything. But how should he put it? Although he didn't approve of Zhao Zichen's strange behavior, he still appreciated Zhao Zichen's character. Not to mention other things, Zhao Zichen was definitely a good person. He had an awe-inspiring righteousness. His great ambition was world peace. Perhaps only Buddhist cultivators had such a great ambition, right? Speaking of which, it seemed that Zhao Zichen was quite suitable to cultivate Buddhism. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang both stopped. Zhao Zichen turned back and said to the golden-clothed youth and the other two, The three of you, see? I already told you to give me some face. Everything has its cause and effect. If the three of you had given me some face just now, I would have given you some face. If I gave this Zhao some face, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Now that things have calmed down, you should leave quickly. The golden-clothed youth and the other two naturally didn't dare to stay here any longer, so they didn't say anything more and quickly left. But when they left, they looked at Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang with eyes full of hatred, indicating that they would definitely not let this matter go. It wouldn't be so easy to end this matter like this. However, Qin Shao and the other two didn't care about this. The Gongsun clan? It didn't matter if they provoked them. Was it possible that the Gongsun clan would send a semi-sage or an ancient sage to deal with such a trivial matter? That was definitely impossible, so there was nothing to worry about. Qin Shao and Zhongyang weren't afraid of anyone in the same generation. After the matter was settled, Zhao Zichen cupped his fist to Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang and said, "Thank you again for giving me face. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. See you later." Qin Shao nodded and said, "See you later." After Zhao Zichen left, Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but laugh. Was this Zhao Zichen kicked in the head by a donkey when he was young? He's more like a Buddha than a Buddha. Everyone he meets has to give him face. How much face does he have? Haha. Anyway, I feel like I've been defeated by him. There's always someone better than me in this world. It seems that I still have a lot of room for improvement. Why didn't I think of such a pretentious method before? Well, in the future, when I meet people who are more experienced than me and I can't beat them, I'll learn from Zhao Zichen. I think it's quite useful. You can't say that. Zhao Zichen is very good. His awe-inspiring righteousness puts us to shame. Qin Shao shook his head and said. Prince Zhongyang nodded in agreement. That was indeed true. Yuan also expressed his serious agreement. Yes, Zhao Zichen is very righteous. He's a very good person. He is someone we have never met before, yet he was able to help us and stop a battle. Just this courage alone is something that not many people can compare to. Let's not talk about Zhao Zichen anymore. I can't help but want to laugh when I talk about him. Let's go. Don't ruin our drinking mood. Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said. This was just a small interlude, so no one took it to heart. Soon, they found a luxuriously decorated restaurant. However, when they asked the waiter, he said there were no private rooms. This restaurant was full. Such a big restaurant. How could it be full? It was obvious how lively Taihao City was now. Many geniuses from all over the country had come to Taihao City for the selection of the Saint Academy. There were probably many people who came to join in the fun. For example, the 3 disciples of the Gongsun family were obviously here to have fun. There aren't any seats in the lobby? Prince Zhongyang asked unwillingly. The waiter shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, immortals. Our restaurant is really full. There aren't any extra seats. We don't have any seats in the lobby. There are only 800 private rooms, but they're all full. I'm sorry. The 800 private rooms were all full. This business was really good. Forget it, Zhongyang. Let's go to another restaurant. There are many restaurants here anyway. Yuan said. Since the restaurant was full, this was the only way. However, just as everyone was about to leave, 2 brocade-clothed youths walked in. They were both 4th-step celestial venerables. They had an imposing appearance and an extraordinary aura. They were not old. At first glance, one could tell that they were top geniuses. Their temperament was also very strong. It seemed that they were the disciples of a big family with a very strong background. However, it was normal. They had seen too many of them these days. It was not surprising that they could see them everywhere. After all, this was Taihao City. Even the mistress had seen a lot of them. Therefore, when she saw Qin Shao and the other immortals, she did not feel anything and just received them calmly. When the waiter saw them, his eyes suddenly lit up. He greeted them respectfully and flatteringly. This was not the same when he received Qin Shao and the others. They were all immortals, but the difference in treatment was very big. The private rooms are ready. I'll take you there, the waiter said directly. Hearing this, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang could not help but look over. Didn't they say that the restaurant was full? Prince Zhongyang grabbed the waiter and said, Why do they have private rooms? But we don't. The 2 brocade-robed youths turned their heads and looked at Prince Zhongyang, Qin Shao, Countess Xiaoyu, and the others. When their eyes fell on Countess Xiaoyu and the others, especially Countess Xiaoyu, their expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they recognized that Countess Xiaoyu had a peach blossom body. It was the first time they had seen the legendary peach blossom body. However, these two youths were not like the three disciples of the Gongsun family. As soon as they saw Countess Xiaoyu and the others, they showed a lecherous look, as if they had bad intentions. The two brocade-robed youths did not look lecherous. They just looked at them with admiring eyes, which was a relatively normal behavior. Ahem, immortal. These two are our young masters. We have private rooms in our restaurant, the waiter explained. It turned out that they were the disciples of the force behind this restaurant. No wonder. Prince Zhongyang could understand this point. Just now, he saw the words Xia family on the signboard of the restaurant. It seemed that these two brocade-robed youths were the disciples of the Xia family. The Xia family was the head of the Xia territory. Moreover, strictly speaking, Taihao City was located in the Xia territory. Therefore, the Xia family status in Taihao City was naturally very high. Although Taihao City was nominally under the rule of the Taihao family, the Taihao family was no longer in Taihao City. Therefore, the Taihao family was only nominally the ruler of Taihao City. However, the real ruler was the current Xia family. Moreover, the Xia family and the Taihao family were inextricably linked. The two surnames were very close. It was also rumored that the Xia family developed and grew from a branch of the Taihao family. In the end, it became the current Xia family. Therefore, according to this rumor, the Xia family was basically a branch of the Taihao family. Moreover, neither the Xia family nor the Taihao family denied this rumor. Since neither side denied it, people would think that this was a tacit agreement, right? Because of this, many people were more and more convinced that the Xia family and the Taihao family were incomparably close. The Xia family was very powerful. Among the 100 schools of thought, they were considered to be one of the strongest. So it's the two young masters of the Xia family. Sorry for the lack of manners, Prince Zhongyang said to the two brocade-robed youths. The Xia family youth on the left smiled faintly and said, "Since you're here to drink, and it just so happens that our restaurant is full, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my private room for a few drinks? I'll do my part as a host. Take the initiative to invite them." Chapter 2276. However, the other party was clever in that he did not say that he wanted to invite Princess Xiaoyu. Instead, he invited them to join him as a host. Therefore, it was embarrassing to say anything to him. Qin Shao naturally understood the other party's intention. However, since the other party took the initiative to invite them, it was embarrassing to refuse. That's easy. Since young Master Xia is so enthusiastic, it would be impolite for us to refuse. Let's have a drink. Without waiting for Qin Shao to refuse, Prince Zhongyang directly agreed. After that, he gave Qin Shao a look and transmitted a message. "We have no reason to refuse since you're inviting us to drink. It's a waste not to drink free wine. I can save some money." Judging from their appearance, they should be the seated contestants participating in the selection of Sacred Academy. The Xia family has always been well informed. Maybe we can get some valuable information from them. Let's see what they have up their sleeves first. Besides, with us here, we don't have to worry about them having any bad intentions. Moreover, I feel that these two people are not sinister. They won't do those despicable things. Qin Shao nodded. Since that was the case, they would do as Prince Zhongyang said. Qin Shao also felt that these two people had a strong sense of righteousness. They should be considered decent people. As long as they did not take the path of villains, there was nothing to worry about. "Please." The young man in cyan and gray made a gesture of invitation to Qin Shao and the other four people. The group of people quickly entered a very elegant private room. This private room was very large and had a very good location. They could see everything in the restaurant and the performance stage. Good wine and dishes had already been prepared. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Xia Dongho. This is my younger brother, Xia Dongqi." The young man in cyan and gray took the initiative to introduce himself. Hearing their names, Prince Zhongyang was slightly surprised. He said, "I was just guessing which two of the young geniuses of the Xia family you were. It seems that I guessed right. You are indeed the two geniuses of the Xia family. You two are brothers of the same blood. You've both shone with extraordinary splendor and dazzled with brilliance, becoming the outstanding figures of the Summer Clan's younger generation. There aren't many pairs of brothers who are so outstanding in the 9 provinces of Huaxia. You guys are quite famous. I've heard of your fame long ago. I didn't expect to see you here today. I've been looking forward to meeting you. The Xia clan's twin prides of youth, outstanding youths. Their background was indeed great. It's just a false reputation. It's not worth mentioning. Xia Dongho was a very modest person. He just smiled and waved his hand, as if he didn't care too much about these things. False reputation. Even if it was just a false reputation, one had to be able to possess this false reputation. Qin Xiao and the others also introduced themselves and got to know each other. Xia Dongho continued, "You should all be the seeded contestants participating in the Sacred Academy selection, right? Looks like we're going to be rivals." Qin Xiao looked at Xia Dongho and said, "Oh, how can you be so sure that we are seeded contestants participating in the Sacred Academy selection?" Xia Dongho smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's not difficult at all. First of all," Xia Dongho looked at Princess Xiaoyu and said, "I've heard that there's a legendary peach blossom body in the southern wasteland. She's a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. She's the direct disciple of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. It's indeed a rare thing for a barren land like the southern wasteland to produce a rare peach blossom body. This news has long been spread. Therefore, I've long known that there's a peach blossom body who passed the second round of the test. It's Princess Xiaoyu." After that, Xia Dongho looked at Princess Yuan Yuan and said, "I've heard that there are also a few influential people in Huling. The one who left the deepest impression on me is this third step celestial master Princess Yuan Yuan. As far as I know, Princess Yuan Yuan should be the only one who can be given a bronze ball by the Holy Emperor's messenger. I've also heard that Princess Yuan Yuan refused once, but the Holy Emperor's messenger kindly persuaded her. Only then did Princess Yuan Yuan accept it. I'm afraid that other than Princess Yuan Yuan, no one else would have the courage to refuse the right to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. I'm afraid that Princess Yuan Yuan is the only person who can pass the second round of the Sacred Academy selection as a third-step Celestial Master. Therefore, when I heard this news previously, I admired Princess Yuan Yuan very much. Today, I've finally met her in person." Hearing Xia Dongho's words, Princess Yuan Yuan couldn't help but blink and mumble, "Am I famous now?" However, Princess Yuan Yuan obviously didn't like this kind of fame. She wasn't pretending at that time. She really didn't want to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. Xia Dongho's gaze fell on Qin Xiao, which made Qin Xiao slightly stunned. There was also something about him. In terms of brilliance, he should be far inferior to Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Yuan Yuan, right? The two of them were indeed qualified to shine. One was the rare peach blossom body. It would be difficult to find a second peach blossom body in the immortal realm, right? Although the peach blossom body wasn't an extremely powerful physique, it couldn't be compared to the godly king physique, immortal king physique, invincible physique, and other ancient strange physiques. However, the peach blossom body had its own uniqueness and was extremely rare. Since ancient times, it was extremely rare for one to appear. Therefore, it was especially precious. Although Princess Yuan Yuan didn't have any special physique, she was able to receive such special treatment from the Sacred Emperor's emissary. Moreover, she was the only person who passed the second round of the selection as a third-step Celestial Master. Therefore, her reputation naturally spread far and wide. In comparison, Qin Xiao was nothing. However, Xia Dongho still said, "There's also you, Qin Xiao. Your reputation isn't bad either. You're known as the biggest dark horse in the Hu territory. Although you're not well known, you were able to shine in the second round of the selection and became the first batch to pass. The person who passed the selection was even more famous than the two disciples of the Hu clan. I'm afraid your name has already spread throughout the entire Hu territory. However, according to what I know, you, Qin Xiao, aren't from the Hu territory. You came from the southern wasteland and used to be a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. You seem to have a good relationship with Princess Xiaoyu. In addition, you're also a foreign cultivator who ascended from the universe. To put it bluntly, you're a genius who came from a humble background. Actually, I'm quite impressed with you. To be able to come from a humble background and grow step by step to where you are today, you're really amazing. I've never experienced a humble background, so I don't know how difficult it is to come from a humble background. However, I can imagine that it must be 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than us. Therefore, speaking of admiration, I admire you the most among the 5 of you. Hearing Xia Dongho's high evaluation of him, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. This was indeed something that he hadn't expected. However, how should he put it? It felt really good to be praised and admired like this. It wasn't because Qin Xiao was very vain, but because what Xia Dongho said was the truth. It's also considered luck, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Xia Dongho said, to be able to come from a humble background to where you are today, you're naturally a person with heaven-defying luck. Without heaven-defying luck, this is absolutely impossible. However, luck is also a part of strength. Besides luck, the most important thing is your own talent and potential, as well as your willpower. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. This was the truth, but he didn't think too much about it. The road was one's own. Only by taking one step at a time would one be able to walk far and stand higher. Prince Zhangyang looked at Xia Dongho with admiration. He smacked his lips and said, "Young Master Xia Dongho, your Xia clan's intelligence is really terrifying. You actually know so much. You know everything about the southern wasteland and the Hu territory like the back of your hand. This makes me feel that we don't have any secrets in front of you. You already know everything about us. Your understanding makes me feel a little scared. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in every battle. Since you know all of us so well, it seems like the 3rd round of the test is already a piece of cake for you." Qin Xiao was also very surprised by Xia Dongho's intelligence. It was indeed a little scary. He actually knew them like the back of his hand. Xia Dongho shook his head and said, "I can't say that it's a piece of cake. The 3rd round of the test is the most intense and the most difficult. It's the round that directly determines the number of students in the Sacred Institute. Therefore, in this round, everyone has to be alert. That's right, we definitely can't underestimate anyone. In this world, there's always someone better than you. No matter what, we can't be too careless. We can't take ourselves too seriously. As long as we act cautiously and work hard to fight for it, it'll be fine. I know all of you only because you're too outstanding and famous. This isn't a secret, so it's not strange that I know all of you, right?" Prince Zhangyang nodded and agreed wholeheartedly. He said, "Master Xia Dongho, I agree with you 1,000,000 times. Indeed, we're all too outstanding. This is a fact. However, although we're all too outstanding, we're also very low-key. Men are afraid of fame. Pigs are afraid of being fat. Alas, I didn't expect that our fame would still spread. Sometimes being a human is so melancholy and difficult." Yuan pulled Prince Zhangyang and said, Don't be narcissistic. Didn't you hear Xia Dongho talking about Sister Xiaoyu? I and Qin Xiao, not you. It's us who spread our fame, not you. What are you melancholy about?" This blow was really ruthless. Prince Zhangyang's mouth twitched involuntarily, but he was not convinced. He said, "Master Xia Dongho, you said it, but I don't have me." Xia Dongho glanced at Prince Zhangyang and shook his head honestly. He said, "You're Prince Zhangyang. Sorry, I don't have much information about you. I only know that you're also very capable. You took the initiative to ask for a bronze ball from the Holy Emperor's messenger. Many people took the initiative to ask for a bronze ball from the Holy Emperor's messenger. However, except for you, the others were all kicked out by the messenger. You were the only one who succeeded." Hearing Xia Dongho's words, Prince Zhangyang suddenly felt much better. He said to Yuan, "Did you hear that? I'm also very famous, okay? It's also spread, okay? I'm the only one. I'm also number 1, aren't I?" Miss Yuan couldn't help laughing. She said, "Number 1? Yes, yes, yes. In that case, you're indeed number 1. Hee, that's right. No matter what, I'm still number 1. It's still okay." Prince Zhangyang nodded with satisfaction and smiled. However, Miss Yuan immediately added, You're indeed number one. You're just number one in terms of shamelessness. Your shamelessness successfully moved the Holy Emperor's messenger. That's why you got a bronze ball. Chapter 2277. Knowing that Xia Dongho and his brother were from the Xia territory, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Mr. Xia Dongho, do you know Wu Fengsheng? Did he come to Tai House City? Xia Dongho nodded slightly and said, Of course I know Wu Fengsheng from the Wu clan. He's also in Tai House City. I didn't expect you to know Wu Fengsheng. It seems that I don't know much about you. Qin Zhao smiled faintly and said, I was lucky enough to meet him in the Boundless Desert. Boundless Desert? Xia Dongho's heart sank. He immediately knew something. More than 10 million years ago, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground held a selection for the Holy Prince Consort. I heard that during that selection, all of the Holy Prince Consort, the Boundless Desert was won by one person. It seems that the person you're talking about is you. I didn't pay much attention to that news. I didn't expect Lord Qin Zhao to have such a glorious record. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, It's just luck. It's not worth mentioning. Xia Dongho's vision was so high that he naturally didn't think much of it. He just casually mentioned it. Xia Dongho's personality was quite warm. His brother, Xia Dongqi, was a bit colder and didn't speak much. But fortunately, he didn't give off the feeling of being cold and distant. Knowing that Wu Fengsheng also came to Tai House City, Qin Zhao was delighted. This meant that Wu Fengsheng also passed the second round of the test and came to Tai House City to participate in the third round. Then they could fight side by side again. They could even enter the Sacred Institute to cultivate together. After learning about Wu Fengsheng, Qin Zhao thought about Lu Ruyan and Meng Dali's situation. He hoped that they could pass the second round of the test. As for Meng Dali, Qin Zhao was quite confident. As for Lu Ruyan, she might be a bit weaker. However, Qin Zhao didn't immediately contact Wu Fengsheng. Looking at Xia Dongho's appearance, he didn't have a deep relationship with Wu Fengsheng. They probably just knew each other. So if he contacted Wu Fengsheng now, it wouldn't be easy to arrange. It was better to drink first. Since he was in Tai House City, there was no need to rush. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums rang out like a thunderous explosion. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. Qin Zhao couldn't help but look over as well. He saw that on the huge open space below, there was an arena that was 100 feet square. At the four corners of the ring, there were strong men beating drums. Dong! 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 The sound of the drums was like thunder. Dong, dong, dong. It was very rhythmic. As soon as the arena came out, the atmosphere suddenly became a little different. It became a lot more lively. This was the first time that Qin Zhao and the others had come to this restaurant. Naturally, they didn't know how to play in this restaurant. However, he had seen similar situations before. In the restaurant, there were many entertainment activities. Just now, there was singing and dancing to liven things up. Now, he had no idea what this arena was for. Different places might have different ways of playing the game. It seems that today's treasure and technique arena will be very exciting. Xia Dongqi curled his lips and suddenly said, from the corner of his mouth, it could be seen that he also had thoughts about this arena. He had a fighting spirit. If it could make him want to fight, it seemed that this arena was quite attractive and fun. How do you play in this arena? I saw that there was a pool in the arena. Just now, I heard young Master Xia Dongqi mention a treasure pool. It seems that this is the way to bet on treasures? Prince Zhangyang asked. Xia Dongho nodded with a smile and said, Yes, the way to bet on treasures is probably similar to other places. The rules are still the same. If you want to enter the arena, take out a treasure and throw it into the treasure pool. Each round has a limit of 9 rounds. 9 rounds and 10 treasures. In the end, the winner will get 9 treasures. The winner will be the arena master. However, you can also challenge the arena master. There is also a battle between the arena masters. As long as you enter the arena, you can't refuse. When no one challenges you in the end, you can withdraw. But it's normal. If you can defend 9 rounds and become the arena master, no one will challenge you anymore. It can be considered an unspoken rule. Of course, in addition to the unspoken rule, if you want to challenge the arena master, you don't have to take out 1 treasure. Instead, you have to take out 10 treasures. Moreover, each arena master can only accept 5 challenges at most. For every challenge, you have to take out the same number of treasures as the arena master. Therefore, it's almost impossible to challenge a 5th time. Of course, the craziest challenge in our restaurant was to challenge a 5th time. However, it was only one time. It was the only time in history. After listening to Xia Dongho's explanation, Qin Xiao and the others basically understood how the game was played. Zhang Yang pursed his lips. It was almost the same as what he knew. The only difference was that there were some details that differed from Zhang Yang's. Such a way of playing sounded quite exciting, especially this time, because there were many seeded geniuses participating in the Academy of Sacred Arts here. The 800 private rooms in the restaurant were all full. Therefore, at this moment, there were many geniuses gathered in the restaurant. With so many geniuses, the sparks were even more intense. Therefore, when the drum sounded, Qin Xiao could clearly feel the rapid change in the atmosphere. The place quickly became lively. The atmosphere in the air was also filled with fighting spirit. If you guys are interested, you can also play later. But I guess that today's game will be bigger, Xia Dongho added. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and shook his head. I'm not interested in this game. It's quite difficult to win good treasures. I don't care about ordinary treasures, and I don't want to show off. So, it's better to stay here quietly, drink wine, brag, and watch their performances. Isn't it fun to be a quiet, pretty boy? I don't like fighting and killing. Xia Dongho smiled faintly and nodded. It's up to everyone. Some people like to play, so there's no harm. After all, this is a rare opportunity. This time, 20 territories and top geniuses will gather in Taihao City, plus a few geniuses from the southern wasteland. It's a gathering of geniuses, a clash of the top geniuses. It's also very rare for top geniuses from different territories to gather together on such a scale. For us, it's definitely a first. In addition to the geniuses who participated in the Academy of Sacred Art selection, there are also some who were eliminated, or those who were not lucky enough to get the bronze ball, and those who were not qualified to participate. Many of them will come here unwillingly. When geniuses gather, there will definitely be fierce clashes. Qin Xiao also shook his head. He was not interested in participating in such a competition. Such an arena competition was indeed prepared for those who liked to be in the limelight. It was indeed a good opportunity to shine. There were indeed many people who liked to show off. Qin Xiao did not care. He did not like to be in the limelight. For him, the 3rd round of the Academy of Sacred Arts was the most important. It was related to his cultivation path. As for the rest, it did not matter. It's okay if you don't want to go on stage. It's not bad to sit here and watch the show. I believe that this will be a good show, Xia Dongho said. Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. They did not want to go on stage anyway, so they just wanted to watch the show. As for Princess Xiaoyu and the other two, it was even more impossible for them to enter the arena. The drums were beating together, and there was cheering. The atmosphere was full of passion and excitement. Spurred on by the high fighting spirit, many people were ready to move. Geniuses from all over the world gathered here, and they all wanted to show off. After all, there were not many opportunities to perform well like this. A tree lives with a layer of bark, and a person lives with a breath. Most people cared about dignity and face. A 4th-step, celestial, venerable teenager was the first to jump on stage. He had a confident smile on his face and was very arrogant. He cupped his fists and said in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoists, this is my first time in Taihao City. It's hard for me to cool down. I drank a lot of wine just now, so I'm very restless. Therefore, I'd like to take this opportunity to have a friendly duel with fellow cultivators and geniuses. This is a rare opportunity. I'm indeed itching for a fight, so I'll be the first to go on stage and embarrass myself. Take it as throwing a brick to attract jade. Since all of you are not throwing this brick, then let me do it. Haha, please enlighten me, fellow Taoists." With that, young Master Lu's hand moved, and a high-grade immortal sword appeared in his hand. He casually threw it into the treasure pool. He continued, "I'm quite poor, so I can only take out a high-grade immortal weapon. I wonder which fellow Taoist is willing to come on stage and enlighten me?" His aura was quite sufficient. Prince Zhang Yang took a sip of wine, glanced sideways, and couldn't help but curse. He really knows how to act. He threw out a high-grade immortal weapon right off the bat. It seems like today's game is going to be very big. There were also unspoken rules in the treasure pool arena. Theoretically speaking, there were no restrictions on the treasures. You only needed to take out one treasure and throw it into the treasure pool. However, there were also unwritten rules. Generally speaking, if the first person to go on stage took out a treasure of a certain grade, then the next person could not take out a treasure of a lower grade. Therefore, since young Master Lu took out a high-grade immortal weapon first, then the next person could not take out a treasure of a lower grade. The moment the game started, the situation had been pulled apart. Therefore, today's game was destined to be a big one. If the game was big, then it would naturally be more intense and exciting. The temptation of the treasures alone would be very big. I don't know where this young Master Lu came from, but he really knows how to stir up trouble. He made it big at the beginning. Interesting. Looks like we could take a good look at the excitement this time around. Xia Dongho laughed faintly. If even he didn't know where young Master Lu came from, then it seemed like he didn't have a big background. However, it was normal. Generally, people with a little background would not be so anxious to jump out. Generally speaking, those who jumped out at the beginning were those who were eager to be in the limelight. These people were generally quite strong, but not very strong. However, he was arrogant and unruly. He was overconfident. If there was a chance to be in the limelight, they would jump out, as if they were afraid that there wouldn't be a chance. Soon, a young man walked out and jumped onto the stage. That young man also threw a high-grade immortal weapon into the treasure pool. Soon, the first battle started. These two young men were considered top geniuses. At least in the first territory, they were considered top geniuses. They were probably qualified to fight for the bronze ball. Chapter 2278. Theoretically speaking, the treasure pool arena did not have any restrictions. However, by convention, there were no restrictions as long as the opponent's life was not harmed. Therefore, there was basically no desperate situation in the treasure pool arena. As long as one side lost by 1 or 2 moves, it would be considered a loss. There was no need for a battle of attrition. Also, the arena was only so big. Once one side was knocked out of the arena, it would be considered a loss as well. There were definitely many situations where one side was truly enraged. After all, many people were very proud and could not tolerate the slightest setback. Fortunately, there were also some hidden rules. They were also limited by the arena, so it was difficult for them to have a good space to display their abilities. Therefore, it was difficult for them to fight with their lives on the line, and it was difficult for them to use their trump cards. The treasure pool arena was more of an entertainment type. However, the treasure pool arena this time was indeed more intense. The first battle was more intense, and the strength of the two contestants could not be considered weak. Moreover, both sides were disciples of the same surname. Those who could be called surnames were all forces with innate divine abilities and bloodline inheritances. Qin Xiao had seen the power of innate divine abilities before. In the previous battle with Yi Heqiong, she was forced to use her innate divine ability, the purple blood saint power. However, she was still defeated by Qin Xiao in the end. The strength of the two sides in the first battle was far inferior to Yi Heqiong's, and in the end, they did not use their innate divine abilities. Young Master Lu obtained the final victory, and he, the one who threw a brick to attract jade, held on to the first battle. After winning the first battle, young Master Lu's arrogance grew stronger. The smile on his face grew wider. He cupped his fists and looked around. Then, he said again, "When you come out to play, you must drink good wine, have fun, and have fun." In the spirit of drinking, I may be a little rude. However, I hope that you don't mind. Everyone, don't hide your strength. If you want to come up and spar with me, please do so. If you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. If you lose, accept it wholeheartedly. If you win, win with glory. Young Master Lu's high-profile speech quickly received a response. In the second battle, young Master Lu was knocked out of the arena. He was defeated, and his face was covered in dirt. Watching the battle and drinking wine at the same time, he indeed felt that the atmosphere was more lively, and his drinking spirit was also much higher. Moreover, while watching these people fight, Xia Donghe would explain from time to time, and Zhang Yang would also comment from time to time. This allowed Qin Shao to understand the situation of each territory and the situation of the surnames. He understood some surnames, some dangerous immortal arts, secret arts, and the like. It was good for Qin Shao to know these things. In this way, he could familiarize himself with them in advance. If they were to meet in the third round of the test, it would definitely be of some help to them. Even if it wasn't much help, it was still better than nothing. The atmosphere of the audience was getting better and better, and the uproar was getting more and more lively. Many people even started a bet, which was also kind of fun. After watching a few battles, Qin Shao discovered a problem, and that was that no one had used their innate magical powers. Even if there were a few battles where both sides used their full strength, they still didn't use their innate magical powers. In theory, if one had an innate magical power, most of the time, the innate magical power was the strongest move. After all, those who dared to come out in the arena were all top geniuses. To be able to become a top genius, the inheritance and cultivation of innate magical powers naturally wouldn't be too bad. Innate magical powers were passed down from one's bloodline, so it was naturally easier to cultivate. In most cases, it was naturally easier to master. Later, Xia Donghe explained it to Qin Shao. It turned out that there was an unwritten rule that no one was allowed to use their innate magical powers in the arena. Firstly, innate magical powers were the bloodline inheritance of each surname. It was the foundation of a surname, and it could even be said to be a symbol of spiritual power and power. It was precisely because of the bloodline inheritance that it was qualified to be called a surname. Therefore, innate magical powers were naturally sacred and couldn't be used casually. If one casually used innate magical powers, it would simply be a humiliation to their ancestors. For such a thing, all the major surnames would sternly warn their descendants that innate magical powers must be used cautiously. Secondly, if he used his innate ability, it would basically be a situation where he would fight to the death. Therefore, in order to prevent some bad things from happening here, the restaurant deliberately guided and built it at the beginning. It meant that everyone was not allowed to use their innate magical powers. Over time, it naturally became an unwritten rule. Thirdly, it was just a small spar, and the stakes weren't high, so it wasn't to the point of risking one's life. If one lost a move, or half a move, it would be considered a loss. Therefore, even if one lost, it didn't mean that they were inferior to the opponent in a desperate fight. It was also possible that they had many tricks that they hadn't used yet. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th battle, but the strength of the people in the arena wasn't particularly strong. At present, it seemed that there shouldn't be a seated contestant in the arena. It seemed that most of the seated contestants were still relatively low-key. Of course, it was also possible that some of them didn't care about this kind of arena at all and disdained to go out and fight those people. After all, it was already the 7th battle, and there wasn't even a single person with strength comparable to Yi Heqiong. But thinking about it, it was normal. Most of the seeded geniuses who came to participate in the Sacred Academy selection didn't care much about this arena battle, so they weren't too willing to fight. The stronger ones probably weren't in a hurry to fight either. The treasure pool would still last for a long time, so there was no need to rush. Those who were in a hurry to fight were basically people who weren't that strong. It's a bit boring to just drink and watch the battles like this. Seeing that everyone else is having so much fun, why don't we also play a little? I'll be the banker, and you guys place your bets. A small bet for fun, how about it? Xia Dongqi couldn't sit still. Seeing that everyone else was playing, he also couldn't help but feel a little itchy. However, his suggestion obviously didn't receive a response. Prince Zhongyang directly refused. Haha, I'm not interested. I've never liked to gamble. Besides, there's no point in winning a little bit of money. If I want to win, then I'll just go up to the arena and fight a few battles. It'll be faster and more exciting. Am I too lazy to move? Or am I willing to sit here and watch the battles while drinking, chatting, bragging, and commenting? Wouldn't that be great? Yuan was rather honest. He directly shook his head and said, I don't have any chaos source stones, nor do I have any extra treasures on me. So don't look at me. Not interested. Princess Xiaoyu didn't give him any face at all. She directly replied to Xia Dongqi with 3 words. Qin Shao and Princess Ru Xian didn't need to say anything else. Xia Dongqi's interest had been completely shattered by Prince Zhang Yang and the other 2. As a result, Xia Dongqi could only say nothing in boredom. The 7th battle ended, and the 8th battle began. After this battle ended, it would be the 9th battle. The 9 battles were all a single round. Xia Dongqi, weren't you a little impatient? It's almost the 9th battle. You can go harvest some leeks. Haha, I think many of you are waiting for the 9th battle, right? Prince Zhang Yang suddenly said. Xia Dongqi raised his eyebrows slightly, but he said disdainfully, I'm not interested in those lousy high-grade immortal artifacts. They can't attract my attention. Besides, these people aren't worth my attention at all. It'll be too much of a bully. If you're interested, why don't you make a move? Are you afraid you won't be able to win? How's that possible? Prince Zhongyang immediately denied this. I'm such an outstanding person. How can I not win? Based on the strength of the 2 people on the arena, even if they fight together, they're far from enough to defeat me. I'm just too lazy to move. What's the point of stepping on ants? You're too lazy to move, but you think I want to move? You don't want to step on ants, but you think I want to step on ants? Xia Dongqi retorted, tit for tat. Clearly, a spark had been ignited between the 2 of them. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and laughed. Haha, I just want to see young Master Xia Dongqi's splendor. I do want those high-grade immortal artifacts, but I don't want to make a move. I'm in a dilemma. Xia Dongqi glanced at Prince Zhongyang and said, If you want to see my splendor, don't worry. There will definitely be a chance. I'll let you see it in the 3rd battle, and I won't let you down. Then I'll be waiting. Prince Zhongyang nodded. Although the 2 of them were talking casually and didn't seem to be targeting each other, everyone could smell the gunpowder hidden in their words. It seemed like these 2 people didn't see eye to eye. However, the atmosphere wasn't broken. Prince Zhongyang looked at Qin Shao and grinned. Brother Qin Shao, aren't you going to go up and play? Not at all. If you want to play, then go ahead. Qin Shao shook his head. Prince Zhongyang shook his head again. Forget it. If you don't want to play, then I won't be able to play alone. If you all want to play, then I can consider it. Fine. I'll just be a quiet, handsome man. However, as soon as Qin Shao said he wouldn't play, a voice came from the depths of his heart. Little Qin Shao, there's something I need in the treasure pool. Please find a way to get it, so that the old man can find the divine body and recover as soon as possible. Come. This was the voice of Holy Sage Meng Ci. It was also the 2nd time Holy Sage Meng Ci had spoken to Qin Shao. The first time was at the auction in Flat Demon City. That time, Holy Sage Meng Ci also saw something he needed, and he told Qin Shao to get it no matter what. This time, Holy Sage Meng Ci didn't expect to see something he wanted again. Originally, Qin Shao didn't want to participate in the arena competition. However, since Holy Sage Meng Ci had spoken, he had no choice but to participate. Previously, Qin Shao had promised Holy Sage Meng Ci that he would try his best to find his divine weapon and divine body and help him recover. Since he had promised, Qin Shao would naturally do his best to fulfill his promise. This could be considered as saving the life of Sacred Sovereign Nun. Saving the life of a Sacred Sovereign was a deal that would definitely be profitable without any losses. Of course, Qin Shao had his own selfish motives. Jing Yang, Master Red Dust Guest, Starry Sky, and Heavenly Court hadn't been found yet. If something happened to them, then only ancient sages could revive them. Therefore, if he could save Holy Sage Meng Ci's life, Qin Shao could ask Holy Sage Meng Ci to help him when he needed help in the future. Moreover, Holy Sage Meng Ci had saved him once before. No matter what, Qin Shao would definitely do it to the end. No matter how difficult it was, he would do it. The 8th battle was finally over. As soon as the 8th battle was over, Qin Shao immediately stood up and jumped into the arena. Seeing Qin Shao's action, Prince Zhongyang almost spat out the wine in his mouth. His eyes widened and he said, What the hell? What the hell is going on? Didn't you say you wouldn't go into the arena? Didn't you say you weren't interested? The most basic trust between people. What about you? You can't lie to your brother like this, right? He must have been infected by you. Yuan pouted and said to Prince Zhongyang. Chapter 2279. After Qin Shao jumped onto the arena, he realized that 8 other people had also jumped onto the arena at the same time. Everyone jumped onto the arena at the same time. It seemed that the Baoqi arena this time was really attractive. No one had come to compete like this in the previous 8 battles. Who would have thought that 9 people would jump onto the arena at the same time in the 9th battle? Originally, there were still people who wanted to join in. However, when they saw that there were already 9 people on the arena, they did not continue. Among the 8 people, Qin Shao noticed a familiar figure. He had seen him before in the Boundless Territory. It was Wu Taihao from the Wu clan, a disciple of the Jiling Wu clan. Wu Taihao also noticed Qin Shao immediately. His eyes widened as he looked at Qin Shao in surprise. "It's you, Qin Shao." Wu Taihao naturally had a deep impression of Qin Shao. Last time in the Boundless Territory, it could be said that Qin Shao was the most outstanding person and became the most dazzling genius at that time. He alone had obtained all of the boundlessly water. Time and time again, he was the one who had led everyone out of the predicament. Geniuses were defeated by Qin Shao one after another. Yinlu Shangfeng from the Yinlu clan, Gongsun Tianyu from the Gongsun clan, and Ichi Sun Hua from the Ichi clan. These 3 were all disciples of the 100 schools of thought. Each of them shone brightly, but in the end, they were all defeated by Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao had displayed invincible strength in the Boundless Territory that time. He was too powerful. Regarding Qin Shao, Wu Taihao truly admired him from the bottom of his heart, and also had some fear. Therefore, when he saw Qin Shao standing on the arena at this time, Wu Taihao felt a sense of defeat. At this time, not only Wu Taihao, but some people in the other private rooms also recognized Qin Shao. After all, there were still many people who went to the Boundless Territory to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. There were nearly 1,000 young geniuses from various territories. However, this time, many people who were not seed geniuses also came to Taihao City to join in the fun. Among these people, there was no lack of young geniuses who had participated in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Well, isn't that Qin Shao? Why was he also in Taihao City? Wasn't he from the Southern Wasteland? Why are you here in Taihao City? Could he be one of the seeded geniuses participating in the Sacred Academy selection? Qin Shao is here? Could it be that he passed the 2nd round of the Sacred Academy's test? With his talent, potential, and strength, it was indeed possible. If he was already so strong tens of millions of years ago, he must be even more unfathomable now. That's the Qin Shao you told me about last time, the one who dominated the Boundlessly region. How can a barbarian from the Southern Wasteland be so monstrous? Whether or not he's strong, you'll know once you see him. Otherwise, you can go up and give it a try. Sure, I'll give it a try. My hands are itching. My surname isn't Barbarian. How strong can a barbarian be? Besides, tens of millions of years have passed. Everything has changed. At this time, on the arena, there were 9 other people besides the one who was originally guarding the arena. Moreover, no one had any intention of going down. They all wanted to fight for this last battle. After all, if they won the last battle, they could win 9 high-grade immortal weapons. 9 high-grade immortal weapons, the value was not cheap. It was still enough to tempt many people. However, this situation seemed a little awkward. Everyone wanted to fight for this last battle. No one was willing to back down. Even Wu Taihao, although he was a little apprehensive of Qin Shao. After all, the Boundlessly region left a deep impression on him. However, he did not have any intention of backing down. He still wanted to fight for one last time. The opportunity to fight against 9 people by himself was not something that could be encountered every time. Haha, today is interesting. Everyone wants to fight for the 9th round, but only one person can go up for the 9th round. I think everyone should let me go this time and let me fight this battle, a youth in purple said. Immediately, a youth in black snorted coldly and said, "Why should you fight this battle? You really know how to pick up the benefits. Everything has to be first come, first served, right?" Although everyone was the first to enter the arena, the first one to land on the arena is me. That's why I should be the one to fight this battle. Don't fight with me for it. Bah, why can't we fight with you? Everyone enter the arena at the same time. As long as you haven't started, it's still valid for us to enter the arena. Why should you be the first? There's no such thing, right? That's right. Everyone is fighting fairly. Since no one is willing to back down, it seems that this battle can't be continued. There has to be a solution, right? Since no one is willing to back down, there's only one solution. Let's upgrade the treasure pool game. Come to the great treasure pool game. Upgrade the treasure pool game? Princess Xiaoyu and the other two looked curious. They didn't know what this so-called treasure pond leveling up was all about. Prince Zhongyang also did not understand. He looked at Xia Dongho. Xia Dongho explained, the so-called upgrade of the treasure pool game is actually a more exciting game. Usually, this kind of game is very common. It's very rare. I expected that today would be more exciting, but I didn't expect that it would be upgraded in the first round. Aren't there 9 challengers in the arena now? What should we do if no one is willing to back down? The treasure pool game is fair. We can't force others to back down, right? If there were only 2 or 3 challengers, it would be easy to handle. Let the 2 or 3 challengers fight one-on-one to determine the winner. Then, the winner will challenge the arena. Everything will be fine. But now there are 9 challengers. If no one is willing to back down, then we can only upgrade the game. Leveling up the game is to have everyone guard the arena and then start a new game. The winner who can guard the arena for 9 rounds can challenge others. So in the end, it will be a duel between the winners of the 9 rounds. At the end, the winner will win a large number of treasures. This kind of game can accumulate a lot of treasures. So the more the game goes on, the more exciting it will be. It can also attract more experts and make the scene bigger. For example, if 9 challengers start 9 rounds, including the first round, there will be 10 rounds. If they fight to the end, the winner can take away 100 treasures. 100 upper-grade immortal weapons are very valuable. It's enough to make people go crazy. 100 upper-grade immortal weapons were indeed enough to make people go crazy. It was too exciting just thinking about it. 100 treasures. Prince Zhongyang could not help but burst into laughter. Oh my God, it's really crazy. Even I want to go up and play. But after thinking about it, forget it. I don't need those 100 upper-grade immortal weapons anyway. You're boasting again. Miss Yuan Yuan stabbed Prince Zhongyang in the back. Child Zhongyang rolled his eyes at Yuan Yuan and said, "Can't we just have fun? Can't you let me pretend for a while?" Miss Yuan Yuan replied softly, "I'm sorry, Zhongyang. I'll lower my voice next time." Bao Qi's suggestion to upgrade the playstyle was quickly agreed upon by everyone. Under such circumstances, upgrading the playstyle was the only way to solve the problem. Moreover, there were always people who were not afraid of making a big deal out of it. So naturally, the game was approved. After Qin Xiao understood the rules, he could not help but frown. It seems that it won't be easy to get what Lord Vice wants this time. Forget it, there's no other way. I can only do it at all costs. All right. Anyway, the third round of the test is about to begin. It doesn't matter if I expose more treasures. Originally, it could be solved with just one battle. But now, it was very troublesome. If Qin Xiao had known this would happen, he would have thought of another way to get that treasure. Since they were already on the stage, there was no other choice but to fight. In the open space, there were 9 more arenas. Qin Xiao and the rest of the 9 people were guarding one arena each. They started fighting at the same time. Including the original arena, there were a total of 10 arenas. As for the first arena, it was only the 8th battle. There was still one last battle to go, and they could still go up to the arena to challenge. Because there were now 10 arenas, and there were still more battles to be fought, no one wanted to fight for it. Because it was useless to fight for this battle. There were still 10 more battles to be fought. If they could not hold on until the end, they would be eliminated. Therefore, this was the exciting part of the game after the upgrade. It was definitely very exciting. It could definitely make people's blood boil and make people on the arena go crazy. Especially in the later stages, there were more treasures in front of you. Under the temptation of so many treasures, the madness was even more unimaginable. Qin Xiao had some upper-grade fairy weapons, including the wings of flowing light, the berserker sword, the sky-opening sword, the Buddha's relic, the 9 St. Lee's flying knives, the 8-faced Buddha mirror, and even an ancient saint's talisman treasure. Among these upper-grade fairy weapons, the 8-faced Buddha mirror was the least valuable one in Qin Zhao's eyes. Therefore, when it came to gambling, Qin Zhao naturally took out the 8-faced Buddha mirror and threw it into the treasure pool. With the sound of gongs and drums, a new battle began. The atmosphere in the restaurant became more feverish and noisy. Everyone's blood was stimulated. In a private room, there were a few youths sitting there. 3 of the youths had gloomy faces and looked very unhappy. If Qin Zhao were here at this time, he would definitely recognize that these 3 were not strangers. They were the 3 Gongsun clan disciples who wanted to take liberties with Princess Xiaoyu and the others. In addition to these 3, there were 3 other brocade-robed teenagers with extraordinary momentum. There was also 1 brocade-robed teenager. If Qin Zhao were here, he would also recognize him. He was Gongsun Tianyu, the young genius of the Gongsun clan who had been defeated by Qin Zhao. Tianyu, you lost in the boundless territory last time because of that guy called Qin Zhao. A white-robed man suddenly asked. From the supreme arrogance and kingly aura emanating from between his brows, it was enough to know that he was the leader of the 6 youths. This person was the outstanding talent of the Gongsun clan, the number 1 genius, Gongsun Wudi. From this domineering name, one could also know how strong this person was. When enemies met, their eyes would be exceptionally red. Although this matter had happened more than 10 million years ago, when Gongsun Tianyu saw Qin Zhao again, he naturally felt some inexplicable anger. Yes, Brother Wudi, it's this guy. I really didn't expect this guy to come to Taihao City. A barbarian can actually come to Taihao City. Is he also here to participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy? Gongsun Tianyu nodded. Chapter 2280. Clearly, the golden-clothed man wanted to draw hatred and have Gongsun Wudi attack Qin Zhao to vent their anger. Therefore, there was naturally some embellishment in his words. That's right, Brother Wudi. You didn't see how arrogant that brat is. He doesn't take our Gongsun clan seriously at all. Not only does he not take our Gongsun clan seriously, he's trampling on our immortal might. Brother Wudi, if we don't teach him a lesson he'll never forget, he'll think there's no one left in our Gongsun clan. What dignity will we have then? The other 2 were also adding fuel to the fire. With these people echoing each other, the seeds of hatred were naturally deeply planted. A young man sitting next to Gongsun Wudi slapped the table and stood up. He snorted angrily, and his eyes shone with a cold light. How dare you do this to our Gongsun family? How dare you? You deserve to be punished. He snorted, and his eyes shone with a cold light. He deserves to die. A barbarian from the southern wilderness dares to be so arrogant? He must be tired of living. I'd like to see how capable this brat is. How dare he be so arrogant? I've always wanted to trample on people who shouldn't be looked down upon. With that, the young man was about to jump into the arena, but Gongsun Wudi pulled him back. Marshal you, there's no need to rush. Let's not complicate matters before the 3rd round of tests. Don't expose your strength, lest you put yourself at a disadvantage. The most important thing now is to participate in the 3rd round of tests. Passing the test is our top priority. This brat is in Taihao City. He can't run away. There's plenty of time to teach him a lesson. There's no need to rush, lest we ruin the bigger picture. Hearing Gongsun Wudi's words, Marshal Yu stepped back. Curling his lips, he bit his lip and said, "Humph, then I'll let this brat jump around for a few more days. Later, I'll make sure he knows how to spell the word death." The immortal might of our Gongsun clan cannot be violated. On the other side, the arena battles had also begun in full swing. Under the explosive atmosphere, everyone was naturally very eager to participate in the arena battle, so the entire restaurant was filled with high fighting spirit. Under such a high fighting spirit, it was easy to arouse a person's fighting impulses. On Qin Zhao's side, a young man quickly jumped up. As he raised his eyebrows, he exuded an air of arrogance. Lian Yongrui of the Lian family, from Ichi region. The man casually made a fist salute to Qin Zhao and introduced himself. Announcing one's identity was a form of etiquette, but the young man in front of him was obviously an arrogant one. Qin Shao didn't know much about the many big surnames in the 9 provinces of Huaxia. He only knew about the surnames of the 100 schools of thought. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't know what kind of background Madame Lian had. Qin Shao wouldn't be scared by her family news. However, since the other party had announced his identity, Qin Shao also responded with courtesy. Qin Shao. Of course, Qin Shao only reported his name. After all, he had no family to report. If it was in the past, he could report that he was from the southern, desolate, falling, immortal palace. How could he report it now? Should he report it to the Lord of the Free City? Most importantly, no one knew about a small city like the Free City. Besides, Qin Shao didn't want to get involved with the Free City since he was traveling outside. He had offended a lot of people. Therefore, it would be bad if he caused some trouble for the Free City. Oh, Qin clan? Qin Ling's Qin clan? Lian Yongrui said with a mocking tone. Apparently, he knew that Qin Shao was not from the Qin clan. How could he not know about the outstanding young disciple of the 100 schools of thought? Besides, the Qin clan was not in this area. Only the 20 territories and the southern desolate wasteland had come to Taihao City. The other territories were all in Taihao City. Thus, the mocking tone in this question was somewhat obvious. Regarding such verbal attack, Qin Shao did not care much. Instead, he made an inviting gesture to Lian Yongrui and said, "Mister, please. Haha, why are you in such a rush? You can't wait to lose?" Lian Yongrui did not appear to be in a rush as his mocking tone became even more intense. "Oh, I just remembered. I heard that you are from the southern desolate wasteland, right? How could a barren land like the southern desolate wasteland produce geniuses? You dare to use the surname Qin? You're simply insulting the surname Qin. I think you should change your surname to Yi or Man. It suits you better." Clearly, he was trying to provoke Qin Shao by insulting him verbally. Firstly, he was trying to show off, and secondly, he was trying to provoke him. Initially, Qin Shao did not care about Lian Yongrui's mocking words. However, since he dared to use his surname to humiliate him, Qin Zhao's gaze instantly turned cold. His body, hair, and skin were inherited from his parents. His surname was inherited from his ancestors. Using his surname as a joke was an insult that crossed the bottom line. How could Qin Shao not be angry? Qin Shao looked at Lian Yongrui coldly. Seeing that Qin Shao was irritated, Lian Yongrui smiled disdainfully and felt somewhat complacent in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. He deliberately provoked Qin Shao. "Then I think your surname should not be Lian, but Go or sh*t. You bite people like a crazy dog as soon as you come, and your mouth is even smellier than sh*t. These 2 surnames are more suitable for you." Qin Shao was not polite and retorted sarcastically. "How dare you?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Lian Yongrui flew into a rage, and his face suddenly became gloomy and twisted. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and shouted angrily, "Humph! A barbarian from the southern desolate wasteland dares to act so recklessly. You're courting death." Qin Shao laughed coldly without end and said, "I think you only know how to flaunt your tongue. You think too highly of yourself and really think too highly of yourself. Why can you humiliate me, but I can't scold you? Who do you think you are? You are the son of the Lian family. Do you think you are so great? To put it bluntly, you are just a member of the Lian family. You are not even a member of the 100 schools of thought. Why are you so arrogant? There are hundreds of surnames that are more powerful than your Lian family in Huaxia. How can your Lian family be ranked? Who gives you the confidence to be so arrogant and humiliate others? Even if your Lian family is a member of the 100 schools of thought, you don't have this power. Who do you think you are? What can you do even if I am courting death? To be honest, you really don't have the ability to do anything to me." Since others were not polite, Qin Shao was not polite either. Others were arrogant, but Qin Shao also gave them a taste of their own medicine. Since they were arrogant, he was even more arrogant. "How dare you humiliate and bully Qin Shao? Speak if you have the ability. Otherwise, don't open your mouth. Qin Shao doesn't care what kind of surname you are." Lian Yongrui's face turned red when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Well, I will show you that I don't have the ability to bully you. Lien Yongrui was so angry that he laughed. As soon as his voice fell, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. In anger, Lien Yongrui naturally did not hide his strength. He did not have the intention to slowly fight with Qin Shao. Therefore, the first attack was also a strong one. A black light swallowed the world, the sun, and the moon. A white light annihilated everything in the world. The black light and the white light burst out at the same time and intertwined together. In an instant, the whole arena was completely enveloped, as if to erase everything in this space. Black and white intertwined, like the alternation of the sun and the moon, and heaven and earth. The destructive energy was like a roaring flood beast, surging towards Qin Shao. In an instant, it swept across the sky and enveloped Qin Shao. After all, the arena was only so big. It was impossible to dodge. He could only accept the challenge. This attack was a powerful secret technique. When Lien Yongrui used it with all his strength, it was indeed very powerful. However, it was only the power of a powerful secret technique. The power was indeed great, but for Qin Shao, it did not pose much of a threat. Qin Shao had long been mentally prepared. The flowing light wings turned into a battle armor to protect his body. He held the berserk sword in his hand and used the dragon's slaying sword technique with all his strength. The sword could slay dragons. After breaking through to the fourth-step celestial venerable realm, Qin Shao's understanding of the immortal Tao law had deepened a lot, and his mastery was more profound. Therefore, when he used the dragon's slaying sword technique at this time, it was natural that he had instantly mastered the areas that were previously blocked. Previously, when Qin Shao faced the dragon slaying sword technique, the difference was only in the realm of the immortal Tao law. Now that the realm had reached it, everything was naturally easy to understand. Qin Shao's attainments in swordsmanship were originally very deep. It was just the hindrance of the realm. Now that there was no hindrance, the dragon slaying sword technique could be used perfectly, reaching the strongest power. However, the dragon slaying sword technique was not considered a powerful high-grade immortal technique. Although it was said to be the top high-grade immortal technique in the Fudu Immortal Palace, it was very ordinary in the 9 continents of Huaxia. The secret technique that Lien Yongrui used was very powerful. In terms of cultivation technique alone, Qin Shao's dragon slaying sword technique was indeed inferior. However, it did not matter. Qin Shao still had the true meaning of power and the power of the great Tao. With the support of these powers, the power of Qin Shao's dragon slaying sword technique was also much stronger. With the protection of the flowing light wings, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Shao did not use much power. He did not even use the power of the inner world. This was only the first battle. Although Qin Shao was very unhappy with Lien Yongrui, for the sake of the overall situation, he still had to suppress the opponent. If he revealed too much strength at the beginning, he was afraid that the later ones on the stage would be the strongest. The gains would not make up for the losses. It was precisely because of these circumstances that Qin Shao suppressed his strength and did not use much power. Just by using the dragon slaying sword technique, the power of the great Tao of immortal Tao and the true meaning of power, in the face of Lien Yongrui's fierce attacks, the powerful secret technique, it was a little difficult to resist. After all, the realm of the true meaning of power was still low. In fact, it did not have much effect. It was mainly the power of the immortal Tao and the great Tao. The power of one more great Tao was difficult to make up for the gap between the two cultivation techniques. In addition, Lien Yongrui's own strength was also relatively strong. However, although Qin Shao could not resist Lien Yongrui's fierce attacks, he was not about to be defeated immediately. He was just at a disadvantage. But if Lien Yongrui wanted to win, it would not be so easy. After groping for a while, Qin Shao also had a general understanding of Lien Yongrui's strength. In the case where he did not use his innate magical powers and life-saving cards, he was afraid that this was almost his limit. If he wanted to defeat him, Qin Shao had a lot of means. Any one of them would be enough. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He would drag it out for a while, so as not to be too sharp. With full confidence in his heart, Qin Shao was naturally very calm. He slowly played with Lin Yongrui. Lin Yongrui obviously suppressed Qin Shao as soon as he came up, but he did not feel happy. He also felt a little aggrieved. Chapter 2281. 10 battles were going on at the same time, which made the audience a little dazzled. The first round ended first, and the one who went up to the arena to challenge was actually from the 100 Schools of Thought, Yunlu Shangqi of the Yunlu clan. He was an old acquaintance of Qin Zhao's. However, the Yunlu Shangqi of today was obviously not the Yunlu Shangqi of more than 10 million years ago in the Boundless Territory. 10 million years was enough for him to grow a lot. As a member of the 100 Schools of Thought, there was no need to doubt the speed at which his strength grew. Yunlu Shangqi had always been a high-profile and arrogant person, and the way he did things was overbearing and rampant. This time, he came up to the arena to show off his talent and compete for glory. Secondly, he saw Qin Shao in the arena, so he wanted to look for him. He wanted to get revenge. Last time in the Boundless Territory, he had suffered a few losses at the hands of Qin Shao. He had always engraved such hatred in his heart. He had thought that it would be very difficult for him to have another chance to meet Qin Shao. He did not expect to meet Qin Shao here. Since he had met him, it was a chance given to him by the heavens to get back his dignity. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to make a move. However, he did not directly challenge Qin Shao. Firstly, it was because someone else had beaten him to it. Secondly, he wanted to see how much Qin Shao had grown in the past 10 million years. Therefore, he simply defeated the defender of the first round and became the first arena champion. Then came to wait for Qin Shao. After finishing the battle, his gaze was fixed on Qin Zhao's arena, watching Qin Zhao's battle. The battles in the other arenas also ended one after another. Only Qin Zhao's arena had yet to determine a victor and a loser. The other 8 arenas continued to carry out their battles. Yunlu Shangqi had become the arena master. His battle had already ended, so now he had a satisfied expression on his face as he waited for the other 9 arenas to finish their battles before proceeding with the arena master duel. In the private room of Gongsun family, Gongsun Tianyu and the others had been staring at Qin Shao the whole time. They all wanted Qin Shao to be taught a lesson by the one from Lin family. However, Qin Shao had been stubbornly resisting the attacks, which made them a little anxious. Yunlu Shangqi has already set his sights on him. He will definitely suffer. In my opinion, Yunlu Shangqi doesn't even need to make a move. Lin Yongrui will be able to take care of him. We've always been at a disadvantage. As long as Lin Yongrui puts in a little more effort, it'll be fine. It's a pity that I can't personally deal with that brat. Strength. Our strength is still a bit lacking. The golden-clothed youth and the others were discussing, but Gongsun Tianyu frowned and shook his head, saying, "You've underestimated Qin Shao too much. I've fought him before, and he still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Right now, he's clearly holding back his strength. If that's all that the one from Lin family has, then he definitely won't be able to take care of Qin Shao. This person is very shrewd and smart. Right now, he's showing his weakness to the enemy. I'm afraid he's trying to numb the others and not let them think that he's a dangerous character. Based on my understanding of him, he'll find a suitable opportunity to use some tricks to defeat the one from Lin family." Hearing Gongsun Tianyu's words, the golden-clothed youth and the others were immediately in a bad mood. They thought that Qin Shao really couldn't make it through the first battle. They didn't expect that he was still hiding his strength. On the arena, Southern Wasteland brat, I didn't expect you to have some ability. You can hold on for so long, but it's useless. You'll lose to me in the end, Lin Yongrui said coldly. Although he said that, in fact, he was very unhappy. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't take care of Qin Shao. He was very confident in his strength, but Qin Shao stubbornly blocked his attacks, which made him feel a little frustrated. After fighting for so long, it was time to end the battle. You people from big families all like to talk big, don't you? If you have the strength to beat me, then it's not too late to say such big words. Otherwise, you'll cut your own tongue. Isn't that embarrassing? Qin Shao said quietly. After dragging on for so long, it was enough. It was time to end it. Then you'll lose. Lien Yongrui snorted coldly, and a dim light suddenly shot out from his eyes. The ghostly light was like a spirit of the underworld, and it seeped into Qin Zhao's body at an incredible speed. As soon as it entered his body, it went straight to his soul and overcame his will. As soon as this dim light entered his soul, Qin Zhao felt an extremely cold aura that was about to freeze his soul. It was like a sharp sword that was about to destroy his will. The power that burst out in an instant was indeed very strong, enough to affect people. In a confrontation between strong people, victory, defeat, life, and death were often decided in an instant. If there was no way to destroy the power of this dim light in an instant, it would definitely be troublesome. In an instant, it was enough to decide everything. However, Qin Zhao was already prepared for this. How strong was his soul and will? Moreover, he had the protection of his heart. Facing this invading power, Qin Zhao instantly shattered it. At the same time, his heart turned into a sword and rushed out. His eyes were sharp, shooting straight at Lien Yongrui. Facing Qin Zhao's heart attack, Lien Yongrui was simply caught off guard. He didn't expect this at all. He'd thought that Qin Zhao would definitely lose consciousness under the attack of his secret art. That would be enough for him to defeat Qin Zhao. He'd already calculated everything. But no matter how much he'd calculated, he hadn't expected that there would be a strange, invisible force attacking his soul and will at the same time. In an instant, he was stunned. What power? What strange power? This is heart force. It's actually heart force. How is this possible? Such powerful heart force. And he's also a heart force cultivator? He can cultivate both heart force and the immortal Tao to the fourth step at the same time. Heart force is the most difficult to cultivate. There are very, very few heart force cultivators in the immortal region. Qin Zhao can actually combine heart force and the immortal Tao and cultivate both to such a high level. This brat is really a monster. This sudden attack caught Lien Yongrui off guard and caused him to be incomparably shocked. Despite his shock, he couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. There were quite a few top geniuses in the 9 provinces of Huaxia who cultivated 2 great paths at the same time, but to be able to cultivate both to the 4th step at the same time was as rare as phoenix feathers and Shielan horns. Moreover, Qin Zhao was very young. This was extremely rare. Moreover, Qin Zhao cultivated the most difficult of the 8 great paths, the great Tao of heart force. So how could he not be shocked and impressed? No, why would I admire him? He's my enemy. I have to defeat him. No, I can't lose just like this. I can't. But no matter how much Lien Yongrui howled at the top of his lungs, it was still pale and powerless. It had no effect at all and couldn't change the situation at all. Qin Zhao's powerful heart force attack had caught Lien Yongrui completely off guard. How could he, Lien Yongrui, possibly defeat it so easily? That split second was more than enough. Immediately, Lien Yongrui felt a powerful force sweeping through the sky like an apocalyptic storm. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it was a mighty power. It crashed into him with a loud bang, and he felt a wave of foreboding. An unprecedentedly powerful force surged out. Under this powerful force, even though he had a high-grade defensive immortal artifact on him, he couldn't withstand it and was directly sent flying out of the arena. He crashed to the ground. Everything was over. The light faded and calmness returned. Lien Yongrui, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state, got up with an extremely ugly expression and stared at Qin Zhao with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were full of hatred and unwillingness. But no matter what, the battle was over. He had lost, and there was no way to change anything. He had lost, and the arrogant words he had just spoken had become a slap to his face. How ridiculous and ironic was this? Qin Zhao, on the other hand, stood on the arena with the attitude of a victor, looking down at Lien Yongrui from above. The two formed a sharp contrast, as if the winner was obvious. His condescending attitude made Lien Yongrui feel like he was mocking him and humiliating him. But what could he do? He had lost, and he could only leave in a sorry state. In a battle, there was always a winner and a loser. This was the risk that came with entering the arena. The winner laughed, and the loser mourned. Lin Yongrui left with an ugly expression. Qin Shao had won one battle, but this was just the beginning. There were many more battles waiting for him. It was really not easy to get that thing that Saiwan Tong wanted, but there was no other way. He could only fight. Qin Shao. As soon as the battle ended, a voice came from the side. Qin Shao looked over, and his gaze fell on Yun Lu Shangqi. He had actually seen Yun Lu Shangqi long ago. It was just that he was in the middle of the battle and didn't pay attention to him. Now that he saw Yun Lu Shangqi, he could feel his opponent's fighting spirit and strong hostility. Obviously, Qin Shao knew that Yun Lu Shangqi was coming for him this time. This person was quite the vengeful one. But Qin Shao was too lazy to care. He could easily control him more than 10 million years ago, and he could do it again today. So what if he was a disciple of the Yun Lu family? So what if he was from the 100 schools of thought? Since he had taken the initiative to provoke him, Qin Shao was naturally not afraid. I haven't seen you for more than 10 million years. I thought you were already dead. You didn't stay in the barbaric southern wasteland, but you came to the 9 states Huaxia. It seems that your guts are getting fatter and fatter. If you had stayed in the barbaric southern wasteland, I wouldn't have bothered to go there to settle accounts with you. But since you took the initiative to come to the 9 states Huaxia, I have no choice but to fulfill your wish today. After waiting for more than 10 million years, the time has finally come. In more than 10 million years, I wonder how much you've improved? Yin Lu Shangqi continued. His tone was filled with arrogance and disdain for Qin Shao, full of arrogance. Yin Lu Shangqi was originally a flamboyant, arrogant, and domineering young master. After not seeing him for more than 10 million years, his arrogance had only increased. Qin Shao curled his lips, picked his ears, and casually said, "You'll know how much I've improved when you have the chance. Anyway, I'm sure I won't be worse than you. More than 10 million years ago, I could easily trample you under my feet. Now it's definitely easier. That's why I do admire your courage. You've obviously lost to me, but you still dare to talk about bravery? You know that I'm not the one who chose, but you still want to put your face in front of me and let me trample on it. I say, do you have a despicable personality in your bones?" Chapter 2282. Yin Lu Shangqi was crazy, but Qin Shao was even crazier than him. Yin Lu Shangqi was overbearing, and his words were humiliating. Qin Shao was even more arrogant and ruthless than him. At this time, Yin Lu Shangqi was full of confidence and arrogance, and wanted to take revenge for the past. Let's wait and see. I'll wait for you here, and I'll trample you under my feet. I said so. Yin Lu Shangqi sneered. He pointed his finger downwards and spoke fiercely, as if he was determined to win. He put down ruthless words and also boasted. The humiliation of the past. Yin Lu Shangqi was going to get it all back this time. Qin Shao was too lazy to pay attention to Yin Lu Shangqi anymore. His second challenger had already come on stage. Yin Lu Shangqi said again, "However, I think you should win 9 battles first and become the champion. If you can't even become the champion, you won't even have the qualifications to fight with me. That would be a pity." Become the champion? Qin Shao laughed disdainfully in his heart. His goal was only to become the champion? He wanted to sweep away all obstacles and become the final victor. This was what he had to do. No matter who it was, they could forget about stopping him from doing this. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. A mere arena master. Why would Qin Shao place him his eyes? The second battle was indeed relatively easy for Qin Shao. It proved that his strategy of showing weakness in the first battle was quite successful. Therefore, not many people could see how much strength he had. They all felt that his strength should be relatively ordinary, and that he should be a soft persimmon that was easy to pinch. Therefore, there was a person with similar strength to Lin Yongrui who came to the stage to challenge Qin Shao. The result was self-evident. It was the same as the first battle. He slowly dragged it out, and in the end, he used a heart attack to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Although the opponent knew that Qin Shao had a heart attack and made some preparations, in the end, he still couldn't resist and lost. However, after these two battles, many people knew that Qin Shao had a heart attack. Therefore, the person who came up in the third battle clearly had a soul protection treasure. Qin Zhao's heart attack didn't affect him that much. However, the third person still overestimated his own strength and overestimated the defensive power of his treasure. Although the effect wasn't that big, under Qin Zhao's full power, it was enough to affect him a little. This was enough for Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't just use heart force techniques. Heart force techniques were just supplementary techniques. His main offensive techniques were still Immortal Dao energy, sword techniques, and the dragon slaying sword technique. However, in the third battle, just by using these methods, it was difficult for him to win. Of course, Qin Shao did not care if he won easily or not. He did not need to win beautifully, as long as he could win. When it came to the fourth battle, it was no longer that easy. In the end, Qin Shao was forced to use the dragonization art to defeat his opponent. In the fifth battle, Qin Shao used the dragonization art and the dragonization art in turn. Coupled with his heart attack's unpredictable appearance, he finally won after 500 rounds. The sixth battle was against a formation master. He used all kinds of formations, and it caused Qin Shao a lot of trouble. Moreover, because the arena was smaller, the effect of the array formation was stronger. After all, the arena was too small. You didn't even have a chance to dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, you could only meet the formation head-on. The formation's power could be maximized. Under such circumstances, it had indeed caused quite a bit of trouble for Qin Shao. Of course, then not a lot. Here was only relative to the previous 5 battles. With Qin Zhao's strength, if he didn't have to hide some of his strength, it wouldn't be troublesome and would be very easy to deal with. But fortunately, Qin Zhao's attainments in formations were not bad. He wasn't much weaker than his opponent. The sixth battle caused Qin Shao a lot of trouble. But in the end, Qin Shao used formations to break through formations and defeated him with strength, ending the sixth battle. The seventh battle could be considered as the longest battle of them all. Qin Zhao's opponent in this battle was a foreign race. He seemed to be from the water race, but he wasn't from the water race. He had the softness of the water race and the toughness of the Vajra race. The life forms of this race were very strong in attack. At the same time, their defensive power was also very strong. Therefore, it was very difficult to defeat. Most importantly, his soul and willpower were still very strong. Therefore, heart force didn't affect him much and didn't play a decisive role. In the end, Qin Shao used the True Word of Lin to defeat him. The True Word of Lin, one of the Taoist 9 characters mantra. This move by Qin Shao caused quite a commotion. The 9 characters mantra, also known as the 9 esotericas, was the pinnacle secret art among secret arts. It could be said to be the king of secret arts. Every word of the mantra was equivalent to an invincible secret art that could suppress everything in the world. Qin Zhao's True Word of Lin hadn't reached a very profound and powerful level previously because of his realm. Now that Qin Zhao's Immortal Dao, Great Dao, and Heart Force had all broken through to the level of a 4th-step Heavenly Venerable, the level of his realm had increased by a lot. His understanding of the Immortal Dao had also become more profound. Therefore, when he used the True Word of Lin again, its power naturally increased greatly. Once the True Word of Lin was used, it could suppress all immortal arts and secret arts in the world. How powerful was that? However, Qin Shao also clearly felt that his understanding of the True Word of Lin hadn't reached the true pinnacle of perfection. The True Word of Lin still had room for improvement. Of course, although it hadn't reached the true pinnacle of perfection, when Qin Shao used it now, it was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. All immortal arts and secret arts would pale in comparison. Qin Shao didn't expect that the True Word of Lin's power would be so powerful now. If he had known that the True Word of Lin was so powerful now, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to use it first. He could have used the power of his inner world first. Speaking of which, if the power of his inner world was fully unleashed, it would also be terrifyingly powerful. But it didn't matter. If the True Word of Lin was exposed, then so be it. Speaking of which, it had already been exposed in the Boundless Territory last time. This time wouldn't make a difference. As expected, once the true word of Lin was used in the 7th battle, the 8th battle waited for a long time before someone was finally willing to go up the stage to challenge Qin Shao. However, although the 8th battle's opponent was strong, he wasn't much stronger than the 7th battle's opponent. Therefore, in the end, he was still defeated by Qin Shao. The power of the true word of Lin was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many people. Heated discussions and uproars continued to ring out. The true word of Lin, one of the 9 esotericas. I didn't expect that there would be such heaven-defying luck in the southern wasteland to be able to cultivate the true word of Lin. Xia Dongqi commented. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "Why can't there be such heaven-defying luck in the southern wasteland? Luck doesn't matter if one's background is high or low, right? As long as your luck is heaven-defying enough. Not to mention the southern wasteland, you can even pick up a sacred object while walking. My brother Qin Shao is a person of great luck. It's not surprising for him to have such heaven-defying luck. It's possible to obtain the Taoist 9 syllables, but it's as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It's extremely rare." Xia Dongqi smiled faintly and said, "Someone with great fortune? It's extremely rare, but it's not that rare." Prince Zhongyang glanced at Xia Dongqi and smacked his lips, saying, "I know that your Xia clan also possesses the 9 syllables. It's definitely nothing rare for you, young Master Xia Dongqi. After all, your Xia clan has it. Not only do we have it, but we have more than one," Xia Dongqi casually added. Although it was written in a casual tone, the meaning of pretentiousness was obviously very strong. Prince Zhongyang didn't want to say anything. He couldn't compare. How could he compare to the Xia clan in terms of heritage? Among the 100 schools of thought, the Xia clan was one of the top ancient surnames. How could one possibly imagine the Xia clan's foundation? Xia Dongqi was still quite arrogant. Although he was still polite on the surface, the arrogance in his bones still existed. Xia Dongho broke the atmosphere and said, "According to what I know, the Lord of Tianshan City in the southern wasteland has grasped the true word of Lin from the 9 syllables. In the entire southern wasteland, only the Lord of Tianshan City has grasped the 9 syllables. From the looks of it, Qin Shao should have some connection with Tianshan City, which is why he could obtain the true word of Lin." As he said that, Xia Dongho looked at Princess Ru Xian and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the daughter of the Lord of Tianshan City, right?" Princess Ru Xian did not introduce herself, but Xia Dongho still guessed it. As a result, Princess Ru Xian was slightly surprised. However, she quickly understood. Xia Dongho had displayed extraordinary strength from the very beginning, as if he knew everything like the back of his hand, as if everything was under his control. This strength was the strength of strategizing, the strength of controlling everything. Princess Ru Xian nodded. "Yes, my father is the Lord of Tianshan City. Qin Shao does have some connection with my father. He received some pointers from my father. However, the most important thing is his own innate comprehension, which allowed him to comprehend the true word of Lin, which allowed him to grasp one of the 9 syllables. My innate talent is lacking. Although my father gave me countless pointers, I still couldn't grasp the true word of Lin." Xia Dongqi chuckled and said, "The 9 words incantation of the Taoist school is a supreme mantra, the leader of all laws. Once the 9 syllables are used, all immortal arts and secret arts can be suppressed. Just how powerful are they? How can anyone master the 9 esoteric secrets? If you want to grasp one of the 9 syllables, you have to be a top-notch genius in the world. Those who truly stand at the apex are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, the best of the best." Xia Dongho said, "Not necessarily. Some things still depend on fate. Cultivation is even more so. Obtaining and comprehending the 9 esoteric words is an extremely difficult task. However, there are still some lucky ones who can comprehend and grasp the extremely difficult matters. This will depend on fate. Some things aren't completely determined by talent and comprehension." After Xia Dongho spoke, Xia Dongqi didn't say anything else. Qin Shao possessed the true word of Lin. It was as if he had the help of the gods. He shined brilliantly, and his name was remembered by countless people. At this moment, Yin Lu Shang-chi, who was watching Qin Zhao's battle from the ring, was in a bad mood. His expression became increasingly gloomy. He knew that Qin Zhao had grasped the true word of Lin, but he also saw it last time in the boundless desert. It was far from being as powerful as it was now. Now, the power of the true word of Lin displayed by Qin Zhao did indeed make him feel a little scared. Under the impact of such an atmosphere, he didn't even have much confidence in confidence. Compared to his previous confidence, the difference was too great. However, he had already reached this step, and there was no room for retreat. He could only fight. Of course, the ruthlessness in his heart urged him. There was nothing to be afraid of, just fight. Chapter 2283. Who knows where this Qin Zhao came from? Is he really a barbarian from the southern wasteland? How come I don't think so? Are you sure he's not an offspring of the Qin clan? Isn't he too monstrous? Yes, in the beginning, I thought he was weak when I saw how hard he was fighting. Now, I realized that I was fooled by him. He is clearly powerful, yet he had been hiding his strength. What a smart tactic. With the 9 esoteric words, I don't believe that he doesn't have a mighty figure behind him. From what I know, this Qin Zhao is indeed from the southern wasteland. He is only a disciple of a little immortal sect. Indeed, he does not have any background and comes from a humble background. If he comes from such a humble background, it's too much a blow, right? We were born with a golden spoon in our mouths, yet we are far inferior to him. Who do you guys think will win this time? Why do I feel that this Qin Zhao is most likely to win? Qin Zhao has the true word of Lin, and the 9 esoteric words has suppressed the world for a while. He could be said to be invincible. I also feel that Qin Zhao has a high chance of winning. The possibility is indeed high, but it's hard to say. The 9th battle is the most intense battle. I feel that this time, the competition will be especially intense. Baoqi is already so tired. Facing such a huge temptation, I am afraid he will not be able to win. He should be able to attract a lot of elite warriors, right? Yes, I also feel that the 9th battle will be especially intense. A lot of seeded geniuses will make a move. Let's wait for a good show. Although the true word of Lin is powerful, it is not invincible. Among the 100 schools of thought, many of them have the 9 esoteric words. Many of their outstanding youths also have the 9 esoteric words. Thus, it's not that easy to win the title of champion. Ha ha ha. Come, let's open the betting. It's rare to have such a lively day. Us brothers will go all out and prepare to play something exciting. Let's be the banker and open the bet on who will win the title of champion. Let's place the plates here and wait for the next 10 champions. After everything is confirmed, let's open the betting. Ha ha. Fellow Taoists, please keep your eyes open. I'll be waiting for you to place your bets. Let's play. No need to wait. I'll bet on Qin Zhao now. By the way, what are the odds for Qin Zhao? I'll bet 100,000. Hee. Do you have to be so ruthless? 100,000 right off the bat? However, this is my first time being a banker. I'm not afraid of you being ruthless. If you dare to be ruthless, then I'll dare to accept it. Haha. As for the odds, they haven't been set yet. We'll set the odds after all 10 champions have been confirmed. I don't care. Anyway, the lowest payout is 1. I'll bet 100,000 and not change it. I have no choice. I have money, so I can be willful for once. This was the 9th battle, and it was also the most exciting and intense battle. The 10 champions would be decided. To be more precise, there should be 9. Cloud Willow Shang Chess's arena master had already been decided long ago. They only needed to wait for the other 9 arenas to decide on their arena masters. Therefore, this battle was the most crucial battle in each arena. Only the winner of this battle would be qualified to enter the arena Lord Battle. As for the arena master battle, it was only between the 10 arena masters. The others could no longer participate. Therefore, this was the last chance to participate. This was the last chance. Naturally, there were many powerhouses who were itching to make a move. After these 8 rounds of elimination, those who remained were definitely very powerful existences. Moreover, there were even a few seeded geniuses. Without a certain level of strength, they naturally wouldn't dare to come up and be humiliated. Therefore, when it came to the last battle, although the atmosphere was incomparably intense, there weren't many who dared to rashly jump onto the arena to fight, especially on Qin Zhao's side. Ever since he revealed the true word Lin, his prestige rose abruptly, reaching an extremely high level. It also made everyone understand that this was a wolf in sheep's clothing. His previous show of weakness was clearly an act. His true strength was very strong. Just his true word Lin was enough to scare many people. Therefore, those who wanted to challenge him naturally had to think twice before doing so. They had to first weigh whether they had the ability to do so. Of course, there were powerhouses present, and quite a few of them. There were probably no less than a few hundred seated geniuses present. However, most of them chose to sit back and watch the show. They weren't willing to reveal their strength in advance. They all wanted to save it for the third round of the test. In that case, they would feel that their chances of winning would be higher. No matter how high their chances of winning were, it was still good to have a higher chance of winning. For example, Xia Dongho, the absolute number one of the younger generation of the Xia clan. No matter how strong he was, Prince Zhongyang didn't dare to underestimate him at all. It was as if he couldn't see through him. However, Xia Dongho clearly didn't intend to make a move. Yinlu Shangfeng of the Yinlu clan also didn't intend to make a move. Gongsun Wudi and Gongsun Yushui of the Gongsun clan also didn't intend to make a move. Many powerhouses sat there quietly, drinking wine and watching the battles on the arena. They happily memorized some of the moves of the seated geniuses. Qin Xiao was incomparably impressive on the arena, but his moves were also memorized by the seated geniuses. In the other 8 arenas, challengers came up one after another. More than half of them were seated geniuses. It seemed that the temptation of the treasure pool was so great that even the seated geniuses couldn't hold back and wanted to join in the fun. Only Qin Zhao's side was left. For the time being, no one had gone up to the arena to challenge him. There was quite a lot of discussion, but no one had gone up to challenge him. Xia Dongqi suddenly stood up. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Seeing Xia Dongqi stand up, Prince Zhongyang immediately frowned. He looked at Xia Dongqi and said, "You want to challenge Qin Zhao's arena?" Prince Zhongyang naturally wasn't happy with Xia Dongqi's action. If someone else went up to challenge him, Prince Zhongyang wouldn't have anything to say. However, when Xia Dongqi went up, Prince Zhongyang naturally felt strange. Everyone was in the same private room, sitting at the same table and drinking wine. If Xia Dongqi went up to challenge him, wouldn't it feel like they were on the same side? Moreover, Xia Dongqi had always had an arrogant attitude. He had never put them in his eyes. Therefore, when Xia Dongqi went up to challenge Qin Xiao, it felt like he was purposely picking on Qin Xiao to suppress him. Therefore, Prince Zhongyang was naturally unhappy. Princess Xiaoyu's eyebrows slightly raised. She also showed some displeasure. "What's wrong? Can't I go up to challenge him? I'm a bit tired from sitting and want to stretch my body. Since no one wants to challenge him, why don't I go up and play with Qin Xiao?" Xia Dongqi glanced at Prince Zhongyang and said. After saying that, Xia Dongqi jumped up and went up to the arena. Seeing that Xia Dongqi really went up to challenge Qin Xiao, Prince Zhongyang had an impulse to pull him back. However, the arena was free. No one could stop anyone from going up to the arena. If Xia Dongqi wanted to go up to the arena, it was his freedom. No one had the right to stop him. Seeing that Child Zhongyang and Countess Xiaoyu were a little unhappy, Xia Dongho smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about anything. Although my second brother is a little cold and aloof, he doesn't have any bad intentions. Maybe he's just itching to challenge Qin Xiao. Or maybe he saw that no one dared to challenge him. So he went up to make up the number. But you don't have to worry. He has no interest in being the champion, so he'll definitely lose." Definitely lose? Hearing Xia Dongho's words, Prince Zhongyang and Princess Xiaoyu were stunned. They looked at Xia Dongho. Was that really the case? If that was the case, then it seemed that they had misunderstood Xia Dongqi. It was just that Xia Dongqi gave them a bad feeling, so they couldn't help but think that way. Xia Dongqi stood on Qin Zhao's arena. Seeing Xia Dongqi, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. After all, they were acquaintances. As soon as Xia Dongqi went up to the arena, there was a lot of uproar. Isn't that Xia Dongqi from the Xia family? Yes, it's him. Why did he go up to the arena? Isn't this restaurant run by the Xia family? Why did the host's son come up to the arena to play? Haha, could it be that he has some grudges with Qin Xiao? No, just now I saw Qin Xiao come out of Xia Dongqi's private room. They were drinking in the same room before, so they should be acquaintances. Acquaintances? Acquaintances coming up to challenge the arena? That doesn't make sense, does it? Could it be that he wants to throw the match? Haha, don't be so pessimistic. Do you want to say that Xia Dongqi will throw the match to Qin Xiao? That's impossible, right? As far as I know, Xia Dongqi is a very arrogant person. It's impossible for him to throw the match. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. No, I'm going to open a separate betting house. Come, let's open a new bet. Let's bet on whether Qin Xiao or Xia Dongqi will win this round. Come, everyone place your bets. It's 1-1, haha. Why is it 1-1? This game isn't exciting enough. Let's have some odds. Come my ass. Both of them are powerhouses. I can't judge their strength. If you randomly set the odds, won't I lose my underwear to you today? Ha ha ha, a small bet is fun. If you want to play, come and place your bets. Once the match starts, I won't wait. I bet 10,000 that Xia Dongqi will win. I bet 20,000 that Xia Dongqi will win. I bet 50,000 that Qin Xiao will win. I'm very optimistic about Qin Xiao. Haha, there's really someone crazy. Although I also admire Qin Xiao, I still think that Xia Dongqi has a higher chance of winning. Let's make a small bet. I bet 100,000 that Xia Dongqi will win. Bah, can you be any more shameless? 100,000 is a small bet. Can you be any smaller? 100,000 isn't small. Oh, okay, 150,000 then. This should be small, right? Xia Dongqi's appearance on the stage caused another round of heated discussion. Obviously, many people here knew Xia Dongqi. First, because this restaurant was originally the Xia clan's property. Second, because the Xia clan's twin prodigies were too famous. Therefore, Xia Dongqi's name was naturally known by many people. Now that Xia Dongqi was on the stage, many people naturally leaned towards him. After all, Xia Dongqi was famous. Moreover, the Xia clan also had the 9 esotericas, and it was said that there was more than one. As one of the Xia clan's twin prodigies, Xia Dongqi should have at least one of the 9 esotericas. As long as Xia Dongqi mastered one of the 9 esotericas, he wouldn't lose to Qin Xiao in the 9 esotericas. If he could suppress Xia Dongqi with the 9 esotericas, then Xia Dongqi's chances of winning would be higher. Therefore, many people bet on Xia Dongqi. At first, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong and talented. Also, I can feel that this isn't your full strength. So, I'm also itching for a fight. Since I'm bored, I came up to you. Chapter 2284. Both of them were concise and did not say anything unnecessary. After saying that, the battle began. Qin Xiao knew very well that Xia Dongqi was definitely a strong opponent. Therefore, when facing Xia Dongqi, Qin Xiao did not dare to be careless. He was prepared to use other means. Although he didn't care too much about the outcome of the battle, this victory meant a lot to him. He had to get what he wanted for Holy Sage Wantong. Therefore, even if it was difficult, he had to give it a try. He did not hesitate to use all his means. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao actually had a lot of means at his disposal. Saint Li's flying dagger, berserker explosion technique, dual body technique, heaven-splitting sword technique, and the power of the inner world were all available to him. I'll only use one sword. If you can take it, you win. Xia Dongqi made his move. The Nanming sword in his left hand was as hot as the sun in the sky, illuminating the world. There was a flaming sword in his right hand. The raging flames were like a volcano that was spewing out. It seemed as if it wanted to annihilate this piece of land. The two swords intertwined with each other, turning into yin and yang. However, there was no distinction between yin and yang. They were both hot and mighty. Powerful power roared out from the two swords. It was so powerful that it could suppress the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. As soon as the swords were drawn, their imposing aura shocked the whole sky. At this moment, Xia Dongqi held the two swords in his hands and stood in the endless, immortal pressure. He was like a god of war descending from the nine heavens, bathed in fire and illuminated the world. What kind of power was that? Unparalleled power, unparalleled power. Just this aura alone was enough to shock quite a few people. This was a true expert, a true absolute genius. The Nanmingli Fire Sword is the signature secret technique of the Xia clan. It's really powerful. Even before the sword is drawn, I can already feel the world trembling. No wonder young Master Xia Dongqi said that he would only use one sword. This sword is enough. Qin Shao will definitely not be able to block it. The Nanmingli Fire Sword has been cultivated to a very high level by young Master Xia Dongqi. Once the Nanming primordial fire appears, it can burn everything in the world. It's terrifyingly powerful. Who bet on Qin Shao just now? Are you regretting it now? I told you that Xia Dongqi would definitely win. Since the Summer Clan's young talents dared to come out and fight, then they must have absolute confidence. Look at Xia Dongqi's heroic spirit. Only one strike. The Nanmingli Fire Sword is strong, but Qin Zhao's mantra of Lin isn't weak either, right? The Lin mantra is respected as one of the 9 secrets. Theoretically speaking, it's indeed capable of suppressing all immortal arts and secret techniques in the world, but it also depends on who's executing it. In terms of aura, Sir Xia Dongqi's Nanmingli Fire Sword is definitely stronger. Seeing Xia Dongqi use the terrifying Nanmingli Fire Sword right off the bat, both Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian could not help but become slightly worried. After all, they hadn't seen Qin Shao for a long time, and they really didn't know how strong she was now. They weren't too sure about Qin Zhao's strength, but they could clearly feel Xia Dongqi's aura right now. He was far too strong. He definitely gave off the feeling of an invincible god of war. Once the Nanmingli Fire Sword was unleashed, perhaps everything in the world would have to submit to it. Yuan's bright eyes stared at Qin Shao the entire time. She blinked and held her chin in silence for a while, then suddenly said, "He's going to lose." He's going to lose? Princess Xiaoyu and Princess Ru Xian both frowned and looked at Yuan. Who's going to lose? Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and said, "Miss Yuan, who did you say was going to lose?" Yuan said, "Of course I'm talking about Xia Dongqi." Hearing Yuan's confident tone, Xia Dongho also looked over with some interest. He actually did not care about the outcome of this battle, because he knew that even if Xia Dongqi had the strength to suppress Qin Shao, he definitely would not win. In the end, Qin Shao would still win. Of course, if that was the case, it would not be true. But hearing Yuan say it so confidently, it meant that Xia Dongqi would also lose to Qin Shao in terms of strength, so it made Xia Dongho a little curious. After all, with his eyesight, he could not judge who would win or lose for the time being. He felt that both were possible. No matter if Qin Shao won or Xia Dongqi won, he would not be surprised at all. Judging from the current situation, the two of them could definitely fight it out. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it would depend on the battle this time. It would also depend on how much strength the two of them brought out. Xia Dongho knew that Qin Shao still had many tricks up his sleeve. Of course, Xia Dongqi had only used the Nanmingli Fire Sword. He still had other tricks up his sleeve. Miss Yuan, what do you think? Prince Zhongyang asked with a smile. Yuan said, "Look, although Xia Dongqi's Nanmingli Fire Sword looks very perfect and can be said to have reached the extreme, there are still some flaws. However, there were still some flaws, so it just gave people a special feeling of aura. It's strong, but it's a bit weak inside. The strength shown by the aura can sometimes be deceiving. Xia Dongqi's control of the Nanmingli fire has obviously not reached the point where he can do as he pleases. Look, when he uses the Nanmingli Fire Sword, he relies on the 2 attribute swords, Nanming and Li Fire, to assist him. Use your sword to urge the Nanming primordial fire, and not your heart to urge it. In this way, it's difficult to be the same inside and outside, and to be invulnerable inside and outside. If it's strong outside, but weak inside, there will be a fatal weakness. Moreover, it won't last long. It's only strong for a moment. But if it lasts for a moment, then the weakness will be revealed. And under this weakness, if it's a strong counterattack, then Xia Dongxi will be in danger. So he's going to lose. Qin Xiao will definitely be able to block it, and he will definitely be able to see the problem with Xia Dongxi's Nanming Leaf Fire Sword. Hearing Yuan's detailed analysis, Prince Zhongyang and Xia Dongho looked at it seriously. After feeling it for a while, they realized that Yuan was right. If they didn't think in this direction, then they definitely wouldn't be able to discover it. They would only be shocked by Xia Dongxi's powerful aura. Once they were shocked by this aura, they would naturally think that Xia Dongxi was an invincible existence, a war god that had descended to the mortal world. Yuan was able to see through all these problems with a single glance. This had surprised Child Zhongyang, Xia Dongho, and the others. Aside from being surprised, they were also impressed by Yuan. In terms of eyesight, they were actually not as good as Yuan. This girl was not simple. What made Xia Dongho even more surprised was that he had investigated Yuan, but he couldn't find a clear situation. There were several possible situations, but he wasn't sure which one was accurate. Therefore, for the time being, Yuan was still a mystery. He didn't know where this immortal came from. In the arena, the people fighting in the other arenas couldn't help but look over. Some of the arenas even stopped fighting to watch the battle. The flames spread and filled the entire arena, enveloping this part of the world in the Nanming Leaf Fire. The Nanming Leaf Fire was an extremely terrifying fire that could burn everything in the world. Qin Zhao's whole body was also swallowed by the Nanming Leaf Fire. Although he had the protection of the flowing light wings, Qin Xiao could still feel the terrifying Nanming Leaf Fire slowly swallowing his immortal body and divine power. Everything could be swallowed. Invincible aura. This powerful aura even made Qin Xiao feel that it was a little difficult to resist. However, when Qin Xiao encountered a battle, he would be especially calm and deal with it. Therefore, even in the face of the invincible Xia Dongxi, he still didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked at it carefully and analyzed it in detail. Finally, he noticed some problems. The Nanming Leaf Fire is a supreme fire. The Nanming Sword and the Leaf Fire Sword are two powerful upper-grade immortal weapons with attributes. Xia Dongxi used the sword to ignite the Nanming Leaf Fire, triggering the Nanming Leaf Fire to detonate the power of heaven and earth and the momentum of the heavenly Tao. But he borrowed too much external force, so he didn't really do as he pleased. No matter how powerful an immortal art or secret technique is, if it can't be used as one pleases, then it's just a facade. It's strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. There's a flaw. The feeling that Xia Dongxi gives people now is too strong. His aura is too strong. It's like an aura created by electricity. This is what it means to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. He used his aura to suppress others and steal their morale and confidence. Then he won first. I was also intimidated just now. If we were to fight in that state just now, I would have already lost before the battle even started. But now, I have a lot more confidence to fight again. Qin Xiao pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth curved into a wicked smile. The moment he thought of this problem, his mood was indeed very good. This feeling was too wonderful. Using this wonderful feeling, Qin Xiao fought with great ambition. Qin Zhao's heart force shouldn't be of much use, so he used the true word of Lin with all his might, using it to fight against Xia Dongxi's Nanming Leaf Fire Sword. Xia Dongxi suddenly put the two swords together. When the two swords touched each other, they fused together to form a single sword. The two swords combined into one. The Nanming Leaf Fire was completed, and its power exploded instantly. The Nanming Primordial Fire transformed into a fire dragon, a sharp sword with unparalleled sharpness. With a wild howl, it roared and surged towards Qin Xiao. Nanming Leaf Fire. Wherever it passed, nothing existed. In the face of such a powerful Nanming Leaf Fire Sword, Qin Zhao's true word of Lin and motionless seal couldn't block it at all. They were beaten back and burned by the Nanming Leaf Fire, about to be burned into ashes. The true word of Lin, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was known as an invincible true word that could suppress all immortal techniques and secret arts in the world. At this moment, it was beaten back by Xia Dongqi's Nanmingli fire. Such a scene seemed to be within the expectations of most people. Without any surprise, this was the result. Even Qin Xiao had expected that the true word of Lin wouldn't be able to block Xia Dongqi's Nanmingli fire sword. He was already prepared. Qin Xiao, oh Qin Xiao. It's a pity that you're going to be defeated by young Master Xia Dongqi. It's a pity that I can't take care of you personally. But it's fine. There's still a chance. I hope we'll have the chance to meet in the third round of the test and become opponents. You should be proud to be defeated by young Master Xia Dongqi's Nanmingli fire sword. The Nanmingli fire sword is indeed terrifyingly powerful. If I were to receive it, I might not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, there should be quite a number of spots for the Sacred Academy selection this time. I must get one of these spots. I must. This is a great opportunity for me, Yin Lu Shangqi, to make a name for myself in the 9 provinces in Huaxia. I must amaze the world with this battle. I must display the brilliance that I should have. I must blossom my peerless edge. I must make a name for myself in this battle. There's nothing more delightful than to shine in the Sacred Academy selection. Chapter 2285. The Nanmingli fire was a terrifying fire that could burn everything. It was known as the cleansing fire. Under the fierce attack of Xia Dongqi's Nanmingli fire sword, Qin Xiao could clearly feel that the power of his Lin mantra was being burned and devoured. Moreover, this power was getting more and more fierce. If he couldn't resist it, then it would definitely smash into his body with an invincible force and devour his immortal body and immortal power. The power of the inner world immediately burst out. The berserk sword made a wild whistling sound, and the dragon slaying sword technique burst out with full force. The sword could slay dragons, and the power could shake the heavens. The power of the inner world was unleashed with full force. How powerful was that? Using pure force to break all laws. Using this powerful force to break all laws, he used this powerful force to defeat the Nanmingli fire. At first, the Nanmingli fire was still able to suppress it, but soon, the weakness of being strong on the outside was exposed. After just a while, there was not enough power left. Here's the chance. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, the berserk sword continued to burst out with full force. The sword whistled through the 9 heavens. An array of light shot up to the sky. It was so sharp that it could slay dragons. The sword light surged, and the light of the heavens, the power to break all obstacles, swept across. It shook this world. At the same time, under the heavy impact of the powerful force, the Nanmingli fire sword was directly defeated, and a hole was opened in the sword momentum. Once the sword momentum was broken, the sword power was naturally greatly weakened. The momentum was broken, and the defeat was great. Taking advantage of this defeat, Qin Xiao was not careless. His sword went straight and directly forced Xia Dongqi to retreat. Xia Dongqi directly retreated to the edge of the arena, then withdrew his sword and said, "Let's stop here." Xia Dongqi stopped, and Qin Xiao naturally did not continue to attack. He immediately stopped. Although the meaning of his words was not to admit defeat, it was obviously as he said just now. He only used one move, and if Qin Xiao could block it, then Qin Xiao won. Of course, this victory was only a victory over Xia Dongqi by one move. After he stopped, Xia Dongqi directly left and returned to the private room. He didn't say anything else. The final victor of this battle was Qin Xiao. However, this battle ended in a way that was incomprehensible to everyone. Many people were looking forward to this battle and wanted to see how strong the Xia clan's young talents were. They were even looking forward to seeing Xia Dongqi use the 9 words mantra against the mantra. But unexpectedly, none of this happened. In just one round, the battle was over. There were no sparks at all. It felt like the battle had just begun. Just as the anticipation surged up, it was already over. Moreover, Xia Dongqi had only used one move. It was obvious that he hadn't used much of his strength. Therefore, Qin Zhao's victory made her feel like she had been held back. More importantly, many people were unhappy that their expectations were dashed, especially those who had bet on Xia Dongqi. This is a challenge? He's obviously going easy on him, all right? I thought that the young genius of the Xia clan wouldn't do such a thing. Looks like I was wrong. I really don't want to say anything about this. I lost 100,000 Chaos Source Stones because of him. My heart hurts. You can't say that he went easy on him. That Qin Xiao is indeed quite strong. It's already impressive that he could block Xia Dongqi's Nanming Leaf Fire Sword. Stop talking. Let me cry for a while. In the blink of an eye, I lost 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. Who provoked me just now? I only bet 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Ha ha ha. Who told you to bet on Xia Dongqi? Now you've lost, right? Look at how smart I am. I made a profit by betting on Qin Xiao. Ha ha. I'll continue to bet on Qin Xiao. Looks like I'll have to earn more Chaos Source Stones this time. Qin Xiao is simply my god of fortune. I can't accept this loss. I can't accept it. In the private room, Xia Dongqi's expression was calm. He didn't look like he had lost. To him, he had only lost by one move. He hadn't really lost to Qin Xiao in terms of strength. On this point, Xia Dongqi seemed to be very calm, which made Chao Zhangyang secretly surprised. He had thought that Xia Dongqi would be very upset after losing. A proud and aloof young master like him wouldn't be able to tolerate losing. However, he hadn't expected Xia Dongqi to be so calm. It looked like he didn't care about winning or losing. In other words, he had been mentally prepared for this round and had expected such an outcome. He had gone up to the arena because he had seen that no one had challenged Qin Xiao. Therefore, he had gone up. Firstly, he had purely wanted to learn from Qin Xiao. Secondly, it was a form of fulfillment. Xia Dongqi, here's a toast to you. Prince Zhangyang's opinion of Xia Dongqi had changed. He raised his wine glass and took the initiative to express his goodwill. Xia Dongqi glanced at Prince Zhangyang. His expression didn't change much. It was a little cold. However, Xia Dongqi also raised his glass to Prince Zhangyang. After drinking a glass of wine, Xia Dongqi suddenly said, Qin Zhao's strength is indeed very strong. Even if I go all out, I may not be able to defeat him. I feel that he still has some tricks up his sleeve. He should be able to shine in the selection of the Saint Academy this time. Ha ha! Mr. Zhangyang laughed out loud and said, Xia Dongqi, I like what you just said. You're just like me. Very narcissistic and arrogant. I like the feeling of you bragging so calmly. Xia Dongqi frowned slightly and looked at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what he meant. He was narcissistic? He was arrogant? He didn't feel that he was being narcissistic or bragging, right? Prince Zhangyang continued, You said that Qin Xiao will shine, and you feel that your strength is not below Qin Xiao's. Isn't that simply saying that you will shine? If this isn't narcissism, then what is? Haha, don't be shy. You're a man. You should have this kind of ambition and confidence. Be like a man. Look at me. I also have this kind of confidence. I often participate in the selection of the Saint Academy. I will definitely shine. My name will definitely shake the entire immortal region. You're a man. You should have this kind of confidence, right? Xia Dongqi was suddenly speechless. It was just his honest feeling. He didn't mean to be narcissistic or arrogant. However, Prince Zhangyang's words didn't seem to be wrong. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the same. After thinking for a while, Xia Dongqi said seriously, It's natural to have confidence. However, the selection of the Saint Academy this time is very difficult. There are many strong people and geniuses. All the top geniuses of the entire mortal realm have gathered here. It's not that easy to shine. Prince Zhangyang curled his lips and smiled. Of course it wasn't easy. How could it be that easy? However, he was a man. Didn't he have to face difficulties head-on? It was because it wasn't easy that it was more precious and dangerous to succeed. If it was easy to do, then it wouldn't be strange at all. The heated discussion about the battle between Xia Dongqi and Qin Xiao was still ongoing. The battle in the arena was also ongoing. The winners of the 10 arena champions had all been decided. Next up was the exciting battle of the arena champions. The 10 people fought in pairs. It was a direct elimination battle. In the end, only one person could win. Therefore, the elimination method was the most direct. The 10 people didn't need to draw lots. They could challenge each other freely. A new battle had begun, and many people had become bankers, opening their bets. Although many people thought that the battle between Qin Xiao and Xia Dongqi was very meaningful, it still didn't affect Qin Zhao's position as the most popular candidate. The number of people who thought that he would win first place was relatively high. Therefore, many people bet on him to win. The atmosphere in the restaurant was very intense. Everyone started to choose their opponents. Qin Xiao didn't need to choose at all. Someone directly came to him. Yin Lushangqi had been watching Qin Xiao. At this time, he naturally came to him directly to fulfill his wish. The reason he came out to participate in the arena fortress was to seek revenge from Qin Xiao for what had happened back then, to wash away his shame. Since Yin Lushangqi wanted to challenge him, Qin Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse. I didn't expect that you could make it to the arena champion battle. I thought that you would have been eliminated long ago. It's a pity that young Master Xia Dongqi didn't really want to fight you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here. But it's good that he left you to me. Now I have the chance to deal with you personally and wash away my humiliation. Yin Lushangqi gritted his teeth and said coldly. Qin Xiao smiled coldly. Since you've been nailed to the pillar of shame, then stay here obediently. Don't have any other unrealistic thoughts. People who have experienced things never boast about how strong they are. Only those who don't have much strength always think that they're the best in the world. They are insufferably arrogant and unrestrained. They always think that they can see through anyone and understand everything at any time. They always think that everyone is stupider than them and that they are the smartest. Yin Lushangqi sneered and glared at him. After not seeing you for so many years, your tongue has become a bit sharper. You really have a sharp tongue. I'll let you show off your tongue first. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to say anything later. Qin Xiao, make your move. Yin Lushangqi put on the airs of an expert and wanted Qin Xiao to make the first move. Qin Xiao chuckled and didn't hold back. Since you're so sharp, then I won't hold back. With that, Qin Xiao directly made his move. The word Lin was used. The Acalanthus seal turned into a heavenly seal that carried the supreme might of the Grand Tao. Golden light blossomed from Qin Zhao's hand. The word Lin descended upon the world, and the Acalanthus seal shone brightly in the sky. Light poured out like a golden wave and seemed to want to completely cast the arena space. The golden wave was like a huge wave that seemed to condense everything in the space. The word Lin was one of the 9 secrets. It was said to be a secret immortal technique that could suppress everything. Its power was naturally incomparably powerful, unimaginably powerful. Previously, Yin Lushangqi was somewhat disdainful of the word Lin. He felt that it wasn't as powerful as he imagined. After all, Xia Dongqi's Namingly Fire Sword could also suppress Qin Zhao's word Lin. However, it was only now that he could truly feel the might of the true word of Lin. Just how powerful was it? Such overwhelming power indeed had the power to suppress all immortal techniques and secret techniques in the world. Yin Lushangqi couldn't help but be shocked. So powerful. Qin Xiao directly used all his strength to activate the word Lin. Clearly, he wasn't going to be polite to Yin Lushangqi. He wanted to make a strong move and directly suppress Yin Lushangqi. His first move was ruthless. When it came to the arena master battle, there was no need to hide too much. Those who could become arena masters were no simple characters, so there was nothing fun to play with. If they wanted to fight, they naturally had to use their full strength. Looks like I really underestimated Qin Xiao. I underestimated the power of the word Lin. The Taoist 9 secret words is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's said to be able to suppress all immortal techniques and secret techniques in the world. Chapter 2286. We haven't even fought yet. What do I have to fear? Although Yin Lushangqi did feel a bit of pressure, there was a force in his heart that prevented him from feeling this way. He had to fight with all his might. This was his choice. He could only fight to the end. Fight! Urging his blood to boil, Yin Lushangqi's eyes became incomparably cold. His hands quickly formed an extremely complicated hand seal, and his lips moved frequently, muttering something. Rays of light burst out from his body. The light surged in front of him and quickly turned into a tree, a willow tree. This willow tree was not big, but in people's eyes, it was expanding endlessly. In this small world, it quickly grew into a towering tree. The willow tree reached the sky, and its light covered the sky. A willow leaf suddenly fell from the willow branch. The slender willow leaf was like the shell of the sky. As it came crashing down, it pressed down on the firmament of the world, as though it was going to crush the entire world. The powerful force caused the space to be visibly distorted. The entire world was about to be crushed. It was abnormally powerful and terrifying. One leaf could subdue the sky. One leaf could suppress the sky. One leaf could collapse the universe. The power of one leaf was invincible. Celestial light was vast, and one could look up at the sky. This method was so strong, so strong. When Yun Lu Shangqi used this method, many people were shocked. They all looked over with their mouths agape. This is the strongest secret art of the Yun Lu clan, One Leaf Futian. This secret art is said to be infinitely close to a saint art. It has invincible power and is not inferior to the 9 esoteric words at all. It is said that this secret art of One Leaf Futian is extremely difficult to cultivate, and after mastering it, its power is extremely great. This Yin Lu Shangqi is actually able to cultivate this secret art of One Leaf Futian. No wonder he was so confident. Haha, interesting. The 9 syllables of Taoism against the One Leaf Futian. Who is stronger and who is weaker? I've heard of the One Leaf Futian for a long time. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. TSK, TSK. It is indeed incomparably powerful. In terms of momentum, it is indeed not inferior to the word of Lin just now. I feel that Qin Shao should still be a level higher. I feel that Shang-Chi's One Leaf Futian secret art has not reached a very profound level. Its power is definitely not enough. Yeah, I feel it too. Although Yin Lu Shangqi's move caused quite a bit of commotion, there were still not many people who were optimistic about him. Many top-notch geniuses from all walks of life had gathered here. How good was their eyesight? Naturally, they could see many problems. In reality, Yin Lu Shangqi himself was also lacking in vigor. Otherwise, he would have been hooting about it long ago. He gritted his teeth and activated the One Leaf Futian secret technique with all his might. Willow leaves fell one after another, suppressing Qin Shao. Every single willow leaf was like the shell of the heavens. It possessed boundless weight, boundless might, and boundless strength. It was as if it could destroy everything. This One Leaf Futian secret art was indeed very powerful. If it were to be put together, it would not lose out to the true word of Lin. However, Yin Lu Shangqi's level of cultivation was not very high, so its power was naturally greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, it was naturally no match for Qin Zhao's true word of Lin. It was directly swept away by Qin Zhao's true word of Lin. The true word of Lin suppressed all celestial techniques. With invincible might, it looked down on the world. If Yin Lu Shangqi only had this kind of technique, then he would definitely lose. The One Leaf Futian was just like a flash in the pan. Under the suppression of Qin Zhao's true word of Lin, it quickly dimmed and no longer shone. If this goes on, I will definitely lose. Yin Lu Shangqi gritted his teeth, knowing that the situation was not good for him. No, he could not go on like this. Otherwise, he would lose before long. He was not willing to accept this. He was not willing to accept this. He had waited for more than 10 million years for this opportunity. Now that he saw Qin Shao, he was in a great mood, thinking that the opportunity had finally come. He could finally wipe away the humiliation he'd suffered in the boundless territory all those years ago. Just now, he had made a lot of big claims. If he couldn't defeat Qin Shao, then it would be a great humiliation. In these 10 million years, just how great was his improvement and improvement. This time, he had also smoothly passed the second round of tests and became a seated genius. He was confident that his talent, potential, and strength stood at the top of the list of youths in the mortal realm. On top of that, he had cultivated the Yunlu clan's supreme secret technique, the One Leaf Futian, which made him even more confident. But he never thought that Qin Zhao's strength would be far beyond his imagination. What should he do? Admit defeat? He was not willing. But should he not admit defeat? Should he continue to fight? What would he use to fight? Innate ability. A cold light suddenly flashed in the depths of Yun Lu Shangqi's eyes. A ruthless thought came to him. As soon as this thought came to him, it became incomparably intense. I don't care so much. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. I can lose to others, but Qin Shao can't. I can't. Last time in the boundless territory, I was suppressed by him all the way. This time, I can't let him beat me like this again. I want to turn things around. I want revenge. I want to wash away the humiliation I've suffered. Even if I'm criticized by others, so what? I've already come this far. It can't get any worse. At this moment, Yin Lu Shangqi had already sunk into madness, so he didn't care about anything else. He wanted to fight without caring about anything else. As soon as this thought came to him, he couldn't stop himself. Logically speaking, he couldn't use his innate ability in battle, but there were no written rules, so Yin Lu Shangqi didn't care so much. Yin Lu Shangqi suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. He raised his hands to the sky and clenched them into claws. A powerful force exploded from his arms. He tore at the sky with both hands, as if opening the gates of hell, and an incomparably huge pillar of blood shot up into the sky. It quickly formed a blood cloud in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Suddenly, the world completely darkened and covered this part of the firmament. The blood cloud was hazy, and it shone so brightly that it turned everyone red. The blood-colored fog filled the entire arena, filling the air with a thick smell of blood. This blood-colored fog actually had a powerful and terrifying devouring ability that could nibble away at everything. Immortal body, immortal power, soul, and even will were all devoured. The blood cloud that filled the sky turned into ferocious ancient beasts and demons. They descended from the sky and threw themselves at Qin Shao, wanting to devour Qin Shao. What a terrifying power! What kind of technique was this? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Innate ability. Qin Shao immediately knew that Yun Lu Shangqi had used his innate ability. Innate abilities were fundamentally different from immortal arts and secret arts, so one could tell with a closer look. The so-called innate ability was a kind of strange technique passed down from one's bloodline. It was like a primitive instinct that needed to be awakened before it could be cultivated. Once an innate ability was used, it would normally use all of one's blood essence to erupt with an extremely powerful power. In an instant, the power would explode and reach a terrifying level. However, most innate abilities had a drawback. Because it used up all of one's blood essence, there was a limit to how long it could last. It couldn't be used continuously. Therefore, once an innate ability was used, the battle must be ended quickly. If one didn't make a decision quickly, it would be difficult to drag on. Everything had a relative balance. It was impossible to be too heaven-defying. After Yin Lu Shangqi used his innate ability, an uproar immediately came out. He actually used his innate ability. Is this Yin Lu Shangqi crazy? If he can't afford to lose, then don't go to the arena. What's the meaning of using his innate ability? Does he think he's the only one with an innate ability? Others didn't use it, but he did. He's too shameless. He's really making people laugh their heads off. He actually ignored the unspoken rules and used his innate ability. I despise this kind of person. Even if he wins, it's an unfair victory. He won't be popular. Are all people from the Yun Lu clan so shameless? Blood clouds shroud the sky. Isn't that the Yun Lu clan's inherited ability? Yun Lu Shangqi actually used his innate ability? Isn't that a bit too much? Yes, it's the Yun Lu clan's inherited ability. Blood clouds shroud the sky. I've seen the Yun Lu clan's powerhouses use it once before, but it's much stronger than this. The memory of that time is still fresh in my mind. I didn't expect to see it again here. Its blood clouds shroud the sky. This time, Qin Shao might be in some trouble. He actually encountered such a shameless person and used his innate ability. Isn't he afraid of an unfair victory? If a person doesn't care about their face, then they're invincible. If he knew that he had an unfair victory, then he wouldn't have used his innate ability. Since he used it, it means that he's already shameless. I despise this kind of person. Yes, despise. I despise him fiercely. I hope Qin Xiao doesn't lose. Regarding Yin Lu Shangqi's use of his innate ability, there was naturally a wave of condemnation. Such an action could be said to be extremely shameless. Naturally, it would be despised and despised. In the private room, Yin Lu Shangfeng's expression was very ugly. The Yin Lu clan members' expressions were also very ugly. Many gazes looked towards them, causing them to simply close the doors and windows of the private room so that no one could see. Embarrassing. To them, this was a very embarrassing matter. However, Yin Lu Shangqi had already done it. Everything was set in stone. There was no way to change anything. On the other side, Xia Dongqi also snorted disdainfully at Yin Lu Shangqi's shameless actions. Such a sore loser. What a despicable person. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a student of the academy. Xia Dongqi, we great minds think alike. I also feel that this kind of person doesn't deserve to be a student of the academy. Someone who doesn't even want to follow the most basic rules is immoral. Immoral means immoral. How can an immoral person be in the same group as us? Participating in the third round of the exam with him, I feel that it is a kind of humiliation. He better not meet me in the third round. Otherwise, I will definitely make him look very ugly. Prince Zhongyang immediately agreed. Together with Xia Dongqi, he was in charge of the crusade against Yin Lu Shangqi. Xia Dongqi was also filled with righteous indignation. He nodded and said, "Yes, he better not meet me. Otherwise, he'll be very miserable. I will definitely not let him off so easily. This kind of person, I will not let him enter this restaurant next time." He must be blacklisted. Zhang Yang deeply agreed. These two people echoed each other. They were very like-minded. After the crusade against Yin Lu Shangqi, Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "But it doesn't matter. No matter what he does, the final result can't be changed. He will definitely lose. There is no way to reverse the situation. This kind of person doesn't deserve to win. If he wins, it will be an insult to the people he loves. My brother Qin Xiao will definitely make him look good. He thinks that he can win by playing tricks?" Chapter 2287. In the face of these ferocious beasts that seemed to have come from an ancient purgatory, Qin Xiao immediately braced himself and did not dare to be careless. This was the innate ability of the Yunlu clan. Compared to the innate ability of the Yeheqiong clan, this innate ability of the Yunlu clan was obviously much stronger. After all, the Yunlu clan was a force of the 100 schools of thought. To be able to become one of the 100 schools of thought, there was no need to say much about their foundation. Therefore, the innate ability of the bloodline was naturally incomparably powerful. At this moment, the power that the Yunlu Shangqi exploded with was terrifyingly powerful. Let's block it first. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to expose Li Sheng's flying dagger. Qin Xiao was already prepared to use Li Sheng's flying dagger. Actually, the heaven-opening sword art was also possible. The power of both was about the same. However, Qin Xiao did not plan to rush into using the heaven-opening sword art. After all, he had not used the heaven-opening sword art even once. As for Li Sheng's flying dagger, he had used it before. Therefore, if Li Sheng's flying dagger was exposed, it did not matter. However, as for the heaven-opening sword art, it could not be exposed for the time being. There was no need to use Li Sheng's flying dagger. After all, there was a limit to how long an innate ability could last. Therefore, as long as it could be blocked for a while, its power would naturally weaken rapidly. Once the power was weakened, it would be much easier to deal with. Therefore, Qin Xiao considered this aspect first. Using the full power of the dragonization technique, he turned into a dragon. At the same time, the power of the inner world was pushed to the extreme. Qin Xiao's immortal force and Dao might were fully unleashed. Therefore, he used all his strength. Qin Xiao transformed into a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, huge dragon and charged towards those blood-red, ferocious beasts. Very soon, an intense battle broke out. Qin Zhao's defensive ability was already very strong. Coupled with the protection of the flowing light wings, his defensive ability was naturally even stronger. At this moment, with the immortal power and Tao power in his body, coupled with the power of the inner world, although the level of power of the true meaning of strength was not high, it was still somewhat useful. Several forces struck out at the same time, causing Qin Zhao's strength to reach a very terrifying level. Moreover, Qin Zhao didn't need to be able to suppress Shang-Chi as long as he could block Shang-Chi's ferocious attacks. If he could block the Cloud Willow Chess's attack and hold on for a while, the Cloud Willow Chess's innate divine ability would naturally be weakened. Now that the power of his innate ability had been weakened, it was time for Qin Zhao to turn the tables. Therefore, Qin Zhao only needed to delay for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Of course, this was very difficult. Such a short period of time was enough to decide everything. Now, it was time to see who was stronger. Qin Zhao was also prepared, but after the confrontation, Qin Zhao laughed in his heart. Looks like I'm still lacking in confidence. Although the Cloud Willow Chess's innate divine ability is powerful, its aura is indeed very frightening. It makes me feel somewhat nervous. However, I've also underestimated my strength. Perhaps I haven't fully adapted yet. My Immortal Path and Great Path have both broken through to the level of a 4th step Heavenly Venerate. I'm no longer a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate. It feels like my strength hasn't increased by much, but after all, I've broken through to the level of a 4th step Heavenly Venerate. The level is completely different. Therefore, if I use any immortal techniques or secret techniques now, their power will increase a lot. In addition, the power of the inner world is really too strong. It can break all techniques with force. Just the power of the inner world alone can block many attacks and weaken a lot of power. Therefore, if I go all out now, I can completely block Shang-Chi's innate divine ability. My worries are completely unnecessary. If Shang-Chi's innate divine ability is only this powerful, then he isn't qualified to force me to use Sage Li's flying dagger. I can completely block him. Even if I can't take advantage of him now, I just need to delay until the power of his innate divine ability weakens. Then I can counterattack and take him down. Everything was clear now. Qin Zhao was full of confidence and had a certain degree of control over the situation. The more confident he was, the easier it would be to fight. He actually blocked it? Seeing that Qin Zhao had actually blocked his innate ability, Yunlu Shang-Chi's expression instantly turned ashen and a few shades of black. How could this be? How could the result still be like this? This was not the result that he, Yunlu Shang-Chi, wanted. He had used his innate ability, his most powerful technique. He had thought that he would be able to suppress Qin Zhao and defeat him in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect Qin Zhao to block it so easily. He blocked it. He really blocked it. No. Shang-Chi didn't care about his reputation, disregarded the unspoken rules, and disregarded the disdain of others. He used his innate divine ability just to defeat Qin Zhao. If he could defeat Qin Zhao, then he would feel that everything he had sacrificed was worth it. However, the problem now was that he couldn't defeat Qin Zhao. He was so desperate and paid such a huge price, but he still couldn't defeat Qin Zhao. Wasn't this a kind of irony? Wasn't this a very funny thing? It was funny and sad at the same time. Crazy. Yunlu Shang-Chi had really gone crazy, but what could he do? He had already done his best and used all his means. He was just short of using his life-saving trump card. However, how could he use that kind of life-saving trump card so easily? Moreover, he had already used his innate divine ability without caring about the unspoken rules. If he used his life-saving trump card again, he was afraid that it would really cause anger. In that case, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, this thought flashed through his mind and was quickly suppressed. No matter how crazy he was, he couldn't be that crazy. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Shang-Chi gritted his teeth fiercely. He was very unwilling and still wanted to fight. However, no matter how crazily he attacked and urged the power of his innate divine ability, he still couldn't change anything. There was no way to suppress Qin Shao. He was blocked by Qin Shao. The situation was already clear at this point. The winner and loser had already been decided. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Shang-Chi's blood essence to be exhausted. The power of his innate divine ability was also greatly reduced in an instant. He felt like he was about to collapse. Shang-Chi's momentum weakened. Naturally, he was defeated. Qin Shao was not careless. He seized the opportunity and attacked with all his strength. With the force of a thunderbolt, he quickly sent Yin Lu Shang-Chi flying out of the arena, neatly ending the battle. Shang-Chi lost. Victory and defeat were common in battle. This was a contest between geniuses. In fact, it wasn't much. There would always be winners and losers. No one would say much. However, Shang-Chi lost. Many people had already begun to mock and ridicule him. There was an uproar. Haha, it said that the heavens will punish a despicable person. It's true. Serves him right. He used his innate divine ability and still lost. Does he still have any face left? If I were Shang-Chi, I would have dug a hole and buried myself long ago to save myself from embarrassment. Oh, that's not all. He also lost face for the Yun Lu family. This is the family name of the 100 schools of thought. For something like this to happen, it's really funny. Isn't that so? He deserved to lose. It's not right if he didn't lose. Haha, I told you. Qin Shao will definitely win. The first place this time is for him. Qin Shao is indeed a peerless monster. He's really strong. I'm afraid he'll become the hot favorite in the third round. He came from such a lowly background, but was able to reach such a high level. He's a character with a lot of experience. Even I'm a little impressed by Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's victory was within the expectations of most people. It was reasonable. Qin Shao also won the hearts of the people. Shang-Chi's actions were not popular, and everyone despised him. In the end, not only did he lose the arena, he also lost face, causing him to lose face. Moreover, he also implicated the Yun Lu family. After being spat at by a group of people, Shang-Chi's face darkened and he left dejectedly. He didn't even go back to the private room and left the restaurant directly. How could he still have the face to stay in this restaurant? Yun Lu Shangfeng and the other members of the Yun Lu family also quickly left the restaurant. They couldn't stay there any longer. They couldn't afford to lose face. Qin Zhao's name suddenly became famous. The battle with Shang-Chi could be said to be a classic battle. Qin Zhao's name was made famous. Even the Yun Lu family's innate divine ability couldn't do anything to Qin Shao. How strong was he? Qin Zhao's strong image had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people. Qin Zhao's name was also widely spread by the crowd. It quickly spread in Taihao City among all the major surnames in the 9 provinces of Huaxia. This battle was destined to make Qin Zhao's name famous. The rest of the battle became even simpler. After all, such an intense battle against Yun Lu Shang-Chi had also completely revealed Qin Zhao's strength, causing his image to be incomparably lofty. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't need to fight much in the following battles. He easily won. Suppressing his opponents, he quickly defeated all the arena lords and became the Great Arena Lord, claiming the final victory. After obtaining the final victory, Qin Shao alone obtained 100 high-grade immortal treasures. It could be said that he had a great harvest. He had dug up a small treasure trove. 100 upper-grade immortal treasures were worth tens of millions of Chaos Source Stones. It was a frightening number. Although many of the descendants of the major families were wealthy, there weren't many who could take out tens of millions of Chaos Source Stones, right? With 100 upper-grade immortal treasures in his hands, he felt as if he had dug out a treasure trove. It was a wonderful feeling to earn so many Chaos Source Stones in one go. Even those who didn't care much about money would feel something when they had so much money piled up in front of them. Moreover, money could play a big role in many situations, so he couldn't underestimate it. Perhaps he really needed it in many places. Qin Shao gave the upper-grade immortal treasure that Lord Nunci needed and kept the rest. Apart from his 8-sided Buddha mirror, there were still 98 upper-grade immortal treasures left. However, most of them were weapons, and other treasures were relatively rare. Qin Shao didn't take a fancy to any of them, so he kept them for the time being. He would deal with them when he had the chance. It was really interesting to have so many upper-grade immortal treasures in one go. After being happy for a moment, Qin Shao calmed down. To him, the biggest gain this time was that he had found something that Lord Nun Ci needed. He was one step closer to waking Lord Nun Ci up. Waking Lord Nun Ci up was Qin Zhao's biggest task now, and it was also something that Qin Shao wanted to accomplish as soon as possible. Haha, brother Qin Shao, congratulations. You're rich. Treat me to a meal. Prince Zhongyang welcomed Qin Shao with a big smile as soon as he returned. Chapter 2288. In a restaurant, in a pavilion, 3 young men in luxurious clothes were drinking wine. They were peerless in their generation and had outstanding postures. Hey, other places are quite lively. There's news that a person called Qin Shao is shining brightly. He's in the limelight at the Xia restaurant. Didn't we just go to the Xia restaurant? The 800 private rooms, they're all full. We just came to this restaurant. I didn't expect it to be so lively. A young man in blue suddenly said in surprise. Haha, you also heard the news? I just heard the news. It's already spread in Taihao City. Many people have sent me messages about it. Immediately, another young man in blue and white clothes said with a smile. Listening to the voices of these 2 people, the young man in white laughed happily. His smile was so bright. It was as if they were all talking about him, and he only laughed without saying anything. It made people feel a little strange. The young man in blue patted the young man in white and said, Wu Fing Chung, what are you laughing at? There's nothing funny about this news, right? No, look at you. You don't know that person called Qin Shao, do you? Huh. Wu Fing Chung laughed heartily. He nodded and said, Londi, you're right. Brother Qin Shao and I have known each other for a long time. We're like brothers. I didn't expect to hear about Qin Shao when I came to Taihao City this time. News about Brother Shao. Haha. What's even more delightful is that Brother Qin Shao can also shine in Taihao City. A champion of 100 battles. That's not something an ordinary person can become. That guy, Yinlu Shangqi, really didn't give up. He wanted to stir up trouble, so he used his supernatural power. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Brother Qin Shao in the end. Your brother? Lan Di and the other young man looked at Wu Fing Chung with surprise. They had never heard of the Xia territory having the surname Qin. Obviously, they had never heard of Qin Shao. How could he be Wu Fing Cheng's brother? And now, Qin Shao was shining brightly. His name had shaken the entire Taihao City. What kind of experience was that? He was definitely a peerless genius. He would definitely be a popular figure in the selection of the Sacred Academy. Maybe, after the selection of the Sacred Academy, Qin Zhao's name would shake the entire mortal world or even the immortal realm. Such a top figure, most people will want to make friends with him, right? Haha, I won't drink with you guys. I'm going to find my brother Qin Shao. After not seeing you for more than 10 million years, I really have a whole new level of respect for you. After Wu Feng Chung said this, he got up and left. Lan Di and the other 2 looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to go with Wu Feng Chung so that they could get to know this new influential figure of Taihao City. However, Wu Feng City had already left quickly. Hence, they could only give up and dispel this thought. In a private room of a restaurant, after the excitement, the challenge tournament continued. However, after the excitement just now, it calmed down a bit. There weren't as many geniuses jumping out, so it was obviously not exciting. Therefore, the atmosphere naturally faded away. Qin Shao, if you don't need so many upper-grade immortal weapons, you can sell them to us directly. The shopkeeper of this restaurant can give you a price. Our Xia clan should have a good reputation when doing business. Of course, you can also exchange for some treasures. Our Xia clan has a treasure pavilion in Taihao City. There are quite a lot of treasures in there. If you need anything, I can take you to the treasure pavilion. You can make a decision after that. Of course, I'm just making a small suggestion. I don't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand, Xia Dongho suddenly said. Qin Shao nodded with a smile and said, Yes, I don't need those upper-grade immortal weapons for the time being. There are too many of them. It's meaningless to keep them. But I can't think of anything special for the time being, so I'm not in a hurry. Wait until the 3rd round of the test is over. Or if I think of something, I'll come to you. Xia Dongho nodded and said, Okay, that's fine. If you ever need anything, feel free to look for me. Ah, Qin Zhao's eyebrows suddenly twitched. He couldn't help but show a strong joy on his face. Young Master Xia, I have a friend here. Today's wine is almost finished. Thank you for your hospitality. We'll take our leave first. Qin Xiao stood up and saluted Xia Dongho and Xia Dongho with his fist clasped. Seeing Qin Xiao stand up, Prince Zhongyang and Princess Xiaoyu also stood up. They naturally followed Qin Xiao. Xia Dongho and Xia Dongho also stood up. Xia Dongho nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Well, if you have something to do, you can go ahead. It's just some coarse wine. There's nothing to entertain. Then we'll meet again." Qin Xiao nodded, and the group of people bid farewell and left. After seeing off Qin Xiao and the others, Xia Dongho said with a deep meaning, "Big brother, they're not simple. Apart from that Princess Ru Xian, I feel that the others are not simple. Perhaps, apart from Princess Ru Xian, the others will be able to succeed." All of them were able to smoothly pass the selection and become the first batch of students of the Sacred Academy. Xia Dongho nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, they're not simple. The simplest one is Princess Ru Xian. Although Princess Ru Xian has a powerful father, her foundation is still a little lacking. Her talent and potential are also a little lacking. If nothing unexpected happens, Princess Ru Xian will be eliminated in the third round of the test." Qin Xiao is a little unfathomable. Even when he fought with Yin Lu Shangqi, he didn't force him to use all his strength. And I feel that his talent and potential are limitless. The speed of his improvement is too fast. I'm afraid there are countless variables on him. He exists, so people will never be able to see through him. Look at him. He's only lived for 20 to 30 million years. He came from the incomparably lowly universe and came to our immortal region. He has no status or power, yet he can reach such a level. He's indeed a very impressive person. He must be someone with a great aura, fortune. But those with great fortune have limitless potential. As for Princess Xiaoyu, she has the rare peach blossom physique. Once the peach blossom physique awakens, she'll stand at the peak of the world. She's a natural favorite. Even if Princess Xiaoyu doesn't work so hard, she'll become a powerful ancient saint. She'll be a piece of cake. As for Prince Zhongyang, he should also be in existence with a special physique. He's also a little unfathomable. It's very interesting to see these people together, and they're all pretty good people. They're worth befriending. Xia Dongqi nodded his head to express his agreement. On the other side, Qin Zhao's group of 5 quickly left the restaurant. Prince Zhongyang was a little curious. "Brother Qin Xiao, we haven't even finished drinking. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Huh? Don't tell me you're in such a hurry to invite us to drink." Qin Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know later. I'm going to see someone." "Oh." Prince Zhongyang was immediately curious. "See someone? Who else can make you so excited? Don't tell me it's a great beauty. That doesn't make sense, does it, Brother Qin Xiao? Don't we have 3 great beauties here? Do you still need to see someone else? Which girl has such great charm that can compare to our Princess Xiaoyu, Miss Yuan Yuan, and Princess Ru Xian?" Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang and said, "Don't be so dirty, okay? Does meeting someone have to be a girl? Can't I meet a man?" "Huh, me a man?" Prince Zhongyang looked at Qin Xiao strangely and distanced himself from Qin Xiao with a little disgust. "Brother Qin Xiao, have I been deceived by your delicate appearance? I've been with you for so long, but I didn't know you had such a special hobby. No wonder even Princess Xiaoyu can't move your heart. So that's why. I get it. Qin Xiao wanted to strangle Prince Zhongyang. Of course, he knew Prince Zhongyang was joking with him. Princess Xiaoyu and the other 2 were secretly laughing there. Yuan Yuan also laughed, but after laughing, she asked with a confused face, "Zhongyang, you said Qin Xiao has a special hobby. What do you mean? There's nothing abnormal about meeting a man, right? Why did you say Qin Xiao?" "Ahem." Prince Zhongyang glanced at Yuan Yuan and said, "Miss Yuan Yuan, it's better if you don't know about this kind of thing. Your pure and flawless heart shouldn't be polluted by these things. But a woman's curiosity could kill the cat. Once curiosity arose, how could it be easily suppressed? Therefore, Miss Yuan Yuan pulled Prince Zhongyang's arm and said coquettishly, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay. I came out this time to gain experience and gain some worldly experience. Otherwise, I don't know anything. It's not good if I don't know anything. Just like now, many times when you talk, I don't understand what you mean. You can always be amused by a sentence, but I don't know what you're laughing about. It's just that when I see you laughing, I laugh too. Otherwise, I'll seem very strange. Tell me, what did you mean just now?" Qin Shao secretly glared at Prince Zhongyang to show his threat. However, Prince Zhongyang turned a deaf ear to Qin Zhao's glare. As if he didn't see it, he smiled and said to Yuan Yuan, "Ha, you're right. Since you're traveling the world, you should understand some worldly things. Only in this way can you gain some experience. The special hobby I mentioned just now is Brokeback Mountain. It's also called the hobby of being gay. Do you understand? Brokeback Mountain? Hobby of being gay?" Miss Yuan Yuan was obviously still confused. She didn't understand these two words at all. She shook her head and said, "I don't understand. What does it mean? Why is there such a strange word?" "Don't understand?" Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "That's right. You're so innocent. It's normal that you don't understand. Then I'll tell you this. The so-called hobby of being gay in Brokeback Mountain refers to a man falling in love with another man and a man being with another man. Do you understand now?" After hearing this, Yuan Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Qin Shao in surprise and said, "No way. How can a man be with another man? How can a man fall in love with another man? How can there be such a thing? What kind of thing is this? This. If it's true, it's too disgusting, isn't it?" Chapter 2289. Ha ha ha. Miss Yuan Yuan, you don't understand. True love is between a man and a woman. Prince Zhongyang laughed out loud. Yuan Yuan was so shocked by his words that her jaw almost dropped. What the hell was this? True love between a man and a woman? How could there be such a saying? She had never thought that there would be such a thing between men and women, such a beautiful love affair, would actually have a relationship between men and women. Wasn't this too disgusting? It was simply unimaginable. Princess Xiaoyu glared at Prince Zhongyang and comforted Yuan Yuan. Don't listen to his nonsense. Love between a man and a woman is the most supreme thing in the world. It's the right path in the world. A man and a man are brothers at most. Don't think about those disgusting things. It's not just a man and a man, but also a woman and a woman. How beautiful it is. If you love someone so much that you can change your sexual orientation, what is it if it's not true love? Although it's very rare, it's still possible. Well, this is something to know. Why are you afraid that Miss Yuan Yuan will know it? You have to understand these things. There's no harm in it, Prince Zhongyang said again. Princess Xiaoyu directly pulled Yuan Yuan aside, not letting Prince Zhongyang continue to pollute the pure Yuan Yuan. However, Yuan Yuan's curiosity was completely aroused. This simply opened a door to her heart, and a whole new world appeared in front of her. She had never thought that there were so many things in this world that she didn't know. Love could be like this? What's the name of the woman? Yuan Yuan asked. Hearing Miss Yuan Yuan's question, Prince Zhongyang grinned and said happily, "The woman is called Lily. I think it's more magical. If you like her, you call her Lily?" Yuan Yuan wanted to get to the bottom of it. Prince Zhongyang nodded and said, "Yes, a woman likes another woman, so she's called Lily." Miss Yuan Yuan had a pensive look on her face. After pondering for a while, Miss Yuan Yuan suddenly looked at Princess Xiaoyu and said, "Since I like Big Sister Xiaoyu, does that mean Big Sister Xiaoyu and I are lesbians?" Puffed. These words almost made Child Zhongyang laugh, so hard that he almost spat out his saliva. The mouth of Xiaoyu County's protagonist could not help but fiercely twitch. She looked at Yuan Yuan speechlessly. This, how could this be called a lesbian? This is just a normal friendship. Okay? Liking is not equal to love. Ha ha ha. Prince Zhongyang laughed very happily. Princess Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and glared at Prince Zhongyang. She fiercely said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kick you to death." Zhongyang Child immediately shut his mouth and made a gesture of not saying anything. Although Yuan Yuan still didn't quite understand, She didn't dare to ask any more questions when she saw that Princess Xiaoyu seemed to be really angry. Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry at Zhang Yang's words. Fortunately, very quickly, he saw Wufeng City rapidly approaching. Only then did Qin Xiao cast aside these thoughts, and his mood recovered once again. Seeing Qin Xiao, Wufeng Cheng also quickened his pace. Qin Xiao also walked quickly to greet him. The two big men were so happy that they gave each other a bear hug. "Haha, brother Qin Xiao, I haven't seen you for more than 10 million years. How have you been?" Wufeng Cheng asked happily. Qin Xiao replied with a smile. "Very good. You look quite energetic. It's been more than 10 million years. Thinking about it, it's quite a long time. It's really good to see you here. I plan to go to Xia territory to find you. You saved me the trouble of running." Wufeng Cheng looked at Qin Xiao up and down and said, "It's said that a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. It's really true. TSK. If I hadn't heard the news about you in Taihao City, I wouldn't have known that you came to Taihao City so quickly. Haha, you really can shine wherever you go. You've just arrived in Taihao City, and you've already made your name known to the whole city. I can't help but admire you. Haha, I have a very strong premonition that in the selection of Sacred Academy this time, you will definitely shine brightly and be in the limelight. Your name will shake the immortal region. Just thinking about that scene, I'm looking forward to it very much." Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. He didn't think that far. His current goal was only to pass the test and become a student of Sacred Academy. No matter how much he thought about it, it was not very practical. The selection of Sacred Academy this time gathered all the top geniuses in the entire mortal realm. How fierce and tough would it be? How could it be so easy to be in the limelight in such a grand event? To be able to pass the test and become a student of Sacred Academy was already a very great thing. Let's not stand here, okay? Let's talk as we walk. There are many good places in Taihao City that we haven't been to yet. We might as well take a look. I reckon that the third round of the test is about to begin. Prince Zhongyang suddenly said. Qin Xiao nodded. The two of them didn't feel awkward standing here and talking, but Prince Zhongyang and the others felt very awkward. They just stood there and listened. Qin Xiao introduced Prince Zhongyang and the others to Wu Fengxing one by one. Then Qin Xiao also asked about Lu Ruyan and Meng Dali. Lu Ruyan also participated in the second round of the test, but unfortunately, she was eliminated. As for Meng Dali, he passed smoothly. However, Meng Dali didn't belong to this side, so he didn't come to Taihao City to participate in the third round of the test. Instead, he went to another place. Qin Xiao had already expected that Meng Dali wouldn't have any problems. After hearing Wu Fengxing's confirmation, he was relieved and felt happy for Meng Dali. If this time everyone went smoothly, they could become students of Sacred Academy together. In the future, they could fight side by side and cultivate together. Thinking about it, it was a very happy thing. When they walked through a mountain forest, Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang suddenly frowned. The two of them stopped at the same time and looked in the same direction. After the two of them looked at each other, they quickly rushed in that direction as if they had a tacit understanding. Regarding the two's sudden actions, the others were puzzled for a while. They didn't know what had happened. After being stunned for a while, Princess Xiaoyu and the other 3 people quickly chased after them. Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang soon saw a bloody light flash in front of their eyes. It quickly rushed to a hidden place and disappeared. Its speed was extremely fast. It was difficult to catch up. On the ground in front of them, a young man in brocade clothes was lying on the ground. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang quickly came to the side of the young man in embroidered clothes. After looking at him for a while, they confirmed that the young man in embroidered clothes wasn't dead. Prince Zhongyang still wanted to chase after the bloody light, but he was stopped by Qin Xiao. "Don't chase anymore. I don't think we can catch up. The opponent's speed is too fast." As soon as we came, he noticed us and was very vigilant. As soon as we came, he ran away directly. Since he wanted to escape, he must have made preparations. Moreover, I clearly felt that the opponent's aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. His strength shouldn't be below ours. He was so vigilant. He ran away without seeing us. I'm afraid he didn't want to expose himself. Prince Zhongyang stopped and didn't continue to chase. How could he not know that? As Qin Shao said, it was too difficult to catch up with him now. Since the opponent had made preparations to escape, it would be difficult to catch up with him. That person's aura was very strange. It was strange and full of blood and evil. I don't know where he came from. He dared to do evil in Taihao City. He was simply audacious and reckless, Prince Zhongyang said. Qin Shao nodded. That's right, he was too daring. This was Taihao City, one of the 8 sacred cities of Huaxia in the 9 continents. It was an incomparably sacred place. Moreover, Taihao City was the place of nirvana, birth, and cultivation of the East Emperor, Taihao Fushi. How significant was its significance? Those who dared to behave atrociously in Taihao City were most likely tired of living. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang looked at the person lying on the ground. Obviously, they didn't know him. However, judging from his clothes and aura, he should be a descendant of a big family. This was also a 4th-step celestial master. His strength was definitely not weak. This made the two of them even more curious about the person who had just escaped. What kind of existence was he to be able to easily crush a 4th-step heavenly venerate? What kind of strength did he have to be able to do this? The young man lying on the ground in embroidered clothes had fainted. They didn't know what attack had hit him. They really didn't know what kind of method could make a 4th-step celestial master fall into such a state. It was too strange, too strange. Wu Fengsheng and the other 3 also rushed over. They curiously sized up the brocade-clothed youth lying on the ground. After looking at him for a while, Wu Fengsheng said in surprise, "Hey, isn't this Geng Chunliang from the Geng family of Gongsun Hill? He's not weak. As far as I know, he should be a seeded genius who passed the 2nd round of the test. He's a young talent of the Geng family. How could he faint here with such strength? What kind of terrible attack did he experience?" Qin Shao, what's going on? Seeded genius? Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang had already seen that the young man on the ground was definitely not weak. He should be a descendant of the Geng family. However, they didn't expect that the young man was actually a seeded genius. His strength was not just not weak, but very strong. The young talents of the Geng family were also geniuses who stood at the top. Such a genius strength must have reached the level of a 4th-step celestial master. How could he fall into such a sorry state? Strange, strange. What exactly did he experience? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "We don't know what's going on either. After we detected a strange, evil aura, we quickly rushed over here. When we arrived, we saw a bloody light flash in front of us. It quickly disappeared from our sight. There was no way to see it clearly. When we arrived, the young man in embroidered clothes was lying on the ground. I'm afraid only he knows what he experienced. I'm afraid this matter is not simple." After Wu Fengcheng heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. There's actually such a strange thing happening, and it's in Taihao City. An evil person dares to attack a seeded genius. What kind of guts did he eat? But what's the other party's purpose? Personal enmity? But if it's revenge, if he can make Geng Chunliang unable to fight back, he might not be scared away by you. Besides, even if he wants to run, it's not difficult to kill Geng Chunliang before he runs, right? Chapter 2290. Qin Shao nodded. He had been thinking about this question for a long time. There were indeed too many doubts and strange things. What Qin Shao couldn't understand the most was that Geng Chunliang had clearly been subdued. He had lost consciousness and no longer had the strength to move his hands. If the mastermind had delayed for a moment, he could have killed or captured Geng Chunliang. However, in order to escape quickly, the mastermind didn't do these things. Was it just to escape? Was it just to not let him see him? Just now, it was just a flash of bloody light. Qin Shao really didn't see clearly what was inside the bloody light. He didn't know what kind of life it was. Thinking about it carefully, he really felt that the situation inside was probably very complicated. Wake him up. His consciousness should have been annihilated. Let me have a look, Prince Zhongyang said. With a wave of his hand, a force entered Geng Chunliang's consciousness. Sure enough, Geng Chunliang soon woke up. After Geng Chunliang woke up, he was particularly nervous and intense. He got up and was about to attack Qin Xiao and the others. However, he was stopped by Wu Fengcheng. Geng Chunliang, stop. We saved you. After being shouted at by Wu Fengcheng, Geng Chunliang quickly calmed down. However, his body was still tense. It was obvious that he was still very nervous. Obviously, for him, just now he had experienced an extremely terrible thing. Geng Chunliang looked at Wu Fengcheng. After confirming that it was indeed Wu Fengcheng, he was relieved. Then, he looked at Qin Xiao and the others. Obviously, he didn't know these people. Although Geng Chunliang's tense nerves had loosened a little, his expression had not completely relaxed yet. What happened just now? Qin Xiao asked. Geng Chunliang looked at Qin Xiao and frowned. He had a thoughtful look on his face, but he didn't speak for a while. It seemed that he didn't want to talk about it. It also seemed that he didn't know what had happened just now. Perhaps Geng Chunliang was still a little shaken by what had happened just now. After a pause, Qin Xiao asked again, "We just passed by here. After feeling an evil aura, we quickly rushed here. When we came here, we only saw a flash of bloodlight, and then it disappeared without a trace. And just now, your consciousness was annihilated and you fainted here. We all felt that this matter was very strange, so we wanted to ask you and see what exactly happened. If you really don't want to tell us, then we won't force you. After all, this is your personal matter." Geng Chunliang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you for saving me. This Geng will remember this favor. However, what happened just now, how should I put it? I still don't understand what happened. Therefore, I don't know what to say to you. Just now, I was wandering around this place alone. Suddenly, I felt a bloody light explode in front of my eyes, instantly destroying my vision. Just as I was about to attack, an even stronger and stranger power seeped into my soul consciousness, instantly causing me to lose consciousness. I don't know what happened after that at all. After that, I woke up and saw you. I really don't know what happened during that time. Therefore, I don't know the specific situation at all." What? So strange? Even Geng Chunliang only saw a flash of bloodlight, and then he lost consciousness? Just how powerful and terrifying was this force? A fourth step heavenly venerate was able to make him lose consciousness in an instant. What kind of strength was needed to do that? Thinking about it, he felt that it was a very terrible thing. Could it be that the person who did this was a semi-sage? But what was the purpose? If it was really a semi-sage who did this, he just made Geng Chunliang lose consciousness for a while and didn't hurt him at all. This didn't make sense, did it? If it was really a semi-sage, then there was no need for him to take Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang seriously. He wouldn't have been scared away by them. Strange, too strange. They didn't know what was going on, which made Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang more and more puzzled. Geng Chunliang, think about it carefully. Do you have any suspects? Was it done by your enemies? Qin Xiao asked again. If he could figure it out, he still wanted to make it clear. He always had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that this matter was not targeted at Geng Chunliang. If it was not targeted at Geng Chunliang, then it was very likely to be a random event. If it was a random event, then it was possible that danger would fall on them at any time. Therefore, it was best to figure out what was going on now. After thinking for a while, Geng Chunliang shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's obviously impossible to say that I have no enemies at all. I do have enemies, but I can't think of any enemies who would go to such great lengths to take my life. So, I really don't know what's going on. Everyone, thank you for saving my life. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Geng Chunliang left quickly. After sending Geng Chunliang off, Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "He seems to be hiding something from us." Qin Xiao also saw it. He shook his head and said, "Yes, but there's no other way. If he doesn't want to say it, we can't force him to say anything. However, it seems that it's very likely to be a random event. We have to be careful. This matter is very likely to be targeted at the young geniuses, although we still don't know what the other party's purpose is." This matter reminded Qin Xiao of something that happened in the Fu Wei mountain ridge. At that time, there were many disappearances in the Fu Wei mountain ridge. Many people from the Xianhua clan also went missing. For this matter, Qin Xiao went to investigate for a while. In the end, he found out that the culprit was related to the Blood Alliance. And this Blood Alliance, Qin Shao felt that it was related to the Blood Temple sect. At the mention of the Blood Temple sect, Qin Shao was extremely resentful. After all, there were many grievances and grudges between him and the Blood Temple. The one who captured Miao Shuoyan, Lord Galan, was from the Blood Temple sect. Baby Mo was also captured by Blood Temple sect's Yu Luosha. Qin Shao had always remembered these two grudges. He had been working hard to become stronger so that one day he could rescue Yao Shuoyan and capture Lord Galan himself. Back then, Honorable Lord Galan had personally led a group of people to the primordial universe and forcefully abducted Yao Shuoyan in front of Qin Shao. The situation back then was still vivid in his mind. Every time he thought about it, he would be incomparably angry and heartbroken. Now, 20 million years had passed. He didn't know how Yao Shuoyan was, if he was still alive. Everything was still a mystery. Regardless of whether Yao Shuoyan was still alive or not, Qin Shao had always engraved this grudge in his heart. He had always been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. There was also baby Mo. Qin Shao had to rescue him. However, rescuing Mo Bao Bao from the hands of Yu Luosha, an ancient saint existence, was easier said than done. The requirement for strength was too high. Qin Shao, was still far from reaching such a level of strength. After entering the immortal domain, Qin Shao felt that the Blood Temple sect might have a lot of power in the immortal domain. Just now, when the bloody light flashed and disappeared, the aura gave Qin Shao a familiar feeling. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but associate that person with the Blood Temple sect. Was it possible that that person was from the Blood Temple sect? The last time the Blood Temple sect committed a crime in the Fuder Immortal Palace, they captured a few young men and women and provided them to a member of the Blood Temple sect to cultivate evil techniques. What was the purpose of this time? Of course, for the time being, everything was just a guess. It wasn't necessarily done by the Blood Temple sect. I also think it's a random incident. The target is targeting the young geniuses. He really dares to offend the world. I really don't know who is so daring and not afraid of death. He actually dares to do such a thing in Tai House City. This is Tai House City. Sai, an outstanding genius like me, must be a big target. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. Is being too outstanding also a sin? Looking at it, I've already committed a heinous crime. However, I'm willing to accept such a crime. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and began to be narcissistic and shameless again. Wu Fengsheng didn't know Prince Zhongyang's character. Therefore, when he heard Prince Zhongyang praise himself, he couldn't help but look at him strangely. Ignore him. He's just that narcissistic, Qin Shao said to Wu Fengsheng. Only then did Wu Fengsheng feel relieved. There were indeed many narcissistic people. However, it was rare to see someone narcissistic to the extent that Prince Zhongyang was so natural. Unable to figure it out, Qin Shao and the others didn't delve too deeply into this matter for the time being and left. With young Master Zhongyang as their guide, they began to wander around Tai House City. Tai House City was an extremely ancient city. There were quite a few ancient ruins here and there. Just by taking a look, one could feel the ancient aura of the city. Moreover, there were many things left behind from the ancient times. These were all evidence of history and were also engraved with traces of history. The immortal Tao was integrated into all things on earth. Therefore, from all things on earth, one could detect traces of the Tao and the tracks of the Dharma. From these ancient ruins, one could also comprehend the foundation of the immortal Tao. It was also very beneficial for one's cultivation. Walking around and cultivating at the same time was very relaxing. The third round of the test hadn't started yet. Qin Shao and the others were already wandering around Tai House City. There was also a lot of news that came out one after another. Since Qin Shao encountered that incident last time, similar incidents happened one after another. Young geniuses disappeared one after another. In just 10,000 years, there were as many as 100 similar incidents. Such frequent disappearances immediately caused an uproar in Tai House City. Many clans even sent out experts. There were even ancient sages who appeared in Taihao City to thoroughly investigate this matter. However, in the end, they didn't find anything. They didn't find anything. The strange force behind it came and went like a ghost. No one could discover it at all. Even after searching the entire Taihao City, they didn't find any trace of it. It was too strange. This hidden force was very powerful. Disappearances kept happening and no one could find anything. Therefore, some people were in a state of panic. The whole city fell into a strange atmosphere. However, later on, the patrolling force in Taihao City was strengthened. Many clans sent out experts. An ancient sage of the Xia clan who was in charge of Taihao City also directly came out of seclusion to patrol the entire Taihao City. As a result, the disappearances stopped and no one went missing again. Chapter 2291. In the end, many young geniuses came forward spontaneously, especially those seeded geniuses who took the lead and issued a call for action. They called for a citywide manhunt for the evildoer and gave him a nickname, the Bloody Man. The citywide manhunt for the Bloody Man was launched with great momentum, and countless young geniuses joined in. In fact, even some of the senior experts had joined in to fight against the Crimson Man. Taihao City had always been under martial law, especially after the incident. The city guarding formation was activated to prevent people from entering or leaving Taihao City. Logically speaking, the Bloody Man should still be hiding in Taihao City and hadn't left. That was why there was such a large-scale operation to capture the Bloody Man. Tens of thousands of fourth-step heavenly venerables had joined the battle in Taihao City, forming an unprecedentedly large army. In a secluded path, there was a peach forest. The trees were full of blooming peach blossoms, and the petals were fragrant. Peach blossoms were Princess Xiaoyu's favorite. It was rare to find such a secluded and beautiful place in Taihao City, and Princess Xiaoyu liked it very much. Therefore, she took Qin Xiao here, and the two of them strolled slowly in the path of the peach forest, smelling the fragrance, enjoying the peach blossoms, and being accompanied by a beauty. It was a kind of beautiful enjoyment. Princess Xiaoyu liked this kind of beauty, and she liked the people around her even more. Therefore, the smile on her face was exceptionally rich, and it was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. Her smile was sincere, pure, rich, and beautiful. Just like the peach blossoms that had just bloomed, it was brilliant and colorful. Qin Xiao kept silent and did not speak much. In such an ambiguous atmosphere, he really did not know what to say, and he was trying hard not to be embarrassed and shy. In front of women, Qin Xiao had always had an indescribable sense of shyness, especially since he knew that Princess Xiaoyu had feelings for him. How should he put it? He had some indescribable feelings for Princess Xiaoyu. However, he did not know what this feeling belonged to, and he had been suppressing it. Therefore, she probably didn't like him. Perhaps it was because of the attractiveness of Princess Xiaoyu's peach blossom body. The invisible seduction gave people a feeling of restlessness. Under a peach tree, Princess Xiaoyu stopped and looked at Qin Xiao with eyes as tender as the sea. Her eyes were filled with deep affection. The light in her eyes was gentle, like threads of love with a hook. Being stared at by Commandery Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Xiao couldn't help blushing. She wanted to avoid it. Don't dodge. Seeing that Qin Xiao was about to dodge, Princess Xiaoyu said domineeringly, "Cough, you can't even hide?" There was nothing he could do. Beauties were fated. He could only watch. It had to be said that Princess Xiaoyu's face was really beautiful, exquisite, and flawless. One would never get tired of looking at it. People liked beautiful things. However, when they looked at each other face to face, the atmosphere was indeed very ambiguous. It was so ambiguous that Qin Xiao felt a little embarrassed and really wanted to hide. However, he could only endure it and not dodge. Looking at Qin Xiao, Princess Xiaoyu smiled happily, as if she had succeeded in her little trick. As she looked at him, her face unconsciously moved closer to Qin Xiao's. Her breath was like an orchid's. Soon, Qin Xiao felt an orchid fragrance on his face. It was very fragrant and intoxicating. Their faces were getting closer and closer. Qin Xiao's body became a little stiff. There was a force in his heart that made him want to avoid it. However, he was afraid that he would hurt Princess Xiaoyu, so he resisted it and did not dodge. However, if he didn't dodge, he was really embarrassed and didn't know what to do. The muscles on his face became stiff, and he felt very uncomfortable. When their faces were only a fist away, Princess Xiaoyu finally stopped and didn't continue to move forward. If she continued to move forward, Qin Shao really didn't know what to do. Princess Xiaoyu stopped, but she closed her eyes and curved her lips, waiting for Qin Shao to kiss her. Qin Shao naturally knew what she meant. However, he really didn't have the courage to kiss her. Therefore, Qin Shao felt even more embarrassed and felt a little ashamed. He really wanted to escape. After waiting for a while, Qin Shao didn't kiss her. Princess Xiaoyu's smiling face suddenly became gloomy. Her smile faded in an instant, and she became a little sad. She pursed her lips and sighed helplessly. Her finger gently flicked Qin Zhao's forehead as she spat. "You're such a big idiot. You're such a fool. You don't understand human emotions. I hate you." After saying that, Princess Xiaoyu left angrily. Was she really angry? Alas! Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and chased after Princess Xiaoyu. Women don't understand. Both of them were silent. Princess Xiaoyu lowered her head as she walked. She seemed to be in low spirits. Qin Shao could only follow behind her. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In fact, he knew the key to the problem, but he had no way to solve it. This was the only way. There was no way. There was really no way. Qin Shao. Princess Xiaoyu suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Shao with a serious look. She asked, "If Gu Lingyue didn't exist, would you fall in love with me?" Hearing this question, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel shocked. For a moment, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. In fact, Yao Shiwelian had asked him the same question before. When Yao Shiwelian asked him this question, he actually thought about it. If Gu Lingyue didn't exist, he would probably fall in love with Yao Shiwelian. In fact, the feeling of being with Yao Shiwelian was very good and very happy. In the realm of the gods, Qin Shao and Yao Shiwelian had been together for more than 2 million years. In his heart, Qin Shao could accept Yao Shiwelian. However, his heart was already occupied by Gu Lingyue, and he couldn't accept Yao Shiwelian. In the end, Gu Lingyue even said that she was willing to let Qin Shao marry Yao Shiwelian, but Qin Shao didn't agree. He always thought that marriage should be sacred and should be the only one. Although many men had 3 wives and 4 concubines, that was other people's business. Qin Shao didn't like it. Therefore, if he wanted to marry, he could only marry one. As for Yao Shiwelian, he could only take it that he had let her down. There would always be some helpless things in life. This was the helplessness of life. Hearing Princess Xiaoyu's question at this time, Qin Shao really didn't know how to answer for a moment. Qin Shao was still very ignorant about the affairs between men and women, so he didn't know much about it. After biting his lip, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't want to think about these things for the time being. For me, the affairs between men and women are still a distant thing. I don't want to think about it for the time being." "Excuses," Princess Xiaoyu said directly and continued to ask, "Even if you don't have a deep understanding of the affairs between men and women, you still understand. Like love is love. I know that this kind of thing can't be forced. I know that Gu Lingyue still lives in your heart and that you can't accept me for the time being. But it doesn't matter. I won't force you. I just like you and love you in my own way. Loving you is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have those thoughts and fantasies. It's just that sometimes I really can't help it and can't control my impulsive behavior. I just know that I'm very happy when I'm with you. Even if I don't do anything, my heart is as happy as blooming flowers. Every time I see you, I unconsciously want to keep staring at you. You're so beautiful that I can't get enough of looking at you. I can't get tired of looking at you. The more I look at you, the more I want to do something to you. I want to hug you and kiss you. I can't change your mind. It's just that I can't control myself. All these years, I've been thinking about you, thinking about you, thinking about you, thinking about you all the time. I've been thinking about you so much that I've almost gone crazy. I've almost been possessed. I don't know why I'm like this. I just can't control myself at all. Every time I do this, I feel so useless. Maybe this is the feeling of loving someone, but not being able to get him. Listening to Princess Xiaoyu's heartfelt confession, it was impossible not to be moved. Qin Xiao was also very touched, but more than that, she felt helpless. He knew what Princess Xiaoyu wanted, but he couldn't do what she wanted. Therefore, Qin Xiao habitually chose to escape when he couldn't make a clear choice. He really didn't know how to answer Princess Xiaoyu's question. On the one hand, Qin Xiao didn't want to hurt Princess Xiaoyu. On the other hand, Qin Xiao couldn't lie to Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu shook her head and sighed. Forget it. Let's not talk about these sad things. We don't want to make everyone unhappy. In fact, I'm not so weak. I've always been strong. In fact, from the beginning, I knew that loving you was my own business, and it had nothing to do with you. Loving someone is a very beautiful thing. You don't need to really get it to be happy. Even if you can't get it, it doesn't mean that you're not happy or beautiful. All these years, I've been studying what love is, but I haven't studied it thoroughly. Love is too great, too vast, and too illusory. It can't be explained clearly, and it varies from person to person. Everyone's feelings are different, and their understanding of love is also different. There are thousands of different kinds of love, and each one is different. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's go. We can't stay in this peach forest any longer. Let's go out and find them. Qin Xiao didn't know what to say, so he could only nod his head. The two of them prepared to leave the peach forest. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, an extremely strange and powerful energy suddenly surged over. Like a huge wave, it instantly enveloped Qin Xiao and the little Jade Master, trapping them within. A bloody light flashed in front of their eyes, and a powerful aura formed a small domain cage, isolating them from the outside world. A terrifying force surged into their souls and wills. It was similar to a heart force attack, but it wasn't one. Moreover, it was much more terrifying than a heart force attack. It's the Bloody Man. Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu immediately understood that the Bloody Man was attacking them. They didn't expect that their luck would be so good. They came to the Peach Forest for a stroll and a chat, and they were targeted by the Bloody Man. The Bloody Man had hidden in Taihao City for so long, and now he dared to come out and attack the two of them. He was really bold. Be careful. Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu reminded each other at the same time. The two of them nodded tacitly, indicating that they understood. Chapter 2292. At this moment, Qin Xiao finally understood why so many young geniuses had been taken away and disappeared without a trace. If the person behind the scenes hadn't made a move, Qin Xiao wouldn't have been able to detect the existence of the other party. The other party's method of concealing his or her presence was extremely brilliant. The sudden attack caught them off guard. They couldn't react at all. They were wrapped up by the powerful and terrifying attack before they could put up any defense. Qin Xiao couldn't see the other party's presence. He only felt a flash of bloodlight in front of his eyes before he sank into the terrifying power of the attack. Qin Xiao's soul had suffered an extremely terrifying attack. Even though he was a heart force cultivator, his soul was already much stronger than that of ordinary people. But at this moment, he also felt like he was about to be annihilated. It was too terrifying. What kind of existence was this person who had attacked them? How could he have such a terrifying attack power? Could it be that he was really a half-saint? To be able to make Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu lose the ability to resist and feel like they were about to be annihilated, one had to be at least a half-saint to be able to do that. Even if the attacker had borrowed a treasure, the strength of the attacker couldn't be weak. Moreover, the other party's method of concealing his or her presence was very difficult to borrow a treasure. Even if he or she had borrowed a treasure, it was impossible to make it so watertight. Therefore, it must be due to strength. Moreover, in recent years, the entire Taihao City had been searching for the attacker. Tens of thousands of fourth-step celestial venerables had joined the search, and even ancient saints had been mobilized, but they still hadn't found the whereabouts of the person behind the scenes. In recent years, the attacker had stopped causing trouble. They had thought that he or she had already left Taihao City. They didn't expect that he or she was still hiding in Tai House City and daring to come out and commit crimes again. Block it, block it, block it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and resisted the power of the attack with great difficulty. His willpower was incomparably firm, and he held on to his divine heart to prevent it from being devoured. But this kind of resistance was too strenuous. It felt like a canoe facing a monstrous wave. Even if he gritted his teeth and held on, he could be overturned by a wave at any time. It was too difficult to completely block it. Her consciousness was gradually being devoured. Qin Shao also clearly felt that her consciousness was gradually dissipating and was on the verge of collapse. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. His consciousness would definitely be devoured and he would faint. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those missing young geniuses had even lost contact with their true bodies. No one knew where they had been taken to. They had completely disappeared. Such a situation was extremely terrifying. But now, there was no other way. This force was too strong. Qin Shao had already tried his best, but there was still no way to resist the attack of this force. He was about to lose. No matter how bitter his heart was, there was nothing he could do. I can't hold on any longer. Qin Shao felt that her consciousness had collapsed in an instant and was swallowed up by the huge waves in an instant. With his consciousness devoured, he naturally lost all consciousness and fainted. Wake up! Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of Qin Zhao's consciousness. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it directly woke him up. A surge of divine power gushed out and instantly defeated the devouring force. Only then did Qin Zhao's consciousness quickly return. After regaining his consciousness, Qin Shao sensed that the person behind him had quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. After regaining consciousness and seeing Princess Xiaoyu lying on the ground, Qin Shao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't take Princess Xiaoyu away. Qin Shao knew that it must have been Holy Sage Meng Ci who had made the last move. Qin Shao said in his heart, "Thank you, Holy Sage Meng Ci, for saving me." Phew! In order to save you, the old man exhausted all his energy. Even if he did it again, the old man would not be able to save you. The old man still needs you to wake up. I can't let anything happen to you. I have to save you even if I have to risk my life. Holy Sage Meng Ci's weak voice came. Qin Shao also knew that Holy Sage Meng Ci's soul only existed in his sea of consciousness. He did not have much strength left. He must have risked his life to save him. This was the second time that Holy Sage Meng Ci had saved him. Naturally, Qin Shao was grateful to Holy Sage Meng Ci. I understand. I will definitely collect everything you need for you to help you wake up as soon as possible. Haha. Qin Shao, the old man believes in you. I know you're a good kid. Holy Sage Meng Ci laughed. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "By the way, Holy Sage Meng Ci, do you know the origin of the force that attacked me just now?" Holy Sage Meng Ci was silent for a long while before he said in a deep voice, "The old man could not see through it. But it is not simple. Although it is only a half-step saint, it has many tricks and sacred objects on it. Its methods are very strange. The old man has never seen it before. It is only a small pawn. The force behind it must be very terrifying. Qin Shao, you are too weak now. Don't think too much about it. Focus on your cultivation. Don't think too much about it before you become a holy sage. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. All right, let's stop talking. The old man is going to sleep." Holy Sage Meng Ci's words made Qin Shao ponder. Even Holy Sage Meng Ci said so. It was obvious that the force behind it was very terrifying. This bloody man was indeed a semi-sage. Moreover, he had a holy object on his body. Perhaps even an ancient sage wouldn't be able to catch him if they were to attack him. The bloody man was only a pawn. What kind of terrifying force was behind it? After thinking about it, Qin Shao could not help but chuckle in a self-deprecating manner. Yes, as Holy Sage Meng Ci said, he was still too weak. There was no way for him to think too deeply about it. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Qin Shao went forward to wake Princess Xiaoyu up. After waking up, Princess Xiaoyu looked around in a daze. Suddenly, she hugged Qin Xiao excitedly. Qin Xiao was also startled by Princess Xiaoyu's sudden attack. He immediately stiffened awkwardly on the spot. Ahem, Sister Xiaoyu, it's all right. The bloody man is gone. Can you let me go first? Qin Xiao said. However, Princess Xiaoyu hugged her even tighter. Qin Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, one could not discuss things with a woman. Therefore, Qin Xiao could only let Princess Xiaoyu hug her with a helpless expression. Anyway, it was not the first time Princess Xiaoyu had done this. I really thought I was going to die just now. I would never see you again. I don't have a doppelganger. If I die, I will really die. I will never see you again, Princess Xiaoyu said in a choked voice. Qin Xiao knew that Princess Xiaoyu did not refine a doppelganger. He also found it strange, so he asked Princess Xiaoyu about it. Princess Xiaoyu said that her master, Palace Lord Fu Long, did not allow her to refine a doppelganger. Because she had the peach blossom body, it was not suitable for her to refine a doppelganger. Moreover, if she really wanted to refine a doppelganger, it could not be the peach blossom body. Such a doppelganger would be very different from the original body. There was not much meaning for it to exist. Of course, more importantly, people with special constitutions were favored by the heavens. They were favored by the heavens. At the same time, they had to pay a price. If Princess Xiaoyu wanted to refine a doppelganger, it would have a great impact on her body and soul. It would greatly weaken the original talent of the peach blossom body. In this way, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, she was not allowed to refine a doppelganger. Because of this, Princess Xiaoyu did not refine a doppelganger. She only had the original body. If something happened to the original body, she would really die. Although ancient sages had the ability to resurrect immortals, it was not so easy to resurrect someone with a special constitution. Therefore, if something happened to Princess Xiaoyu, the Palace Lord of Fu Long Immortal Palace did not have the ability to resurrect her. Qin Zhao's gaze flickered as he saw a few figures swiftly flying over. Prince Zhongyang and the other three came. When they saw Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu hugging each other again, they all laughed and ridiculed them. In particular, Prince Zhongyang showed an exaggerated expression of envy. TSK. It is said that one only envies Mandarin ducks and not immortals. It is really true. This pair of Mandarin ducks is really enviable. But my brother Qin Xiao really doesn't know how lucky he is. Princess Xiaoyu likes him so much, but he is actually indifferent. If it were me, forget it. I have so many beautiful girls who like me. I am too busy. How can I have time to care about Princess Xiaoyu? Wu Fengcheng, restrain yourself. You're almost drooling. Look at your pig face. Wu Fengcheng subconsciously wiped his mouth. When he came back to his senses, his face was red. He coughed awkwardly. Don't misunderstand. I don't have that kind of feeling for Princess Xiaoyu. I was just influenced by her peach blossom body. Everyone has the heart to love beauty, but a friend's wife is absolutely not to be taken advantage of. I just purely admire Princess Xiaoyu. I already have Sister Ruyan. I don't need other flowers and plants. Of the entire forest, I'll only take one flower for my little Sister Ruyan. No matter how many flowers there are, it has nothing to do with me. Yuan blinked and asked with some curiosity, You all have someone you like, so why don't I have someone I like? Sister Ruexin, do you also have someone you like? Princess Ruexin was slightly taken aback by this question. Did she have someone she liked? More accurately, she did not, right? If there was a period of time, it would be when Qin Xiao shone brilliantly in Heaven Mountain City. She did indeed have some feelings for him, but they gradually faded afterwards. Now, she indeed did not have those thoughts anymore. After all, Princess Xiaoyu was here. She obviously would not compare herself to Princess Xiaoyu. And, after so many years, she really did not have any feelings for him. So what exactly was love? She did not understand either. She was also learning from Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Ruexin shook her head. I don't either. Oh my, Sister Ruexin, you don't either. That's fine. You're here with me. Let's go find someone we like. It seems like it'll be fun. What does it feel like to like someone? What does it feel like? Yuan grabbed Princess Ruexin's hand happily. What did it feel like to like someone? Princess Ru Xin thought about it before answering. It's like you'll be very happy when you see them, and you'll be very happy when you think about them, even if you don't. Anyway, it's someone who can make you very happy. Very happy. Yuan rested her chin on her hand and began to ponder. She blinked and thought for quite a while before saying, Sister Ruexin, I'm very, very happy to be with you. I think you'll be very, very happy too. So this feeling is like, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I like you? Chapter 2293. Love was such a profound knowledge that clearly could not be explained to Yuan. Of course, Princess Ruexin and the others did not understand it in the first place. Without going through countless twists and turns, there was probably no way to understand it thoroughly. Moreover, love varied from person to person. 100 people had 100 different views on love. Yuan was such an innocent and naive person. It was impossible to explain it clearly to her. Haha, Yuan, you like me? That's great. Come. Seeing Princess Xiaoyu hugging Qin Xiao, I'm very envious. Come and hug me too. Prince Zhongyang immediately became happy. He opened his arms and waited for Yuan. Come and hug me. Seeing Prince Zhongyang making a joke again, Princess Ruexin rolled her eyes at Prince Zhongyang. However, Yuan smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll hug you. With that, Yuan actually walked over to Prince Zhongyang. She looked like she was going to hug Prince Zhongyang. Seeing Yuan's actions, Princess Ruexin was stunned. She wanted to stop Yuan, but Yuan had already walked over. Prince Zhongyang was just joking with Yuan. He never thought Yuan would really hug him. Prince Zhongyang did not hold back. He reached over to hug Yuan. However, just when he was about to reach Yuan suddenly raised her leg and kicked Zhongyang's crotch. Zhongyang was stunned. Crack! This kick was really quite fierce. The sound of something breaking could be faintly heard. Ow! After being kicked hard by Yuan, Prince Zhongyang immediately hugged his crotch and cried out in pain. His face had turned green. That was a man's most vulnerable spot. It was a fatal spot. Being kicked hard, the pain was naturally indescribable. Seeing Yuan's fierce kick, Wu Fengsheng could not help but clamp his legs together. He felt a chill and subconsciously took a step back, putting some distance between him and Prince Zhongyang. Princess Ruexin originally thought Yuan would be taken advantage of by the shameless Prince Zhongyang. She never thought Yuan would actually know how to strike back like this. This attack was too beautiful. It was a perfect performance. No one had expected Yuan to have such a move. This did not seem to be in line with her character. However, Yuan really had done it. Princess Ruexin also gave her a thumbs up. She only wanted to say that she had done beautifully. Yuan, you've learned bad things. How can you kick a man there? Don't you know that you can't kick a man there? What if he broke it? Are you going to compensate me? After grimacing in pain for a while, Prince Zhongyang looked like he wanted to cry. She looked at Yuan with tears in her eyes. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Yuan would actually play such a trick with him. Yuan was such an innocent and naive girl. How could she know such a trick? That didn't make sense. Yuan said confidently, My mother said that if a man dares to take advantage of me, then let me use this move. My mother said that this move is specially used to deal with perverts. From your expression just now, my mother was right. This move is very effective against perverts. Prince Zhongyang was speechless. He smacked his lips and said, Didn't your mother tell you that I'm not a pervert? Of course not. Any man who wants to take advantage of me is a pervert. That's what my mother said Yuan. All right, Prince Zhongyang could only admit defeat and admit defeat. With such a mother, she really could raise a daughter who would not suffer losses. Why are Xia Dongho and Xia Dongqi here? Wu Fengqing's gaze suddenly shifted. He looked in a direction and saw two figures walking over. These two were none other than Xia Dongho and Xia Dongqi. Wu Fengsheng was from the Xia territory, so he naturally knew the two brothers, Xia Dongho and Xia Dongqi. They were the two prides of the Xia clan. When the two saw Countess Xiaoyu holding the flute, they could not help but stop and did not disturb her. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Qin Shao was really embarrassed. Seeing that Countess Xiaoyu had no intention of letting go of her, Qin Shao could only push her and said, "Xia Dongho and the others are also here. Hurry up and let me go." "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of being seen by others." "What are you afraid of?" "Are you afraid that it will damage your reputation?" Countess Xiaoyu said. However, despite her words, Countess Xiaoyu still let go of Qin Shao. Although Countess Xiaoyu let go of her, Qin Shao still blushed awkwardly when she saw the eyes of the crowd. Qin Shao could not be so free and easy when it came to the matters between men and women. Moreover, Qin Shao and Countess Xiaoyu did not have that kind of relationship, so she could not be calm. Fortunately, at this time, Xia Dongho came up and broke the awkward atmosphere. "Qin Shao, did the bloody man sneak attack you just now?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, we were sneak attacked by the bloody man just now. Fortunately, Zhang Yang and the others came in time and scared the bloody man away in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will really suffer." The bloody man's means are very terrible. It can devour the soul consciousness in an instant. I was almost completely devoured. Prince Zhongyang secretly glanced at Qin Shao. When they came, they only saw Countess Xiaoyu holding Qin Shao, but did not see the bloody man. Of course, they did sense the aura and came, but it was obviously not their credit. They did not scare the bloody man away. In other words, Qin Shao resisted the bloody man's attack with her own ability? But why did Qin Shao say so? There must be something hidden in this. Prince Zhongyang naturally kept silent. Qin Shao naturally had his reasons for saying so. Xia Dongho's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of anger flashed through his eyes. This bloody man is truly audacious and reckless. When we are searching for him in the city, he dares to attack us. He is really reckless. I don't know what the force behind this wants to do. This is openly going against the whole 9 continents Huaxia, or even the whole mortal world. Daring to do so, the force behind it is not simple. According to some of the information we have now, it is indeed so. Behind the bloody man, there is a huge, dark, and evil force behind it. Perhaps it will bring a lot of trouble to the mortal world, or even the whole immortal realm. Hearing Xia Dongho's words, Qin Shao knew that Xia Dongho must know something. According to the intelligence of the Xia family, they must know a lot of things. Anything that happened in 9 continents Huaxia, or even in the mortal world, could not escape the eyes of the Xia family. Brother Dongho, what is the background of this bloody man? I have some guesses. Previously, in the Endless Universe Sea, I met a similar force called the Blood Temple Sect. When I was in the Southern Wasteland, I also met a similar force. This person is called the Blood Alliance. I have always felt that their auras are very similar, so there may be an internal connection between these 3 forces. Qin Shao asked and said his guess. Blood Temple Sect? Blood Alliance? Xia Dongho frowned slightly and nodded slightly. Qin Shao, maybe it is as he guessed. These 3 forces should belong to the same force. The evil force behind this is too mysterious, so we can't find out the specific situation at all. What we found is only some scattered information, and it is very scattered and messy. Some are called the Blood Temple Sect, some are called the Blood Alliance, some are called the Blood Sect, some are called the Blood Shadow Palace, some are called the Blood Soul Palace, and so on. There are hundreds and thousands of similar names. They are scattered all over the mortal world. They seem to have no connection, but there are many internal connections. Moreover, the methods they use are similar, and they all do evil things. Thus, we gathered all these powers together and gave them a collective name. We called them the Bloodstop Shadow Sect. Blood Temple Sect? Qin Shao silently repeated the name and remembered it. He did not expect that there were hundreds and thousands of forces similar to the Blood Temple Sect and the Blood Alliance in the mortal world. It was unbelievable that they were spread all over the mortal world. To be able to create such a huge force, how powerful and terrifying was the real force behind it. No wonder Xia Dongho said that it might bring trouble to the entire immortal realm. Thinking about it this way, there was really some possibility. According to what Qin Shao knew, the Blood Alliance had branches in most of the dividing mountains in the entire southern wasteland. In the southern wilderness, the Blood Alliance was extremely mysterious and powerful, and no immortal sect dared to provoke it. As for the Blood Alliance, it was merely one of the hundreds and thousands of forces that had formed the alliance. And the Blood Alliance might be one of the weaker ones. Qin Shao had fought with the Blood Temple sect before. It was an extremely powerful force, and in the endless cosmic ocean, it was spread all over the Great Thousand World. What kind of power was the Bloodstop Shadow sect? Did they really dare to go against the entire immortal realm? Was they really so powerful to such a terrifying extent? It was scary just thinking about it. If there was such a terrifying and powerful evil force, and it was eyeing the immortal realm covetously, it was really a huge potential threat. What kind of existence is controlling the Blood Temple sect behind it? Qin Shao asked. Xia Dongho shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe no one knows. Maybe only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors know. At least the old ancestor of the Xia family doesn't know. He can't see through it, and he can't understand it. The Blood Temple sect's claws and teeth are spread all over the Great Thousand World, and it's not something we can imagine. Therefore, the power in the immortal realm might only be a part of it. The true power of the Blood Temple sect might not be in the immortal realm. The Blood Temple sect hasn't existed for a long time. According to what I know, it has only existed for about 10,000 universe eras, about the same time as an extremely small clan. But the Blood Temple sect's speed of growth in the dark is too frightening and shocking, and it has always been mysterious and powerful. There are too many levels, and its power is too scattered, and it is also independent of many forces. They are connected to each other, but they don't seem to belong to the same force. Therefore, although we've captured many people from the Blood Temple sect in the past, we couldn't find any useful information from their minds. Until now, we still haven't figured out the general situation of the Blood Temple sect. We only know that they are very mysterious and powerful, and they hide very deeply. Their claws and teeth are spread all over the Great Thousand World. They are an evil and dark force, and they do evil things. The Blood Temple sect was actually so powerful. This was not good news for Qin Shao. Yao Shuilian and Baby Mo were in the hands of the Blood Temple sect, and Qin Shao had always wanted to save them. Chapter 2294. The incident of the bloody figures had indeed made the people in Taihao City panic. All kinds of gossip and some bizarre rumors were flying all over the place. The number of missing young geniuses was more than 100, involving many big clans and forces. Even the seeded geniuses had gone missing. The missing 5 seeded geniuses could only come to Taihao City as fast as possible so that they could continue to participate in the 3rd round of the test. These clans and forces had sent experts to investigate this matter, but in the end, it was to no avail. The more it was like this, the more panicked people became. The atmosphere in Taihao City became a little strange and oppressive. As one of the 8 great holy cities of Huaxia in the 9 continents, such a thing actually happened in Taihao City. It was indeed laughable. The holy city, with the word holy, was a sacred place. It was the supreme holy land in the eyes of the world. It was a sacred place that no one could violate. It was a place far away from all evil and darkness. It was a sacred place that was bathed in holy light. It was a place of pilgrimage, a place of light. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the 3rd round of the Sacred Academy selection test had finally arrived, which made the atmosphere a little more lively. Geniuses from all walks of life gathered in the Emperor Ruins. The ruins were temporarily closed and not open to the public. The top geniuses from the 20 clans and the 6 seeded geniuses from the Southern Wilderness added up to a total of 500 to 600 people. These 500 to 600 people were definitely the top young geniuses. Each and every one of them was a peerless figure, a monstrous existence, and an outstanding young talent. Among these young geniuses, Qin Shao knew quite a few of them. Yinlu Shangfeng and Shangqi from the Yinlu clan, Ichi Sunhua from the Ichi clan, Hu Ling's young geniuses, and some others he had met before. As for the Xia clan, only the 2 brothers, Xia Dongho and Xia Dongqi, were participating. As one of the top clans of the 100 schools of thought, only 2 young geniuses were participating. It was indeed a little small. At this time, gathering in the Emperor ruins, it really felt like a gathering of heroes. Look, the people from the Fushi clan are here. Isn't that Fu Zhongshuan? Why is he here? Yes, that's Fu Zhongshuan. He actually came to participate in the selection test. I thought the disciples of the Fushi clan didn't need to participate in the selection test. Who knows? Maybe he's just here to have some fun. Not to mention, the Fushi celestial race had so many youths. It was impossible for all of them to enter the academy, right? Maybe there will be some places, but I don't think there will be too many. Therefore, I'm afraid the others will have to rely on their own efforts. Yes, this Fu Zhongshuan isn't that outstanding among the Fushi youths. I don't think he's even in the top 10. Don't say that. Even if he can't make it into the top 10, he's still a genius of the Fushi clan's younger generation. He's probably not someone we can compare to. That's true. He's a young genius of Fushi after all, so he'll shine brightly here. TSK, look at his entrance. It's too powerful. Hearing the heated discussion, Qin Xiao quickly looked over, only to see a yellow-robed young man riding on an azure dragon, descending from the sky. His immortal might was vast and mighty, and his bearing was extraordinary. The chi of true dragons lingered around his body. Holy light emanated from his body, making him appear sacred and inviolable. No one dared to get too close to him. A supreme, saintly aura emanated from him, making people feel his powerful strength. They knew that this person was definitely not a simple existence. How could a young genius of the Fushi clan be ordinary? Just the way he made his entrance was enough to make people's eyes pop out. People had no choice but to be convinced. Prince Zhongyang couldn't help but smack his lips. His tone was full of jealousy. What's so great about that? What's the point of making such a flashy entrance? Are you afraid people won't know you're a young genius of the Fushi clan? He's just born a little better than us, that's all. He was born with good fortune. Riding on an azure dragon, protecting his body with true chi, soaring through the 9 heavens like a king descending from the heavens. What an impressive display. Sai, can't you learn from me and keep a low profile? Why must you make such a showy entrance? What's the point? Shameless, Yuan muttered rudely. If Prince Zhongyang said he wanted to keep a low profile, then no one in the world would do the same. However, Fu Zhongshuan's entrance was indeed much more flashy than Prince Zhongyang's. It was no wonder that Prince Zhongyang was so envious. Fu Zhongshuan landed on the ground. The azure dragon turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated, but the chi of true dragons lingered around him. It turned into an azure dragon that coiled around him, making him look especially majestic. Fu Zhongshuan stood alone on the side. Those who were close to him also consciously stepped back, not daring to get too close to him. His expression was indifferent and somewhat cold. His eyes were sharp like a sword that had been unsheathed. The sharpness of his eyes made people uncomfortable. Therefore, he gave people the impression that he was high and mighty. He was arrogant and unapproachable. Many people here knew Fu Zhongshuan, but none of them seemed to be able to talk to him. Therefore, when Fu Zhongshuan arrived, no one took the initiative to greet him. Fu Zhongshuan's gaze only swept across the crowd once before he ignored them. He stood there indifferently, waiting for the 3rd round of the test to begin. The Fushi clan really is a supreme clan. I feel like any one of them is capable of suppressing all of us. Although I'm a little unconvinced, I have to admit it. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said. Prince Zhongyang, who had always been narcissistic, had such a high opinion of Fu Zhongshuan. It was enough to show how powerful Fu Zhongshuan's aura was. If Fu Zhongshuan was a representative of the Fushi clan's younger generation, then it would have been acceptable. However, from the comments of others, it seemed that Fu Zhongshuan wasn't even in the top 10 of the younger generation of Fushi. This was a little irritating. Therefore, Prince Zhongyang was still unconvinced. He asked, Xia Dongho, is Fu Zhongshuan really not in the top 10 of the younger generation of Fushi? That can't be, right? I feel that even if I go all out, I might not be able to beat Fu Zhongshuan. Xia Dongho glanced at Mr. Zhongyang, shook his head, and chuckled. You should know that this is the Fushi clan, one of the 5 great clans of the 9 continents of China. The Fushi clan is the East Emperor Taihao Fushi's clan. Naturally, they are incomparably powerful. It's hard to imagine how powerful they are. So, there's nothing strange about it. According to what I know, it's more or less like that. It's not guaranteed that he won't be in the top 10, but he should be around the 10th. However, he can definitely be considered among the top geniuses. It's hard for me to imagine how powerful the younger generation of Fushi are. They don't even need to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. Okay. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips. He was a little shocked. His strong self-confidence was somewhat shaken. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He patted Prince Zhongyang's shoulder and said, "It's nothing." He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Moreover, he was born in such a fertile environment. His bloodline inheritance is far from what we can compare to. There's always someone better. Some things are given by the heavens. We can't compare to them. So, there's nothing to compare. We just have to work hard to be ourselves. We don't have to fight for the number one in the world. We just have to achieve the goal in our hearts. That's success. As for whether we are number one or not, that's not important. There's no end to comparing people. There is no such thing as absolute fairness and fate. Prince Zhongyang nodded and laughed. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, don't worry about me. I'm just saying it casually. I won't really take it to heart. I'm not that weak. I won't be affected by such a small thing. You're right. We just have to achieve the goal we set. That's success. So, let's work hard together. My goal is to surpass Fu Zhongshuan. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang, speechless. Aha, I'm kidding. Prince Zhongyang laughed. Fu Zhongshuan's arrival did indeed attract many people's attention. However, he was the only Fushi. The Fushi clan itself represented a supreme faith. Therefore, when they saw a Fushi disciple, they felt a special emotion. The sacred emperor's emissary had finally arrived. Everyone bowed in unison. Everyone had been looking forward to the third round for a long time. This round was the final deciding round. The winner would become a student of the Sacred Emperor Academy. Therefore, this round was the key to success or failure. Naturally, everyone attached great importance to it and put all their hopes on it. They wanted to give it their all. The Sacred Emperor's emissary swept his gaze over the crowd. After confirming that everyone was present, he said, "Little ones, the third round of the test has begun. There are only 6 tests in this round. Those who complete all 6 will pass the third round and become a student of the Sacred Emperor Academy. There are no specific quotas. As long as you pass, you can become a student of the Sacred Emperor Academy. If all of you have the ability, all of you will pass and become a student of the Sacred Emperor Academy. Of course, that's impossible. The selection of the Sacred Emperor Academy won't be so easy. Among you, more than half of you will be eliminated. In the end, 20 to 30% will be considered very good. That's good enough. I hope you can do your best. Give it your all and strive for a good result. A bright future awaits you. Do your best, little ones." The stern Sacred Emperor's emissary was actually cheering everyone on. It was a rare sight. However, even without the Sacred Emperor's emissary's encouragement, everyone was already full of energy and waiting for the third round to begin. It was good that there were no quotas. As long as they could pass the test, they could become a student of the Sacred Emperor Academy. However, everyone knew that the third round of the test would be very, very difficult. Nevertheless, they were all prepared for it. It was definitely difficult. How could it be so easy? A survival rate of 20 to 30% was actually quite high. The third round of the test will be held in the Emperor Ruins. It will save you from the tiring journey. All right, let the third round of the test begin. The third round of the test will be held in the Emperor Ruins. Chapter 2295. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Sacred Emperor's emissary waved his hand, and a huge painting flew out. It quickly expanded in the air, growing to a height of 10,000 feet. A lifelike painting appeared in front of everyone. As soon as the painting appeared, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath as they felt a mighty sacred aura descending. The supreme sacred aura made everyone have the urge to kneel down and worship it. This saint aura was too powerful. It was probably much stronger than the aura of an ancient saint when they released their full strength. Under the mighty Saint Aura, everyone was suffocated. They were all frozen on the spot, their eyes fixed on the picture scroll. A large stretch of mountains and rivers was in the picture scroll. They were not painted, but real mountains and rivers. Inside the painting, there was a landscape, a world. This is a sacred artifact. Qin Xiao was secretly surprised. He had never seen a sacred artifact before. If he had to name one, it would be the heaven-opening sword, which could be considered a sacred artifact. However, the heaven-opening sword's sword spirit was asleep. It didn't recognize him as its master, so he couldn't use the sacred aura at all. Let's go. The painting in front of him had a mighty, sacred aura. He could feel the power of this sacred artifact. It was definitely much stronger than the ancient saints he had seen before. Among the sacred artifacts, this painting was considered to be of a very high grade. As expected of the sacred emperor's emissary, his moves were indeed extraordinary. It's the landscape painting. It's actually the legendary landscape painting. This is too crazy. We're actually using the landscape painting in the third round of the test. What? This is the legendary landscape painting? This, I didn't expect to see the landscape painting. Haha, it's worth it even if we're eliminated. Don't tell me they're going to throw us into the landscape painting. Cough. If they really throw us into the landscape painting, the chances of us dying are very high, right? They can't be so ruthless, right? It looks like they're really going to enter the landscape painting. Sure enough, the third round of the test is very scary. If they don't succeed, they might die. Even so, they can only grit their teeth and fight. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a clone. The landscape painting? Qin Xiao and the others were obviously puzzled. They did not know the origin of this landscape map. Even Prince Zhongyang looked puzzled. It seemed like he didn't know either. On the other hand, Wu Fengcheng explained to everyone, this mountain and river state painting's origins are extremely great. It's said that human sovereign Fuxi obtained it back then. Back then, the human Emperor Fuxi had relied on this landscape painting to rid the world of evil and evil. As soon as he conquered this land and became the emperor of the human race, he became the emperor of the human race. The landscape map is an extremely powerful sacred object. It was created by the creation of nature and is said to be able to seal everything. Legend has it that the human emperor sealed one of the 9 continents of Huaxia in a fit of rage. In ancient times, the 9 provinces of Huaxia were divided into 9 provinces. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors ruled the world, the 100 schools of thought were created. What about Bailing? It turned out to be the treasure of human sovereign Fuxi. No wonder it was so famous. No wonder. Yuanyuan also said, I know. It said that many demons and evil creatures are imprisoned in this landscape map. There are creatures of all races. In fact, there are quite a few ancient sages locked up in there as well. Many of them have been imprisoned since ancient times. Some were even imprisoned by human sovereign Fuxi. After countless years, I'm afraid that the number of evil creatures imprisoned in the landscape map is uncountable. Even if many have died, I'm afraid that many are still alive. If we enter the landscape map, it will be very, very dangerous. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips and said, It's definitely dangerous, but it won't be too scary, right? Since the Holy Emperor's emissary wants to put us in the landscape map, he must have a plan. He definitely won't let us all die in there. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Didn't the Holy Emperor's emissary say that there will be a 20 to 30% chance of passing? So, it shouldn't be that scary. Wu Fengcheng shook his head and said, Logically speaking, it really shouldn't be that scary. But according to my understanding of the landscape map, it is indeed extremely scary inside. With so many of us going in, I'm afraid that there will be many casualties. Such a test is indeed a little cruel. But maybe the Holy Emperor's emissary has a good plan. Since he has arranged it this way, there must be a reason. Anyway, we have to be prepared for a tough battle. Haha, it's rare to fight hard in life. Everyone nodded. They could only think in a positive direction. But danger was certain, and so was fighting hard. You will know the specific rules of the test when you enter the landscape map. The third round of the test is extremely dangerous. You may lose your life at any time. So, if anyone wants to give up, just crush the immortal token in your hand. The old man will release you instantly. If you don't want to give up, then it's your own business if you die in a landscape map. What the old man can guarantee is that if you don't want to die, then you won't die. If you want to die, that's your own business. Well, you can all go in. After saying that, the Holy Emperor's emissary waved his hand. An irresistible force swept over and directly sent Qin Shao and the others into the landscape map. Once they entered the landscape map, they entered a new world. The world of the landscape map looked very beautiful and tranquil. Green mountains and clear waters, exotic flowers and plants, birds and beasts, and blue water and blue sky still formed a beautiful circle of rivers. But once they entered the landscape map, they felt that the atmosphere was very strange. The atmosphere here was very oppressive, full of eeriness. It made people's nerves tense up as if they were in a dangerous predicament. The atmosphere in the air would stimulate people, making them subconsciously feel that there was danger here. They must be careful when dealing with it. Qin Shao landed on an open space and looked around. He didn't find anyone else, nor did he find any other life. There was no other life within a radius of 10,000 miles. Seems like I'm separated from the others again. The test is divided into different areas. Qin Shao thought to himself. It was similar to the second round of the test. This was normal. It would prevent people from helping each other. A message appeared in the immortal token. Qin Shao checked it immediately. Find a Night Wolf Valley. Get an immortal token in the Night Wolf Valley. There will be a hint of the next test on the immortal token. In addition to this message, a map appeared in the immortal token. This map wasn't big. It was only 100 million miles in radius. It should be only a small part of the landscape map. Inferring from this, it seemed that everyone should be assigned to a region, and the test would be carried out in this region for the time being. In this case, they wouldn't be able to touch each other and would be completely isolated from the rest of the test. However, Qin Shao didn't care about this. He didn't think of relying on others' help. Everything should depend on one's own efforts. There was nothing else. Qin Shao searched on the map and quickly found the location of the Night Wolf Valley. Qin Shao looked in a direction. The Night Wolf Valley should be not far ahead. There are no other hints. It only says to find an immortal token in the Night Wolf Valley. Seems like I can only try the Night Wolf Valley. This first test already feels very dangerous and scary. Qin Shao didn't know the exact situation of the Night Wolf Valley. Everything was full of unknowns. It was because it was full of unknowns that it was even more terrifying. Qin Shao quickly found the Night Wolf Valley. The Night Wolf Valley wasn't big. It was just a huge valley that occupied an area of 100 miles. Qin Shao found that the Night Wolf Valley was sealed by a powerful array that didn't allow any life to enter or leave this place. However, the immortal token in Qin Shao's hand could be used to enter the Night Wolf Valley. Qin Shao used his divine sense to scan the Night Wolf Valley. He immediately found that there were 9 powerful auras in the Night Wolf Valley. All of them were at the 4th step Heavenly Venerable Realm. There were as many as 9 of them. Furthermore, within these powerful auras, one could detect an evil aura. It seemed that none of them were easy to deal with. But from the mouth of Wufeng City previously, Qin Shao also learned that those who could be imprisoned in the mountain and river state painting were all absolutely extremely evil people. There were demons and foreign races. They were all evil people, so they were imprisoned in the landscape map to punish them. Qin Shao also felt that these 9 auras were incomparably ancient. He didn't know how long they had lived and how long they had been imprisoned in the landscape map. The longer they were imprisoned, the more likely it was that their temperament would become extremely eccentric. One had to be careful when dealing with such people. Otherwise, one could suffer a great loss at any time. Qin Zhao's divine sense probed, and the 9 4th step Heavenly Venerables in the Night Wolf Valley naturally detected the existence of Qin Shao. In the Night Wolf Valley, a water column suddenly rushed out from the surface of a serene pool. There was an extremely hideous and ugly water monster in the water column. It looked like a fish, a snake, and a dragon. It looked very strange. As soon as the water monster landed, it immediately transformed into a human form. It transformed into an extremely enchanting woman. Her entire body was filled with a coquettish aura and was extremely charming. She stuck out her long tongue and licked her lips, making a very greedy look. A human little fresh meat came in so quickly. I can already smell the scent of fresh meat. How long has it been since I last ate fresh human meat? I'm afraid it has been millions of universe eras. It's been too long. I can't remember clearly. In this godforsaken place, my mouth has long become bland. No, this time I must eat this little fresh meat. He's mine. No one could snatch him from me. However, this human kid who came in is not simple. It's not that easy to eat his meat. Let's wait and see first. It's so comfortable to stay in the Night Wolf Valley. If he breaks the rules, he will be imprisoned again. Thinking about those days of imprisonment, it's better to be dead. Staying in the Night Wolf Valley is still the most comfortable. No, I can't let my mouth run. I will be imprisoned again. I can't eat this human kid. I can't, but I really want to eat him. My mouth is really bland. What should I do? What should I do? Chapter 2296. In an empty space, it was rather lively. Two people were standing 1,000 feet apart. One of them was a bald man with 9 scars on his shiny head. He still looked like a monk. However, his evil face was the complete opposite of his appearance. It seemed very out of place. That face made people feel that there was only one word written on it, and that was the word evil. Some people seemed to be born with an evil face. Even if they didn't do anything, they would make people feel inexplicably afraid. This bald man clearly belonged to this type. He didn't get angry, but he was awe-inspiring and had an evil face. Not only did he have an evil face, but his eyes, which were like knives and poisonous snakes, also flickered with a cold light from time to time, adding to his evil look. Opposite the bald man was a blood-red life form. His skin was blood-red, and he was relatively tall. In particular, his limbs were particularly slender, which was somewhat different from the human race. He looked particularly out of place, as if he was grown and crippled. He looked like a person. His entire body was blood-red, and it even made people feel as if a basin of blood had been poured on his body. It was terrifying to look at. This was a member of the blood race. It was said that the blood race was born from blood pools. They were innately bloodthirsty and fed on blood. From the 2 fangs in his mouth that extended past his chin, it was enough to show his fierceness. These 2 people were kicking the ball over there. They seemed to be having a lot of fun, kicking out all kinds of fancy balls. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that they weren't kicking a ball, but a life form that had curled up into a ball. It was very thin and small, and it had curled up into a ball for these 2 people to kick around for fun. This life form that had curled up into a ball was a goblin. Like the dwarves, it was also a very thin and short life form. However, unlike the dwarves, goblins generally liked to live in underground palaces. Goblins weren't good at refining weapons. Instead, they were good at building underground palaces and digging tunnels. This goblin was obviously a target to be bullied and played with. My 2 bosses, you've been kicking around for 10,000 years. Shouldn't you sit down and drink some wine? The goblin flying in the air said with a begging tone. However, the bald man and the Blood Clan member didn't buy it. The bald man glared at him and scolded. Shut up. If you spit any more nonsense, I'll kick your head off. Let's drink. What's the point of drinking so much? Football is still more fun. The goblin wanted to cry, but had no tears. How is this fun? Kicking back and forth, isn't it boring? The goblins and being kicked around by you guys like a rubber ball. Don't you feel embarrassed? However, it seemed that face was worthless. There are humans coming in. The goblin's eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The bald man and the blood breed immediately noticed that there were humans entering the Night Wolf Valley. The 2 of them immediately stopped and looked in one direction with a playful expression. Hee, after waiting for so long, a human has finally entered. Looks like we're going to have some fun. Blood Slaughter King, let's go quickly. Don't let the mermaid eat that human brat. The bald man laughed mockingly. The blood breed also had a playful expression on his face. Evil monk, let's go quickly. We can't let the mermaid take the lead. That old woman loves to eat human flesh the most. After saying that, The two of them quickly rushed in that direction. The goblin, who had escaped a calamity, sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths. With a sympathetic look, he said, "Human brother, I've been waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, you've come. Huff, huff, this is great. You've successfully attracted the attention of the evil monk and the blood slaughter king. I can finally relax for a while. It's not good to stay here for long. I'd better go and hide first." After saying that, the goblin drilled into the ground and disappeared. In a dark and gloomy ravine, a 10,000 jong long flood serpent was coiled up. Its eyes were closed, as if it was sleeping. This flood serpent's body was pitch black and emitted a dark aura. It looked incomparably evil. The black flood serpent's eyes suddenly opened. Two beams of cold light shot out. However, it immediately closed its eyes again and continued to sleep. It didn't pay any attention to it. Among the flowers, a little boy with two pigtails was happily playing there. He was wearing a small red dado. He was chubby and looked especially cute. Looking at him, he seemed to be only 3 or 4 years old. Sometimes he would pick a flower, sometimes he would pull out a few blades of grass. Sometimes he would chase small animals among the flowers. He was very happy. His bell-like laughter was unceasing. Suddenly, the little boy stopped. His eyes were round and bright. Someone came in. It's fun, it's fun. I finally have a new toy. It's mine, Little Meatball. No one is allowed to snatch it from me." After saying that, Little Meatball happily ran away. Qin Xiao had just stepped into the Night Wolf Valley when a flirtatious figure appeared in front of him. She posed in a very seductive manner. Her eyes seemed to be able to discharge electricity. She blinked and stared at Qin Xiao. Such a seductive attack was really a little soul-stirring. However, Qin Xiao was already somewhat immune to such temptation. Hence, he was only slightly stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. Qin Xiao had already sensed that there were 9 life forms in the Night Wolf Valley. There were 9 fourth-step heavenly venerables. The flirtatious woman in front of him was obviously transformed from a demon. Her demonic aura could not be concealed. However, the demon in front of him did not give off an evil and frightening feeling. Instead, she wanted to seduce him. What was going on? Could it be that she had stayed in the Night Wolf Valley for too long and had not tasted a man? Thinking of this, Qin Xiao could not help but shudder. He would not submit to such a thing even if he was beaten to death. Since the other party did not directly attack, Qin Xiao naturally treated her with courtesy. "Senior I." However, before Qin Xiao could finish his words, the Yunyang made a shushing gesture to Qin Xiao. She licked her almost drooling lips, swallowed, and said, "Don't talk. Quickly kiss me." "Ah, what?" Hearing the Yunyang's words, Qin Xiao shuddered violently again. Kiss her? What the hell was this? Was she so thirsty? What was wrong with her? Were all the girls nowadays so bold and unrestrained? This frightened Qin Xiao. He could not help but take 2 steps back. He looked at the Yunyang with an extremely vigilant expression and said, "Senior, please conduct yourself with dignity. Humans and demons have different paths." "Ha ha ha." The Yunyang laughed and waved her hand. "Oh, what do you mean by humans and demons have different paths? We are all the life forms of all living things. In fact, we are all the same. Your thinking is too backward and conservative. This is not right. Oh, you can't discriminate against us demons, right? Besides, I am such a beautiful demon. Do you feel that you are at a disadvantage?" As she spoke, she seduced Qin Xiao. While seducing him, she even pulled his clothes, revealing some places that should not be exposed. She was so enchanting that she was incisively and vividly displayed. This was too seductive. She was really a living demon. No, she was a demon to begin with. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's willpower was firm. His heart would not be easily disturbed by her, so he could bear it. "Oh, don't be shy." "I'm not shy." "Why are you shy?" "Haha, handsome boy. You haven't tasted a woman yet, have you?" Hearing the Yunyang's words, Qin Xiao could not help blushing. It was true that he had not tasted a woman, but it was nothing, right? It was not a shameful thing. "Ha ha, you are really a fledgling. I like it. I like it very much." The Yunyang swayed her body and walked over to Qin Xiao coquettishly, as if she wanted to eat Qin Xiao. She stared at Qin Shao and said, "Good little handsome boy, don't hide. Let me teach you how to be a man. Those who have not done the deed between men and women can't be called a real man. You can show your masculinity to your heart's content on me. The deed between men and women is the most wonderful thing in the world. I will fly with you. Good boy, don't hide anymore. Let me hug you and kiss you." Qin Shao did not dare to let the Yunyang get close to him. Naturally, he quickly dodged. He was a little angry and shouted, "Senior, if you don't respect yourself, then don't blame me for being rude. I just came to take the test. I have no intention to be your enemy. I hope you can stop now." Ha ha ha. The Yunyang laughed happily again. She hooked her finger at Qin Shao and said, "Little handsome boy, that's right. I know you came here to take the test, but whether you can pass this test or not depends on us. Okay, so listen to me obediently. As long as you make me happy, do you have to be afraid that I won't let you pass the test? You just want to get the immortal token. I know where it is and how to get it. Ha ha. But you have to make Big Sister happy first. You have to make Big Sister comfortable first, then Big Sister will tell you." How could Qin Shao give in under such a threat? Qin Shao shook his head and said coldly, "Senior, if you want to exchange my body for it, I would rather not. Since it is a test, there is naturally a way to pass it. It is not obtained by selling your body. So, if you really want to do this, then I have to offend you." Obviously, Qin Shao was ready to fight. Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to fight, the Yunyang was very unhappy and glared at Qin Shao. How could there be such an inhumane man? Seriously, don't tell me that I'm not even that attractive anymore. At this moment, two silhouettes rushed over. Before they arrived, their voices had already reached them. "Yunyang, don't think you can eat it all by yourself. You can't play this little guy to death, or we will definitely be angry with you. What's the matter? Can't bear the loneliness? Didn't I tell you before? If you're lonely and empty, you can come and find me. I'll definitely satisfy you. Hee hee." The rough voice was full of wildness and hostility. Old monk? Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He looked over and sure enough, he saw a bald man coming over. It was this bald man who had spoken just now. Furthermore, Qin Shao noticed that there were 9 scars on the bald man's head. He looked like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. However, this bald man obviously did not have a trace of the breath of a Buddhist cultivator. How could there be a trace? This kind of person was not a Buddhist cultivator at all, and he did not deserve to be called an old monk. But he called himself an old monk. What was going on? "Damn evil monk, you fake bald donkey, get out of my way. Don't ruin my plan. You're so ugly. Even if I'm blind, I won't fall in love with you. If I want to play, I'll play with handsome guys. Don't come and disgust me." Yunyang scolded him directly. "Damn evil monk. Fake bald donkey." Chapter 2297. The evil monk and the blood slaughter king had arrived. With the presence of these two people, the mermaid did not continue to tempt Qin Shao. This made Qin Shao secretly relieved. However, facing these 3 people, Qin Shao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The mission prompt was too simple. It only said that finding the immortal token in Night Wolf Valley would be considered as completing the mission. Only then would he be able to obtain the content of the next test. At present, the only thing that could be confirmed was that the immortal token was in Night Wolf Valley. However, he did not know how to find the immortal token. However, Qin Shao thought that the answer must be on the 9 4th-step heavenly venerables in Night Wolf Valley. Therefore, how to obtain useful information from them was the problem that Qin Shao had to solve now. These people all looked ferocious and unfriendly. Although the mermaid looked friendly and was not fierce, her seductive attitude made Qin Shao somewhat afraid of her. This kind of woman was probably the kind that ate people without spitting out the bones. The most terrifying thing was that she would use her gentle charm to silently strangle you. Therefore, Qin Shao also maintained a high degree of vigilance. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He could not fall into the hands of a woman. The more experienced a woman was, the more she would deceive people. However, it was fortunate that these people did not directly attack him. Otherwise, Qin Shao would really complain about it if he fought against 3 people. Moreover, there were not only 3 fourth-step heavenly venerables in Night Wolf Valley. There were 9 of them. There were many fourth-step heavenly venerables. If he attacked here, the one who would suffer would definitely be Qin Shao. Unless it was a last resort, he definitely could not force his way in. He could only use his wits. The problem now was how to befriend these people and get them to help him obtain the immortal token. "Little brother, how are you?" Just as Qin Shao was thinking about these problems, a tender and clear voice sounded. Qin Shao looked around and did not see anyone. However, the voice just now clearly came from beside him. But where was the person? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find it. At this time, Qin Shao found that someone was pulling his clothes. Qin Shao looked down and found a 3-year-old boy standing in front of him. It was white and tender, with a bit of baby fat. It was chubby and very cute. Her hair was tied in 2 pigtails, and she was wearing a red doo-doo, which made her look even cuter. Little boy, alien race. Qin Shao immediately shook his head. No, this wasn't a little boy. This was a fourth-step heavenly venerable. How could there be such a young fourth-step heavenly venerable? They were either non-humankind beings or humans. An ancient fourth-step Empyrean couldn't possibly be so childish, right? She actually pretended to be a 3-year-old child? Wasn't this a little too strange? At least, it was hard for Qin Shao to imagine. How could he have such an idea? Just looking at it made him feel strange. The key was that there was no evil aura on this little boy. His bright eyes gave off a feeling of innocence. "Little brother, can you hug me?" The little boy spoke again and took the initiative to stretch out his arms. This proactive request caused Qin Shao to be involuntarily taken aback. Hug him? What the hell was this? An old guy who had lived for an unknown number of years, a powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable, actually asked him to hug him? Thinking about it, Qin Shao was full of goosebumps. He felt as if he had lived for a long time. Did the characters of the lives trapped in the landscape painting become so strange? Were they completely distorted? "Little brother, don't be afraid. We have already put down the butcher's knife and turned over a new leaf. We are all good people now. Look at my bright and sincere eyes. You know that I am not lying to you, right?" The little boy said again and winked at Qin Shao. Based on the feeling, this little boy did not have any evil aura or evil aura. He really couldn't feel that he was an evil person. He also felt that he was quite clean and pure. He shouldn't be a bad person. But sometimes feelings could be deceiving, so Qin Shao didn't dare to fully believe it. However, thinking about it, he felt that he could give it a try. If the other party really wanted to make a move, there was no need to play so many tricks with him. He could just do it directly. There were 4 of them now. 4 against 1. Qin Shao felt that he had no hope of winning. Even if he could win, it would definitely be a very, very difficult fight. He would have to use all his trump cards. However, there were still 5 other fourth-step heavenly venerables in the Night Wolf Valley. If all 9 of them attacked together, Qin Shao could only nurse a grievance. Needless to say, it would be a situation where he would definitely lose. Therefore, thinking about it this way, he felt that the other party might not have the intention to harm him. Thinking of this, Qin Shao relaxed a little. He put away some of his guard and reached out to hug the little boy. But when he hugged him, Qin Shao found that the little boy was heavier than a mountain. He couldn't carry him at all. Wasn't he too heavy? Qin Shao used more strength, but he still felt that he couldn't carry him. His immortal Dao power burst out with all his strength, but he still couldn't carry the little boy. That's really strange. Yun Yang and the other 2 didn't intervene. Instead, they looked at this side with a look of watching a good show. The little boy looked at Qin Shao with an innocent look and said with a smile, "Little brother, use some strength or you can't carry me. Use a little more strength and you can carry me." Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. It seemed that it was not an easy thing to carry this little boy. Was this a small test for him? No matter whether it was or not. Since he had made a move, there was no reason to take it back. Then he had to think of a way to carry him. The power of the immortal Dao was not enough. Even with the power of the great Dao, it was still not enough. Even with the power of the true meaning of strength, he found that it was still not enough. It seemed that he could only use the power of the inner world. Qin Zhao's thoughts moved. With a shout in his heart, the power of the inner world suddenly burst out. The majestic power gushed out like a turbulent river. The power of both arms suddenly burst out. He hugged hard and finally carried the little boy. This was much more difficult than carrying a mountain. Yeah, that's great, little brother. You can carry me. That's great, great. Hee. In the Night Wolf Valley, only the boss can carry me, but the boss doesn't carry me. That's great, that's great. Little brother can carry me. Finally, someone is willing to carry me. Little brother, you have to carry me for a while. Don't put me down. The little boy was so excited that he danced with joy. He was like a 3-year-old child. Carrying this little boy was really not an ordinary kind of tiring. He had to burst out a powerful force, which was a great consumption of his body. Therefore, carrying him was like fighting with someone else. It was very, very tiring. No matter how tired Qin Zhao was, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it for the time being. Little meatball, do you have any shame? You're an old fart who has lived for millions of epochs, and you still want someone to carry you and a man to carry you. Where's your shame? Has it been eaten by the time ring? Yin Yang pointed at Little Meatball and scolded. Little Meatball? Hearing this name, Qin Zhao almost laughed out loud. This name and him really matched each other very well. For someone who has lived for millions of epochs, his mind had deteriorated to such an extent. His temperament was a little too strange, wasn't it? Bah, you old woman. It's good that you're older than me, but you're still dressed up like a vixen. Little Meatball scolded back. The key point was that his tone was childish, so it was very funny and made people want to laugh. Go to hell, I'm a fairy. What do you mean like a fairy? You're saying I'm not a fairy. Yin Yang glared at Little Meatball and waved at him, saying, Little Meatball, hurry up and give me a hug. Come, I haven't hugged you yet. You've been hugging me for so long, you should be satisfied. No, I don't want to go down. I want to hug you for a while longer. I'll anger you to death, you old woman. Little Meatball expressed no and hugged Qin Zhao with both hands. This. If it was really a 3-year-old child hugging him like this, it would be fine, but this little boy hugging him was an old guy who had lived for millions of epochs. Thinking about it made Qin Zhao shudder. How could there be such a thing? And Little Meatball didn't dare to let go and kept hugging him like this. What was going on? Damn Meatball, I'll beat you to death. Yin Yang was angry and rushed over, looking like she was going to teach Little Meatball a lesson. Seeing this, Little Meatball immediately said weakly to Qin Zhao, Little brother, protect me. I'm so scared. Qin Zhao was speechless. What kind of weirdos were these people? Qin Zhao had met a lot of weirdos, but it was really the first time he met such weirdos. It really made Qin Zhao feel like he had entered a den of thieves. It was a very bad feeling to be played by these people. But how could he get out of this predicament? For a moment, Qin Zhao didn't have any good ideas. He could only take it one step at a time. Hey, Little Meatball, that's enough. We haven't played yet, and you're already hogging him. It's against the rules. The bald, evil monk finally spoke. His words seemed to have a deterrent force, so when his voice fell, Little Meatball immediately let go of Qin Zhao and landed on the ground. However, he seemed to be unconvinced and twitched his nose, muttering something in his mouth. Evil Monk and King Bloodkiller looked at Qin Zhao. Evil Monk grinned and said, Boy, do you know how to play football? Play football? Qin Zhao frowned and looked at Evil Monk with some confusion. Play football? Also, ask if he knew how to play football. What the hell was that? It was getting stranger and stranger. Evil Monk smiled and simply explained what football was. Qin Zhao understood that it was the most simple and ordinary way to play football. These two were living fossils who had lived for millions of epochs. They were actually keen on playing this kind of game that only children would play. Qin Zhao was really speechless, but he could only nod and say that he knew how to play. Ha ha, it's good that you know how to play. Then, play with us for a while? Evil Monk laughed happily. Qin Zhao really didn't want to say anything. He just wanted to spit on Evil Monk's face. Play my ass. Play football with him? Is there something wrong with his brain? However, Qin Zhao couldn't say it directly. No, stinky Evil Monk. Don't you know about first come, first served? This old lady is the first to arrive. The right to use this little handsome boy should belong to this old lady first. If you want to play, this old lady will play first. It won't be your turn. Why are you snatching? Did you ask this old lady if she agrees? Yunyang didn't agree and immediately said. However, Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard these words. Right to use? What the hell was this? When did he become their plaything? He even had the right to use. Chapter 2298. For the first time, Qin Shao felt that he was so sad that he had become someone else's plaything. Moreover, he was being fought over by 4 people like a delicious cake. What the hell was this? Ahem, I say, can't you ask for my opinion first? Qin Shao couldn't help but speak up. The voices of Yunyang and the other 3 suddenly stopped, and they all looked at Qin Shao. The woman said first, well, little handsome, then let's ask for your opinion. Are you willing to play with me? Big sister will make you very, very happy. You can play however you want. Big sister will accompany you. The woman's moves were still mainly seduction, full of enchanting temptation. But unfortunately, Qin Shao didn't fall for this trick. He could still resist the woman's gentle attack. Tiny Meatball looked at Qin Shao with a natural, adorable look, with a pitiful and tearful look, and said weakly, Little brother, can you play with Tiny Meatball? Tiny Meatball still wants to be hugged by little brother. Thinking that this tiny meatball was a living fossil that had lived for millions of universe eras, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel disgusted. It was fine when he didn't think about it, but when he thought about it, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Could it be more disgusting? The bald, evil monk grinned, and his smile was full of slyness. He winked at Qin Shao and said, Boy, you know, if you play with us, there are many benefits. Hey, if you want to leave here, then you have to play with us. Otherwise, you know. The bald, evil monk's words were both tempting and threatening. The meaning was obvious. If Qin Shao played with them and made them happy, he might be able to get the immortal token. If he didn't, then he wouldn't get it. It was a blatant threat. But in the face of such a threat, what could Qin Shao do? Facing the pull of these 3 parties, Qin Shao was really speechless. He really wanted to ignore them. However, he had no choice but to pay attention to it. Otherwise, there was no way he could pass this test. If he couldn't pass the first test, he would be eliminated. Obviously, Qin Shao was unwilling to be eliminated in this way. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, this matter was very difficult. What was the best way to deal with it? It seemed like he couldn't afford to offend any of these people. If he offended any one of them, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Qin Shao had a headache. He wanted to come up with a foolproof plan, but how could a foolproof plan be so easy to come up with? The gazes of the 4 people were fixed on Qin Shao, looking like they had to choose them no matter what. But there was only one Qin Shao. She couldn't split herself into 3 parts, could she? Why don't you decide for yourselves? I'll listen to you. Qin Shao could not think of a better solution, so he simply kicked the ball back to Yunyang and the others. Therefore, Yunyang and the other 2 parties quarreled again. The monk and the Blood Slaughter King were in the same group. However, it seemed that the Blood Slaughter King was not good at this kind of quarrel. Therefore, he stood at the side without saying a word and didn't help. The 3 parties quarreled unceasingly, and it was difficult to come to a decision in a short time. No one was willing to give way to the others, and all of them wanted to fight for the first place. The competition between the 3 parties was probably due to their own personal feelings. All right, stop quarreling. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? What a scandal. Just when the 3 parties were quarreling incessantly, a majestic voice came from the sky. It was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. This voice obviously had a lot of prestige. After a shout, Yunyang and the others immediately quieted down and stopped quarreling. Qin Shao was also secretly surprised. Who was the person who spoke just now? With such a great deterrent force, it seemed that his position in Night Wolf Valley was very high. The evil monk lowered his voice and said, It's all your fault. You had to quarrel so fiercely. You even provoked the boss to reprimand us. Since the boss has spoken, let's follow the old rules. Let's decide the winner by rock, paper, scissors. Tiny Meatball and Yunyang both nodded, agreeing with the evil monk's suggestion. This was also the usual practice. Seeing the three people playing rock, paper, scissors, Qin Shao had an impulse to vomit blood. Was he really treated as a commodity? Even if he was a commodity, it shouldn't be so lowly as to rely on rock, paper, scissors to decide the winner, right? Was there a need to play so low-end? Of all things, why do they have to play rock, paper, scissors? What made Qin Shao vomit blood the most was that he was actually defeated by Yunyang. This demoness who wanted a hug and kiss him was actually defeated by him. In an instant, Qin Shao felt as if he had entered a wolf's den. However, when he thought that he had the ability to resist, he was slightly comforted. The test was originally a matter of entering the tiger's den to obtain the tiger's cub. Naturally, it was not that easy. It was normal to have to bear some risks. There was no other way, so he could only grit his teeth and deal with it. However, facing only Yunyang alone, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Of course, he was not afraid of heart attacks at all. What he was afraid of was Yunyang's soft attacks. This was something that could kill people. Although Qin Shao could block it, it was also not good. It was very uncomfortable. I knew I would win. I told you not to compete with me. I'm the first one. After Yunyang won, she was also very happy and proud. She said this to Tiny Meatball and the evil monk. Tiny Meatball and the evil monk lost, but they were willing to admit defeat. They could only shake their heads and leave. Soon, only Qin Shao and Yunyang were left here. Yunyang looked at Qin Shao as if she was looking at her own trophy. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. She came over and wanted to pull Qin Shao, but Qin Shao avoided her. I like to see you so shy. It's really handsome, Yunyang said with a smile. Qin Shao was speechless anyway. What was so good about looking shy? It was so embarrassing. But you're a big man. You're really stingy. Big sister just wants to hold your arm. You're not a gentleman at all. I just want to hold your arm. I want to take advantage of you. Why you care so much? You're a big man. Are you really afraid that I will eat you? Big sister wants to eat you, but you have to agree to it first. If you don't, I can't do anything. Yunyang continued. Her words were getting bolder and more straightforward. Qin Shao felt uncomfortable all over. Even Qin Shao could not bring himself to say such blatant words. Then you go by yourself. I will take you to my place of cultivation. We can talk slowly. Yunyang could only take a step back. Qin Shao glanced at Yunyang. He could only follow her. There was no other way. Let's go and have a look first. One step at a time. Soon, Qin Shao followed Yunyang to her place of cultivation. It was really a very simple place. A dilapidated house and a lake. Was this the so-called cultivation place of the mermaid? In front of the shabby house, there was a stone table. Yunyang motioned for Qin Shao to sit down. Is there wine? Yunyang asked. Qin Shao nodded. He took out 2 pots of wine and handed one to Yunyang. Seeing the wine, Yunyang happily took it and drank it to her heart's content. Good wine. After being locked up here for so long, I have only drunk a few kinds of wine. It has long been tasteless. Today, I finally drink wine from outside. It's really delicious. In fact, the wine Qin Shao took out was just ordinary wine. It was not a good wine, but because she had not drunk wine from outside for a long time, Yunyang thought it was a very good wine. In fact, what she drank was a kind of heart. While drinking the wine, Yunyang looked straight at Qin Shao. Little handsome boy, why are you so good-looking? You are so good-looking. Are there many girls who like you? There must be many girls who take the initiative to pursue you, right? How do you deal with such a situation? Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yunyang to ask such a question. It really made Qin Shao feel surprised. In fact, it's okay. Qin Shao replied casually. Humph, it's obviously a lie. Little handsome boy, you are really not good at lying. When you lie, your eyes don't flicker. Once you flicker, you must be lying. Yunyang did not give Qin Shao face and directly exposed him. However, Qin Shao wasn't interested in delving deeper into this issue. It was a troublesome matter to begin with. After drinking for a while, Qin Shao finally asked, Senior Yunyang, you should know why I came here. So, Senior, do you think you can give me some pointers so that I can continue to complete the tests? Test. If so, I will be very grateful. You will be very grateful? Yunyang did not seem to care about the other words, but only caught the last sentence. Yunyang stretched her body to Qin Shao, smiled slyly, and exhaled at Qin Shao, saying, "Then I want to know, what kind of behavior will you be very grateful for? Will you stay and serve me if I help you find the immortal writ?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Shao still said firmly, "Senior Yunyang, this is absolutely impossible. I am a person with principles and a bottom line. It is absolutely impossible to cross this line. So, if you want me, Qin Shao, to compensate you with my body, I will never accept it. Please respect yourself and don't say such frivolous words again. Otherwise, I would rather give up this immortal writ than obey you. Senior, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible." "Is it absolutely impossible?" Yunyang smiled carelessly and said, "I also know some people who think they are very stubborn and have a strong backbone. But soon they will abandon all the so-called principles and bottom lines. Little handsome boy, I am not afraid to tell you frankly that if you want to get the clues from me, you have to pay some price. If you are not good-looking, I will definitely not like you. But you are so handsome and brave. If I don't give you the information, I will feel that I am wasting God's gift. What's wrong with accompanying me? You won't lose anything, and I won't let you lose a piece of meat. Since I can enjoy the wonderful thing between a man and a woman, and also get the benefits of clues, why not? Humph, it seems that I have come to the wrong place. Goodbye." Qin Shao was finally angry. After a heavy snort, he turned and left directly. Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to leave, Yunyang was a little anxious. She stood in front of Qin Shao as fast as she could and pouted, saying, "Stingy. Alas, forget it. Since you don't want to, then forget it. But don't be in a hurry to leave. If you can't get some information from me, you can't find the immortal writ." Chapter 2299. Qin Shao looked at the Yunyang and felt that what she said was reasonable. Up to now, he had no clue, so he could only stay and see if he could get some useful information from the Yunyang. At least, the Yunyang gave people a good feeling, but Qin Shao couldn't stand her boldness. Was it really because she had been lonely for too long? Shaking his head, Qin Shao stopped thinking about these things and looked at the Yunyang to see what she wanted to do. The Yunyang was still looking at Qin Shao with her eyes shining. Looking at her malicious eyes, Qin Shao was helpless and speechless. "Senior Yunyang, what do you want to do?" Being stared at like this, Qin Shao really had an impulse to run away. But for the test, he could only temporarily endure it. Although the mermaid was very beautiful and was a living seductress, Qin Shao really couldn't stand such a gentle attack. He couldn't take it. The Yunyang licked her lower lips and said, "I want to eat you." "Eat me?" Qin Shao frowned and swept a cold glance. She was prepared to attack at any time and said coldly, "Senior Yunyang, if you continue to be like this, then don't blame me for being rude. It's better if you don't use this on me. It's useless." The Yunyang waved her hand and said, "Little handsome boy, you think too much. I just want to eat your meat." Eat my meat? What did she mean? Qin Shao was more and more confused. What was the Yunyang's intention? The Yunyang looked at Qin Shao with a greedy face and said, "Oh, I haven't eaten human meat for a long time. I miss it. Little handsome boy, let me take a bite, okay? Just one bite will be enough." How could this kind of thing be okay? Qin Shao's meat had never been eaten by anyone. How could he take the initiative to let others eat his meat? No, absolutely not. Seeing that Qin Shao was unwilling, the Yunyang said coquettishly, "Little handsome boy, don't be afraid. Just one bite will be enough. If I eat your meat, you will lose some immortal power at most. It won't be too much loss. You can recover soon. Good boy, don't run away. Let me have a bite. After eating, I will tell you some information, okay? Hurry up, I won't let you suffer. Just one bite." This was like coaxing a child, which made Qin Shao was really speechless. Was the meat so delicious? Was it necessary to be so greedy? The problem was that these words came out of the mouth of such a seductive and beautiful woman, which made it even more strange. Looking at the situation, if he didn't give the meat to the Yunyang, there would be no way to get any information about it. If he failed, he would pass this test would not. Qin Shao had also thought of using force, but it might not work even if he used force. On the one hand, he might not be able to gain any advantage. On the other hand, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. He had no reason to attack for the time being. He was not threatened, so it seemed unreasonable to attack rashly. What should he do? Thinking about it, he decided to admit defeat first and see what the Yun-Yang was up to. If it was just a bite of meat, it would not be too much of a loss. It was still bearable, but it would feel a little weird. After struggling for a while, Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right, I'll take a bite." Compromise was really a helpless move. Qin Shao really couldn't resist the gentle attack. With Qin Zhao's consent, the Yun-Yang jumped up happily, flew over, and grabbed Qin Zhao's arm. The sudden move really startled Qin Shao. While drooling, the Yun-Yang rolled up Qin Zhao's sleeves, revealing the white and tender arm. Although there was not much meat, it was still white and tender. The Yun-Yang did not bite down in a hurry, but appreciated it first. Her hand gently stroked Qin Zhao's arm, as if she was thinking about where to bite. What the hell is this? Seeing the Yun-Yang's action, Qin Shao really wanted to go back on his words. Could she eat faster? Was she playing with his heartbeat? But this was not fun at all. As the saying goes, death was not terrible. What was terrible was waiting for death. For Qin Shao at this time, it was not terrible to be eaten. What was terrible was to be watched and waited for her to slowly eat his meat, and this was what he was willing to give. After a full 3 breaths, the Yun-Yang suddenly took a bite. It was also the first time that Qin Shao was bitten, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. However, he soon found that it didn't seem to hurt. Looking at the Yun-Yang again, he found that she didn't really bite down. Her mouth just touched his arm, and after a moment, she let go again. What did she mean? She didn't want to eat? The Yun-Yang shook her head and said, "Forget it. I want to lose weight and control my appetite. I can't be controlled by human flesh. It's not right. Little handsome boy, you are so handsome and cute. How can I be willing to eat your meat?" She really didn't want to eat? Qin Shao was also stunned. Her temperament was really a bit strange. The Yun-Yang sat back on the stool and continued to drink wine. Qin Shao also sat back, looked at the Yun-Yang, and said, "Senior Yun-Yang, I have a question. After I came in, I heard that the Jiangshan state is a place where people who have committed the most heinous crimes in the world are imprisoned. Even many of them were caught by the human Emperor Fuxi himself. Thus, before I came in, I was fully prepared to fight at any moment. I thought that the people I met should be extremely heinous. I'm afraid that as soon as we meet, we will inevitably fight with swords. But the fact seems to be far from what I imagined. When I entered the Night Wolf Valley, you didn't do anything to me. Even if you weren't friendly to me, at least you didn't do anything to me. Based on my feelings, I don't think you're all as evil as the rumors make you out to be. Mainly, I feel that your nature shouldn't be bad. I just don't understand why you were imprisoned in the Jiangshan state painting. The Jiangshan state painting is the treasure of the human Emperor Fuxi. I'm afraid that those who can be imprisoned by the human Emperor Fuxi are not simple characters." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Yun-Yang shook her head and chuckled. Qin Shao was really puzzled, and he always felt that there should be a lot of things that were not what he imagined. Sometimes, intuition was the most accurate. A few vicissitudes of life appeared on the Yun-Yang's face. After a while, the Yun-Yang said, "Handsome boy, do you really think that if there's really a heinous person, there's still a possibility of him being alive? Can he still be imprisoned in the Jiangshan state painting? Although the human emperor is merciful, he has already given the Jiangshan state painting to others. Anyone who is caught by Fuxi is likely to be imprisoned in the Jiangshan state painting." Qin Shao had been thinking about this problem, so he felt puzzled. Logically speaking, if there was really a heinous person, he should be killed directly. It was impossible to imprison him in the Jiangshan state painting. Those who could be imprisoned should not be sentenced to death. At least, Qin Shao understood it this way. If he met a heinous person who deserved to be killed, he would not be merciful and would definitely kill him. If the person was not sentenced to death, Qin Shao would consider letting him go and teaching him a lesson. The human Emperor Fuxi was the holy emperor of the human tribe, so he should be extremely wise. No matter how merciful he was, he should not be like this. Hearing the Yun-Yang's words, Qin Shao believed that many of the rumors should not be true. They were probably just rumors. As they spread, the flavor changed. "Senior Yun-Yang, forgive me for being presumptuous, But how was Senior Yunyang imprisoned in the Jiangshan state painting? Qin Xiao asked. Qin Xiao was not curious, but he wanted to know more about Senior Yunyang so that she could tell him some information. He couldn't force it, and he couldn't ask directly either. Therefore, Qin Xiao could only beat around the bush. Of course, Qin Xiao was indeed more concerned about why Senior Yunyang was imprisoned in the Jiangshan state painting. At least in terms of feeling, Qin Xiao felt that Senior Yunyang should not have a bad heart. Thinking of the past, the Yunyang's expression quickly became cold, and a few strange sharpness flashed in the depths of her eyes. Seeing that the Yunyang's sad past was evoked, Qin Xiao immediately said, "I'm sorry, Senior Yunyang. I shouldn't have asked this. If you don't want to say it, then forget it." The Yunyang smiled bitterly, shook her head, and sighed, saying, "There's nothing to ask. In fact, it's nothing. After all, it's all in the past. It's been too long, and it has been diluted. It's just that although some things have passed for a long time, they are still engraved in the depths of my heart. The past has become a sad memory." The Yunyang slowly narrated to Qin Xiao, and Qin Xiao also listened very patiently to the Yunyang's narration. After a long time, the Yunyang finally told all the things that had happened in the past. It was also a kind of confession. She had always hidden these things in the depths of her heart and had never told anyone. Today, she was willing to pour out so much to Qin Xiao. Some things have been stored in the depths of one's heart for a long time, and it would be much better to talk about them. After listening, Qin Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the Yunyang fell in love with a young man of the human clan. She thought that they could be together for the rest of their lives and live a happy life together. She did not care whether she could set foot on the ancient road and become a holy master. She just wanted to keep this love and be happy forever. However, the young man of the human clan had a change of heart. He fell in love with a descendant of an ancient saint of the human clan and heartlessly abandoned the Yunyang. The Yunyang, who was trapped and hurt by love, was furious. In a rage, her temperament changed greatly. She went to the human clan and killed the young man of the human clan and the descendant of the ancient saint. At the same time, many innocent people were also implicated. Killing the descendant of the ancient saint naturally provoked the ancient saint to take action and kill the Yunyang. The last ancient saint of the Fuxi celestial race intervened and prevented the Yunyang from being killed. However, although the death penalty could be avoided, she could not escape punishment. In the end, the ancient saint of the Fuxi celestial race killed the Yunyang's doppelganger and imprisoned her true body in the landscape painting. She was imprisoned for 1,000,000 universe epochs and was not allowed to leave the landscape painting for the rest of her life. This punishment could not be said to be light. However, Qin Xiao did not agree with saying that the Yunyang was unpardonably evil. She had killed many innocent people. This was indeed a serious crime, but the Yunyang, who had gone mad because of love, had indeed gone mad for a moment. Her nature was not so evil and evil. It was precisely because of this that she was imprisoned in the landscape painting. Chapter 2300. She had been imprisoned for millions of universe epochs. To Qin Xiao, such a period of time was unimaginably long, incomparably long. The mistake that Yunyang had made back then was indeed big, but the punishment she had received was equally big. Moreover, Yunyang had gone crazy because of love. If such a thing had happened to Qin Xiao believed that he would have done the same. Therefore, Qin Xiao also had some feelings for Yunyang in his heart. Friendship could touch people's hearts the most, and this was also something that Qin Xiao valued very much. Comradeship was a great thing. Senior Yunyang, have you ever regretted what you did back then? Qin Xiao asked. Yunyang laughed, shook her head, and said with a resolute face, "I don't regret it. Even if I were given another chance, I would still do the same. Not to mention being imprisoned in this landscape map. Even if I died in the battle back then, I wouldn't regret it. In fact, I was already prepared to die back then. I had already thrown caution to the wind and disregarded life and death. I'm not afraid of death. I know that I have to avenge that hatred for the love I paid for the dignity I had to bear. Only by killing that bastard couple can I relieve the hatred in my heart. I was hurt by love, so naturally I would kill for love. What's there to regret? If I hadn't killed them, then I would have lived in the shadow for the rest of my life, unable to walk out. It seemed that this resentment was really, really deep. It had already become a strong obsession. Qin Xiao shook his head. Although it was difficult for him to understand the pain of Yunyang being betrayed by the man she loved, he also felt that it was not worth it for Yunyang to do this for that heartless man. Of course, there was definitely hatred in her heart, but she had also sacrificed herself. At that time, Yunyang's mood was probably really disheartened, which was why she was so impulsive. But after so long, could she still not let it go? Could she still not face it calmly? However, after so many years, in fact, I have already let it go. Although I don't regret my actions back then, if I had to make a choice now, I would definitely not do that again. If you don't love them anymore, then you don't love them anymore. You can only blame yourself for being wrong. There's no need to harm their lives, and even implicate many innocent people. Now that I think about it, it was indeed a very bad thing. Hearing Yunyang's words, Qin Xiao nodded and agreed. Well, yes, I think so too. Some things can't be forced. If I get it, I'll be lucky. If I don't, it's my fate. A man who doesn't love you anymore, there's nothing for you to miss. There's nothing for you to go crazy over. Even if you go crazy, you're the only one who gets hurt. A person trapped by love will eventually be hurt by love. Some things are like this because they can't be seen through. Once you see through it, everything will be just like that. So many years have passed. Senior Yunyang should have walked out of the shadow. Take it lightly and let it go. There's no need to keep holding a grudge. As the saying goes, it's hard to find a three-legged toad, but it's easy to find a two-legged man. In this world, there are many excellent men. Yunyang pursed her lips and smiled. She threw a charming glance at Qin Xiao and said, "Oh, little handsome boy, I find that you still have a good understanding of love. It seems that you're also a person with a story. Yes, there are many excellent men in the world. For example, you are very excellent, little handsome boy. Oh, little handsome boy, if you continue to be like this, what if I fall in love with you? Why don't you stay and spend more time with me? I feel that I will definitely fall in love with you." Qin Xiao was shocked. He thought to himself, Senior Yunyang, please don't fall in love with me. Qin Xiao was already enough to deal with Princess Yu. If there was also a seductive Yunyang, wouldn't it kill him? Qin Xiao still wanted to live for a few more years. He didn't want to die so young. Look at how scared you are. What's wrong? Am I so unattractive to you? So unattractive? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough, or what? Yunyang glared at Qin Xiao and said angrily, with a hurt look on her face. No. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Senior Yunyang, you misunderstood me. You are very beautiful. It's just that I really don't have any ideas about the relationship between men and women. So, Senior, please don't make such a joke with me. I really don't have the fortune to enjoy it. I can only miss Senior's love. Hypocrite. Yunyang waved her hand at Qin Xiao and said, You are so gentle when you speak. You're not forthright at all. If you don't like me, just say it directly. Why you beat around the bush? You're not forthright. If you have something to say, just say it directly. You don't have to do this. I'm a sensible person. It's not like I don't understand. Ahem. Qin Xiao coughed awkwardly. Well, it seemed that he was not forthright enough. If you want to be forthright, that's fine. Come on, I'll give you another chance. Am I beautiful? Yes. Do I have the charm of a woman? Yes. Do you like me? I don't. Hearing this, the mermaid was suddenly unhappy. She glared at Qin Xiao and pouted. I told you to be more straightforward, but I didn't tell you to be so bad at talking. You are really straightforward. Why can't you like me? Qin Xiao was stunned. Is it so difficult? Qin Xiao suddenly had an impulse to vomit blood. Didn't you say to be forthright? Of course, he had to be forthright. Alas, women, you never understand them. Well, I won't tease you anymore. Yunyang suddenly waved her hand and said seriously, Little handsome boy, you are a very good person. Although you're a little stupid, you are still a very interesting person. Originally, it was not so easy to give you the information, but I think you were good, so I made an exception and gave it to you. Hearing that Yunyang was going to give him the information, Qin Xiao was suddenly happy and quickly thanked her. Thank you. Senior Yunyang. I will be very grateful. Humph! Yunyang waved her hand and said, "What's the use of being grateful? After you finish the test, you will leave the mountain and country painting and will never see me again. No matter how grateful you are, the benefits will not fall on me. You will be free and unfettered outside, but I can only be lonely in this night wolf valley." That was what she said, but wasn't her intention here? Qin Shao pursed his lips hard and said, "Senior Yunyang, although I may not be able to thank you, but if I have the ability one day, I will definitely rescue you from the mountain and country painting." Senior's mistake in the past was indeed great, but being imprisoned for millions of universe epochs is enough for you to repent. Senior is kind and has no intention of harming others, so you should not continue to be imprisoned here. I don't dare to boast. I can only say that I will do my best. If I have the ability and opportunity in the future, I will definitely give it a try. Yunyang chuckled and waved her hand carelessly. "Little handsome boy, I appreciate your kindness, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to do anything for me. Actually, I have been here for a long time, and I have gotten used to it. I have been here for millions of universe epochs, so I have long been used to it. In here, it is actually quite good. At least it is very comfortable, very quiet, and I don't have to think about those complicated things. I can simply live a simple life. It is quite good." Although Yunyang said it was quite good, how could Qin Shao not understand that she said it was quite good? It was just a helpless self-comfort. How could she not want to go out? The outside world was so big and so wonderful. How could this small night wolf valley compare to it? It was just that Yunyang did not want to make things difficult for Qin Shao, and did not want Qin Shao to take the risk for her. It was far too difficult to achieve this. Qin Shao was just saying so, but he did not have the slightest confidence. He did not even know what he had to do to achieve this step. However, Qin Shao really did have this intention. Regardless of whether he could do it in the future, his intention was real. Yunyang waved her hand and continued, "Let's get down to business. We have received the news that if you want to pass our test, you must get the immortal badge that is in our Night Wolf Valley. But the immortal badge of Night Wolf Valley is in the hands of our boss, and I don't have the ability to directly ask our boss for the immortal badge for you. Even if you could, it would be against the rules, and our boss would definitely not agree. So if you want to get the immortal badge, you must do it step by step, according to the rules, and pass this test." Qin Shao nodded. He did not want to take any shortcuts, and he was not afraid of any test. As for this test, you need to gain the approval of at least 5 people. There are 9 people in our Night Wolf Valley, and each of them has a key. That is to say, you have to collect at least 5 keys to get the immortal badge. And among these 5 keys, the boss's key is a must, because the immortal badge is in our boss's hands. If you want to get the immortal badge from our boss, you must get the key in our boss's hands. So, in addition to our boss's key, you need to get 4 more keys. With that, Yunyang's hand moved, and a key appeared in her hand. Yunyang did not make things difficult for Qin Shao, and directly handed the key to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was slightly stunned, and his heart was moved. His intuition was right. Yunyang was indeed a very kind person. Qin Shao did not expect that Yunyang's key would be so easy to get. He thought that Yunyang wanted to test him. "I'll remember this kindness first. If I have the ability to do so in the future, I'll definitely repay this mermaid well." However, this was a story for the future, and it would definitely be something that could only be done in the distant future. Now that you have my key, you still need to get 4 more keys. In addition to our boss's key, you still need 3 more keys. It just so happens that you have seen the 3 people who appeared just now. One is the evil monk, one is the blood killer king, and one is little meatball. After calculating, only the keys of the 3 of them are easier to get. As for the others, it is too difficult. Although the evil monk gave people the feeling that he was very fierce, Qin Shao felt that the evil monk should not be as evil as he appeared to be. As for little meatball, it should be fine. Getting the keys from the 3 of them was indeed a good feeling. However, thinking about it, it definitely wouldn't be that easy. Moreover, there was still a boss at the back. This boss should be the one who spoke just now, the one who was very dignified. Chapter 23:01. As for the evil monk, he is a fake monk. Although he has always had the heart to cultivate Buddhism, he is unable to give up on all the precepts. Furthermore, he was born with an evil appearance. Therefore, he is often treated as a bad person by others. After being treated as a bad person for so many times, his heart became distorted and unbalanced. Therefore, in the end, he committed a grave mistake and was imprisoned in the landscape painting. After countless years, the evil monk's character has become somewhat temperamental. However, it is still all right. Although he is temperamental and looks ferocious, he still has a heart towards Buddhism, a heart of compassion. Therefore, I won't kill easily. It is just that his obsession to cultivate Buddhism is somewhat deep. Moreover, he is unable to give up on all the precepts even after death. Therefore, his heart is always in a state of extreme contradiction and distortion. Therefore, when the evil monk goes crazy, he is also somewhat frightening. He is a master that is best not to provoke. Qin Shao had previously thought that the evil monk was a Buddhist cultivator. Now, it seemed that he had indeed cultivated Buddhism before. It was just that he had not attained Qi. Of course, if he had attained Qi, he would not have been imprisoned here. A Buddhist cultivator would naturally not commit the grave mistake of killing. As for the Blood Slaughter King, how should I put it? He is not a bad person. However, because he is a blood race life form, he is naturally bloodthirsty and lives on blood. Back then, he was young and impetuous. Therefore, he wantonly drank human blood and committed a grave mistake. After these years of repentance, he has become much better. His temperament can be considered mild. The Blood Slaughter King is not difficult to deal with. As for the most difficult to deal with, it should be Little Meatball. Little Meatball was the most difficult to deal with. Qin Shao was not particularly surprised by this. The better one felt, the worse it was. Indeed, it was true. Little Meatball still has a childlike heart. When he's in a good mood, he is still very cute. However, his mood is also like that of a child. His mood is temperamental and can change at any moment. If he doesn't get what he wants, then he might become very scary. Therefore, dealing with him is not an easy matter. The evil monk and the Blood Slaughter King should be fine. But Little Meatball is indeed a troublesome matter. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. No matter how troublesome it was, there was no other way. She could only try her best to solve it. It was normal for it to be difficult. Since they were here to take the test, they had to face difficulties head-on. Thank you for telling me, Senior Yunyang. I will do my best. Well, there were always people who came up with ideas. Roads are also created by people taking one step at a time, Qin Shao said. Yunyang nodded approvingly. You are right. You have a good mentality. How about this, handsome? I'll take care of Little Meatball for you. If you go and deal with Little Meatball, I'm afraid you'll be fooled by him. He's very playful. He won't give it to you easily until he's had enough of you. It's not a good thing for you to drag on for too long. The evil monk and King Bloodkiller are together. You deal with them first. I'll deal with Little Meatball first. If it doesn't work, Big Sister will help you deal with that side. This, Yunyang took the initiative to offer her help. Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. He felt that it was better for him to deal with the test himself. If he couldn't solve these tests by himself, then it would seem that he didn't live up to his name. Well, it's settled. The evil monk and King Bloodkiller are over there. You can go. Yunyang didn't give Qin Shao a chance to refuse. She directly said and quickly left. Qin Shao could only go and find the evil monk and King Bloodkiller first. Soon, Qin Shao saw the evil monk and King Bloodkiller kicking a rubber ball. Seeing the two of them kicking the ball, Qin Shao understood what kind of game they were talking about. It turned out that they were using people as balls and kicking them. This was the so-called kicking rubber ball. Qin Shao wouldn't play with them, even if he was beaten to death. He didn't want to be kicked like a rubber ball. Seeing Qin Shao coming, the evil monk suddenly changed direction and kicked the rubber ball towards Qin Shao. Seeing the goblin flying towards him, Qin Shao directly retreated to the side, causing the goblin to heavily fall on the ground. It directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. The goblin ball crawled out of the hole, covered in dust. Seeing Qin Shao, the goblin ball immediately became happy. With an excited face, he pushed Qin Shao. Haha, a new rubber ball has come. This old ball can finally take a break. Lord Evil Monk, King Blood Killer, I will take my leave first. You can play with this little fresh meat of the human race." After saying that, the goblin directly drilled into the ground and left, disappearing without a trace. The evil monk and King Blood Killer walked towards Qin Shao. The evil monk rubbed his hands and had an excited look. "Hee, little fellow of the human race, quickly come and play with us. How about you be the ball?" "Not all." Qin Shao directly shook his head. However, the evil monk and King Blood Killer had already arrived in front of Qin Shao, forming a triangle around Qin Shao. The evil monk grinned. "Now that you are here, it is not up to you. If you don't play with us, then don't think about getting the key. If you're happy playing with us, then the key will naturally be given to you. Kicking that goblin ball every day is getting a little boring. Kicking you will definitely be more fun. Come, hurry up. Do you want to shrink into a ball and let us kick you? Or do you want us to kick you like this?" Qin Shao awkwardly smiled at the two and said, "Two seniors, can we discuss and not play with this ball?" "No." However, both Evil Monk and King Blood Killer rejected him in unison. "There is no room for discussion?" "No." Qin Shao's hand moved, and the eight-sided Buddha mirror appeared in his hand. The Buddha light emitted from the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Boundless Buddha Dharma, Holy God Baptism. Huh? When the Buddha light appeared, the evil monk was immediately stunned. He stared at the eight-sided Buddha mirror with wide eyes. He had always had an obsession in his heart, and that was the heart of Buddha. Although he could not cut off the rules and precepts, his heart of Buddha had always been in his heart and had not been erased. Even after countless years had passed, they still existed. Buddha tool. It is actually a Buddha tool. How did you get a Buddha tool? The evil monk looked at Qin Shao with shining eyes. He naturally had an indescribable sense of fascination towards Buddha. The Buddhist heart in his heart was also instantly seduced. Qin Shao said, "I got it by chance." The evil monk wanted to touch the eight-sided Buddha mirror. He looked as if he had seen a precious treasure and revealed a greedy expression. Qin Shao moved his hand and held the eight-sided Buddha mirror in his hand. He temporarily withdrew the Buddha light and did not let the evil monk continue to look. The evil monk looked at Qin Shao and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, your luck is really good. You actually got a Buddha tool. Why don't this old monk negotiate with you? You give this Buddha tool to this old monk, and this old monk will give you the key. What do you think? A Buddha tool for a key, you are not losing out." "Haha, not losing out?" Qin Shao curled his lips and said, "Senior evil monk, although I am young and ignorant, I am not stupid. I still know how to calculate. How can you say that you are not losing out when you're obviously losing out? A Buddha tool is an incomparably precious thing. I only have one. If I give it to you, I will have no more. No exchange, no exchange. I am determined not to exchange. Senior, I can give it to you to comprehend, but it is absolutely impossible to exchange. Hee, little friend Qin Shao, don't be like this. Let's discuss it again." The evil monk moved closer. From the looks of it, he was ready to snatch it at any time. Qin Shao held the eight-sided Buddha mirror tightly. He could naturally see through the evil monk's thoughts. Although the Blood Killer King did not move, it was obvious that he was ready to help the evil monk at any time. These two people had a very good tacit understanding. Once they took action, they definitely could not be underestimated. Qin Shao did not know how strong these two people were, so he could only deal with them carefully. He did not want to fall into the hands of these two people. These two living fossils had lived for millions of universe eras. Qin Shao would definitely admit defeat if he played tricks with them. No discussion. I have already refined this eight-sided Buddha mirror. It is naturally impossible for me to give it to you. I can comprehend it, but it is impossible for me to give it to you. Qin Shao directly refused. Actually, how should he put it? The eight-sided Buddha mirror was not that useful to Qin Shao. If he really wanted to give it away, it was impossible. But Qin Shao knew that it was not that easy to get the key from the evil monk so easily. Therefore, the eight-sided Buddha mirror naturally could not agree so easily. Once he agreed, it would be troublesome if the other party went back on his words. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally incomparably resolute. Qin Shao knew that the evil monk was playing tricks. Therefore, he had to play along with him. No matter how the other party played, Qin Shao would hold on to it and bite the bullet. Using the eight-sided Buddha mirror to exchange for the key was not a small price to pay. The eight-sided Buddha mirror did not seem like a high-grade immortal equipment. Qin Shao had many high-grade immortal equipment on him. Not to mention one, even if it was 10 high-grade immortal equipment, Qin Shao would be willing to exchange it. But this eight-sided Buddha mirror was only a single Buddha item. The meaning behind it was rather special. Even if it was not that useful now, it was still quite significant. What? You refined it. How is that possible? You are not a Buddhist cultivator. How could you refine a Buddha item? Absolutely impossible. Qin Shao, boy, it is wrong of you to lie like this. The evil monk naturally did not believe that Qin Shao had refined the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Qin Shao shook his head. He opened his hand, and the eight-sided Buddha mirror's boundless Buddhist power burst out. Buddhist light soared to the sky, and an eight-sided space appeared, directly enveloping the evil monk. Senior evil monk, this junior will not lie. You should believe me now, right? Although this junior is indeed not a Buddhist cultivator, this junior has some understanding of Buddhism and has some mastery over it. Therefore, this junior has indeed refined this eight-sided Buddha mirror. This eight-sided Buddha mirror is indeed very important to this junior. Therefore, this junior cannot give the eight-sided Buddha mirror to senior evil monk. Senior, can you take a step back? I will let senior comprehend it more. If I release the power of the eight-sided Buddha mirror, wouldn't it be easier for senior to comprehend it? Boy, you actually refined this Buddha item. The evil monk opened his mouth. Although he found it hard to believe, he had no choice but to believe it. He had indeed refined it. The evil monk's gaze fell on Qin Shao. It was unknown what he was thinking. Qin Shao also knew that the evil monk was thinking of a way. However, he was not afraid of anything. He had refined the eight-sided Buddha mirror. He was not afraid of it being snatched away. Besides, his strength was not weak. If they really fought, he might not necessarily be afraid of the evil monk and the Bloodslaughter King. Chapter 23:02. It sounded impossible for a non-Buddhist to refine a Buddhist artifact. However, Qin Shao had made the impossible possible. He had truly refined the Buddhist artifact. Moreover, Qin Shao not only refined the Buddhist artifact, but also cultivated the Buddhist six-syllable mantra and mastered some Buddhist doctrines. Although his realm was not high, he had mastered a lot of Buddhist doctrines. Stingy, the evil monk shook his head and said, "Young man, don't be so stingy. This old monk will definitely not treat you badly. As long as you give this mirror to this old monk will immediately give you the key. It's a good deal to trade for something else. It's a bargain." Qin Shao naturally wouldn't make a move easily. He shook his head directly and said with a determined look, No, senior evil monk, this is really not possible. It's definitely not possible to make an exchange. I only have one Buddhist artifact. It's extremely precious to me, so naturally, it's impossible for me to give it to you. The conditions I just said are the bottom line. Any more than that is definitely not possible. Then I'd rather not have the key. The evil monk smacked his lips and said, "If you don't want our key, then there's no way to pass the test. Are you going to give up the test? It's not worth giving up the test for a Buddhist artifact, is it? Little friend Qin Shao, I think you should think about it again." Qin Shao directly rejected him. "There's no need to think about it. I know very well in my heart. Anyway, I only need 5 keys. I've already got the 2 keys of Senior Yunyang and Senior Little Meatball. Your boss's key can't run away anyway, so now there are only 2 keys left. If Senior Evil Monk really can't do it, there are still 4 other people. I can go and see them. Anyway, they're all equally difficult. It doesn't matter so much." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the evil monk was a little anxious and said, "You definitely can't go to them. They won't pay attention to you. It's impossible to get the key from them." Qin Shao smiled. Seeing that the evil monk was anxious, Qin Shao felt happy. This meant that his thoughts were correct. This was what he should do. That doesn't mean he won't care. I think that senior goblin rubber ball is quite easy to talk to, Qin Shao said with a smile. He dares, evil monk shouted. Qin Shao said, there's no such thing as daring or not daring. Besides, there are still 3 other people besides Senior Gnome, so there's still a good chance. Senior Evil Monk didn't intend to give me the key anyway, so it's equally difficult for me. But no matter how difficult it is, you have to try before you know. If you haven't even tried, then there's no need to say so much. With that, Qin Shao really got up and left. Of course, Qin Shao was also gambling. He was gambling on how much the evil monk cared about Buddhist artifacts. At this time, Qin Shao could only gamble like this. If he was led by the nose by the evil monk, it would definitely not be so easy to get the key smoothly. Qin Shao was very clear about this. Therefore, he must not easily believe the evil monk's words. He must not be led by the nose by him. He must take the initiative in his own hands. Only then would there be hope. Therefore, for the sake of this hope, Qin Shao could only fight and take a risk once. If he didn't take such a risk, it would be difficult to do. It was better to take a risk. If it really didn't work, then he would think of other ways. There was no other way. Qin Shao strode away without showing any hesitation. Once he showed any hesitation, he would definitely be seen through. Therefore, Qin Shao could only resolutely leave to show his attitude. Only in this way could it be possible to provoke the evil monk. The evil monk watched Qin Shao leave. After looking at him for a while, he didn't find any problem, so the evil monk was a little anxious. It seemed that this human race kid was really going to leave. Therefore, after a while, the evil monk shouted, "Wait, little friend Qin Shao, don't be so excited. What's the matter? We can still discuss it. Why are you in such a hurry?" As he spoke, he chased after Qin Shao. Qin Shao also slowed down his pace, waiting for the evil monk to catch up. Without waiting for the evil monk to speak again, Qin Shao said directly, "It's still the same sentence. If you want my 8-faced Buddha mirror, it is absolutely impossible. As for other things, we can still talk about it. I'm a person with strong principles. If there are not enough benefits, it is naturally impossible for me to bear the pain and give up my treasure." The meaning of Qin Shao's words also gave the evil monk a hint. This 8-faced Buddha mirror was not necessarily impossible to give up, but it depended on how big the benefits were. If the benefits were big enough, then it was still possible to consider. The evil monk naturally understood this hint. He gritted his teeth, and after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he said, "How about this, Qin Shao kid? I will give you the keys of me, the Blood Killer King, and the Blood Killer King. This way you will have 4 keys. You only need the boss key to pass this test. 2 keys in exchange for your Buddha artifact. What do you think? 2 for 1. You can't be saying that you're making a loss in such a deal, right?" Qin Shao pretended to think about it. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and made a face of being at a loss. Seeing Qin Shao like this, the evil monk directly said to the Blood Killer King, "Give me your key." The Blood Killer King hesitated for a moment, but still gave the key to the evil monk. Then, the evil monk's hand moved, and his own key appeared in his hand. A total of 2 keys were handed over to Qin Shao. Seeing the evil monk's actions, Qin Shao's heart was filled with joy. It seems like his strategy was successful. He had captured the evil monk. This was indeed a joyous matter. If that was the case, it would naturally be for the best. The evil monk handed the 2 keys to Qin Shao and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, I will give you the 2 keys first. If you give me the Buddha artifact, my sincerity should be enough, right? If little friend Qin Shao says anything else, then it will be meaningless. If you say anything else, then there will be nothing left to talk about. Little friend Qin Shao can go find someone else." Since he had achieved his goal, Qin Shao naturally didn't continue. He reached out his hand and took the 2 keys. Then he smiled at the evil monk and said, "Good. Since Senior is so sincere, then this Junior will be disrespectful." Seeing Qin Zhao's victorious expression, the evil monk knew that he had fallen into Qin Zhao's trap. However, he also knew that he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he could only do this. It could only be said that Qin Shao wasn't simple. It wouldn't be easy to control him. This kid also knows how to play tricks. Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. Qin Shao naturally kept his promise. Without hesitation, he immediately removed the ownership of the eight-faced Buddha mirror and handed it to the evil monk. After getting the eight-faced Buddha mirror, the evil monk was suddenly happy. Other things were thrown aside. With the two keys in hand, Qin Shao also succeeded. He left and didn't stay there any longer. Exchanging an octagonal Buddhist mirror for two keys wasn't necessarily worth it, but it was the best and fastest way to solve the problem. The eight-faced Buddha mirror was indeed not very useful to Qin Shao now. In a real battle, it wouldn't be useful. It was dispensable. It was a good thing to be able to use it here. However, the value of a Buddha artifact was indeed very high. The loss wasn't small. Fortunately, Qin Shao had 199 high-grade immortal artifacts. He could afford to lose a Buddha artifact. Even if he lost the eight-faced Buddha mirror, he still had the Buddha Saraira. That was a real priceless treasure. Qin Shao had just left the evil monk's territory when he saw Yunyang walking towards him. "Oh, you came out so quickly? You succeeded?" Yunyang saw Qin Shao and asked in surprise. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I succeeded. I got the keys of Senior Evil Monk and Senior Blood Killer King." Hearing Qin Shao's words, Yunyang looked at Qin Shao in surprise. She said with some admiration, "Impressive. You really are very impressive. I thought you couldn't deal with them and had to wait for Big Sister to help you. I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. You are much stronger than Big Sister imagined. However, Big Sister is curious. What method did you use to deal with Evil Monk and Blood Killer King in such a short time?" Qin Shao gave a brief account of what had happened. After listening to it, Yunyang was even more surprised. She looked at Qin Shao in astonishment, and after a while she said, "You actually have a Buddhist instrument and have mastered Buddhism. You're really amazing. Impressive. Although I don't know much about Buddha cultivators, I have heard that entering the Buddha Tao is a very scary thing. You have comprehended some Buddha Tao, but you haven't entered the Buddha Tao. That's impressive. To be able to refine a Buddha artifact and not be affected by the Buddha Tao, it is indeed strange. At least, I have never heard of such a thing. Either you enter the Buddha Tao or you don't. Those who don't enter the Buddha Tao are unlikely to refine a Buddha artifact and master some Buddha Tao. You could be considered as the only one. Not bad, not bad. You are worthy of being called the genius who stands at the peak of the immortal domain. You are really extraordinary. Big Sister admires you." After saying that, Yunyang moved her hand and two keys appeared in front of Qin Shao. She said, "Here, these are two keys for you. Now you have 4 keys. Only the last key for Big Brother is left. As for Big Brother, I really can't help you. You can only solve it yourself." Qin Shao already knew this. He said, "It's okay. Just leave it to me. This is something I have to face. I can't escape. Senior Yunyang, you have helped me enough. Leave the rest to me. No matter what, I really have to thank you this time, Yunyang." "Well, Yunyang, I'm going to find your big brother. Wish me good luck." Yunyang smiled and said, "Of course, I wish you good luck. Big Sister is waiting for your good news. However, you'd better be careful and be mentally prepared. Our big brother is extremely powerful. He is not so easy to deal with. It will be very difficult for you to take that key from our big brother. But good luck." With Yunyang's blessing, Qin Shao felt warm and full of strength. But no matter what, he had to do his best and give a try. After saying goodbye to Yunyang, Qin Shao walked toward the big brother of Night Wolf Valley. From Yunyang, Qin Shao learned some information about the big brother of Night Wolf Valley. His name was Evil Tyrant. Just by hearing the name, one could know that he was an extremely domineering person. He had supreme authority in Night Wolf Valley. The other 8 people absolutely did not dare to disobey Evil Tyrant. They obeyed Evil Tyrant's words and had absolute authority. Even Yunyang was afraid of Evil Tyrant. Evil Tyrant's strength was unfathomable. At least, he was not as powerful as Yunyang and the others. Chapter 2303. Under a towering tree, a man in white was playing the zither, intoxicated by the music. The melodious melody was as clear and sweet as the sound of flowing water. It was the sound of nature without a trace of impurities, making people feel very comfortable listening to it. Qin Shao had never heard such a beautiful zither sound before, so he could not help but be intoxicated by it and slowly walked over. Qin Shao had already sized up the man in white who was playing the zither. Although the other party's head was slightly lowered, he could basically see his appearance. This was a cold and handsome man. His face was as cold as ice. He was so cold that people could feel a chill from afar. This was Evil Tyrant? This was not the same as Qin Shao imagined Evil Tyrant. Qin Shao originally thought that if he was called Evil Tyrant, he should be more evil than the evil monk. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Evil Tyrant did not look evil at all, just a little cold. However, his appearance did not seem to have anything to do with the word evil. Was it just a title? But Qin Shao still felt that since it was called this title, there must be some connection. Otherwise, no one would like such a title, right? Some things could not be seen on the surface. Perhaps this was the real horror. To be able to sit in a dominant position in the Night Wolf Valley, making others incomparably fearful, was enough to explain everything. Yun Yang was incomparably fearful of Evil Tyrant. So in the face of Evil Tyrant, Qin Shao naturally did not dare to be careless. Qin Shao also patiently listened to the sound of the zither. It was indeed very pleasing to the ear. The melody was very beautiful, and it made people feel very comfortable listening to it. This feeling was like when one was exhausted from working hard, sitting down to have a good rest, throwing away all the thoughts in one's mind, and just wanting to relax and rest. Body and mind, unconsciously, completely relaxed. This feeling was very wonderful. Slowly, Qin Zhao's consciousness became more and more relaxed, and gradually, only the sound of the zither was left in his mind. The sound became louder and louder, more and more pleasing to the ear, and it filled the whole world. Not good. Qin Shao suddenly came to her senses. She knew that the music was not simple at all. However, by the time Qin Shao reacted, it was already too late. He had already entered a wonderful world, a world of music. The entire world was filled with the melodious sound of the zither, which lingered in his ears. One could even see rhythmic runes flying around in this magical world with the naked eye. This world was made up of musical symbols. Obviously, Qin Shao was trapped in this world. What a powerful zither sound! It is indeed a good technique. Even though my state of mind and will are so strong, I was sucked into this world of music the moment I heard it. I was prepared for it previously, but I really couldn't defend against it. The demonic power of this zither music is simply too strong. I can't resist it at all. Seems like this is the trouble Evil Tyrant is giving me. If I don't leave this world of music, I won't even have the right to talk to him. Well, since I've encountered it, I'll just deal with it. It's not a big deal. Qin Shao began to look at this world of music. However, his mind was filled with the beautiful melody. The beautiful sound of the zither was too pleasant to listen to. It was too comfortable to listen to. Under such comfortable music, he didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to sit down and quietly listen to the beautiful sound of the zither. This wonderful feeling was enough to make him sink into it, unable to extricate himself, as if he was possessed. This feeling was like returning to the embrace of a mother he hadn't seen for a long time. If he wanted to see the situation in this magical world, he first had to overcome his own consciousness. At this time, his consciousness was completely confused by the music. The music had taken over Qin Zhao's consciousness so that there was no room for anything else. Therefore, Qin Shao had no way to look at this world of music. Only a trace of his consciousness was there. The rest of his consciousness was confused and occupied by the music. This made Qin Shao realize where the difficulty was. The first step was to take back control of his consciousness. However, the music had a very strong control over Qin Zhao's consciousness. Therefore, it was very difficult for Qin Shao to take back control of his consciousness. This feeling was like an ordinary person falling into a swamp. It was too difficult to get out of the swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he might sink. It was the feeling of sinking into the swamp, with no place to exert strength. He had the strength, but there was no way to use it. There was no way to use his strength to pull himself out of the swamp. Qin Shao also tried, but there was no way to break free of his consciousness. The biggest problem in front of him was to take back his consciousness. However, his consciousness had fallen into the swamp. It was very difficult to pull himself out of the swamp. I can't force myself to struggle. If I force myself to struggle, I will only sink deeper and deeper. There is no way to break free. If I want to get out of the swamp, I can only rely on external help. External help. I feel that I can't rely on external help now. If I can only rely on my own strength, what should I do? If I can't struggle with my own strength, I can only rely on skillful strength. What is skillful strength? At this time, Qin Shao imagined himself as an ordinary person who had fallen into the swamp. In the situation of ordinary people falling into the swamp, he thought about how to use skillful strength to pull himself out of the swamp. However, it was also very difficult. He had to be very careful. If he was careless, he might sink deeper. Therefore, Qin Shao was also trying step by step carefully. After trying countless times, Qin Zhao's heart stirred, and he finally saw the results. He finally found the way. Everything was much easier now that he had found the way. Qin Shao continued to walk along this road. The further he walked, the wider and brighter the road became. As expected, Qin Shao soon took back control of his consciousness. As soon as he took back control of his consciousness, Qin Shao also consciously blocked the rhythm to prevent the sound from disturbing and controlling him. Qin Shao began to carefully observe this world. When it came to music, it could be said that Qin Shao knew nothing about it. In this world of rhythm, it was not impossible to break out of it by brute force. However, it was definitely not an easy thing to do. It was bound to consume a lot of energy. Perhaps it was not worth the loss. Therefore, if they could find a better solution, it would naturally be for the best. He could find a flaw and then break out of this world in one fell swoop. Qin Shao also tried it and found that this world could devour his power. The devouring power had greatly weakened his power. It was impossible for him to rely on his remaining power to break through this world. Of course, Qin Shao just tried it. He did not use any other means. However, it was enough to let Qin Shao realize how powerful and terrible this world was. It was not easy to break out of this world by force. Therefore, the best thing to do now was to discover the rules of this world and find some weak points and flaws. He had to figure out some situations in this world to find a corresponding solution. Otherwise, he could only rely on brute force. The lines of this world were completely composed of musical symbols. However, Qin Shao didn't understand this aspect at all. He was a complete idiot. Therefore, if he wanted to start from the musical aspect, Qin Shao really didn't know where to start. He was like a monk who was 10 feet tall. He could not find a brain. However, things could be slowly understood from ignorance, so it was not a big deal. The key was to be able to understand it thoroughly. Qin Shao also began to try all kinds of things slowly. However, he seemed to be unable to find the doorway. The more he could not find the doorway, the more he would lose his direction and gradually become impetuous. However, Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong, and his willpower was also very strong. Therefore, he would not easily lose his direction. He did not know how long had passed. Qin Shao still did not find the way. He tried countless times and failed. During this time, he had also been comprehending this world, but he still did not gain much. I may have walked into a misunderstanding. That's why I can't find the way. I'm like a headless fly. If the direction is not right, then no matter how hard I try, it will not work. I can't get out of this. It means that I have entered a misunderstanding. How can I get out of this misunderstanding? Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. An idea came to his mind. No, I know nothing about rhythm, but this test is not necessarily a kind of understanding of rhythm, right? It's a test of the heart and willpower. From the beginning, it has controlled my willpower. Therefore, if I want to get out of this world, the most important thing is willpower and mental strength. It should not be rhythm. Yes, it must be like this. If it's rhythm, then it will seem very strange. After figuring this out, Qin Shao suddenly felt that he was suddenly enlightened. Many of the things that he had some doubts about before could now all be solved. He was relieved at once. After a careful analysis, Qin Shao felt that the possibility should be very high. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately put it into practical action. In terms of willpower and heart force, this was where Qin Zhao's strength lay. Qin Shao immediately tried this idea. As soon as he tried, he immediately found the situation. Sure enough, this idea was right. He had a preconceived idea from the beginning, so he was led into a misunderstanding from the beginning. Previously, he could not get out of the misunderstanding. Now, he finally got out of it. Now that he was on the right path, it was easy. Soon, Qin Zhao's mental strength directly tore a hole, broke the world of rhythm, and returned to reality. Everything dissipated, and Qin Shao returned to the real world. Evil Tyrant, who was playing the zither under the tree, reappeared in front of Qin Zhao's eyes. Seeing Qin Shao walk out of the world of rhythm, Evil Tyrant slightly raised his eyes to look at Qin Shao. However, he ignored him and continued playing his zither. After a glance, Qin Shao continued to walk forward. Soon, he was in front of Evil Tyrant. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He slowly waited for Evil Tyrant to finish playing. In any case, the sound of his zither had no effect on him now. He would not let the situation just now happen again. After an unknown amount of time, Evil Tyrant finally stopped playing. Only then did he slowly raise his head. It was still that incomparably grave and stern face, and the cold air was threatening, especially those cold eyes. They did not feel like the eyes of a human at all. They were terrifyingly cold, as if there was not a trace of emotion in them. It was very scary to look at. Chapter 2304. Not bad. You came out so quickly. I thought that I would be able to trap you for at least 10,000 years. You're much faster than I thought, Evil Tyrant said coldly. His voice also sounded mechanical. There was no emotion in it, and there was a very cold feeling. Qin Shao didn't reply. He listened quietly and waited for Evil Tyrant to continue. After pausing for a while, Evil Tyrant continued. Your talent and potential in the Tao of music should be very good. You're the only one I've seen whose talent and potential in the Tao of music is comparable to mine. Hearing Evil Tyrant's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be shocked. The only one whose talent and potential in the Tao of music was comparable to his? Although he was praising Qin Shao, he was indirectly saying that Evil Tyrant's talent in the Tao of music was unparalleled. There was still a hint of arrogance in his words, but it was normal. Geniuses were all very arrogant. Qin Shao also felt that Evil Batian might not be boasting. Perhaps his talent and potential in the Tao of music had indeed reached the pinnacle. But Qin Shao was curious. The Tao of music has its own Tao. Qin Shao knew of many Taos, but this was the first time he heard of the Tao of music. Array Tao, tool refining Tao, puppet Tao, mechanism Tao, sword Tao, flying knife Tao, Buddhist Tao, these were all relatively common. Even if he couldn't see them often, he could hear them often. Qin Shao knew about the art of rhythm and had seen it before. However, the difference between art and Tao was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yes, the Tao of music has its own Tao, but it's a very close Tao, so it's rarely known. This has something to do with the creator of the Tao of music. Moreover, the creator of the Tao of music isn't from the immortal domain. Naturally, very few people know about it, and it hasn't spread. Although the Tao of music is a very close Tao, it's still very powerful. There are very, very few people who can understand the Tao of music. This is the first time I've seen someone with as much potential as you. If you are willing to cultivate the Tao of music, I can guide you through it. Hearing Evil Batian's words, Qin Shao shook his head and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. However, I am not interested in music at all. Furthermore, this junior does not wish to spend too much of his energy on other Taos. If his energy is too scattered, it is not a good thing for this junior. Are you sure you want to miss out on such a good opportunity? Evil Tyrant raised his eyebrows and asked. Judging from his tone, he seemed a little displeased. However, even though Evil Batian was displeased, Qin Shao did not change his words. He said again, Yes, Senior. This junior has no choice but to miss this opportunity. Thank you for your kindness. Xiaobatian coldly glanced at Qin Shao before shaking his head and saying, Forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Everything is up to fate. You can't force it. Although you're not very likable, you're not annoying either. I won't make things difficult for you. After saying that, Evil Batian waved his hand and a key appeared in Qin Shao's hand. Seeing the key, Qin Shao was delighted. He did not expect Evil Batian to give him the key so easily. It seemed that the people of Night Wolf Valley were quite nice. Qin Shao could feel that Evil Batian was very powerful. If Evil Batian really wanted to cause trouble for him, it would be enough to give Qin Shao a headache. Fortunately, he managed to get the key. Now that he had collected all 5 keys, he could be considered to have passed this test. Thank you, Senior. Qin Shao cupped his fists towards Evil Batian. Qin Shao took out the 5 keys. The 5 keys floated in the air and emitted a ray of light. The ray of light opened a door in the void. Then, the 5 keys disappeared and an immortal token flew out. Qin Shao held the immortal token with one hand. Only then did the ray of light dissipate, and everything returned to normal. After obtaining the immortal token, Qin Shao immediately checked the information in the immortal token. This immortal token contained the content of the second test. The information in the immortal token was very simple. Defeat a seated genius. This was the content of the second test. For Qin Shao, this test was relatively simple. If they were to compete in strength, Qin Shao was very confident that he would not lose to most of the seated geniuses. Therefore, defeating a seated genius was not a difficult task. The only thing that was a little difficult was how to find these seedlings. However, since the second test was like this, there would naturally be corresponding arrangements. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate and left the Night Wolf Valley. Knowing that Qin Shao wanted to leave, Yunyang was very reluctant to part with him. She almost forced Qin Shao to stay. She did not know how many times she had asked Qin Shao to stay for a few more days. However, Qin Shao could not accept it. Therefore, it was safer to leave the Night Wolf Valley as soon as possible. Qin Shao walked forward casually. It was very quiet along the way, and he did not discover any life. Occasionally, he could detect a strong aura. However, it was not from the seated geniuses. It was from the people imprisoned in the landscape map. There were countless people imprisoned in the landscape map. Qin Shao sensed a lot of auras along the way. However, those life forms did not pay attention to Qin Shao and did not attack Qin Shao. Therefore, Qin Shao's journey was very smooth. However, there was always an exception to everything. Finally, there was a life form that was hostile to Qin Shao. After noticing Qin Shao, it quickly rushed towards Qin Shao. It was very playful. It seemed that the other party wanted to play with him. Qin Shao frowned. Although he was not afraid of anything, there was no need to waste time and energy on a non-mission. Therefore, Qin Shao also avoided the sharp edge and quickly left. However, even though Qin Shao wanted to avoid the sharp edge, the other party did not intend to let him go. Instead, it immediately chased after him. Moreover, it kept chasing after him. It had no intention of letting Qin Shao go. Since they were unwilling to let go, it seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Since it was an inevitable battle, there was no other way. It could only be a battle. However, Qin Shao did not want to waste too much time and energy on this battle. So Qin Shao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He quickly made a good plan. Since you insist on playing with me, then I will play with you. In another place, a figure flew out from a tree and stood on the top of the tree. His eyes were fixed on a direction, but his brows were deeply furrowed. There was a bit of a solemn expression on his face. Where is he? Why can't I sense his aura all of a sudden? He was still there just now? Why can't I sense his aura all of a sudden? A method to hide his aura? There is actually such a brilliant method to hide his aura. What a clever human brat. But don't think that you can escape from my palm. It's not that easy to escape. This was a human male. He was dark and skinny. Especially his face, it was so thin that only bones were left, so it gave people the impression that he was very ugly and ferocious, which made people a little scared. Because there was no flesh on his face, it looked like it was sunken in. His two eyeballs were protruding out like the eyes of a dead fish. They were dark and swarthy and looked really strange. He didn't look like a human at all, but he was indeed a human. To make himself look like this, he was also a person with a very strange character. The dark and thin man sped up and searched in the direction just now. He wanted to find Qin Shao, but after searching for a while, he still could not find any trace of Qin Shao. He could not sense his aura at all. Not a trace of it was left. The dark and thin man found the place where Qin Zhao's aura disappeared. His frown deepened. The aura was cut off from here. Not a trace of it escaped. The method to hide his aura is so brilliant. This human brat is really terrible. It's as if he is no longer in this world. I have never seen such a skillful method to hide his aura. Today I have seen it. Seems like it's not going to be an easy task to find this human race lad. The dark and thin man was unhappy. It was not easy for an outsider to come in. He wanted to play with him, but he did not expect that he could not find him. It was really depressing. At this moment, the dark, skinny man suddenly felt a sharp aura coming from behind him. This attack came out of nowhere. So by the time the dark and thin man realized it, the attack was already in front of him. There was no time for the dark and thin man to react. Oh no! The dark and thin man shouted in his heart. His expression changed greatly. He naturally knew what was going on. In a hurry, he could only try his best to block the attack. The person who suddenly attacked was naturally none other than Qin Shao. Qin Shao used the mirage meditation technique to hide his aura. He waited for the dark and thin man to come to him. Then, he suddenly attacked and launched a sneak attack. Originally, Qin Shao disdained such a sneak attack. However, he did not want to waste more time and energy on this dark and thin man. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, he had to use some tricks. Otherwise, he would only expose himself. His trump card. In comparison, Qin Shao naturally chose the former. So at this moment, he suddenly attacked and directly caught the dark and thin man off guard. Moreover, Qin Shao did not hold back this time. He used the power of his inner world, and a powerful force came crashing down. Under such a powerful attack, the dark-skinned man was caught in a hurry. Naturally, he was unable to withstand it. The moment the power collided, the dark and thin man was shocked. He knew that he had underestimated this human brat. This power was so strong that it was terrifying. With such strength, he didn't even have the slightest bit of confidence in a normal battle, let alone a sneak attack. So at this time, the dark and thin man naturally realized how wrong he was. He actually wanted to play with this human brat. This human brat's strength was not inferior to his at all. This time, he had kicked a hardboard. The dark and thin man was directly sent flying. His chi and blood flowed in reverse. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. It was like a blooming blood lotus. It was incomparably miserable. Qin Zhao's attack completely shocked the dark and thin man. As soon as he landed, the dark and thin man did not dare to stay a moment longer. How could he have the courage to attack again? He was already scared out of his wits. So as soon as he landed, the dark and thin man immediately fled. What a coward. He finished it so quickly. Qin Shao had achieved his goal. Naturally, he did not chase after him. Chapter 23:05. However, it was reasonable to be able to finish him off in one blow. After all, Qin Shao had used the power of his inner world in that blow, so the lethality of that blow was also very terrifying. That blow just now had seriously injured the dark skinny man. If he dared to fight again, the dark skinny man was very likely to die. Therefore, it was normal for the dark skinny man to run away. After all, no matter how fierce the dark skinny man was, he didn't have the heart to fight Qin Shao. He just wanted to play with him. Without a bloodthirsty heart, he naturally didn't want to fight with his life on the line. Moreover, the dark skinny man was indeed frightened by Qin Zhao's aura, so his morale was completely low. Scaring away the dark skinny man was naturally the best result for Qin Shao. After dealing with him, Qin Shao continued to move forward. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. Soon, he met an old acquaintance, Yin Lu Shangqi. Seeing this old acquaintance in front of him, Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. It was just like the saying, enemies meet on a narrow road. It was really so. Seeing Yun Lu Shang-chi, Qin Shao really couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Qin Shao, this old acquaintance, Yun Lu Shang-chi's expression suddenly changed. It became somewhat gloomy and unsightly, and he stared at Qin Shao. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. In Yun Lu Shang-chi's heart, Qin Shao was naturally his enemy, and it was a big one. This time, he even became the laughingstock of Taihao City and was ridiculed by countless people. What kind of shame and humiliation was this? However, this shame and humiliation was brought on by himself, and he couldn't blame anyone else. After suffering a few big losses in Qin Zhao's hands, how could Yun Lu Shang-chi dare to provoke Qin Shao again? He knew very well in his heart that he was no match for Qin Shao. So if he provoked Qin Shao again, he would be asking for a rebuff. When he saw Qin Shao at this moment, even though he was filled with anger and displeasure, he could only swallow it. After glancing at Qin Shao, Yun Lu Shang-chi also turned around and prepared to leave. He did not dare to provoke Qin Shao again. It could be considered as a sign of weakness. His haughtiness had long been crushed by Qin Shao too. Seeing that Yun Lu Shang-chi wanted to leave, how could Qin Shao easily let him do as he wished? Qin Shao moved and stood in front of Yun Lu Shang-chi. She curled her lips and smiled coldly at Yun Lu Shang-chi. Seeing Qin Zhao's somewhat malicious expression, Yun Lu Shang-chi's expression became even more serious. He stared at Qin Shao and coldly said, "What do you want? What do you want?" Qin Shao raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Everyone is doing this for the test. What do you think I want?" Qin Zhao's second test was to eliminate a seated genius. The one he encountered was Yun Lu Shang-chi, so Qin Shao naturally wanted to eliminate Yun Lu Shang-chi. Yun Lu Shang-chi said, "Naturally, it's all for the test, so what does this have to do with me? We're doing our own things. What do you mean by stopping me?" Hearing Yun Lu Shang-chi's words, Qin Shao frowned slightly. What did he mean? Yun Lu Shang-chi's second test was different from his? Or rather, Yun Lu Shang-chi had not yet reached the second test, but was still in the first test? There was still this possibility. Qin Shao thought about it carefully and felt that his first test was very smooth and did not use much time. If the first test was someone else, they might not be able to pass it as quickly as he did. Therefore, it was normal to say that Yun Lu Shang-chi was still in the first test. Looking at Yun Lu Shang-chi's appearance, it did not seem like he was pretending. Then his test was indeed different from his. There was also a possibility that everyone's test was different, and they all got different contents. Since this round of tests had separated everyone, then it was indeed possible that everyone was different, and it would depend on some luck. It did not matter. Regardless of whether Yun Lu Shang-chi's test was like this or not, as long as Qin Zhao's test was like this, then it was fine. The goal was not wrong. He only needed to complete his test, and he did not need to care so much about the rest. But my mission is to eliminate you. Qin Shao curled her lips and said, "What?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yun Lu Shang-chi's expression suddenly changed greatly, and his eyes flickered with an incomparably complicated expression. He actually wants to eliminate me? That is to say, not good. Yun Lu Shang-chi cried out in his heart. After coming to his senses, he did not hesitate at all and immediately wanted to leave. However, Qin Shao was already prepared. How could she let Yun Lu Shang-chi leave so easily? Just as Yun Lu Shang-chi was about to leave, Qin Shao released the projection of her inner world, forming a power domain. This power domain sealed everything, trapping Yun Lu Shang-chi inside, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was greatly reduced. It wasn't an easy task to escape from this domain of power. It would take a lot of time. However, Qin Shao obviously would not give him the time and opportunity. While the power domain held him back, Qin Shao quickly attacked, and rays of light shot towards Yun Lu Shang-chi. Yun Lu Shang-chi had fought Qin Shao before, so he naturally knew how strong Qin Shao was. Last time, he had used his innate ability, but he still lost to Qin Shao. Not only did he lose to Qin Shao, but he also could not even force Qin Shao to use all of his strength. This was the most ridiculous thing. This was a huge blow to his self-confidence. Yin Lushangqi was also clear that he was not Qin Zhao's match at all. Fighting with Qin Shao, the final result would definitely be a life of defeat. But now he had no choice. He did not want to fight, but Qin Shao obviously would not let him go so easily. Faced with such a situation, Yin Lushangqi could only brace himself and fight. However, being suppressed by Qin Shao from the beginning made him very uncomfortable. He had lost to Qin Shao not long ago. Now that he had to fight Qin Shao again, he did not have the slightest bit of morale. Before the battle, his aura was already weak, and his momentum was already defeated. Qin Shao, why are you so fixated on me? Yin Lushangqi asked through clenched teeth, angrily saying, if I am to say that I provoke you first, then that is my fault. I lost to you before, was viciously humiliated by you. That is my own fault. I asked for it. I admit defeat. This time, I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. When I see you, I immediately avoid you and stay away from you. But you still won't let me go. Did I provoke you this time? Hearing Yin Lushangqi's complaints, Qin Shao could not help but sneer and say, I did not deliberately target you. I just happened to meet you. So don't blame me. My mission is to eliminate a seed genius. I only need to complete my mission. I don't care about anything else. Yin Lushangqi said, yes, your mission is to eliminate a seed genius, but you did not say who to eliminate. Why does it have to be me, Shangqi? Even if you don't eliminate me, you can still eliminate others. You don't have to target me. Qin Shao chuckled and said, I just happened to meet you. Naturally, I will not give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away. Naturally, I will eliminate you. Why should I continue to trouble myself to find others? Is there something wrong with your head? Or did water enter your brain? Such an idiotic question. Even an idiot would know how to choose. Do you think that a smart person like me would not know how to choose? Yin Lushangqi naturally knew these questions. It was just that the matter had happened to him and he wanted to push it away. But looking at the situation now, it was not possible to push it away. If he was eliminated, then he would have no hope of passing the test and becoming a student of the Sacred Academy. Becoming a student of the Sacred Academy was something he yearned for even in his dreams. It was his most passionate pursuit. This was a supreme opportunity, a supreme honor, something that could bring glory to his ancestors. But was his path going to end here? Was it going to end in Qin Zhao's hands? No. He did not want to see such an outcome. He did not want to see it. This time, he risked his life to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. What was it for? Wasn't it to fight for a great opportunity? If he could become a student of the Sacred Academy, the benefits would be endless. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could he miss it? But now he was going to be eliminated by Qin Shao. He was going to lose this opportunity. In terms of strength, he knew that he was not Qin Zhao's opponent at all. He did not want to lose this opportunity. But what could he do? His skills were not as good as others. It was so helpless and sad. What do you want? Yin Lushangqi gritted his teeth and asked. In fact, his tone was already begging Qin Shao for mercy. How arrogant was Yin Lushangqi? How arrogant and unruly was he? How difficult was it to make him lower his head and show weakness? But now he was taking the initiative to lower his head and show weakness. It's very simple. Either you admit defeat now, or I'll beat you until you lose. You see, not only is it simple, I'm also giving you a chance to choose. Isn't it good? Choose one of the two. There must be one that suits you. Which one do you want to choose? Qin Shao chuckled and said. With such a choice, Yin Lushangqi naturally did not want to choose either one. But at this time, he was caught by Qin Shao. There was no possibility of escape. All his escape routes were cut off and blocked. What to do? Could he only choose one of the two? Could he only admit defeat? He was not willing to admit defeat like this. Once he admitted defeat, everything would be lost. He would have no chance. This kind of loss was very, very tragic. He, Yin Lushangqi, was very confident that he could pass the test and become a student of the Sacred Academy. But if he was defeated by Qin Shao now and was eliminated by Qin Shao, then everything would be empty words. Qin Shao, what do you want to let me go? Since the mission did not specify who to eliminate, it doesn't have to be me, right? Yin Lu Shang-chi lowered his head again, and this time his head was lowered very low. He was ready to accept Qin Zhao's harsh demands. He was ready to accept the conditions. In order to become a student of the Sacred Academy, no matter how big the sacrifice was, it was worth it. But Qin Zhao did not care about this. He smiled coldly and said, Yin Lu Shang-chi, I advise you to give up. I will not let you go. I don't care about other things. Since you have been targeted by me, then I will not let you go. No matter how many benefits there are, they are not worth mentioning in front of the Sacred Academy's test. They can't tempt me at all. I will not take this risk, not even a little bit. Such an opportunity, I naturally have to grasp it well. There could be no accident. So, I will not let you go. Don't even think about it. It's still the same words. Either you take the initiative to admit defeat, then you will suffer less physical pain and be less humiliated by me. Or, I will do the same as last time and beat you until you lose. I don't mind beating you again. Last time was too fast. I didn't have enough fun. This time, I can do it again. Chapter 23:06. To be defeated again? How shameful and humiliating would that be? Last time, in front of so many top geniuses, Yin Lu Shang-chi, had already lost all face. He delivered himself to Qin Zhao's doorstep and was ruthlessly trampled on. So now he had to do it again? Naturally, Yin Lu Shang-chi didn't want to see that happen. So after fiercely clenching his teeth, he made his decision. Fine, Qin Zhao, you win. You win, I admit defeat. Okay? Yin Lu Shang-chi gnashed his teeth and said, there was no other way. In order to not be humiliated again, he could only admit defeat. Most importantly, there was no use in not admitting defeat. In this kind of situation, the final result would be the same even if he didn't admit defeat. There was no difference. In any case, the best result would be defeat, so why not make himself look a little better and directly admit defeat? Although his heart was filled with displeasure and unwillingness, there was nothing he could do. There was no other way. There was really no other way. Being inferior to others was the greatest sorrow. What could he do? There was only boundless hatred, a deep hatred for Qin Zhao. Since Yin Lu Shang-chi admitted defeat, Qin Zhao naturally didn't continue to attack and stopped. As soon as Yin Lu Shang-chi admitted defeat, a ray of light descended and directly took him away. Qin Zhao, this enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Before leaving, Yin Lu Shang-chi even left behind an extremely hateful voice. His hatred for Qin Zhao had indeed already reached the point where it could not be any greater. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was bone deep. However, Qin Zhao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this. There were many people who hated him to the bone, so Yin Lu Shang-chi wasn't one of them. After dealing with Yin Lu Shang-chi, it was equivalent to passing the second test. After Yin Lu Shang-chi left, an immortal badge fell from the void and landed in Qin Zhao's hand. After receiving the second immortal badge, Qin Zhao immediately looked at the information inside. The information of the third test came out. The content was simple: rescue a prisoner. This was the content of the test, followed by a map. There were 9 locations marked on the map. Evidently, each of those 9 locations had a person imprisoned in them. There are 9 imprisoned people on this map, and the test given to me is to save one imprisoned person. In other words, I only need to choose one of the 9 imprisoned people to save. But there are 9 people, so I have to choose one of the 9. There must be a reason for this setting. Perhaps this is to test my luck. 9 different prisoners have different degrees of danger. But there's no introduction, so I have to rely on luck. If I choose a particularly dangerous one, then I can only blame my own luck. If I choose a less dangerous place, then I'll pass. It's even possible there's a certain death. Of course, that's a possibility. Even if it was a test of luck, it shouldn't be a test of luck to determine life and death. At most, it's just a little dangerous. I don't have to care about this deliberately. I could just choose one. Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it. He chose one at random and walked over according to the map. Soon, Qin Zhao entered a dark forest. The forest was full of towering trees. The trunks were very thick and tall. Each of them was more than 10,000 feet tall. Moreover, there were no branches or leaves on the trunks. Only the crowns of the trees spread out like an umbrella, covering the sky and the sun. One after another, the entire forest was completely sealed off. Therefore, the whole forest was pitch black. Coupled with the thick fog, it formed a terrifying dark forest. It was so gloomy inside that it made people feel as if they had entered hell. Those towering trees were completely black and looked particularly strange. The tree roots were very developed. They spread out like countless tentacles of the devil, covering the whole ground. It was covered with fallen dead leaves, black dead leaves. In some places where the leaves were thin, black roots could be vaguely seen. It was as if a devil's hand was hiding there. It looked rather frightening. Creak! Qin Shao stepped on the ground, making a sound that made people's scalp tingle. Sometimes, if he didn't step on the ground well, he would step on the tree roots. It was as if he had stepped on the devil underground. Therefore, if he didn't have a strong heart, he would be filled with fear and would be scared out of his wits. Fortunately, Qin Shao had a very strong heart. Naturally, he was not affected by these things. However, the gloomy atmosphere in the forest made Qin Zhao's hair stand on end. His nerves couldn't help but be a little tense. He was 120% alert. Qin Shao didn't dare to be too careless. He had to be alert and deal with it carefully. The tests were definitely more difficult than the previous one. The third test was definitely not that simple. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Qin Shao moved forward carefully. This area of the dark forest was the place where the person was imprisoned. However, Qin Shao didn't know where the person was imprisoned, so he could only find it slowly. As Qin Shao walked, he looked at the trees in the dark forest. Qin Shao always felt that these trees were not simple. There were also tree demons and tree spirits. When a tree reached a certain level, it would be very powerful and terrifying. But it seemed that these trees had not reached that level. They were still dead. Sha-sha. Suddenly, Qin Shao heard a strange sound coming from the ground. Qin Zhao's gaze swept over, but he didn't find anything. But Qin Shao was sure that he didn't hear it wrong just now. There were indeed some strange sounds coming from the ground. That meant that there must be something underground. It seemed that there was something hidden under the ground. Qin Shao held the berserk sword in his hand, and the flowing light wings had already turned into armor on his body. He was ready for everything. But since the thing underground was hidden deep, Qin Shao didn't care about it. If that thing wanted to come out, it would naturally come out. Qin Shao just needed to wait for it. Qin Shao continued to move forward. The more he moved forward, the more he felt that this dark forest was eerie. It was as if he was walking step by step towards hell. It was getting darker, more and more eerie, and more cold. After walking for a long time, Qin Zhao's gaze suddenly moved and fell on a place in front of him. He saw that the roots of a towering tree formed a cage, and in that cage, a man was trapped. The cage formed by countless tree roots trapped the man tightly. The comfortable force was very strong, binding him tightly. Only a small part of his face was exposed. His body was completely swallowed up and could not be seen. Although only half of his face could be seen clearly, Qin Shao could also see that this man's clothes were very gorgeous. He didn't look like someone who was imprisoned in this landscape map. Judging from his age, he didn't look like one either. He was very young. Although Qin Shao hadn't seen this person before, he felt that this man shouldn't be someone who was imprisoned here. Immediately, Qin Shao thought of a possibility. Could he be a seed genius? It seemed that the possibility should be very high. He was actually a seed genius. He didn't expect that a seed genius would be trapped here, and his third mission was to save this seed genius. This was interesting. The man soon found Qin Shao. After seeing Qin Shao, the man immediately shouted excitedly, "Fellow Taoist, save me, save me. I'm also a seed genius who came to participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. We are all the same. Please help me and save me. I, Shirzhuan, will be very grateful." Hearing this voice, Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Someone from the Summer Territories Celestial Clan? Although Qin Shao didn't know who Shirzhuan was, Qin Shao had heard of the Celestial Clan. This was because the Celestial Clan was the surname power of the Summer Territory. Because Xia Dongho and Wu Fengsheng had told Qin Shao about the situation in the Summer Territory, Qin Shao also knew about the Celestial Clan. In the Summer Territory, the Wu clan and the Celestial Clan were considered the top surname powers. Apart from the Summer Territory, they were considered the strongest. Shirzwan immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's the Celestial Clan of the Summer Territory. I hope you can save me." Qin Shao didn't immediately agree or refuse. He just remained silent. There was naturally no problem in saving someone, but the problem was how to do it. Qin Shao believed that it wouldn't be so easy to save someone. It was impossible to save someone just by walking over. If it was that easy, then the third test would be too easy. That was obviously impossible. After eliminating this possibility, Qin Shao also knew that there must be many dangers lurking around. As long as he moved, he would definitely attract many dangers. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't act rashly at this time. He was still carefully looking around to see if he could detect any dangers. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't nod and didn't have any intention of helping, Shi Yuan was a bit anxious. He couldn't help but say again, fellow cultivator, I'm about to die. Please help me. I'll definitely repay you." "You will. If you don't help me, I will die here. We are all seeded geniuses who came to participate in the test. Are you really going to stand by and watch me die?" "Shut up," Qin Shao shouted softly. He glanced at Shirzwan and motioned for him to stop talking. At the same time, he also gave him a reassuring look. Yes, he knew what to do. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Shirzwan finally closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. Qin Shao knew that there must be many dangers lurking around. However, it was very calm here. There were no dangers lurking around. Qin Shao couldn't find them. It seems that I have to test myself. Otherwise, these dangers won't appear at all, Qin Shao thought in his heart. He curled his lips and took a step forward. Sure enough, when he took this step, he felt that something was wrong with the aura. Immediately, a gloomy aura gushed out. It was like a cold wave that hit him in the face. It had the effect of immediately seeing a shadow. Obviously, as soon as he moved, he triggered the arrival of danger. It didn't matter. This was what Qin Shao wanted. He just wanted to trigger the danger. When the danger came out, he would think of a way to solve it. If the danger was always lurking, then he couldn't do anything. He wasn't afraid of the danger. He was afraid that the danger wouldn't come out. The roots were like the tentacles of an octopus. They turned into black pythons and wrapped around Qin Zhao's feet. Chapter 2307. These tree roots wrapped around Qin Zhao's feet and began to shrink tighter and tighter. Moreover, they grew sharp thorns that pierced into Qin Zhao's flesh. Even though Qin Shao had the flowing light wings to protect his body, in addition to his powerful immortal body, he could still feel the powerful force madly attacking him, trying to break through his defense and directly injure his immortal body. Who would have thought that these seemingly inconspicuous tree roots could be so powerful? Qin Zhao's face was surprised, knowing that the situation was coming. However, he was already prepared. He knew that this test would not be so simple, and there would be some danger. When Qin Shao moved, countless roots immediately shot up into the sky, surging out from the withered leaves around him. Each and every one of them was like a long, poisonous snake. They were spitting out their tongues, bringing with them a sense of savagery. Each root was as fast as lightning, fiercely attacking Qin Shao like a poisonous snake. They were everywhere, and in an instant, they seemed to blot out the sky. I've long felt that these trees were not ordinary. Sure enough, they are very terrifying. These trees have become spirits. This dark forest is so big, and there are countless trees. Each one of them has become a spirit. When I went deep into the forest, they launched such an attack on me, catching me off guard. Even a seed genius could be trapped to death, which is enough to show that these trees are very powerful. However, no matter how powerful they are destined to retreat in front of me. Qin Shao. The power of the berserk sword in Qin Zhao's hand burst out, and the power of the world realm in his body burst out. The sword is like a fierce dragon, dancing and dancing. The sword heavily chopped down on the tree roots, causing them to dance about chaotically. However, Qin Shao soon widened his eyes. He found that the roots were not affected much, and they were still attacking Qin Shao. Many roots had already entangled Qin Zhao's feet. If these roots entangled more and more, it would be troublesome and dangerous. Qin Shao discovered that the tree roots had only been flattened after receiving such a powerful blow from his sword. However, it did not matter that these roots were flattened. They still attacked Qin Shao. His power was useless? Qin Shao frowned deeply, and his expression became a little dignified. What was going on? How could the defensive power of these roots be so strong to such a terrifying extent? How powerful was the power of his sword? There was no way to cut off these roots. How could this be? Such a situation had indeed given Qin Shao a huge fright. He had never expected that his attacks, which had always been successful, would not have much of an effect this time. Qin Shao attacked again. This time, he pushed the power of the inner world to the extreme. At the same time, he also exerted the full power of the dragon-slaying sword technique. He did not hold back the power of the Great Way, the immortal way, and the true meaning of power. Such an attack was almost equivalent to Qin Zhao's full-strength attack. It was the strongest attack. This former Qin Shao had always been successful against every opponent he faced in this manner. He used force to break all laws. It was a fighting style where strength was supreme. However, this time, it still did not have the desired effect. Some roots were directly smashed into countless pieces, but most of them were not broken. They were just flattened. But just like a rope, even if they were flattened, it still did not affect the attack of the roots. They were just slowed down a little. But soon they came back again. Such a situation really made Qin Shao feel like his eyes were about to pop out. This was too unexpected. He really didn't expect that his full-strength attack could not change the situation much. If this situation continued, he would soon be trapped in a situation where he would be trapped. Therefore, Qin Shao was also quickly calculating in his heart how he could turn the tide and reverse the situation. The situation could not continue to deteriorate like this. Heart force should not have much effect, but he could give a try. Qin Zhao's mind moved, and countless sharp blades of heart force attacked. But he soon found that heart force was not very useful. In the face of these countless roots, the influence of heart force was minimal. If heart force was to affect, it would affect those towering trees. However, those towering trees did not seem to be affected by heart force. Heart force was useless, and the power of the inner world was useless. The dragon-slaying sword technique, the dragon transformation art, and even the berserk technique and the dual attack technique should not have any effect. After thinking about it, the only methods that could be used now were probably Li Sheng's flying knife and the heaven-splitting sword technique. Other than these, there should be no other possibilities. If strength is not enough, then use the supreme edge. Li Sheng's flying knife is the supreme edge. If it can't be smashed, then use the supreme edge to cut it. I don't believe that these roots can be so powerful. After making up his mind, Qin Shao did not hesitate. With a thought, 9 Li Sheng's flying knives flew out, turning into an incomparably sharp edge. The flying knife was as fast as a shadow, as sharp as a ray of light. Qin Shao used Li Sheng's flying knife with all his strength. The flying knife flew into the sky and cut the earth. As soon as the flying knife flew out, the world was destroyed. An incomparably sharp edge slashed out. This time, it did not disappoint Qin Shao. Li Sheng's flying knife carried a supreme sharpness, and, as expected, it cut the attacking roots one by one. Finally, Qin Zhao's feet had escaped. Although Qin Shao got out of those roots, the situation did not immediately clear up. Qin Shao immediately realized that countless tree roots were crazily attacking this side. The number of tree roots was simply too much. They covered the sky and the sun, completely filling the entire world. Moreover, at this time, the attack was even more fierce and crazy. Under such a crazy attack, Qin Shao did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, there were 9 Li Sheng's flying knives, which could form a protective circle. It could basically cut off the space around Qin Zhao's body completely, preventing those roots from having a chance to attack Qin Shao. But under the crazy attack, Qin Shao also felt the danger. It was not good to stay here for a long time. He had to save people and leave quickly. If he stayed any longer, he might really be in danger. After all, there were too many trees in the dark forest. If he fought with these trees, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. So, the best way now was to save people and leave quickly. Anyway, the protective circle formed by the 9 Li Sheng's flying knives was enough to protect Qin Shao. He quickly left the dark forest. It was not good to fight. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao immediately attacked the trapped man. With the help of Li Sheng's flying knife, it was very smooth and unstoppable. Soon, it arrived in front of the trapped man. Li Sheng's flying knife cut off all the roots on the trapped man's body, and the man was finally able to free himself. But after he got out, he was half paralyzed on the ground as if he had collapsed. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. Mu Yuan looked at Qin Shao in shock, with a face full of surprise. Li Sheng's flying knives? It's actually Li Sheng's flying knives, and there are 9 of them. Fellow Taoist, are you a disciple of Li Sheng? That's not right. If you're really a disciple of Li Sheng, you don't have to participate in the selection of Sacred Academy, right? Even if you are a disciple of Li Sheng, you can't do this, right? Can you still participate in the selection of Sacred Academy? Qin Shao did not pay attention to Mu Yuan, but said, I think you'd better come quickly. Let's rush out together. If we stay here for too long, I'm afraid we'll all be trapped here. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Mu Yuan was startled. He immediately rushed to Qin Shao and said with a frightened look, Qin Shao is right. Thank you for saving my life, fellow Qin Shao. I will definitely remember it in my heart. Thank you very much. Phew, my life is saved. It's really not easy to live. The selection of Sacred Academy is really very difficult. Mu Yuan sighed with emotion after surviving a disaster. He stuck close to Qin Shao, as if only by doing so could he find some sense of security. Qin Shao could only let him stick close to her. Although Qin Shao felt uncomfortable with a man leaning against her, Qin Zhao's thoughts were on leaving the dark forest. Naturally, she did not have the mind to think about anything else. She did not think about anything else. After leaving the dark forest, the 3rd test would be considered completed. Therefore, leaving the dark forest as soon as possible was the right thing to do. Mu Yuan stuck close to Qin Shao with a frightened look, but his hands were secretly moving. A sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with a strange sharpness. Mu Yuan suddenly moved and attacked Qin Shao. The icy cold all in his hand fiercely pierced into Qin Zhao's body. The icy cold all seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It was terrifyingly sharp. Even the flowing light wings and the powerful immortal body could not withstand the piercing force of the icy cold all. Their fate of being pierced through was unavoidable. This icy cold all was obviously not an ordinary object. It was an extremely terrifying weapon or treasure. After succeeding, Mu Yuan laughed wantonly. Haha, Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, so what if you suffered? Didn't you still fall into my hands? You, looking at the icy cold, all still stuck in her chest, she felt an extremely cold aura spread from the icy cold all to her body. It was extremely uncomfortable and painful. The expression on Qin Zhao's face contorted, showing extreme pain. I saved you and you sneak attacked me? What is the meaning of this? Qin Shao asked coldly. Ha ha ha. Saved me? Don't be so naive, okay? Do I need you to save me? Xin Yuan laughed out loud again. He looked at Qin Shao sympathetically and said, I was just pretending just now. Do you really think I need to do that? Do I need you to save me? If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. This was just my plan. My mission was to scheme against you, injure you severely, and eliminate you. So don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being as skilled as me. My sneak attack succeeded, and you lost to me. I didn't expect you to fall for my trick so easily. That's why I won so easily. All right, I've told you so much. You can rest assured that you'll be eliminated. Remember, you lost to me, Mu Yuan. I'm the one who ended your trial. Haha, there aren't many people as naive as you nowadays. I, Mu Yuan, am quite lucky to have met another one. Interesting. Mu Yuan was extremely proud and overjoyed. It was naturally something to be happy about having completed the mission so easily. The third trial was completed, and he was one step closer to success. Chapter 23:08. Halus, you've already been eliminated by me. Your test is over. Sacred Academy is destined to have no fate with you. Don't even think about it. Shirzwan laughed wantonly. Victory was already in his hands. How could he not be happy? Is that so? Are you sure? And at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from behind. Hearing this voice, Shirzwan was shocked. What was going on? Why was there a voice coming from behind him? Not good. Shirzwan instinctively felt that something was wrong. But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. A terrifying force smashed into his body, breaking through all laws. Boundless sharpness, boundless weight, and boundless turbulence. While Shirzwan was completely unprepared, this force suddenly smashed down on him from behind, catching him off guard. At the same time, Qin Shao, who was pierced by Shirzwan's icicle, grabbed onto Shirzwan tightly. Shirzwan couldn't dodge and took the heavy blow. Not only that, Tu Li Sheng's flying daggers flashed and slashed, directly piercing through Qin Yuan's body. After taking two heavy blows, Shirzwan's immortal body was greatly damaged. He spat out blood and was seriously injured. Shirzwan turned around and was shocked to find another Qin Shao standing behind him. Qin Shao was unharmed. Two Qin Shao, both the original body and the clone, were together? That's not right. If that's the case, then it's against the rules. They'll be disqualified. And from the aura, it doesn't seem like the original body or the clone. What's going on? At this moment, the Qin Shao that Shirzwan pierced with his icicle turned into nothingness and disappeared. Shirzwan stared at Qin Shao. He had also figured out what was going on. That's right, Qin Shao had used the dual body technique, so the one that had been injured by Qin Zhao's attack wasn't actually Qin Zhao's real body. His real body had been hiding in the dark using the mirage meditation technique. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Don't treat others as fools. Those who can reach this step are not fools. No matter how kind I am, I'm not stupid enough to expose my life to you. I've long sensed that something was wrong with you, so I used the dual body technique right from the start. The one that faced you just now was just my clone. Did you really think that you could defeat me with a sneak attack? You are good at scheming, but you are too good at scheming. You're a little blindly arrogant. I've never met you before. We don't even know each other. Do you really think I'll trust you completely? Hearing Qin Zhao sneer, Shirzwan's expression turned ugly. He did not expect this. He was arrogant and thought that he had tricked Qin Shao. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Shao had been guarding against him. In the end, he didn't even have a chance to resist and was directly defeated. How sad was this? To put it bluntly, he was too arrogant. He thought that everything was under his control and that Qin Shao would definitely be defeated by him. But what he didn't expect was that he would be defeated by Qin Shao in the end. At this time, he was seriously injured and his momentum was gone. There was no way for him to resist. Everything was in vain, so he could only accept this cruel reality. Everything was over. An immortal token flew out. Qin Shao caught it and quickly left the dark forest. After leaving the dark forest, Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. It said that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must always be vigilant against others. People who are not trustworthy should always be on guard. I was prepared from the beginning, so I could face it calmly. Otherwise, once I was tricked, the one who would lose would be me. This test was actually very dangerous. There was a hidden test in the test. If Qin Shao wasn't good at guarding against it, he would be the one who suffered a loss. The third test was completed. Next was the fourth test. He was one step closer to success. Qin Zhao's consciousness penetrated into the immortal token and read the information in it. The fourth test only had 3 words written on it: crossing the Nether River. The Nether River? Qin Shao searched on the map and determined the location of the Nether River. After determining the location, Qin Shao quickly rushed to the Nether River. Soon, he arrived in front of the Nether River and saw a gray giant river in front of him. Although it was called a river, it was not an ordinary river. Ordinary rivers were filled with water, but the Nether River was not filled with water. It was filled with netherworld energy, gloomy and cold. The netherworld energy was extremely cold and gloomy. It had a strong devouring power, which could devour people's souls and freeze their bodies. Ordinary people who entered the netherworld energy would be directly frozen to death. It was very difficult to survive in the netherworld energy. Just resisting the chi of the netherworld would require a powerful immortal power and immortal physique. Before he could even get close to the Nether River, he could already feel the bone-chilling, gloomy aura surging toward him from afar. Along the way, except for Su Yuan, whom he met in the dark forest, he didn't meet anyone else. The Nether River was at the edge of the map he got. Judging from the map, it should not be the complete Nether River. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if he would enter another area after crossing the Nether River, at least an area that was not on his previous map. Logically speaking, the third test shouldn't be separated into individual tests, right? However, it was also possible. It didn't matter. The most important thing now was to cross the Nether River. Qin Shao approached the Nether River and looked at the gloomy Nether River. It was a terrifying Nether River. The feeling it gave people was indeed very cold and gloomy. It was incomparably strange. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves crying was particularly sharp and ear-piercing. It was incomparably eerie. Just the sound alone was enough to scare people. It felt that the Nether River was indeed particularly eerie and terrifying. Who knew how many dangers were hidden in it? It was not an easy task to cross the Nether River. However, no matter how difficult it was, it could be solved. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and quickly entered the Nether River. As soon as he entered the Nether River, he immediately felt that he was enveloped by the power of the Netherworld, which eroded his body. It was as if countless poisonous insects were crazily biting him. The Nether River is indeed very terrifying. Just the power of the Netherworld alone is enough to devour an ordinary second-step celestial venerable, right? It's best not to enter the Nether River if you're not a fourth-step celestial venerable. Just the danger itself is extremely great. There are probably countless dangers in the Nether River. There must be extremely dangerous and terrifying netherworld creatures. Moreover, just the power of the Nether River itself has a considerable erosive effect on the immortal body, soul, and will. If you want to cross the Nether River, you have to endure the erosive effect for a long time. It's not scary in short time, but in a long time, it will form a certain consumption. This kind of consumption will definitely greatly affect your strength in the end. Once your strength is greatly affected, it will be very dangerous if you encounter danger again. Chapter 2309. Humans have come in. There's finally food. Humans, humans, humans. Everyone, wake up quickly. Hee, humans have come in. I want to eat thigh meat. What's so good about thigh meat? I want to eat that pair of eyes. Don't fight with me. Pairs of eyes opened in the gloomy forest. Some of them were buried in the soil. The Nether River was filled with the aura of the Netherworld. Qin Zhao's consciousness was greatly suppressed. It was difficult to detect the existence of other auras. The aura of the Netherworld could cover all auras. If other auras were mixed in with the aura of the Netherworld, it would be difficult to detect them. It was because of this that the difficulty increased. Qin Zhao had to be more careful. There could be danger at any time. Qin Zhao's perception had always been very sharp. He could detect the slightest trace of danger in advance. Suddenly, Qin Zhao sensed a trace of movement. But strangely, he could not detect any aura. But Qin Zhao was sure that there must be something hidden in the surroundings. There must be danger. If he could not see it, it meant that it was hidden very deeply. Moreover, the Nether River was filled with the aura of the Netherworld. If a Netherworld creature was hiding in it, it would be very difficult to detect. A black and long hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Qin Zhao's foot. Qin Zhao was prepared. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment the black and long hand grabbed his foot, his sword had already slashed down. The incomparably sharp sword directly chopped off the black and long hand. Black blood sprayed all over the ground. A sharp sound came from the ground. A netherworld creature crawled out and let out a painful scream. Crash! As soon as the netherworld creature crawled out, Qin Shao did not give it any chance to resist. He immediately attacked with his sword again, directly cutting the netherworld creature in half. This netherworld creature, who was a third-step celestial venerable, was killed by Qin Zhao's sword just like that. However, Qin Shao was not happy at all. Instead, he frowned. Many figures flew out from the darkness, and many of them crawled out from the ground. Countless beings of the netherworld appeared like locusts, densely packed together. This time, there were tens of thousands of them, and there were still new ones joining in. This number was still increasing rapidly. I've really entered a tiger's den. However, even if it's a tiger's den, I still have to give it a shot. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and immediately attacked. He displayed the full power of the dragon-slaying sword technique. The sword could slay dragons, and the edge could pierce the sky. There were too many of them, and all of them were incomparably crazy and bloodthirsty. They all desperately rushed towards Qin Shao, wanting to devour Qin Shao. Moreover, these beings of the netherworld were not weak. The weakest was at the third-step celestial venerable realm, and the stronger ones were even equivalent to the fourth-step celestial venerable realm. The most important thing was that there were too many of these beings of the netherworld. They crazily rushed towards Qin Shao like locusts. There were too many of them to count. Qin Shao used the power of the dragon-slaying sword technique and the inner world to deal with them. However, such a battle was a battle of attrition. There was no way to know how many of these beings of the Netherworld River were in the Netherworld River. After killing a batch, another batch would immediately replace it. There was simply an inexhaustible number of them. There were too many of them. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao felt that the situation was not right. If he continued to fight like this, his consumption would definitely be too great. That would be an extremely dangerous thing for him. Therefore, he cannot continue fighting like this. There are too many of them. Even if I use Li Sheng's flying dagger or the heaven-splitting sword technique, it still won't have the effect of determining the outcome. If I can't fight head-on, I might as well hide. Although Qin Shao might not necessarily be afraid if he really had to fight head-on, if he continued to fight head-on, it would consume too much of his energy and the danger would naturally increase. Secondly, there were too many uncertain factors in a head-on fight. He had no idea how many beings of the Netherworld River were in there. Therefore, a head-on fight was obviously not the best choice. It was the most helpless choice. Qin Shao had the strength to fight head-on, but he was not stupid enough to have to fight head-on unless there was really no other way. However, for Qin Shao, there was obviously a better way, and that was to hide. Qin Zhao's figure moved and directly disappeared from where he was, without a trace. Where is he? How did he disappear into thin air? Teleportation? No, I didn't feel any spatial fluctuations. The void hasn't been opened. How could it be teleportation? Where is he? Why can't I detect any aura at all? He has completely disappeared. Find him. He must not have gone far. Don't let him escape from the Netherworld River. Those mighty beings of the Netherworld began to search for Qin Zhao's whereabouts. They wanted to keep Qin Shao in the Netherworld River. At this time, Qin Shao was using the Mirage meditation technique to walk in the Mirage. He was walking in the Netherworld River at the fastest speed. He could see that those beings of the Netherworld were frantically searching for his whereabouts. Along the way, there were so many beings of the Netherworld that Qin Shao felt a burst of fear. If they really wanted to fight their way out, it was really not an easy thing to do. It even made Qin Shao feel a lot of pressure. Even if he tried his best, he dared not say that he could successfully cross the Netherworld River. It was indeed not an easy task to cross the Nether River. The Mirage meditation technique is indeed very powerful. It can hide me so well that those beings of the Netherworld can't find my existence at all. Walking in the Netherworld River now is like walking in my own backyard. It's very comfortable. If I had to fight my way out, it would indeed be a very troublesome thing. Sometimes, a means of harming others is indeed a surprise weapon. It can have a miraculous effect in many cases. Although fists are the best way to talk, it doesn't necessarily need to be solved with fists all the time. Sometimes, if there are some clever ways to solve it, the effect may be better and it will save a lot of trouble. Without the mirage meditation technique, Qin Shao would have no choice but to rely on his fist to fight his way out. With the mirage meditation technique, the situation would be completely different. His journey was very smooth. It could even be said that he was somewhat comfortable. There was no trace of danger. He walked all the way. However, he finally encountered some obstacles. A netherworld storm domain appeared in front of Gu Qin Shao. It was like an incomparably solid wall, blocking his path. Although Qin Shao used the mirage meditation technique and walked in the mirage was not omnipotent. If the space was completely blocked, walking in the mirage would not work. Therefore, Qin Shao could not walk through the storm field at this time. Since he could not pass through the storm field, he could only think of other ways. Fortunately, there were no netherworld creatures here, so Qin Shao guessed that he should have reached the edge of the netherworld river. If he passed through this field, he should be able to cross the netherworld river and pass the test of the fourth path. Logically speaking, after walking in the netherworld river for so long, he should be out of the netherworld river. Qin Shao stopped and slashed at the field with his sword. With the power of Qin Zhao's current sword, it was terrifying enough. It was not unstoppable, but it should be close. It was just a field. Logically speaking, it should be able to tear it apart directly. But what immediately surprised Qin Shao was that his sword did not tear apart the field. It only tore a hole, but it quickly healed. It was not completely torn apart at all, and there was no passage. This feeling was like using a sword to slash water with all its strength. It would be torn apart temporarily, but it would not immediately return to its original state. The field in front of Qin Shao felt like water. Its healing ability was too strong. The sword could only tear a hole in an instant, but there was no way for Qin Shao to pass through the field. I can't tear it apart. Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. He used the dragon-slaying sword technique with all his strength, but he still could not tear it apart. How could this domain be so powerful? To think that it would be so difficult to get out of this domain. No matter how strong the field is, it should be able to be torn apart. I don't believe that the sword can't tear it apart. Qin Shao once again slashed out with his sword. This time, the power of the inner world was also urged into the sword, making the sword sharper and more powerful. With this sword, the hole torn apart became much bigger. It pierced all the way down, giving Qin Shao hope of tearing it apart. However, this field was too big. After the power was exhausted, it still could not be completely torn apart. The torn hole also returned to its original state. It was not working at all. How could this be? Seeing such a scene, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. How could such a thing happen? His sword strike was actually unable to tear it apart. What was going on? How could this field be so strong? One had to know just how powerful his sword was. The might of this sword had always been unstoppable. Qin Shao was very confident in the power of this sword, but he did not expect the final result to not be ideal. This made Qin Shao frown deeper, wondering where the problem was. How could it not be torn apart? Qin Shao flipped his palm, and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. After obtaining the heaven-opening sword, Qin Shao had not used it. This time, he was ready to use the heaven-opening sword and display its power. This was a sacred weapon. It was just that its sacred might was restrained. At this time, it was only equivalent to a high-grade immortal weapon. But no matter what, it was still a sacred weapon. In essence, it was definitely a high-grade immortal weapon. It was far from being comparable. Qin Shao stared coldly at the field. I don't believe that the heaven-opening sword and the heaven-opening sword art can't tear apart your field. Let me see how strong this domain of yours is. Heaven-opening sword art. The sword can split the sky, split the earth, slash. When the heaven-opening sword slashed out, the color of the world suddenly changed. It was as if the world was about to be split in half. The heaven-opening sword art was known to be able to split the sky. Even if it could not split the sky and the earth, it was still powerful enough. This was absolutely unquestionable. Chapter 23:10. Sword splitting open the sky. The sword rose, the sword fell, slashed. The heaven-splitting sword technique was indeed powerful and endlessly sharp. It indeed had the power to split open the sky. The edge of the sword even tore the void a little. It was enough to show how powerful this sword was. The void of the immortal realms was extremely stable. Wanting to tear it apart was an extremely difficult task. However, Qin Zhao's sword almost did it. But the final result was still not ideal. It did not reach Qin Zhao's expectations. The size of the tear was about the same as the full-strength blow just now. It was slightly bigger, but not much bigger. So the result was obvious. It was still not completely torn open, and Qin Zhao could not get out of this realm. Even the heaven-splitting sword technique was not enough. In this case, even if I use Sage Li's flying dagger, I may not be able to tear open this realm. How could this be? It doesn't make sense. Am I, Qin Zhao, really not strong enough? Am I not strong enough to pass the third round of the test? That shouldn't be the case. Many top geniuses have been defeated by me. Moreover, I was the first to complete the second round of the test. Logically speaking, my strength should not be lower than theirs. Qin Zhao had always been very confident about his strength. His strength had definitely reached the peak of the fourth step celestial venerable realm. But this time it was a big blow to him. He had used his strength to such an extent, but there was still no way to tear open this realm and leave here. Logically speaking, Qin Zhao felt that with his strength, it should not be a problem. If he couldn't tear apart this domain, then how many people in the Sacred Academy selection would be able to tear it apart? There were 500 or 600 people participating in the third round of the test. In the end, there should be 20 or 30% of them who could pass the test and become students of the Sacred Academy. In this case, there should be at least more than 100 people. Qin Zhao did not believe that his strength was not even in the top 100 among this batch of seeded geniuses. If even he couldn't pass, wouldn't that be a very strange thing? Qin Zhao had always been confident that she could pass this test and become a student of Saint College. With such a blow, Qin Zhao began to have some doubts. He even had some doubts about his own self-confidence. Is my self-confidence normal or just blind arrogance? Could it be that he had always overestimated himself? Was he overconfident? This was only the fourth test, and he was already stumped? Such a blow made Qin Zhao feel a little down. He stood there, bowed his head, and said nothing. Many thoughts surged in his mind and became a little complicated. Such a blow was extremely rare for Qin Zhao to encounter. But this time, except for Li Sheng's flying dagger, he had used all his other means, but there was still nothing he could do. As for Li Sheng's flying dagger, Qin Zhao had estimated that it would not work either. That meant that, with his current strength, even if he used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to tear apart this domain. Should he use the Berserker skill and the dual body technique at the same time? Qin Zhao was also thinking in his heart to see if there was a solution. The Berserker skill could increase his strength by several times in an instant, and the dual body technique could split into a doppelganger, which was equivalent to 2 people attacking at the same time. If these 2 secret skills were used at the same time, it could indeed increase his strength greatly. But such an increase was mainly reflected in the immortal power and strength. It should not have a great effect on the heaven-opening sword technique and Li Sheng's flying dagger. Therefore, even if he used these 2 secret techniques at the same time, the effect wouldn't be that great. Qin Zhao was still uncertain and didn't have much confidence. What should he do? What should he do? For a moment, Qin Zhao's heart became a little anxious. He had never been like this before. No. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. When have I been so shaken? When have I been so doubtful of myself? Why have I been so unconfident? No, this is not you. This is not me at all. No matter when, I should be a person with strong faith, a person who won't admit defeat, a person who is very confident. No matter what setbacks I encounter, they can't hurt my strong heart. I was caught off guard by this blow at the beginning, and then I fell into an atmosphere of self-doubt, as if there was a strange force leading me to be unconfident. Once a person is not confident, he has already failed, and it is destined that he will not be able to pass this test. I thought of this test from the beginning. It should involve many aspects, and maybe this is one of them. So, I can't be misled by this strange force. I can't fall into this strange circle. I can't be so unconfident. I have to calm down and analyze it carefully. Qin Zhao's eyes became incomparably firm again, and his strong confidence was found again. He was very confident that he would be able to pass this test. No difficulty could knock him down, and no one could trap him. He had gone through a lot of hardships, solved countless difficulties, and survived countless dangers along the way. Now he was still alive and well. No matter how difficult it was, there was always a solution. If it was a problem that couldn't be solved by strength, then he must have entered the wrong direction. If he didn't find the right direction, then his efforts would be useless. The direction was very important. Domain, water. Qin Zhao's heart moved, and his mind suddenly became clear. No matter how sharp the sword is, it can't cut water in half. As the saying goes, if you cut water with a knife, it will still flow. Water is flowing and flexible, so it can't be cut. If you cut it, it will recover immediately. Its recovery ability is too strong. So, it's not that your sword is not sharp enough, but that you use a sword to cut water. No matter how sharp it is useless. If you use the wrong method, you're doomed to fail from the beginning. So, no matter how I attacked before, no matter how much strength I used, there was no way to tear this domain and make a passage. It's not that I'm not strong enough, but that no matter how strong I am, I'm just a sword. As long as I use this sword to cut water, there is no way to cut it. Qin Zhao finally understood the reason behind this. Now that he understood the matter, his mind was clear, and he could see more things. Now that he understood the situation, how could he tear apart this domain? There must be a way. Qin Zhao firmly believed in this. A sword can't cut water, but if a huge wooden board is used to pat the water can be patted away. It's like a sword passing through water, leaving no trace. But if I throw a huge stone directly into the water will be squeezed away. If I can't cut the water, then I'll just squeeze the water away temporarily. After understanding this point, Qin Zhao's mouth curved into a faint smile. He knew what to do. The blade of the sword can't tear this domain apart. It must be smashed with force. Although I used the power of the inner world before, the inner world I used was still integrated into the dragon-slaying sword art. I didn't use pure strength to smash it, but transformed the strength into the blade of the sword, so the method is still wrong. Now, I don't need to transform the power of the inner world into the blade of the sword, but I need pure strength. Only strength can break everything. Breaking all methods with strength, that's it. After making up his mind, Qin Zhao did not hesitate and immediately began to take action. Qin Zhao took out a big hammer, held it in his hand, and then pushed the true meaning of power and the power of the inner world to the extreme. This was pure power, without any fancy tricks or skills. Pure power was unleashed in an incomparably barbaric manner, smashing fiercely into the domain. Under the bombardment of this incomparably powerful force, the situation finally changed. The powerful force directly smashed a piece of the domain, like a huge stone falling into the river, directly squeezing the river water away and breaking off a piece. At this time, the effect of Qin Zhao's attack was the same. With his powerful force, he forcibly squeezed out an open space in the domain, and a passage suddenly appeared in front of Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao did not hesitate and immediately left through the passage. This time, there was no accident. Qin Zhao directly left the domain and walked out of the netherworld. After leaving the netherworld, his vision suddenly became clear, and his breath became better. Sure enough, as Qin Zhao had guessed before, the domain was at the edge of the sticks. So after passing through the domain, he directly came out of the sticks. He crossed the sticks. Phew, I finally came out and crossed the sticks. In the sticks, I still can't see other people. It seems that the first 4 tests don't meet other people, and each of them tests their own abilities. In this way, there are still advantages. You have to rely completely on your own strength to come here, and others can't help you. But the bad thing is that there's no way to compete with others, so it feels a little less exciting. There is competition, fighting, and killing. Only then can it be more intense. Qin Shao immediately shook his head and smiled. He was not a warlike person, so in fact, there was no difference for him in any way. Anyway, it was the same. Looking back at the sticks, there were indeed many tests. It was easy to make people unable to come out of it. This time, for Qin Shao, it could be said to be a daunting experience without any danger. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At this time, an immortal token flew over, and Qin Shao took it. After getting the immortal token, he really passed the test of this Tao. Now Qin Shao had passed the 4th test, and he had passed more than half of the 6 tests. He was getting closer and closer to success. Only the last 2 tests were left. After quickly checking the information in the immortal token, Qin Shao learned the information of the 5th test. Picking Demon Fire. Another map appeared in the immortal token. The area of this map was almost the same as the previous one, but there were not many places marked on it. Only 3 places. Picking Demon Fire? What does this mean? Qin Shao was a little puzzled about the meaning of this test. Demon Fire? Picking Demon Fire? If one were to interpret it literally, that should be the case. Chapter 23:11. Inhale. Huff. Every inhalation and exhalation was like the opening and closing of heaven and earth, shaking heaven and earth. The gloomy atmosphere was particularly eerie and ghostly. In an abyss, a huge creature was entrenched there. It was a huge creature like a small mountain, with 2 demon horns on its head, like the horns of a cow, but not curved like a cow's. Its whole body was black, covered with black scales, looking quite ferocious and ugly. This was an ancient life form of the demon clan. Its powerful aura caused the void around it to tremble and distort. It was enough to make people feel a lingering fear. From afar, Qin Shao could feel an incomparably powerful aura surging towards him. This caused Qin Shao to quickly slow down. His gaze was fixed in front of him as he sensed the aura. Its demonic energy, demonic fire, and the word demon. Is it related to demons? Such a powerful demonic energy. I haven't even gotten close, but I already feel some danger. It seems that there's a tough battle coming. I have to be prepared. Qin Shao had already grasped the berserk sword in his hand. He used the mirage meditation technique, walked in the mirage, concealed his aura, and slowly approached. Soon, Qin Shao found a huge creature. What a huge devil. It should be an ancient mantis devil. Even though it belongs to the devil race, it's an extremely rare type. What a powerful aura. There is even a trace of saint aura. But there is only a trace of saint aura. It's not much. So, if I'm not wrong, this demon is very likely to be a half-saint. Or, its strength is equivalent to a half-saint. A half-saint. Qin Shao couldn't help but gasp at the thought. If it was really a half-saint, then this matter would be troublesome. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a headache. But no matter how much of a headache he had, there was no other way. He could only go straight ahead. He had to go. Even if it was a half-saint, so what? Since it was a test, there was hope to pass. It couldn't be a completely hopeless situation. If Qin Shao had a fight with a half-saint, then under normal circumstances, there was no doubt that he would lose. Even if Qin Shao used all his means, he couldn't change the final result. So, the content of the test was obviously not like this. Moreover, Qin Shao soon found that the ancient demon was sleeping soundly at this time. It didn't notice the arrival of outsiders and continued to sleep. His snoring was like a sudden clap of thunder, sounding out in bursts. Demonic fire. Qin Zhao's eyes moved, and his gaze quickly fell on the ancient demonic creature's nose. There was a ball of demonic fire flying around, and this ball of demonic fire was obviously the content of this test. Plucking the demonic fire meant plucking the demonic fire. However, the demonic fire was right in front of the ancient demonic creature's nose. Once the demonic fire was taken away, there was a high possibility that the ancient demonic creature would wake up. Once the ancient demonic creature was awakened, the situation would be far from good, far from good. So, it was absolutely not an easy thing to take away the demonic fire. Qin Shao looked around and carefully analyzed the problem. He also felt that the risk was very big, very big. The difficulty of this test should be how to smoothly take the demonic fire and how to smoothly take it away. Not to mention taking it away, it was very, very difficult to get it. Because the demonic fire was not big, if he wanted to take it away, he would basically have to encounter the ancient demon. And once he touched the ancient demon, it might wake up. Once the ancient demon woke up, it would be too difficult to escape. If he fought, he would definitely not be able to defeat it. It was impossible. Qin Shao was very clear in his heart that he was definitely far from being the ancient demon's opponent. So the problem now was still a little tricky. He still had to think about it carefully. Hey, Qin Zhao's eyes moved, and he suddenly felt happy because he sensed a familiar aura not far away. Qin Shao also hid his aura, but he still sensed a trace of it. So, he deliberately released a trace of his aura. Soon, a figure rushed toward Qin Shao. It was none other than Prince Zhongyang. Seeing Prince Zhongyang, Qin Shao was naturally very happy. He did not expect to meet Prince Zhongyang in the 5th test. Qin Shao could not help but recall that he had also met Yuan Yuan in the 2nd round of the test. This time, he met Prince Zhongyang again. He felt that it was a very good omen. Aha, Qin Shao, I thought I would be alone in the 5th test. I didn't expect to meet you here. Prince Zhongyang was naturally very happy to see Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded with a smile and said, Yes, I also thought I would be alone. I didn't expect you to be here. Haha, it seems that we will fight side by side. It's a good thing. Don't. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and immediately said, Brother Qin Shao, don't be happy too early. It may be a good thing, but it may also be a bad thing. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, Qin Zhao's expression changed. He frowned and immediately understood what he meant. Yes, it was indeed like what Prince Zhongyang said. It may be a good thing, but it may also be a bad thing. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing depended on the rules of the test, and whether they were cooperating or competing against each other. Therefore, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang both wanted to figure it out. There is only one demonic fire, but there are 2 of us. Each of us will share one demonic fire. If we look at it this way, aren't we competing against each other? Whoever gets that demonic flame will be the winner, right? It can't be like that, right? If someone is eliminated in this way, then the later test will be very unfair. There will be a serious imbalance. If she is lucky, then it will be her. If she is unlucky, then someone will be unlucky. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't want to believe that this was the case. However, judging from the current situation, this was indeed the most likely scenario. 2 people came to take the test at the same time, but there was only one demonic fire. How would they share it? Qin Shao also suspected that the contents of his task were different from Prince Zhongyang's. But after asking, he found that the contents of the tasks were the same. Since the contents of the tasks were exactly the same, it meant that there was a high possibility that they were competing against each other. If that was the case, then there was a big problem. 2 people fighting for one demonic fire. How could they fight for it? Qin Shao didn't want to fight with Prince Zhongyang, and Prince Zhongyang didn't want to fight with Qin Shao either. If it was someone else, then it would be easy. They would just have to fight to see who was better. Whoever won would get the demonic fire. But if it was Prince Zhongyang, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't fight with him, and Prince Zhongyang certainly wouldn't fight with Qin Shao either. They won't cheat us like this, right? If that's the case, then we'll all be screwed to death. Outstanding people like us will definitely be able to become a student of Saint Academy. It's a sure thing. After all, in the entire younger generation of the Immortal region, people as outstanding as us are truly extremely rare and can be counted with one's fingers. 2 such outstanding people actually have to eliminate one of them. Isn't this a test that only a fool would think of? Even if it's a test of luck, it shouldn't be like this, right? Prince Zhongyang shook his head and sighed helplessly. When encountering such a situation, no matter how much you wanted to scold someone, what could you change? Qin Shao was also very helpless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? What should he do now? What should he do? If he fought, it definitely wouldn't work. It would hurt his feelings. If he didn't fight, Who would the demonic fire belong to? Forget it, forget it. Since it's fate, then I'll admit defeat. Qin Xiao, I admit defeat for this test. You win. It just so happens that I don't really want to become a student of Saint Academy. It's all the same to me. Anyway, it's not that bad. Qin Xiao, do your best. Good luck. Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, Qin Xiao's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Prince Zhongyang with reddened eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by you give it to me? Do I need you to give it to me? If you want to give it to me, then I won't accept it. If I want to win fair and square. I definitely won't accept this kind of concession. There's no such thing as giving it to me. You make it sound like the other party will get it as long as I give it to him. You should have seen the situation in front of you, but I don't believe that one of us has to be eliminated. So we have to calm down and think about this matter carefully. Prince Zhongyang fell silent and frowned. He was also thinking about this matter. How could he want to give it up? This was a great opportunity for him. How could he be willing to give it to someone else? But if Qin Xiao wanted it, he would definitely give it up without hesitation. This was brotherhood. It was more important than anything else. It was even more important than his life, than glory and wealth, and than a place to be a student of Saint College. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and smiled at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, just let me give up. That way, everyone will be at ease and the problem will be easily solved. It's not a good idea to drag it out. It really doesn't matter if I enter Saint College or not. I have a master. Participating in the selection of Saint College is just for fun. Okay, there's no more fun. Let's go. Stop. Prince Zhongyang wanted to leave, but Qin Xiao immediately stopped him and stood in front of him, not letting him leave. If we're brothers, don't say such things. I think we're not calm enough. We haven't seen the problem clearly, and we're already scared. This is not a good state to be in. So, I think there's something wrong with us. We need to reflect on ourselves. I kept having a strange feeling just now. The situation may not be like this. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Prince Zhongyang looked indifferent, but in fact, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Qin Xiao felt this test was not simple at all. No. Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He was greatly moved. After changing his expression, he continued, No, we're all wrong. We're all wrong. Ha ha, we misunderstood the meaning of the higher-ups. That's why we took so many detours. First, if we use the rule of 2 to eliminate 1, it will definitely affect the fairness of the selection. Chapter 23:12. Huh. Prince Zhongyang laughed heartily and nodded repeatedly. You're right. I also thought of this problem just now. From the beginning, we had a preconceived notion that there was only one demonic fire, so we had to choose one of the two. If one of us had to be eliminated, only one of us could get the demonic fire and successfully pass this test. In fact, according to normal thinking, this should be the case. If we didn't have such a deep friendship, we definitely wouldn't think too much about it. We would definitely take action first. At this point, everyone's desire for victory is very strong, so our hearts will naturally be occupied by this strong desire. Once this desire is strong, it will be difficult to get rid of it. Naturally, we will look at the problem with a preconceived notion. But when we calm down and think carefully, we will find that in fact, in the content of our task, there is no explicit mention that we have to get the demonic fire alone. This doesn't seem to be a problem, but we can understand it from another perspective. Since the content of the task didn't mention it, it means that it doesn't have to be like that. It just says that we need to get the demonic fire. But this demonic fire, you can get it alone, or you can get it together. If this is the case, it becomes very reasonable. It won't be easy to pluck that demonic flame from the mouth of this ancient demonic creature. If we have to eliminate one of us first, and then take the demonic fire, the difficulty will increase several times. So if we fall into this misconception from the beginning, there will definitely be bad results. What I want is that we won't attack each other. Only then can we calm down and analyze this problem properly. If it were someone else, I would definitely take action directly. Besides, I wouldn't analyze it in this way. Of course, such an analysis may not be 100% correct, but I think it should be like this. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. He also thought so just now. Only in this way would it be more reasonable. Therefore, he should firmly believe that this way of thinking was correct. No matter what, he had to follow this way of thinking. With that thought in mind, Qin Shao and Mr. Zhang Yang were now faced with the problem of how they could pluck the demonic flame from the ground. "How do you feel?" Qin Shao asked. Prince Zhang Yang frowned. He shook his head and said, "I don't feel good. I'm afraid this ancient demon is at the half-saint level. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with a half-saint. But I don't think it's a competition of strength. If it's a competition of strength, it'll be too difficult for us to win. It might even be impossible. That's why I don't think it's purely a competition of strength. There should still be techniques involved. It would be best if we could pluck the demonic flame without waking up the ancient demonic creature. However, I think that the possibility of this happening is still very low." Qin Shao nodded. He was also thinking about this. However, after thinking about it, he still felt that it was too impossible. If they could pluck the demonic flame without alerting anyone, what kind of heaven-defying means would be needed? Although the mirage meditation technique was powerful, Qin Shao didn't think that it could deal with the ancient demonic creature. If there was such a simple thing, it would be great. However, this was the test of the fifth path. It should be very difficult. It couldn't be so simple. Therefore, the mirage meditation technique shouldn't be of much use to him. As long as they plucked the demonic flame, they would definitely alarm the ancient demonic creature. Once that ancient demonic being was alerted, a great battle was bound to break out. However, it was possible that the ancient demonic creature had some limitations. It was unlikely that it would go all out. If it went all out, there was no need to think about it. Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang would definitely be defeated. However, since it was a test, there should be a chance of survival. However, Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang didn't know the specific situation. They were just guessing for the time being. "Brother Qin Shao, do you have any good ideas?" Prince Zhang Yang asked. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "I don't have any good ideas. Now all the situations are unclear. Everything is unknown. Therefore, we can only bite the bullet and do it. I think that as long as we pluck the demonic flame, we will definitely wake the ancient demonic creature up. Now we have to think about how to pluck the demonic flame successfully. As long as we succeed in plucking the demonic flame, everything else will be easy. The most worrying problem is that we can't pluck the demonic flame smoothly. If we wake the ancient demonic creature up before plucking the demonic flame, the situation will be troublesome. Therefore, the most important thing for us to think about now is how to pluck the demonic flame smoothly. As for the other things, I think they're secondary. As long as we complete the task, the most important thing left is to fight. It's easier to escape than to fight. There are many. If my guess is right, the ancient demonic creature should be confined in a certain area and can't leave it. Once we succeed in plucking the demonic flame, we will have to escape. As long as we escape from the certain area, we should be safe. Of course, it's also very dangerous to face a half-saint. Therefore, this is a big problem for us. The first big problem is how to pluck the demonic flame successfully. The second big problem is how to escape smoothly. Relatively speaking, plucking the demonic flame is more difficult. If we want to escape, it should be easier. If we solve these two problems, there should be no more problems. Prince Zhang Yang also nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. It seems that great minds think alike. But it makes sense. We are all excellent people. Naturally, we can think through these problems clearly. Since that's what we're all thinking, let's act together. You're good at hiding your aura. The important task of plucking the demonic flame will be given to you. I will be in charge of watching over you. Once the ancient demonic creature wakes up, I will attack with all my strength to attract its attention and fight for you. Time. If we want to succeed, we must cooperate wholeheartedly. Haha, but I believe that we can succeed." Succeed? That was a must. Qin Shao was also full of confidence. After discussing, it was time to act. Let's fight. Qin Shao used the mirage meditation technique and carefully approached the demonic creature. Prince Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. He stared at the ancient demonic creature and prepared for everything. Once the ancient demonic creature woke up, he would have to attack it with all his might. He must create time and opportunity for Qin Shao. If he succeeded in plucking the demonic flame, it would be easy. This was the most important problem. Qin Shao approached the ancient demonic creature. The closer he got, the stronger and more terrifying its aura was. Even if it was awakened, he could still feel the extremely gloomy aura. This was an ancient demonic creature with dense demonic energy. Fortunately, Qin Shao walked in the Mirage realm and completely concealed his aura. Otherwise, he would have awakened the ancient demonic creature as soon as he got close. Qin Shao approached the demonic flame. The ancient demonic creature's breath was like two terrifying storms that could destroy the world. It turned into two whirlwinds that seemed to be able to devour everything. Just the breath it exhaled was powerful enough. Even an ordinary fourth-step, celestial, venerable wouldn't dare to get close to it. Qin Shao also slowed down. As he approached the demonic flame, he stared at the ancient demonic creature to prevent it from waking up. Once the ancient demonic creature woke up, he must have a strategy to deal with it. Qin Shao was also ready to unleash his full strength at any time, but obviously, he couldn't do it easily. It would be best if he could approach the demonic flame slowly and quietly. The closer he got, the greater the probability of success. The best-case scenario was that the ancient demonic creature hadn't woken up before plucking the demonic flame. That would be the best-case scenario. Once the demonic flame was in his hands, he didn't care anymore and just ran away. He was getting closer and closer. The closer they got, the more tense Qin Zhao's heart became. Indeed, he was a little nervous. This was the first time that Qin Shao was so close to a half-step sage. A half-step sage was an invincible existence below the saint realm. He couldn't compare with it. Qin Shao didn't know how powerful a half-step sage was, but he was sure that he and Prince Zhongyang were no match for it. Even if they joined forces, they would definitely lose. Whoosh! Bursts of breath blew wildly on Qin Zhao's body. The destructive and devouring power was very terrifying. The demonic flame was also swaying in the demonic qi. Its green flames made it look especially eerie and strange. The demonic flame, the flame of the devil realm, was the essence of the demonic qi. It was also a very terrifying strange fire. Once touched, it would be very dangerous. Even an ordinary fourth-step celestial master wouldn't dare to touch the demonic flame. The demonic flame had a very terrifying, devouring power. It was enough to devour an ordinary fourth-step celestial master. It was getting closer. Qin Zhao's eyes became brighter. Just a little closer, and he could pluck the demonic flame. He must pluck the demonic flame smoothly. They were about to reach him. But at this time, an unforeseen event happened. The ancient demonic creature suddenly opened its eyes. Oh no! Qin Zhao's heart thumped. The ancient demonic creature had awakened. This was troublesome. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to get close to the demonic flame and pluck it silently. Although Qin Shao was prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In this case, it would be much more difficult to pluck the demonic flame successfully. But there was no other way. Things weren't going in a good direction, so he could only fight hard. Fight hard! Qin Shao clenched his teeth and chanted the Buddhist six-syllable mantra. Then a Buddhist light surged out. The sacred light was going to wash away all the darkness and demonic qi. The Buddhist sound was like a Buddha chanting gold. The Buddhist sound was like thunder reverberating in waves. At the same time, Qin Zhao's speed was pushed to the extreme. He approached the demonic flame at an extremely fast speed. He wanted to pluck the demonic flame first. The ancient demonic creature had already awakened. It suddenly stood up, and its green eyes blossomed with two lumps of light. Umph, lowly human. You dare to snatch my demonic flame? You must be dreaming. The ancient demonic creature snorted angrily. It spat out a terrifying demonic qi storm toward Qin Shao, engulfing and destroying everything. It was extremely terrifying. Feeling the demonic qi, Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew that this was bad. Chapter 23:13. Ma, and I, ba, me, The Buddhist 6 syllables turned into golden characters of the Buddhist Dharma. Amidst the monstrous Buddhist light, the Buddhist Dharma turned into a golden holy light that filled the sky and hit the terrifying demon energy storm. This demon energy storm contained a terrifying destructive power. Its devouring power was enough to sweep across the sky and annihilate everything. Time, space, and even all the light seemed to be rapidly devoured. Everywhere it passed, there was only a black area. Everything disappeared. Qin Zhao's Buddhist Dharma had improved a lot, and the power of the Buddhist 6 syllables was much stronger than before. However, in the face of this ancient demon at the half-saint level, it was obvious that the Buddhist 6 syllables could not suppress it. The disparity in strength was still too great. Although the Buddhist Dharma had a very good suppressive effect on demons, Qin Zhao was not a Buddhist cultivator, and the Buddhist Dharma was not spiritual. In addition, his own cultivation level was far inferior to this ancient demon. Naturally, it was difficult to deal with it. Therefore, as soon as Qin Zhao approached it, he felt as if he was hit by a monstrous wave and was about to be devoured in an instant. The strength of this ancient demon was really too powerful and terrifying. At this time, Qin Zhao also understood in his heart how far away he was from the half-saint level. The gap was really too big. Fight! Qin Zhao gritted his teeth. His eyes were incomparably resolute. He directly rushed into the demon energy storm. Holding the heaven-opening sword in his hand, Qin Zhao displayed the heaven-opening sword technique. Although the sword could split the sky, it was obviously difficult to break through the demon energy storm. A demon energy wave came. The monstrous power of the law and the devouring power was about to devour Qin Zhao in an instant. It was too terrifying. At this moment of impact, Qin Zhao felt that death was coming. This extreme danger, the feeling of walking towards death, was indeed nerve-wracking. He could not resist at all. No matter how sturdy a canoe was, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of a monstrous wave. It was too difficult to pluck the demonic flame from the mouth of this ancient demonic beast. It was impossible for Qin Zhao to do it alone. At this time, Qin Zhao felt that if he didn't retreat quickly, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. But could they retreat? If he retreated, he would be defeated. At this point, even if he had to risk his life, he had to fight till the end. There was no way out. Since he had come this far, how could he give up so easily? No, absolutely not. Therefore, he could only give it his all. At this moment, time and space suddenly stopped. Everything was frozen in place. The storm of devil chi was like a frozen water column, and it froze in place. What a ruthless method. Seeing such a scene, Qin Zhao was shocked. He knew that Zhang Yang was the one who had made his move. He didn't expect Prince Zhang Yang to have such a method. Everything else was frozen. Only he could move freely, as if he was completely isolated from that world. The opportunity had come. Qin Zhao knew that Prince Zhang Yang could do this, but it must be very difficult. Moreover, trapping an ancient demonic creature at the half-saint level was absolutely not an easy task. Therefore, time was tight. He had to pluck the demonic flame as soon as possible. Once he got the demonic flame, he would have succeeded in half. Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He rushed towards the demonic flame as fast as he could. This time, he finally got close to the demonic flame. Qin Zhao directly grabbed the demonic flame. The demonic flame was also frozen. Everything was frozen. Even the energy was frozen. Therefore, at this time, the demonic flame became a lifeless object, just like an ordinary stone. Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally grabbed the demonic flame in his hand. However, just as Qin Zhao was about to pluck the demonic flame, a loud roar broke the silence. It was as if glass had been broken. In an instant, the frozen space collapsed. Not good, Qin Zhao shouted in his heart. The ancient demonic beast broke free from the frozen space so quickly and broke Prince Zhang Yang's method. It deserved to be called a semi-sage level expert. It was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, Qin Zhao hadn't even finished plucking the demonic flame. However, the good news was that he had already grabbed the demonic flame, which meant that the demonic flame was already in Qin Zhao's hand. However, The demonic flame had already begun to devour Qin Xiao. A powerful force seeped into Qin Xiao's palm and launched a fierce attack on Qin Xiao's soul will. Qin Xiao only felt a gloomy and cold aura fiercely penetrating his soul. It attacked his soul and destroyed his will. This attack was really terrifying. Under the impact, Qin Xiao's soul couldn't help but tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was strong enough, his soul would have collapsed under the impact. Qin Xiao's willpower was also unusually strong and firm. Therefore, he was able to hold on to his heart and not be attacked by this force. It's not that easy to erode me. It's just a demonic flame. No matter how strong you are, don't even think about touching my Fenheo. Just give it to me. Qin Xiao's heart was as calm as ever. With a thought, his thought force moved. With a shout and a burst of spirit, a powerful force directly plucked the demonic flame in his hand. He held it tightly, not allowing the demonic flame to resist. The terrifying, devouring flame couldn't even burn Qin Xiao's immortal body. The demonic flame was finally in his hands. However, a new problem immediately arose. Although he had obtained the demonic flame, the battle was not over, and the danger was still there. Mr. Zhang Yang's skill was completely defeated by the ancient demonic creature. The ancient demonic creature was completely enraged when the ancient demonic creature was snatched away. The ancient demonic creature was enraged. Human brat, that's my demonic flame. Don't even think about taking it away. You two hateful human brats. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? I want you to die. Both of you must die. Rumble. The ancient demonic creature stood up. As soon as he moved, it felt as if the sky was shaking and the earth was cracking. The heavens seemed to be trembling. It was as if the entire world was about to submit to his feet. He was looking down on everything with the attitude of a ruler. He was using the dignity of a judge to decide the life and death of a person. What kind of power was this? This was a supreme power. However, this ancient demonic creature had the strength of a half-step saint. It already had some saint aura, so it naturally had such a domineering and heroic spirit. He wanted to dominate this world and control its ups and downs. Run! Prince Zhang Yang shouted anxiously. Qin Xiao naturally knew that he had to run. He couldn't fight this ancient demonic creature head-on. Only death awaited him. Now, the only way to survive was to run. As long as he could escape, everything would be fine. Anyway, the demonic flame was already in his hands. As long as he could escape, he would win. Young Master Zhang Yang had made his move as well. One after another, beams of sword light shot out from his sword. Qin Xiao also performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. The sword momentum of the heaven-splitting sword was released. At this time, both of them were using all their strength to fight for a chance of survival. As long as they could tear a hole, Qin Xiao would be able to escape. Now, what they needed was to find a way to tear this hole. Human brats who overestimate their own capabilities. With just your little bit of strength, you want to go against me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Die for this sovereign. The ancient demonic creature sneered and looked at Qin Xiao and Prince Zhang Yang with contempt. Especially Qin Xiao. He was the target he wanted to kill. Qin Xiao also felt the ancient demonic creature's monstrous killing intent towards him. He had no choice but to give it a try. The power of law and the great path were like neon lights from the ninth heaven, falling down one after another. Amidst the brilliance, it was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The power of law was like an invisible sword. It was incomparably powerful, suppressing everything with the power of heaven and destroying all living things. Under such power, Qin Xiao's heart had already jumped to his throat. His nerves were so tense that they were about to break. Success or failure depended on this strike. Rays of sharp sword qi shot out, blocking the power of law. Qin Xiao's heaven-splitting sword technique was pushed to the extreme. He wanted to open up a way for himself to escape. Under the attack of these two forces, a small hole was finally torn open. Qin Xiao escaped as fast as he could. You want to escape? Seeing Qin Xiao trying to escape, the ancient demonic creature snorted coldly. its power became even more powerful and terrifying. However, the combined power of Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang was not weak. Their swords shone with supreme sharpness, the power of the ninth heaven, and the splendor of the sun and the moon. The sword, heaven-splitting. The sword, earth-splitting. The sword, earth-splitting. A path was forcibly torn open, allowing Qin Shao to escape through it. He was out. Qin Shao finally arrived in front of Prince Zhongyang. He was secretly relieved. "Let's go." Prince Zhongyang was not very happy. He immediately said to Qin Shao. Without any hesitation, the two of them turned into rays of light and rushed into the distance. The ancient demonic creature chased after them, but it didn't chase them all the way. After chasing for a while, it stopped. Its eyes emitted a strange light as it stared ahead and let out an extremely angry roar. "Damn those two brats of the human clan. Damn them. Damn them. I have been guarding the demonic fire for several epochs. How dare they snatch it away? Damn them. With my strength, if I wasn't restricted to this area, how could those two brats escape from under my nose? Damn the restricted area. Damn it. I don't like being restricted like this. I don't like it. Roar. Roar. Roar." Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang could hear the furious roar of the ancient demonic creature. However, the two of them were completely relieved. After running for a while, they stopped and looked back. After making sure that the ancient demonic creature did not chase after them, they laughed. "Haha, we did it. It seems that we guessed right and made the right bet. I knew it. That ancient demonic creature is so powerful. It must have some restrictions on it. The most likely restriction is that it is confined to a certain area and cannot leave. So, as long as we can escape from that area, we will win." Awesome. It's really awesome. We've successfully plucked the demonic flame from a half-step saint. Now, let's see if our other guesses are right. If they are, then it's for the best. Even if they aren't, it's not a big deal. As long as we get the demonic fire, we will win. Chapter 23:14. That's impossible. Qin Shao shook his head firmly and said, "We have to be confident. It must be like this. It's impossible to eliminate a person by choosing one of the two. If we choose one of the two to eliminate a person at the beginning, let's not talk about how much strength we have left after eliminating the opponent. Even if we don't consume any strength, it's impossible for a person to pluck the demonic fire from the ancient monster's mouth. So it must be like this. It must be." Qin Shao firmly believed in this speculation. If they really had to choose one of the two, it would be a very cruel thing to do. Qin Zhao's conscience would not be at ease if he accepted Zhang Yang's concession in vain. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's belief had a result. Two celestial badges flew out, exuding a holy light. Seeing these two celestial badges, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang suddenly looked at each other and smiled happily at the same time. Their hope was not disappointed in the end. This feeling was very wonderful. The two reached out and took the celestial badges in their hands, quickly reading the information in the celestial badges. They had passed the 5th test. Only the last test was left to complete the 2nd round of the test and become a student of the Holy Academy. For the sake of this supreme glory, this supreme opportunity, this final test must be passed. The further they went, the stronger their belief in success would be. Break gold with strength. Seeing the information in the celestial badges, Qin Shao could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There were only 4 simple words: break gold with strength. Besides these 4 words, there was no other hint. "Qin Shao, what's the information in your celestial badges?" Prince Zhongyang asked. Qin Shao said, "Break gold with strength." "Oh, your celestial badges also said break gold with strength, and mine also said break gold with strength. In that case, we will still have the same task in the 6th test." Prince Zhongyang frowned, with a thoughtful look. "In that case, in this test, the test of the Tao still requires cooperation. It's just like how we plucked the devil fire earlier. Once our first impressions are the strongest, we will directly fall into the wrong trap. Even if we don't fall into the wrong trap, if we can't completely trust each other, it's impossible to succeed. The final test is strength. Without great strength, it is impossible to pluck the demonic flame from the ancient demonic creature's mouth. Only when all these conditions are added together can one possibly complete the fifth test. The sixth test is the last one, so it will definitely be much more difficult than the fifth one. From the information of this mission, the sixth test has a higher requirement for cooperation. And I think it might not be just the two of us. There might be other people who want to join us. Qin Xiao nodded and agreed. Yes, I think so too. Since the fifth trial put us all together, the sixth trial should have more people on top of this foundation. But if that's the case, the third test will be similar to the second test. Although I don't want to judge whether this test is good or not, I always feel that there's a lack of interaction with the other seed geniuses. I feel that this way, there will be less excitement, and there won't be a strong sense of urgency. Breaking through one's own path, walking one's own path, and not seeing the situation of others. Victory or defeat, it seems that there is no power in it. Yes, Prince Zhongyang also nodded in agreement. This situation was indeed a little strange. Originally, they thought that this test would let all the top geniuses of each territory collide, and then there would be a vigorous and fierce competition between the geniuses. It would be an earth-shattering battle, and in the end, the best of the best would shine brightly, making the students of the Sacred Institute stand at the top of the clouds. However, if this was the test, there was no way to change anything, and they could only accept it. The sixth test, they would know after going to take a look. The two of them continued to move forward together, and soon they arrived at the edge of the land. As soon as the two of them arrived at the edge of the land, they were pleasantly surprised. They saw two familiar figures walking over from another area. Ha! Miss Yuanyuan, Wu Fengsheng, you two are actually together. Interesting. Prince Zhongyang immediately laughed happily. The two people they saw were actually Yuanyuan and Wu Fengsheng. Seeing the two of them, they were naturally overjoyed. Haha, Qin Xiao, Prince Zhongyang, it's you two. That's great. Looks like we have to face the sixth test together. Wu Fengsheng also laughed happily. Yuanyuan saw Qin Xiao and Wu Fengsheng, and the smile on her face became wider. This is fun. I was thinking about you two just now, and I didn't expect to run into you two. I wonder how Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Ru Xian are doing right now. If I can run into the two of them again, that would be for the best. That would be a happy ending for everyone. Haha, I'm so lucky. I hit the nail on the head. Look over there. Hearing Miss Yuanyuan's words, Qin Xiao and Wu Fengsheng quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, they saw two beautiful figures walking over. The gorgeous colors of the peach blossoms were so obvious from afar, allowing people to see them clearly and recognize who they were with a single glance. Speaking of Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xian, they really did appear immediately. The two people walking over were none other than Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xian. That peach blossom only bloomed for you. Seeing Qin Xiao, Princess Ru Yu, who was originally expressionless, immediately bloomed like a blooming flower. Just for a smile that could topple cities and enchant all the people in the world. Princess Ru Yu's smile was as beautiful as a peach blossom in full bloom. She was so beautiful that she was born with an irresistible charm. Princess Ru Xian followed Princess Ru Yu, and her radiance was completely overshadowed. As the two of them walked together, Princess Ru Xian felt like a maidservant. I can't look too much. I have to maintain a pure and untainted heart. I can't be infected. For someone as outstanding as me, I definitely can't lose my sense of propriety because of a woman. That'd be far too humiliating. Prince Zhongyang turned his head to the side. As he did so, he muttered something to himself. The six of them gathered together again. They understood the circumstances of everyone's journey. Sure enough, everyone's test was slightly different. However, they were all mostly the same. They were just not completely the same. The fifth test was more or less the same. Because everyone trusted each other and was familiar with each other, they did not try to eliminate anyone out of preconceived notions. There were people who were misled like that, but they all recovered very quickly. In the end, they all passed the test very successfully. As for the sixth test, everyone was the same. The information they received was that they could break through metal with their combined strength. However, How they could break through metal with their combined strength was another unknown. It looks like it's just the six of us. No one else has joined us. That's for the best. The six of us can all trust each other, and we can hand everything over to each other without holding anything back. I think the most important aspect of this test is that we need to work together. If we can't do that, we'll definitely fail. Once we fail, the six of us will probably all be eliminated. That's why we're a whole right now, which also forces us to only succeed. Failure is not an option. But I believe we'll definitely succeed. Qin Xiao analyzed the situation before reaching a conclusion. This conclusion was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Based on the current situation, this was the most likely possibility. However, Prince Zhongyang was rather doubtful. That should be the case. However, if it's a whole right, then there's quite a lot of uncertainties and unfairness involved. If that's the case, the nature of chance will play quite a role. That's why I feel like this test is a little unfair. If the six of them participated in the sixth test together, then there would indeed be quite a lot of uncertainties. In terms of strength, they would clearly be pulled to an even level. For example, Wu Fengcheng and Princess Ru Xian were clearly weaker, while Qin Zhao's group was slightly stronger. However, if they became a whole, then their strength would be evenly divided. Qin Zhao's group would have to take care of Wu Fengcheng and Princess Ru Xian's group. As a result, this was not a good thing for Qin Zhao's group. However, it was an extremely good thing for Wu Fengcheng's group. Of course, Prince Zhongyang's words were not directed at Wu Fengcheng and Princess Ru Xian. Instead, he was referring to the overall situation. If they were in such a situation, then the others should be in such a situation too. As a result, there would definitely be some weaker people who passed the test with the help of some stronger people. There would also definitely be some stronger people who would be dragged down by some weaker people and be eliminated. And to achieve this, one would need luck, and luck would play a very important role. The higher-ups naturally have their reasons and intentions for making such arrangements. We don't really understand. We can only say that what we see is still shallow. We just need to listen to the arrangements. Whatever mission is given to us, we'll complete that mission. We don't need to consider anything else for now. I think talent, potential, and strength should not be the only criteria to measure a person. Luck is very important. A person's nature is also very important. A person's wisdom is also very important. A person's character is also very important. Actually, there are many aspects that are very important. They're just usually overlooked. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and nodded. That was indeed true. But what exactly is our mission? It's just that we have to use our strength to break gold. But which gold are we supposed to break? Wu Fengcheng asked. This was also the question that everyone had been searching for. Yuan suddenly pointed in a direction and said weakly, "Is it there?" Everyone looked in the direction Yuan pointed, but nothing happened. They did not sense anything either. This caused everyone to be confused. What did Yuan mean by that? Miss Yuan, you're being naughty again. Are you joking with us? Where's the thing over there? Prince Zhongyang curled his lips. Yuan shook her head and said with a firm expression, "No, there's something over there. And it's a very, very scary thing. It's over there. You can see it after crossing the mountain range over there. It's not too far from here. I've already sensed it. I can feel its terrifying aura." Aura? Something very scary. Chapter 23:15. Hearing Yuan's words, although everyone was still confused, they didn't doubt Yuan's words. Since Yuan said so, it should be true. It seemed that there was indeed something terrible over there. Princess Xiaoyu quickly nodded and said, "Yes, there is indeed a terrible aura over there. I feel that it is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it is not a simple thing. The last test should be over there." After Qin Xiao carefully observed for a while, he finally found something. Indeed, he vaguely felt a trace of a terrible and powerful aura coming from afar. That terrible aura seemed to be deliberately restrained, so it was difficult to detect it if one did not pay attention to it. Since they had found the test, Qin Xiao and the other 5 people did not hesitate and approached it. Of course, they also approached it cautiously. The closer they got, the clearer they felt it. Qin Shao and the others frowned slowly. The aura was getting stronger and more terrible. What was there? After Qin Shao and the others crossed the mountain range, they finally saw a strong and tall figure sitting on a huge rock with a lazy look. Under the light, the bronze skin looked particularly shiny, as if it was coated with a layer of copper oil. His long hair was loose and fluffy, looking very messy, as if he had never tidied it up. His upper body was bare, and his feet were bare. He only wore a pair of pants made of animal skin. His muscles were taut, and he looked like a human-shaped fighter plane. He gave people a strong sense of power. That thick and solid arm was like a stone pillar. He looked very rugged, like a gorilla that had not fully evolved. This was an ancient life form. It was rugged and ferocious by nature. It was very aggressive. However, the person in front of them seemed to be gentle and did not show much madness. He crossed his legs and supported his head with one hand on the stone arm. In his other hand, he seemed to be playing with a small toy. It's the immortal medallion. He is playing with the immortal medallion. Young Master Zhang Yang raised his eyes and looked at the ancient race's hand. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Seeing the immortal writ was like seeing hope. Now, if they wanted to pass the test and become a student of the Sacred Institute, that immortal token was the last thing they needed to get. This was the reason for his success and also the reason for his failure. Therefore, the immortal writ was very important to Qin Shao and the others. It was precisely because it was very important that everyone acted cautiously and did not dare to be careless. Qin Shao also noticed that the ancient life form did not seem to be interested in their arrival. It did not even raise its head to look at them. To put it nicely, he was not interested, but to be honest, he was completely disdainful, right? He didn't even bother to look at it, as if it was a waste of time and energy. Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, what should we do now? Wu Fengcheng asked. That powerful aura had already caused him to feel a bit of fear, so he asked this question very worriedly. This team was naturally led by Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. This important decision naturally had to be made by the two of them. Qin Shao frowned and pondered. This question was really worth thinking about. Did you feel it? I'm afraid that it is an ancient sage. Princess Xiaoyu suddenly said. What? An ancient sage? Hearing Princess Xiaoyu's words, Qin Shao and the others were really shocked. An ancient sage? Qin Shao also looked at that existence just now. He did feel that its aura was very, very powerful, but did not completely release its holy power. Therefore, it was difficult for Qin Shao to judge whether it was an ancient sage or not. In terms of aura, it was indeed a little stronger than that of the ancient demon just now. However, it was only a little stronger, not much stronger. Therefore, from this point of view, it was really difficult to determine whether it was an ancient sage or not. However, Princess Xiaoyu's words also made Qin Shao and the others re-examine this question. This was a major problem. Yes, it is an ancient sage. Although its level should be relatively low, it is still an ancient sage. After looking at it, Yuan immediately said with certainty. Qin Shao looked at Yuan with some surprise in his eyes. He couldn't be sure whether that person was an ancient sage or not. However, Yuan was able to say that he was an ancient sage. This was incredible. However, Yuan had always been a mysterious and unfathomable figure. Therefore, it was not surprising that she was able to see through these things. Was it really an ancient sage? Since Princess Xiaoyu and Yuan said so, it should be close to the truth. Ahem, are we really so unlucky to meet an ancient sage? Why is the sixth path test so difficult? How are we supposed to win? Zhang Yang felt helpless as well. Haha. Qin Shao also shook his head helplessly and sighed secretly. He was really helpless. If they really met an ancient sage, how could it be possible to snatch the immortal token from the hands of an ancient sage? Qin Shao and young Master Zhang Yang had almost been suppressed by the fighting strength of a semi-sage expert a moment ago. However, they had escaped quickly. Therefore, they had been able to escape. In theory, the sixth test should be much more difficult than the fifth test. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao did not expect that the sixth test would directly pull out an ancient sage. A semi-sage was already enough to make them choke, let alone an ancient sage? Even if the 6 of them joined forces, there was certainly no way to deal with an ancient sage. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, we can't avoid it. We are now taking part in the test, and this is something we have to face. Even if it's a disaster, we have to face it and solve it. There is no other way. What else could Qin Shao do? They could only fight. The pressure of an ancient sage was so strong that it made Qin Shao and the other 5 feel a little suffocated. Suddenly, a solid golden light swept over Qin Shao and the other 5. Being swept by this eye, Qin Shao and the other 5 also involuntarily looked over. At this time, the ancient sage was looking at Qin Shao and the other 5 with a playful face. His eyes only paused for a moment on Yuan Yuan and Princess Xiao Yu, and the others only glanced over. Being swept by this eye, Qin Shao could not help but shiver. It was a kind of tremor that came from the depths of his heart. It was a feeling that made him shudder. This feeling was too terrible, that I had a powerful penetrating power, which could frighten people's souls. So powerful. This was definitely an ancient sage. Although Qin Shao had seen a lot of ancient sages, the ancient sages he had seen before were actually hiding their auras and would not actively release their attacking power. However, the ancient sage in front of him released an extremely powerful attacking power from his eyes, which could frighten people's souls. This feeling made Qin Shao and the others feel that it was very difficult to pass this test. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang also secretly looked at each other and exchanged a feeling. Obviously, Prince Zhongyang had the same feeling as Qin Shao and could not help but feel a little worried. Would the 6 of them really be able to deal with an ancient sage? That was absolutely impossible. It was completely impossible. How powerful was an ancient sage? An ancient sage was an existence that had transcended the restrictions of the laws. An ancient sage was an existence that could control the laws and was immortal. It was difficult for an ancient sage to even commit suicide, unless he was killed by an even more powerful existence. He would be immortal, and extremely powerful. A sage was the world. A supreme was the supreme power. A saint venerable was the ruler of the world. An ancient sage was enough to rule over a part of the world and control a part of the reincarnation cycle. After the ancient sage swept a glance at Qin Shao and the others, the corners of his mouth curled up even more playfully. He continued to play with the immortal badge in his hand and even waved it at Qin Shao and the others. He said playfully, "If you want to get this immortal badge, then you have to do it. Let's see if you little guys have the ability to do so. I hate geniuses like you the most. You're just people who have a golden spoon in your mouth." But there's an exception. As he said that, the ancient sage's eyes swept over Qin Shao. "You're not bad, kid. You were born in a very humble place. It's not easy for you to climb step by step from a humble place to where you are now. Back in the day, wasn't this ancient sage the same? Only you, kid, are slightly more pleasing to the eye. But I won't give this immortal badge to you so easily. If you want it, come and snatch it. Let's see if you have the ability." Hearing this, Qin Shao and the others wanted to complain. Snatching something from an ancient sage, wasn't that courting death? An ancient sage? This was an ancient sage, an incomparably powerful existence. Snatching something from his hands, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about it, they all felt that it was impossible. What should we do? Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengsheng both looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. How could he have a good idea? What else could he do? In this situation, they could only fight. It was not an easy task to obtain the immortal token from that ancient saint. It would definitely be extremely difficult, and it might even be very difficult to succeed in doing so. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao was confident that they would win. They would win. This belief was incomparably firm. However, they had to have a head, a direction, and a good plan. They couldn't act blindly. The current situation was already very, very difficult. If they still acted blindly, then the possibility of winning was not big. On the surface, there was basically no chance of winning. But it was precisely because there was basically no chance of winning that they needed a good plan and countermeasures. Only in this way could they find a glimmer of possibility in the impossible. It was definitely not so easy to pass the last test. There was no doubt about this. Therefore, everyone was pondering about this problem. The task given to us is to use strength to break gold. So it must be the combined strength of the six of us, and we have to exert our strength to the strongest effect. Only then can be possible. Even though we're facing an ancient sage, I believe that there should be a limit to what he can do. The biggest possibility is that there will be a small area like the fifth test, restricting the ancient sage so that he can't leave. That area. Chapter 23:16. If they wanted to get the immortal token, they had to fight. The problem was how to fight and how to arrange the battle tactics well. A good tactical arrangement was half the battle won. The ancient sage was not in a hurry. He looked at Qin Shao and the others playfully, waiting for Qin Shao and the others to discuss how to deal with him. It was like a giant elephant looking down on ants. No matter how strong the ants were, even if there were more of them, it would be difficult for them to pose any real threat to the giant elephant. Therefore, the ancient sage was naturally very calm. He was thinking about how to play with Qin Shao and the others, and how to control Qin Shao and the others. Our problem now is how to get the immortal badge from that ancient saint. From the looks of it, we don't need to defeat that ancient saint to get the immortal badge. If we have to defeat the ancient sage to get the immortal token, then it's obviously impossible for us to do that. We'll definitely lose. So the rules of the test must not be like this. The ancient sage has been playing with the immortal token, so my guess is that the immortal token will always be in his hands. We just need to snatch the immortal token from him. We don't need to defeat him. But it's very difficult to snatch the immortal token from him. So we have to figure out the key points of the problem and then take the right medicine to deal with it. We just need to be able to stun the ancient sage for a moment, then we'll have a chance to get the immortal token. But the current problem is that we don't know the strength of the ancient sage, and we don't know what means he has. We don't know anything about him. So it's difficult to work out a corresponding strategy. Therefore, our first step should be to test him. We need to understand him first. We need to know ourselves as well as our enemy. Let me and Zhang Yang take on this probing quest. Everyone else, get ready first. You can act at will and pretend to fight. The four of you should be ready to support us and act at any time according to my command. Understand? At this time, Qin Shao was no longer modest. He directly took up the leadership position. Of course, they were able to come together because they trusted each other and were as close as brothers. So they naturally had complete trust in Qin Shao. Qin Shao also had complete trust in them, so he did not stick to those small details. This was not the time for modesty, nor was it the time for modesty. Instead, it was the time to stand up. So, Qin Shao was the first to stand up, and the others naturally did not object. They followed Qin Zhao's command with Qin Shao as the center. I have no problem with it. Prince Zhongyang was the first to nod in agreement. I have no problem with it. We have no problem too. Hee, I'll listen to Qin Shao. Everyone expressed their stance one after another and reached an agreement. Since everyone was of one mind, this matter would be easy to handle. The most frightening thing was that they couldn't be of one mind, they couldn't reach a consensus, and they couldn't quickly unite their forces. At this point, every decision was of utmost importance and could affect the outcome. And success or failure, for everyone, was very, very significant. At this point, no one wanted to be eliminated. If they passed this test, it would be like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, reaching the sky in a single bound. The victory this time would be the supreme light, and they would be able to become the first batch of students in St. College. Unparalleled glory, unparalleled opportunity. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. For this kind of victory, it was enough for people to risk their lives. It was needless to say how significant it was. No one wanted to put their life and fate in the hands of others. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to unite the hearts of the six of them. If Yuan and the others in Wufeng City were replaced by others, even if Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang wanted to unite, it would be difficult to do so. Even if they could do it, it would take a long time. The human heart was the most mysterious, the most complicated, the most profound, and the most unfathomable thing. Since they had decided, let's do it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang took the lead, and the other 4 people followed closely behind. However, the 4 of them were just pretending to fight, and they were not really going to fight. Their main purpose was to attract attention, and then they could support Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang at any time. Because these 2 were the main force. Qin Shao did not hesitate at all. He performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. The brilliant sword light seemed to come from the 9th heaven, and it slashed down heavily, splitting the sky. The invincible sharpness seemed as if it was going to cut the world apart. However, such sharpness was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the ancient sage. He just glanced at it casually, and the light smile on his lips deepened. A little sharpness, but it's just a small trick. You're just a 4th-step celestial venerable. You're just an ant. In front of me, you're just a tiny firefly. The ancient sage flicked his finger gently, and it directly hit Qin Zhao's supreme sword. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9th heaven. A powerful force came back, and Qin Zhao's hand felt as if it had exploded. He almost lost his grip on the heaven-splitting sword, and it almost flew out of his hand. Qin Shao was shocked. His expression changed slightly, and he tightly grasped the heaven-splitting sword with both hands. His whole body was sent flying. The powerful force poured into his body, as if a volcano had erupted in his body, and it wanted to destroy and shatter his immortal body. Even with the protection of the flowing light wings and his powerful immortal body, Qin Zhao's qi and blood still flowed backward after taking this blow. It was very uncomfortable. On the other side, Prince Zhongyang soared to the 9th heaven, and he attacked with a supreme momentum. However, he was soon sent flying in a sorry state, and his fate was the same as Qin Zhao's. They were directly sent flying, and several of them were about to vomit blood. It was very uncomfortable. Moreover, it was obvious that the ancient sage did not use any power. It was just a casual blow, but it was enough to make Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang somewhat unable to bear it. If the power was just a little bit stronger, the 2's immortal bodies would have been severely damaged, and they would have been seriously injured. Wu Fengcheng and the other 3 were originally fainting, so they were not implicated. They did not dare to get too close, and they were waiting for Qin Zhao's order to act. When Qin Shao suffered a setback, he had already transmitted a message to Wu Fengcheng and the other 3, telling them not to get close to the ancient sage. He is indeed an ancient sage. His strength is really strong. I never thought that I would be able to fight with an ancient sage so soon. Alas, it's really an ant against an elephant. But what can we do? Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. He felt very bitter and helpless in his heart. This battle must be fought. It must be fought. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how dangerous it was, it must be fought. There was no other choice. Humph, you little kids. With your little strength, you want to snatch this immortal token from my hands? Aren't you being too whimsical? Come. Continue to attack. I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. Don't let me down. The ancient sage was still sitting there lazily. Just now, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang had attacked, but they could not even force him to sit up. Brother Qin Shao, it seems that it's impossible for us to test his strength. If that's the case, then we might as well bite the bullet. Let's attack together, use all our means, and strive to snatch the immortal token in one blow. For the time being, the ancient sage is still very disdainful of us. His disdain is not necessarily a bad thing for us. On the contrary, I think it's a good thing. We can take this opportunity to make him lower his guard against us. In this way, we will have a chance to take advantage of him. Therefore, I think we can't test him anymore. We can't drag it out. We have to end this quickly. If we drag it out, it may make him more vigilant against us. At that time, we will be shaken. If we attack with all our strength will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the ancient sage is deliberately guarding against us. Our chances of winning will be even smaller. Therefore, I think it's better to bite the bullet now and directly attack with all our strength. Anyway, we don't have to defeat the ancient sage. We just need to stun him for a moment. As long as we can snatch the immortal token from him, it will be a great achievement. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and analyzed the situation in detail. Then, he told Zhang Yang his thoughts. In fact, Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. After listening to Prince Zhang Yang's analysis and combining it with his own ideas, he felt that it was very reasonable. The possibility of this should be very high. Therefore, Qin Xiao was also deeply analyzing and thinking about this problem. This was a matter of success or failure, so naturally, he couldn't be careless. Since Qin Xiao stood out to command the overall situation, he had to be responsible for everyone. Okay, then let's discuss how to attack and what kind of arrangement is the most reasonable, Qin Xiao said. Prince Zhang had also thought about this problem. He said, "Me, Qin Xiao, you, and Princess Xiaoyu, the three of us will be the main attackers and attack from 3 directions. Don't hold back anymore. Once you attack, you must go all out and use all your means. No matter how many methods and strength you have, just throw them all out and fight at all costs. Wu Fengcheng, your speed is pretty good. That's your specialty. So, you're in charge of snatching the immortal token from that ancient saint's hand when we're dealing with him. Your task is very important. You can't be careless. This is the most important part of the task to you. I believe you can succeed. As for Princess Ru Xian and Yuan, give us support. You act according to the situation and become the strongest fighting force. The two of you stay together and don't separate. If you see any of the 3 of us is a little weak, go and support him with all your strength. We will set out from this point and besiege the ancient sage. I believe there is still a great chance of success. Man can do what he wants, but God can do what he wants. Let's see if this plan works." After hearing Prince Zhang Yang's plan, everyone nodded. It was indeed very thorough. Qin Xiao also agreed with it very much. His plan was also the same. He had the same idea as Prince Zhang Yang. Since everyone agreed, Qin Xiao said solemnly, "Okay, it seems that no one has any objections. Then let's act according to this plan. The 6 of us will work together to break gold. Therefore, we must keep the same pace. We must cooperate with each other. We must trust each other. We must use all our strength without holding back." Chapter 23:17. Attack. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out in unison, whistling through the 9 heavens and piercing through the firmament. The holy light was swift and fierce, blooming with endless sharpness. Li Sheng's flying daggers were the strongest and sharpest flying dagger Dao. They formed their own Dao and were naturally powerful. At the same time, the heaven-opening sword technique burst out. The heaven-opening sword technique was like a suspended river, instantly cutting the world into 2 halves. Not only that, but the berserk art was also unleashed. In an instant, the immortal energy exploded several times. The power of the inner world was also fully unleashed, causing the power of the heaven-splitting sword to reach an astonishing level. Boundless sharpness and boundless light blasted toward the ancient saint. This was Qin Zhao's strongest move. At this time, he went all out, not holding back at all. A ray of green light shot up to the 9 heavens, sprinkling holy light from the 9 heavens. Prince Zhang turned into a ray of green light and rushed up to the 9 heavens. The green light spread out, illuminating the world. It was as if the firmament was cut open, bursting with endless green light. The green light sprinkled down. Wherever the green light touched, it turned into a piece of land. The green light shrouded everything, forming a domain. One after another, those sharp blades slashed out at the ancient saint. The entire firmament was already under the control of this boundless green light. Prince Zhang Yang's strength was indeed powerful to the extent that it was frightening. With this move, people could see his terrifying strength, which was extremely shocking. Qin Xiao could not help but be secretly shocked. He thought that if he faced this move, it would be difficult for him. He felt a sense of danger. But at this time, Qin Xiao was naturally very happy with Prince Zhang Yang's move. On the other side, Princess Xiaoyu also made her move. Peach blossoms grew out of thin air and danced in the sky. The peach blossoms turned into swords. They were incomparably beautiful swords, but they contained terrifying power. The sky full of peach blossoms completely enveloped the ancient saint, trapping him in the sharpness. The sword had a supreme lure, and the flowers had endless fragrance. The sword flowers fell, blooming in the sky. Princess Xiaoyu's methods were extremely unique. This was a divine ability bestowed upon her by the peach blossom body, and it was her most powerful technique. At this moment, Princess Xiaoyu seemed to have transformed into a flower fairy. She stood alone under the 9 heavens, facing off against all her enemies. Flowers blossomed and fell. Flowers bloomed and bloomed one after another. Their power was boundless. The power of flowers seemed weak, but had its own Tao, its own power, and its own divine abilities. Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, and Princess Xiaoyu were all extremely powerful. At this time, the 3 of them attacked the ancient saint from 3 different directions. He went all out, using his strongest move without holding back. At this moment, there was no need for them to hold back at all. They had complete faith in the other party. They wanted to stun the ancient sage for a moment. This was an extremely difficult mission. Although it was difficult, there was still a chance. After all, Qin Shao, Zhang Yang, and Princess Xiaoyu were all extremely strong among 4th-step celestial venerables. If the 3 of them joined forces, they would be able to threaten a semi-sage, right? However, there was still a gap between a semi-sage and a real ancient sage. As soon as Qin Shao and the other 2 attacked, the ancient sage raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he felt a little threatened. However, he still did not stand up. He was still sitting there, but compared with his previous laziness, he seemed to be more serious. Such treatment was enough to show the demeanor of an expert. In his eyes, there were just 3 slightly stronger ants. They weren't worth him using too much strength on. However, such an attitude made Qin Shao and the others happy. Qin Shao wondered if this was part of the restriction. Could the ancient sage not stand up to deal with them? Could he only sit on the top of the mountain and fight with them? If that was the case, then his chances of winning would be even greater. This gave Qin Shao even more confidence that he could snatch the celestial medallion and come over. When the ancient sage attacked, a mighty holy aura surged out. Just the pressure of this holy aura was enough to make people's minds tremble. Wu Fengshang followed closely behind Qin Shao and the other 2, ready to snatch the celestial token at any time. Princess Yuan Yuan and Princess Ruexan were ready to slow down Qin Shao and the other 2. Qin Shao and the other 2 were the main force. Whether they could suppress the ancient sage for a moment or not depended on the strength of Qin Shao and the other 2. A strange bright luster flashed in Princess Yuan Yuan's clear and bright eyes. She already had another plan in mind. When the ancient sage attacked, it was indeed terrifying. The supreme holy aura was unleashed. It was as if nothing could get close to him, and he was invulnerable. This was the ancient sage. Qin Shao had no choice but to admit defeat in his heart. The strength of an ancient sage was indeed far beyond his imagination. Fighting with the existence of the ancient sage was like hitting a rock with an egg. And this was the ancient sage not using his full strength. If he used his full strength, what would the situation be like? Most likely, there was no way for them to get close to the ancient saint, right? Even so, Qin Shao could feel that under the mighty holy aura, under the impact of the laws and the power of the heavenly way, he was greatly hindered, and the power of his attack was rapidly weakened. There was no way he could get close to the ancient sage. The mighty holy aura seemed to have formed an unbreakable protective barrier, and he could not penetrate it. It was too difficult to break through this holy aura barrier. Dual body technique. Qin Shao shouted in his heart. A Qin Shao rushed out from his body, holding the berserker sword. At the same time, the true mantra of Lin was unleashed. The seal of Akalanatha fell from the sky, blooming with golden light. The seal of heaven and earth was cast with the power of metal, like a terrifying wave. Freeze! Child Zhang Yang let out a loud cry as well. Then he unleashed his special skill, dimensional domain. Once the space-time domain was unleashed, everything within this domain would come to a standstill. Time, space, and power would all come to a complete standstill. Qin Shao had seen this skill before, and it was indeed very powerful. Even the ancient demonic creature of the half-saint level was frozen for a moment by Prince Zhongyang. At this time, Prince Zhongyang once again displayed the space-time domain to freeze the ancient sage. Naturally, it was much more difficult to freeze an ancient sage than to deal with the ancient demonic creature before. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Princess Xiaoyu were working together to restrain the ancient sage. Peach blossoms bloom with a thought. The sovereign descends to silence. 3 lives, 3 generations, send you peach blossoms for thousands of miles. Peach blossom tribulation come. Countess Xiaoyu muttered some incantations and made a hand seal. The peach blossoms that filled the sky also formed a domain and rushed towards the ancient saint. She cooperated with Zhongyang. With a thought, the peach blossoms bloom and the monarch descends to silence the world. How domineering was this? This was the supreme power, descending to the world with the bearing of a monarch. Qin Zhao's 2 bodies attacked the ancient sage head-on. The 3 of them cooperated very well, and their power arrived in front of the ancient sage at the same time. Perfect cooperation, powerful power, and a sharpness that could dazzle everything. This was a supreme power. It seems that I have underestimated you. You really have some skills. The ancient sage's expression changed again, and he became a little serious. He was no longer as disdainful of everything and contemptuous of Qin Shao as before. At this time, he also smelled a trace of threat. Of course, no matter how powerful Qin Shao and the other 2 skills were, it was almost impossible for them to hurt him. It was just that he was under a lot of restrictions, and there was no way for him to exert much of his strength. Moreover, his body was restricted there. He couldn't move or stand up. He could only sit there and fight, which had a great impact. Under the efforts of Qin Shao and the other 2, the ancient sage was really restrained. Yuan, Princess Ruexen, hurry up and give us a hand. Wufeng City, seize the opportunity and grab the immortal badge. Qin Shao hurriedly said to the 3 of them. Yuan and Princess Ruexen had been waiting for Qin Zhao's order for a long time. As soon as they heard the order, they did not hesitate at all and immediately attacked with all their strength. A powerful force was released. They attacked the ancient sage with all their strength. Princess Ruexen's strength was ordinary here, but Yuan's strength was very strong. As soon as she attacked, it was earth-shattering. She performed an extremely powerful secret skill and formed a powerful sword formation, which forcibly trapped the ancient sage. Good move. When Qin Shao and Zhongyang saw it, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. In fact, they also knew that Yuan's strength was probably not inferior to theirs. It was just that Yuan's character was not suitable for fighting. Moreover, it was very difficult for her to show her true strength in a battle. Even if she attacked with all her strength, the effect would be limited. Yuan was such a kind girl. She was not good at fighting at all, so the effect would naturally be weakened by a lot. However, her attack at this time was sharp enough. With Yuan's help, Qin Shao was even more confident. They should be able to restrain the ancient sage for a moment. The hope of victory was getting bigger and bigger. Qin Shao even believed that there was no problem at all. Victory should belong to them. And the result was indeed so. With Yuan's help, the restraining force became even stronger and stronger, which made the ancient sage's expression become a little gloomy and cold. From the change in his expression, it could be seen that he was also a little afraid of this restraining force. Here's the chance. Wu Fengsheng seized a good opportunity. His speed suddenly burst to the limit, turning into a stream of light and rushing towards the ancient sage. Before the ancient sage could react, he had already snatched the immortal token from the ancient sage's hand. I finally got the immortal token, I got it. As soon as he got the immortal token, Wu Fengsheng suddenly laughed happily. His heart was incomparably happy. Success. Got it. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang also smiled in their hearts. Finally, they succeeded. It seemed that their plan was very good. With the immortal token in their hands, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was basically a success. Wu Fengcheng retreated quickly. However, Qin Xiao did not completely relax. Instead, he immediately shouted at Wu Fengcheng. There was no need for Qin Xiao to shout. Wu Fengcheng did not dare to stay there any longer. Instead, he directly retreated with the fastest speed. When Wu Fengcheng retreated, Qin Xiao and the others were also ready to retreat. Oomph. You want to leave with the immortal token? Is it that easy? But at this moment, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. After the ancient sage snorted coldly, the atmosphere suddenly sank and changed greatly. Chapter 23:18. Sure enough, there was a sudden change. An invisible hand caught Wu Fengcheng firmly in its hand at an incomparably fast speed, like a cat catching a mouse. What? As soon as Wu Fengcheng was grabbed by this invisible big hand, he immediately felt that his strength was also imprisoned. He actually directly lost the power to resist. Such a situation made Wu Fengcheng's face suddenly change, and his heart was filled with horror. How could this be? What kind of strange power was this? His strength was completely sealed, leaving him without the slightest ability to resist. At this moment, he was like a little chick, allowing others to trample on him. Qin Xiao catch. At this critical moment, Wu Fengcheng did not forget the immortal token. Using the last of his strength, he threw the immortal token to Qin Xiao. A flying knife flew by and snatched the immortal token away. That flying knife naturally flew towards Qin Xiao. Retreat quickly, Qin Xiao shouted, and everyone retreated. The immortal token was also in Qin Xiao's hands. But the worst thing was that Wu Fengcheng had fallen into the hands of that ancient saint. The situation became very awkward. The immortal token was in their hands. It was already a success, but Wu Fengcheng became a sacrifice and fell into the hands of that ancient saint. At this moment, he was in the hands of that ancient saint and could lose his life at any time. The immortal token was in their hands, but no one was happy. Qin Xiao stared coldly at that ancient saint with a solemn expression. The pitiful Wu Fengcheng had completely become a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. He looked very miserable. A few little dolls, it seems that this saint has really underestimated you. I didn't expect you guys to be so capable. You can actually restrain this saint for a moment and even let this little guy take the immortal token away from my hands. Not bad. Not bad. Your strength is worthy of praise. You are also very united, and your strategy is also good. Basically, it can be said to be impeccable, and your strength has been maximized to the maximum extent. What a pity, you are still a little too inexperienced. A little doll is a little doll. You want to take away the immortal medallion smoothly? It's not that easy. The ancient sage looked at Qin Xiao and the others and praised them generously. However, such praise did not make Qin Xiao and the others happy. Wufeng City had fallen into the hands of the ancient saints, and its fate was unknown. Senior, you flatter us. The immortal medallion is indeed very difficult to obtain, but we still managed to obtain it. We are indeed too inexperienced, so we haven't considered things so thoroughly. However, Senior, since we've already obtained the immortal badge, we should be considered to have passed this battle. Senior, you're a dignified holy venerate. Why lower yourself to the level of us little fellows? We were just completing our mission and taking part in the test. We had no choice but to offend Senior. We didn't mean it. Therefore, Junior dares to ask Senior to release my friend. There's no need for a supreme existence like Senior to make things difficult for a brat, right? Qin Xiao said with a sincere expression. Logically speaking, since they had already obtained the immortal badge, they should not be considered to have passed this test. They should have won by now. Therefore, the ancient sage made things difficult for Wufeng City a little too much. That's right, Senior. If you weren't restricted by so many things, how could we little fellows even get close to you? Aren't we forced to do this because we had no other choice? That's why we attacked you, Senior. We also have some small tricks up our sleeves. However, We definitely have no intention of offending you, Senior. Senior, you are a magnanimous person. Don't lower yourself to the level of us little fellows. Let him go. Now that the immortal badge is in our hands, the test should be considered to be over. Senior, please be magnanimous. Prince Zhanyang also said with a fawning look. Fawning on an ancient sage was not shameful. In front of power, how could one not lower their heads? If that ancient sage was displeased, then Wufeng City was extremely likely to lose their lives. Miss Yuan blinked and smiled sweetly at the ancient sage. Her voice was like a silver bell as she said, Senior Grandpa, just let Wufeng City go. He didn't mean to offend you. The test is already over. Senior, please don't make things difficult for us. It really wasn't easy for us to take part in the test. Senior Grandpa, I'm already calling you Grandpa. Can't you just do me a favor? When Yuan spoke, she sounded a little coquettish. Her voice was very lethal. It was as if she would cry if he did not agree. Therefore, when he heard Yuan's words, he could not bear to reject her. This was the lethality of her voice. Of course, such words would only come out from Yuan's mouth. If it were Princess Xiaoyu or Princess Ruexian, they definitely would not have such an effect. Ha ha ha. The ancient sage sneered and said, You're right. The test is indeed over. You've already obtained the immortal medallion, so you've passed the test. There's no mistake about that. I can forgive you and let you go, so the 5 of you can leave. When they heard the first part, Qin Xiao and the others were happy, thinking that the ancient sage senior was going to let them go. But when they heard the last part, something was wrong. What did he mean by the 5 of them could leave? What about Wufeng City? He was actually not letting Wufeng City go. Qin Xiao's face darkened, and he said, Senior, since the 6 of us came together, we naturally have to leave together. The 6 of us are an inseparable whole. Let's not talk about our personal feelings. Even if we didn't have any personal feelings, since we're already a whole in the 6th test, we naturally can't be separated. When one is honored, one is honored. When one is defeated, one is defeated. If we just take the immortal medallion and leave Wufeng City behind, wouldn't that be immoral, shameless, and heartless? Forgive us for not being able to do such a thing. So, I'm willing to ask Senior to let Wufeng City go. Otherwise, even if we can't defeat Senior, we won't hesitate to fight. Ha ha ha. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the ancient sage was not angry. Instead, he laughed happily, as if he had heard the funniest joke. The ancient sage looked at Qin Xiao with interest. After sizing him up, he said, Are you sure you want to fight with me? Although I did praise you just now, it doesn't mean that you have the ability to fight with me. Even if I'm restricted, I'm still far from being someone you can defeat. You want to save someone for me? Aren't you being too whimsical? And now that the quest is over, there are no more restrictions on this sage. This sage can attack without restraint. Do you little dolls really have the courage to fight this sage? Qin Xiao shook his head, but his belief was incomparably firm. With a determined face, he said, It's not about courage. There are some things we must do. Since it's something we must do, even if we die, even if we lose our lives, we must do it. Wufeng Cheng is our comrade, our brother. We absolutely cannot abandon him. And speaking of which, didn't we also snatch the immortal medallion from you just now? So, it's not necessarily impossible. We haven't even fought. How do you know it's impossible? It's absolutely impossible for us to retreat without a fight and directly admit defeat. Abandoning my partner and ignoring the life and death of my brother, I, Qin Xiao, will never do it. Even if I have to fight with my life, I'm not afraid of today's battle. Why wouldn't I dare to fight? Qin Xiao had always been a man of his words. He had always had his principles and bottom line. He would never give in easily. He was really not afraid of this battle. Even Qin Xiao knew that if they really fought, the possibility of winning was infinitely close to 0. Qin Xiao, don't worry about me. You've already gotten the immortal medallion and completed the 6th test. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Haha, it's not a big deal. Isn't it just losing a doppelganger? What's there to be afraid of? No, I can voluntarily admit defeat and give up the test. The Holy Emperor's messenger will save me. So I won't lose my life. At most, I won't pass the test. This is nothing. I want to become a student of Sane Academy, but I know my limits. I came to participate in the test prepared. I didn't think that I would definitely become a student of Sane Academy. It's enough to be able to come this far. It's worth it. Even if I can't become a student of Sane Academy, it's not a big deal. After all, there are very few people who can become a student of Sane Academy. Even if I can't become one, I won't die. It won't cut off my holy road. Brother Qin Xiao, thank you for protecting me, but it's really not necessary. You can go. Who didn't want to become a student of Sane Academy? As long as one came to participate in the Sane Academy selection, they should all be scrambling for it. It should be a dream come true. Who wouldn't want it? But no matter how much they wanted it, everyone had their own choice. Sometimes, they were forced to make a choice. Wu Fengcheng naturally didn't want to see Qin Xiao and the others fight with the ancient saint because of him. That might harm them instead. This was not a situation he wanted to see. So, he wanted to take the initiative to admit defeat and give up the selection. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ancient sage chuckled playfully. You kids are quite loyal and selfless, aren't you? But I don't like to see such a scene. So, I'll give you a chance to choose. Or, the 5 of you can leave with the immortal token. Then the 5 of you can directly pass this test and become a student of Sane Academy. Or, return the immortal token to me, and I'll let this kid go. Then, you'll be eliminated. Of course, if you have the ability, you can snatch it again. But the premise is that you can snatch it again. This time, I won't be as careless as before. I won't give you any more chances. So, if you choose the latter, you're basically eliminated. Okay, you have 2 choices. Make your choice. After that, the ancient saint looked at Wu Fengcheng again and said, "Little guy, don't try. You can't crush your immortal token. It's not that easy to give up the selection and leave. Hee, you'd better play this round with this saint. Aren't you brothers very affectionate? Aren't you generous and selfless? Then I'd like to see how affectionate you are." Chapter 23:19. Choice. One choice was for Wufeng City to die, and the other choice was to give up on Wufeng City. The 5 of them could pass this test and become students of Sane Academy. If they returned the immortal badge to that ancient saint, would they still have a chance to snatch it back? Qin Xiao and the others were very clear about the answer. It was basically impossible. Just now, they managed to snatch the immortal badge. Firstly, that ancient saint might have been a little careless, and it was all thanks to Wufeng City. But now, firstly, that ancient saint had learned from his mistakes. Naturally, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Secondly, without Wufeng City, they would have to find someone else to snatch it. Who would do it? Princess Ru Xian? That might not necessarily succeed. Yuan? Looking at Yuan, he didn't look like someone who could snatch the immortal badge. So after thinking about it, it would either be Prince Zhongyang or Qin Xiao. If either of them were to be distracted by this matter, then there would be no good result. In the end, both of them would definitely fail. So if they had to do it again, it was basically impossible to snatch the immortal badge. In other words, once the immortal badge was returned, it would be impossible to get it back. Then all 6 of them would be eliminated. How should they make a choice like this? Sacrificing one person could help 5 people. To save one person, they had to sacrifice the chance of 6 people. How should they choose? Qin Xiao looked at Prince Zhongyang and the others. The 4 of them also looked at Qin Xiao. Everyone's face was sullen. They looked at each other without any expression. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. What do you all think? Qin Xiao asked in a deep voice. He had already made a decision in his heart. Or rather, he had never wavered from the beginning. He always had his own principles and bottom line when doing things. No one should think of trampling over him at any time. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips and said, "Actually, I think Wufeng City is right. If we return the immortal badge, don't even think about snatching it back. It's definitely impossible. So if we return the immortal badge, we will be eliminated. And in exchange, it would only be the safety of Wufeng City, but being eliminated would still be eliminated. I've already come this far. If I were to be eliminated, I'd feel really indignant. If we don't return the immortal writ, then at most, Prince Zhongyang will give up on the selection, and the Holy Emperor's envoy will definitely save him. The final result is actually the same. In exchange, the 5 of us passed the test and became students of the Sacred Academy. I feel like it's worth it. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Yuan rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang and spat a few times when she heard what he said. Yuan snorted disdainfully at such words. Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xin said nothing. Instead, they looked at Qin Xiao. Clearly, they wanted to hear what Qin Xiao had to say. Qin Xiao asked, "Then what do you think?" Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, "Although I also want to pass the test and become a student of the Sacred Academy, there are some things that can't be sold or exchanged. So, I choose to save Wufeng City. Even if I think the final result is actually the same, the Holy Emperor's envoy may not come to save Wufeng City. There is indeed a hidden danger here. Secondly, the meaning is different. There is a fundamental difference between being eliminated and admitting defeat. We are brothers first, and then a team. Logically, we should be honored together. Either we succeed together, or we fail together. There is no reason to abandon someone. If we are destined to fail, then I have no complaints. If we are eliminated, then so be it. It's no big deal. No matter how much you desire something, you shouldn't be too attached to it. That will only mess up your sense of propriety and lose your heart. The gains don't make up for the losses. With our talent and potential, even if we don't become students of the Sacred Academy, I believe that in the future, we won't be worse than the students of the Sacred Academy. It's just that we lack cultivation resources and opportunities, but what's the big deal? Time is the best thing. It can make up for everything we lack. Entering the Sacred Academy will only make us grow faster. But we have free time. If we don't have such good cultivation resources and opportunities, then we will make up for it with 10 times the time. That should be fine, right? Besides, I also have a master to protect me. I don't have to worry about anything. If it's my fate, if it's not, it's my fortune. Just take it lightly. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think? Qin Xiao laughed. He already knew that Prince Zhongyang wasn't that kind of person. It was indeed so. If Prince Zhongyang really proposed to give up Wufeng City, then Qin Xiao would definitely not be his brother anymore. Some things, you can't completely look at the outcome. The final result may be the same, but it only looked the same. In fact, there was still a big difference. Oh. I thought you were going to give up Wufeng City. That's more like it. I misunderstood you. Miss Yuan was relieved. She had just snorted at Prince Zhongyang. Now she understood that Prince Zhongyang wasn't that kind of person. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "Seeing that you are so cute, I will forgive you. But you are really too much. After being together for so long, you don't trust my flamboyant character? You are looking down on me too much, aren't you? Do I look like the kind of person who would betray a friend? Although I haven't known Wufeng City for long, Qin Zhao's brother is my brother. How can I give up on my own brother? I have my own principles and bottom line, okay? I won't sell things out so casually." Miss Yuan nodded, expressing her agreement. She opened her mouth and said, "Anyway, I don't know any great principles, but I don't want to give up Wufeng City. He is with us. Previously, in the 5th trial, he also tried his best to protect me. Although his strength is indeed a little weak, I can see that he is a good person. Wufeng City really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at such a praise. I'm also a good person, okay?" Prince Zhongyang said with a little jealousy. Okay. You're also a good person, Miss Yuan said. Only then was Prince Zhongyang satisfied. Qin Xiao looked at Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xin. Princess Little Yu naturally didn't need to say anything. She would listen to Qin Xiao. She would do whatever Qin Xiao did. Princess Ru Xin didn't say anything and also agreed with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was very gratified to be able to get everyone's unanimous support. This was the result he wanted. In that case, he didn't misjudge or trust the wrong person. Everyone being able to walk together was not only a kind of fate, but also a congenial spirit. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Many times, this was indeed the case. If you met the right person, your whole life would be bright. Since everyone had decided, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately threw the immortal badge in his hand back to the ancient Saint Senior and said, "Senior, I have returned the immortal badge to you. Can you let my brother go now? I believe that with Senior's identity, you definitely won't do anything that goes back on your words. The ancient Saint Senior took the immortal badge and played with it in his hand. He also looked at Qin Xiao and the others with a little surprise and said, "Are you really sure you want to give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy? You five little guys are all extremely outstanding, seed heavenly sons of heaven. You are the best of the younger generation in the immortal region. Your future is limitless. If you can become a student of the Sacred Academy, it will be like heaven is helping you. You actually want to give up such a great opportunity? Do you really not regret it? I will give you one more chance to regret. Are you sure you want to give up?" Qin Xiao nodded very firmly and said, "Yes, Senior. We're sure to give up. There is no such thing as whether it is worth it or not. If we think it is worth it, then it is worth it. We understand the benefits, but this is not a bargaining chip that will make us go against our conscience. So we choose to give up. We will not regret it. Senior, please help us and let my brother Wu Fengcheng go. This junior thanks you in advance." "You guys, sigh." The ancient saint shook his head at Qin Xiao and the others with a look of pity. Then he waved his hand and said, "Forget it." The ancient Saint Senior casually tossed Wufeng City over. Finally, he let Wufeng City go. Qin Xiao hurried forward to catch Wu Fengcheng. At this time, Wu Fengcheng also regained his freedom and was unscathed. As soon as Wu Fengcheng landed, he became anxious and said anxiously and self-reproachfully, "Qin Xiao, Prince Zhongyang, what are you doing? I already said that I will be fine. I have already prepared to give up and even sacrifice this clone. Why did you give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy for me? Such a great opportunity, and you're giving it up just like that? We originally came here to fight for this opportunity. Even if we have to sacrifice this clone, we will not hesitate. I have already prepared to sacrifice this clone." You guys, Wu Fengcheng really did not know what to say. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to Qin Xiao and the others. After all, at this time, they were willing to give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy to protect him. This was enough to show the deep brotherhood between them. This was something that touched him very much. However, he sincerely hoped that Qin Xiao and the others would not give up the opportunity to become a student of the Sacred Academy for him. This would make him feel that he was a sinner. He had harmed Qin Xiao and the others. He could not forgive himself, but things had already come to this point. No matter how much he said, it was useless. Everything had already happened and settled. Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang coincidentally patted Wu Fengcheng's shoulder heavily. Qin Xiao said, "We are brothers. Don't say anything more. We have already made a decision. That's it. There is no need to say anything else. Everything is in our hearts. If it were you, I also believe that you would do the same. It's okay to give up. It's nothing. As Prince Zhongyang said, it's my fortune to get it, but it's my fate to lose it. Just take it that we don't have the fate to become a student of the Sacred Academy. All right, it's already over. Don't think too much about it. Just face everything calmly, and it's fine." Prince Zhongyang also comforted him. That's right. Wu Fengcheng, don't say so much. This is also good. It's not a big deal. You just can't become a student of the Sacred Academy. You won't die. Really, why do you have to do this? Why are you so emotional? Let's go and have a drink or two. We won't go back until we are drunk. Isn't that pleasant? Why think so much? Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Wu Fengcheng smiled bitterly. Alas, this was the only way. Chapter 23:20. Congratulate us? Hearing this voice, Qin Xiao and the other five could not help but be stunned. After looking at each other for a while, they looked at the source of the voice, the ancient Saint Senior. At this time, the ancient Saint Senior was looking at Qin Xiao and the other five with a smile. The playfulness just now was gone, and there was more interest and appreciation. He played with the immortal token in his hand, and then casually threw it to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao reached out and caught the immortal token. Only now did he believe that the ancient Saint Senior was not lying. It was indeed true. The immortal token was returned to them. Did that mean that the 6 of them had passed this test? The 6 of them could all become students of the Sacred Academy? If that was really the case, it was simply a big surprise. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. A thought passed through his mind, and he finally understood some of the problems. His mind was suddenly enlightened. He understood what was going on. The ancient Saint Senior smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have passed this test. You have completed the third round of the test and passed the selection of the Sacred Academy. You are already a prospective student of the Sacred Academy." Miss Yuan Yuan, Wu Fengsheng, and Princess Ru Xin were confused. They looked at the ancient Saint Senior with puzzled faces. They did not understand what was going on at all. Didn't the situation change a little too fast? It was so fast that it was a little hard to accept. For a moment, they did not react at all. What exactly was going on? "Senior, you are not joking with us just now, were you?" Wu Fengsheng said with a wry smile. He was still deeply guilty just now. How did the situation suddenly change? Although it was a great thing, he really did not come back to his senses. What was going on? The ancient Saint Senior smiled and said, "Yes and no." Yes and no? What did he mean by yes and no? Was it yes or no? I said yes. Just now, I was indeed joking with you. I said no, because what happened just now was the real test for you. The message given to you by the immortal writ is break gold with strength. These 4 words are the core content of the 6th test. However, I believe that none of you knew how to interpret these 4 words before. Now, some of you might have already understood. After saying that, the ancient sage Senior looked at Qin Xiao as if saying, "You should understand." Qin Xiao said, "Yes, I understand. Working together means that the 6 of us need to work together. Only by working together can we break gold. As for this unity, it means that no matter what, we have to work together and never abandon anyone. The test of performance is that we need to snatch the immortal medallion from a senior's hands. Only then will it be considered a success." But Senior captured Wu Fengcheng and used him to threaten us, to make us give up on him. This is the true test. If we really gave up on Wufeng City, then we would be violating the 2 words Qi Li. In that case, even if the 5 of us get the immortal badges, we will still be eliminated. On the other hand, we need to give up the immortal badge and save Wufeng City. Only then can we pass the test. It seems to be giving up, but in fact it is victory. This feeling is a bit like coming back from the brink of death. The true test is hidden within, and no one can imagine it at all. As for us, we are still acting according to our hearts, which is why we are like this. But we didn't expect that the true test was precisely this, so we also passed the test by accident. Ha ha ha. The ancient sage Senior laughed loudly. However, he waved his hand and said, No, you guys didn't pass the test by accident. You all passed the test by relying on your true abilities, true strength, and true temperament. Only by meeting the requirements in all aspects can you pass this test. No matter which aspect you are weak in, it is impossible to pass this test. The Sacred Academy's requirements for students are not only top-notch talent and potential, but also top-notch character. Within the same sect, there must be mutual trust. You must not have the heart to harm others. When others are in trouble, you must be able to disregard everything and give up. You must do everything to help and save them. You must have noble qualities and a strong character. These are the qualities that the Sacred Academy values. Without these qualities, no matter how great your talent and potential are, the Sacred Academy will not accept you. You must be bright, upright, and have a strong sense of righteousness in your heart. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. What he said was right. However, this was indeed their nature, and they did not deliberately do anything. Therefore, this success was inevitable. Prince Zhongyang also laughed happily. Ha ha, this is really a big surprise for us. Interesting, very interesting. There is a hidden test within the test. The trick is really not ordinary. But fortunately, we are all outstanding people with incomparably strong moral qualities. So, we will definitely have no problems. In all aspects, we are the best candidates for the Sacred Academy. Without us, the Sacred Academy will definitely lose its glory. This unexpected surprise made everyone react completely, and a few smiles appeared on their faces as they rejoiced. They really did not expect that they would be able to pass this test. The twists and turns of the road were indeed gratifying. A ray of light fell, and an irresistible force wrapped Qin Shao and the others up. Like a gust of wind, Qin Shao and the others were swept away. When they reappeared, Qin Shao found that they had already left the landscape map and returned to the Emperor ruins. They were out. Phew! Qin Shao could not help but sigh in relief. It was finally over. Everything was over. Thinking back, he couldn't help but sigh. He had finally passed all the tests and successfully passed the selection of the Sacred Academy. Soon, he would officially become a student of the Sacred Academy. His radiance would be boundless, and his name would shake the entire immortal realms. Such a glorious thing? Of course, Qin Shao did not care much about this false reputation. He cared more about the cultivation resources and opportunities. These were the real things. Everything else was false. Only strength was real. Ha ha, I really did not expect this. What a surprise. I really did not expect that Wu Fengcheng, could actually pass the selection of the Sacred Academy. Now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Qin Shao, do you think I'm dreaming? Wu Fengcheng's face was full of excitement and disbelief. He was overjoyed by this outcome. Slap. Prince Zhongyang was not polite. He directly slapped Wu Fengcheng's face. After being slapped by Prince Zhongyang, Wu Fengcheng was also a little stunned. His face was burning with pain, and he stared at Prince Zhongyang in a daze. Prince Zhongyang shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips. You know the pain, right? That means it's true. No need to thank me. As a brother, I should help you. Don't look at me like that. Although I'm indeed very handsome, you are still envious. Jealousy will not come. These words made Wu Fengcheng speechless for a moment. Of course, he knew it was true, but forget it. Wu Fengcheng also knew that Prince Zhongyang was joking with him, so he did not dwell on it. Like Wu Fengcheng, Princess Ru Xian also had a look of disbelief. This indeed greatly exceeded her expectations. To be honest, she really did not expect that she could pass the selection of the Sacred Academy so smoothly and become a student of the Sacred Academy. In the beginning, she really did not have much hope. After all, almost all the top geniuses in the human world had gathered this time. With so many geniuses gathered, how fierce would the competition be? And in the end, only a few people could pass the selection and become a student of the Sacred Academy. The number was pitifully small. On average, a territory would only have 5 or 6 people. The Southern Wasteland, although its territory was larger than a territory of the Kingdom of Huaxia of the 9 provinces, it was useless. The Southern Wasteland was too weak. This time, there were only 6 seeded geniuses in the Southern Wasteland. Even the smallest territory of the Kingdom of Huaxia of the 9 provinces was twice as many as the Southern Wasteland. Therefore, the 2 most promising people in the Southern Wasteland were Tianjiao and Princess Xiaoyu. She, Princess Ru Xian, had never held much hope, and her belief was not particularly strong in the first place. If she could pass the selection, it would naturally be for the best. If she could not pass, it was no big deal. She had already prepared for it. But the final result still made her wild with joy. She really passed the selection. Something she did not think too much about actually came true. It could be considered an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Qin Shao looked around and immediately discovered that there were 12 figures standing on the side. There were 6 people in a team. There was Hu Luanwu in one team and Tianjiao in the other. However, in the other 5 people in the team with Tianjiao, there were no other people from the Southern Wasteland. They were all Hu Ling's geniuses. Seeing these 2 teams, Qin Shao knew that they must have also passed the test and completed the selection, and they had completed it before them. If that was the case, then they were the 3rd batch to complete the selection. This result could be considered very good. Qin Shao could accept that Hu Luanwu's team was ahead of them. After all, they were led by 2 top geniuses of the Hu clan. Naturally, they were extraordinary. It was normal for the first batch to complete the selection, so it was acceptable. But Tianjiao's team had actually completed it before them. This made Qin Shao secretly astonished. In this situation, Tianjiao's strength was indeed terrifying. Qin Shao observed for a while and discovered that Tianjiao's team was clearly led by Tianjiao. The other 5 were all Tianjiaos. This layer of relationship was very easy to see. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on the Sacred Emperor's envoy. He was standing not far away. The Sacred Emperor's envoy also looked at Qin Zhao's team and nodded slightly. There was some praise in his eyes. Qin Zhao, Prince Zhongyang, Miss Yuan, congratulations. Hu Luanwu suddenly congratulated them. Qin Zhao had interacted with Hu Luanwu's team before. Receiving the congratulations, Qin Zhao replied, "Thank you, brother Luanwu. Congratulations to you too." Hu Luanwu smiled and nodded. "Yes, congratulations to you too. From now on, we will be brothers of the same sect. There will be plenty of opportunities to get along." Tianjiao's gaze swept over Qin Zhao, but he did not say anything. Soon, he withdrew his gaze. Tianjiao obviously felt very uncomfortable that Qin Zhao had passed the selection. Qin Zhao also sensed Tianjiao's strong hostility towards him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. He was no longer the Qin Zhao of the past. He was no longer the Qin Zhao who could be bullied by Tianjiao. He was no longer the Qin Zhao who could not get rid of Tianjiao and was forced to leave Fuyu Immortal Palace. He was no longer the Tianjiao who could not lift his head and was powerless to fight back. He was Qin Zhao. Today, Qin Zhao was not afraid of Tianjiao at all. Chapter 23-21. The area around the Saint Emperor's emissary was filled with the top geniuses who had passed the selection, which meant that they had become students of the Saint Academy. They had climbed to the top of the clouds and shone brightly, making others jealous. Around them, there were still some eliminated seed geniuses who were unwilling to leave, or rather, unwilling to leave so easily. They were still hovering there. From time to time, they would look at this area, and their gazes would fall on Qin Zhao and the other victors. Qin Zhao also looked over and found many familiar figures among those who had been eliminated. There was Yunlu Shangqi, who was eliminated by him. Li, who had a conflict with him in Wind Cloud City, people from the Pin clan, and people from the Ye clan. There were many familiar faces, or people who had a conflict with him before. There were also those from the Southern Wasteland. Qin Zhao felt a lot of hostility from those people's eyes, but of course, there was more envy. Damn it. Why did he pass the selection? Why was I eliminated? I can't accept it. Yunlu Shangqi roared angrily in his heart. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. But so what if he couldn't accept it? He had already been eliminated. He was already a failure. And what about Qin Zhao? He stood there with a supreme posture of victory, shining brightly. His name, Qin Zhao, would definitely be famous in this immortal domain. The gap between him and Qin Zhao would be widened, and in the end, he could only look up to him. How sad was that? He hated, he was angry, he couldn't accept it, but there was nothing he could do. This pain was enough to drive him mad, enough to drive him crazy. But now, in front of Qin Zhao, he was nothing. He was just a defeated opponent. There were also many voices of discussion in the crowd. TSK, that Qin Zhao really has a good life. Previously, he was in the limelight in Taihao City, and this time, he passed the selection smoothly. I have no choice but to accept it. Isn't that so? It said that Qin Zhao's background is extremely humble, and he even ascended from the universe. It's incredible that he could walk to such a height step by step. Yes, I've also heard about it. He was born in an incomparably lowly place, without any status or background. He'd completely relied on his own hard work and karmic luck to arrive at this point, and it was truly not easy. Moreover, his character was also very good and worthy of admiration. He'd be able to pass the selection. I am convinced. I'm also convinced. I rarely admire someone, but I really admire Qin Zhao. As for the others, I'm not that impressed. How did Wufeng City pass the selection? He was really lucky to have followed Qin Zhao, Prince Zhongyang, and that Princess Xiaoyu with the peach blossom body. Originally, with his talent, potential, and strength, I didn't think that he could pass the selection. Yeah, and there's also that Princess Ru Xian. Although her father is an extremely powerful ancient saint, according to what I know, that Princess Ru Xian's talent, potential, and strength aren't particularly great. She's pretty lucky to have passed the selection. It's heaven-defying. Alas, it's a pity that my team members are all uneven. Otherwise, I could also pass the selection. I'm really unwilling to accept this. I also think that this selection rule is too unfair. I don't think I'm any worse than Woofing City, but I was eliminated. This is all fate. You can't not accept it. You can only accept it. Forget it. Forget it. Let's go, lest we get upset. Comparisons are odious. Let's go. Qin Xiao had already become famous in the entire Taihao City when he became the champion of the arena. He was also noticed by those seeded geniuses. This time, Qin Xiao had successfully passed the selection. This had caused Qin Xiao's reputation to soar. And this time, it was obvious that his name would spread throughout the entire mortal realm and even the entire immortal realm. Those who could pass the selection and become a student of the Sacred Academy were enough to become famous in the world. Feeling many envious gazes, Woofing City couldn't help but feel a little excited. This feeling was very wonderful. The selection continued. In the entire Taihao City, the news had spread like wildfire, especially those who passed the selection. Everyone's name shook the entire Taihao City. Countless people were talking about it. The news spread to the entire mortal realm. The news quickly spread to other places. The selection finally came to an end under the attention of thousands of people. In the end, only 102 top geniuses passed the selection. 400 to 500 seeded geniuses took part in the third round of the selection. In the end, only about 20% passed. This time, the performance of the Southern Wasteland was particularly eye-catching. 6 seeded geniuses took part, and 3 of them passed the selection. It was indeed very dazzling. However, Tian Jiao and Princess Xiaoyu were more popular in the beginning. These two were really too outstanding. Needless to say, Tian Jiao was already very famous in the Southern Wasteland, and Princess Xiaoyu had the peach blossom body. She was favored by the heavens and seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It was also expected that she could pass the selection. The biggest surprise was probably Princess Ru Xian. Of course, Princess Ru Xian was able to pass the selection mostly because of her luck. But luck was also a part of strength. Since the Sacred Academy set up these selections, there must be a reason. Haha, it's over just like that. I really feel like I haven't had enough. Prince Zhangyang curled his lips and said. Wu Fengshang said, what else do you want to do? You still haven't had enough? This round of selection is so terrifying. Do you still want to go through another round? Prince Zhangyang waved his hand and said, No, that's not it. It's just that I feel like this round of selection isn't exciting at all. You see, from the beginning to the end, we had to pass all the tests by ourselves. We didn't fight with other seeded geniuses. So, I can't feel the competition at all. Without that kind of strong competition, it naturally doesn't seem intense and hot-blooded enough. If you can fight with other seeded geniuses, think about it. You can eliminate one seeded genius after another. Only then will the feeling of satisfaction completely erupt. Just thinking about it is an extremely beautiful thing. This round of selection is difficult, but it's not satisfying enough. How can restraining those difficult problems be as satisfying as defeating seeded geniuses one by one? I've always wanted to torture more people and eliminate more people. This wish has completely fallen through. Alas, it's not good. Wu Fengsheng was immediately speechless towards Prince Zhangyang. But thinking about it, it did make some sense. This round of selection was indeed not intense enough. It was not hot-blooded enough. Thinking about it, it did indeed feel that it was not exciting enough. It was not satisfying enough. But who cares? The final victory was already in their hands. The result was good. That was enough. As for everything else, that was secondary. The most important thing was this reward. Qin Xiao, don't you think so? Prince Zhangyang tugged at Qin Xiao again. Qin Xiao glared at Prince Zhangyang and said, I don't like fighting. Prince Zhangyang curled his lips speechlessly. Boring. You're all too boring. You don't even want to cooperate at all. Forget it. I'll go and talk about life with Miss Yuan Yuan. However, as soon as he finished his words, Miss Yuan Yuan acted as if she was afraid of him. She hid behind Princess Xiaoyu and stabbed Zhangyang in the back. Not cute. Prince Zhongyang glared at Miss Yuanyuan gloomily. I don't want to talk about life with a hooligan like you. Miss Yuanyuan lifted her delicate nose. Ahem, Miss Yuanyuan, you misunderstood. I'm pure, I don't believe it. The selection was over. The top geniuses who had passed the selection also gathered. The Sacred Emperor's emissary spoke. Everyone, congratulations on passing the third round of selection. Congratulations in advance. You are already prospective students of the Sacred Academy. You only need to hold the opening ceremony and issue the identity token to you. Once you receive the official registration of the Academy, you'll be considered true students of the Sacred Academy. At that time, you'll have unparalleled glory, unparalleled power, and unparalleled status. You'll have all the light in the world. You'll overshadow all the geniuses in the world. You'll be the true, strongest of the younger generation in the immortal region. You'll represent the strongest of the younger generation in the immortal region. Hearing the Sacred Emperor's emissaries' inspiring words made everyone's blood boil. They were incomparably overjoyed. That's right, this was indeed a supreme honor. This was a source of pride. It was enough to make them proud. Their light would shine on the forces, clans, and families behind them. This honor would definitely be recorded in the annals of history and become a legacy of glory. Now, I'll take you to the Sacred Academy. The Sacred Emperor's emissary said again. They were going to the Sacred Academy. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. The Sacred Academy, the place they yearned for endlessly. Now, they could finally go there. Although the Sacred Academy had just been established, it was jointly established by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had bestowed upon it the most supreme and most sacred light. Once the Sacred Academy was established, its glory was destined to illuminate the entire immortal region. It was destined to be worshipped by everyone and be regarded as the supreme Sacred Academy. Even those with the best state of mind couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Qin Zhao's mood was also somewhat excited. Success, they finally succeeded. Although Qin Zhao had the ambition to achieve this success, he still needed to go through a series of efforts to achieve it. Fortunately, he really did it. He didn't disappoint and didn't fail to fulfill his mission. The Sacred Emperor's emissary waved his hand, and an irresistible force swept Qin Zhao and the other 102 people away. The Sacred Emperor's emissary took Qin Zhao and the others to the Sacred Academy. This glory was completely left in Taihao City. Discussions about the selection had already filled every corner of Taihao City. Everyone was talking about it and spreading the light of the selection. Those 102 names had long been enthusiastically discussed and engraved in people's minds. Among these 102 people, the most talked about were probably Fu Zhongshuan, Qin Xiao, Prince Zhongyang, Princess Xiaoyu, Heaven's Pride, Xia Dongho, and a few others. Qin Xiao was completely the image of a dark horse. Countless people remembered this name. The victors laughed while the losers cried. Many of the eliminated geniuses were unwilling to accept this. Those young masters who had previously provoked Qin Xiao were also regretting their actions. They really shouldn't have left such a troublemaker behind. Now that Qin Xiao had become a student of the Sacred Academy, he would definitely have a high position and powerful strength in the future. If he was a vengeful person, leaving such a troublemaker behind would probably bring about a fatal disaster in the future. But it had already happened, and there was no turning back. There was no medicine for regret. No matter how much they regretted, it would be useless. Chapter 23-22. In a place of cultivation in the Fuda Immortal Palace, a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged there, cultivating. The young man's face already had many traces left behind by the passage of time, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. Suddenly, a big meatball rolled over. It was very fast, so it looked like a rubber ball rolling at high speed. From afar, the delicate-looking young man felt a familiar aura and couldn't help but look over. Xiao Dao, I have good news. His voice sounded even before he arrived, and he sounded a little excited. Fatty Kai, why are you so excited? Xiao Dao stood up and looked at the meatball. It was none other than Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai hugged Xiao Dao and almost half of Xiao Dao's body was wrapped in his meat. Ha ha! This time our Fuda Immortal Palace is going to be famous in the whole southern wasteland. The whole southern wasteland is going to be jealous of us. Princess Xiao Yu and Tian Jiao both passed the selection of Saint College. They're going to officially become students of Saint College. This is a great honor. This time, our Fuda Immortal Palace can finally hold our heads high. The whole southern wasteland will have to look up to us. One day, the whole southern wasteland will be led by our Fuda Immortal Palace and push us to the top, to the supreme throne. Tis TSK, there are only 3 top geniuses in the whole southern wasteland who passed the selection of Saint College. Our Fuda Immortal Palace has 2. The other one is the daughter of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. However, this is not as good as our Fuda Immortal Palace. In the future, our Fuda Immortal Palace's disciples will be able to hold their heads high. Just thinking about it makes me proud. Hearing that his sister passed the selection of Saint College, Xiao Dao was naturally very happy and proud of his sister. However, when he heard Tian Jiao's name, Xiao Dao was very unhappy. Don't compare Tian Jiao with my sister. He is not worthy, far from worthy. Thinking of Tian Jiao, Xiao Dao clenched his teeth. He hated Tian Jiao. It could even be said that he hated Tian Jiao. It was Tian Jiao who kicked Big Brother Qin Xiao out of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Fatty Kai also understood Xiao Dao's mood. He nodded and immediately said, Xiao Dao, in fact, other than this, I have an even bigger piece of good news. According to the information I received, Qin Xiao also participated in the selection of the Sacred Academy this time. Furthermore, he also passed the selection successfully. His name is known all over the world, and he shines brightly. Hearing Fatty Kai's words, Xiao Dao subconsciously froze. After a long while, he suddenly reacted, What? Fatty Kai, you said that Brother Qin Xiao also passed the Saint Academy selection? Is this true? Ever since Qin Xiao left the Fuda Immortal Palace, they had no news of Qin Xiao. Tens of millions of years had passed since then. They still cared about Qin Xiao very much. This time, there was finally good news. Fatty Kai smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. The news of the Saint Academy selection is so big, it can't be fake. Now that the news is spread throughout the entire Immortal region, it will definitely reach Lin Fu City soon. Ha ha ha! Xiao Dao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was really happy, very happy for Qin Xiao. That's great, that's great. Fuda Immortal Palace, Sacred Palace. A flame suddenly fell from the sky, landing in front of a particularly handsome man. This man had a supreme aura. He could make the heavens and the earth bow down to him. 2 powerful auras collided. It was as if they had already transcended the heavens and earth. Master, the selection of the Saint Academy has ended. Heaven's pride, and that girl Xiao Yu didn't disappoint and passed the selection. This time, our Fuda Immortal Palace shone brightly. We are destined to be famous all over the southern wilderness. In the near future, our Fuda Immortal Palace will be able to command the entire southern wilderness. How great would that be? Master, this has been your dream for a long time. There's finally a good start. Phoenix said excitedly. Hearing Phoenix's words, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master's expression suddenly became a little excited. Naturally, his mood was beautiful. It was needless to say. Yes, how many years has it been? This is our goal from the beginning, the grand goal we set. This is what we have been chasing in our hearts, a long-term dream, the motivation to strive. After working hard for so long, after planning for so long, there is finally a good response. My efforts all these years have not been in vain. With such a result, everything is worth it, worth it. A small Fu-Tu Immortal Palace was able to produce 2 students from the Sacred Institute, let alone in the Southern Wasteland. Even in the entire mortal world, this was something that was extremely rare. It was enough to shine brightly. Such a thing. However, this was where luck, great luck, came from. The Fuda Immortal Palace Master was extremely confident about his future and the future of the Fuda Immortal Palace Master. Fuda Immortal Palace would definitely become incomparably powerful in his hands. He even had a great ambition in his heart. He wanted to develop the Fuda Immortal Palace into the strongest force in the southern wilderness, the dominant force. As the Fuda Immortal Palace Master, he wanted to become the supreme overlord of the southern wilderness in the future. The southern wilderness was not like the 9 continents Huaxia country. It was not like the few holy lands. The southern wilderness had always been extremely chaotic. There was never a unified force. There was never a particularly strong force. It was always a situation of thousands of mountains. But now, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master saw hope. However, Phoenix suddenly dragged her voice. Her tone changed a little. Hearing Phoenix's voice, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master's face darkened a little. He looked at Phoenix and said, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" Phoenix nodded and said, "Qin Xiao also participated in the selection of the Saint Academy, and he passed the selection and became a student of the Saint Academy." Qin Xiao. Hearing Qin Xiao's name, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at Phoenix with a slightly serious expression. This news did make the Fuda Immortal Palace Master slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. Qin Xiao also participated in the selection of the Saint Academy, and he passed. This news made the Fuda Immortal Palace Master very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look a little serious. Qin Xiao could also reach such a height? This was somewhat unexpected. Although Qin Xiao was indeed very talented and had a lot of potential, it was the Sacred Academy. It was the Sacred Academy. Those who could enter the Saint Academy were all top geniuses. They were enough to look down on the entire immortal region. He also thought highly of Qin Xiao, but he didn't think so highly of Qin Xiao. It doesn't matter. He passed the selection. So be it. Some things, if missed, are missed. It's no big deal. But soon, the Fuda Immortal Palace Master felt relieved. He didn't think so much. After all, his goal was already a good start. Fuda Immortal Palace Master and Princess Xiaoyu. It was enough. Even if he was given another chance to choose, he would still do the same. Since he had already done it, there was nothing to say. A stretch of sacred light, a stretch of glorious, a stretch of sacred mountain, bathed in endless immortal chi, manifesting a supreme sacred brilliance. The golden light was like waves, the colorful clouds were like satin. In a stretch of green water, there were immortal palaces. Spirit birds in the water, in the clouds, and above the immortal palaces, they let out a series of crisp chirps, playing a cheerful tune, creating a supreme immortal atmosphere. Even Qin Xiao and the others who had seen many sceneries couldn't help but feel a little shocked when they saw this scene. They had arrived at the Saint Academy. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 23:23. There might not be anything visually shocking, but the shock in one's heart was indescribable. It made one's emotions surge involuntarily, giving birth to a sense of reverence. Sacred Institute. Just the word sacred was enough to show its supreme brilliance. An institute founded by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was majestic. Landing on the open ground of Sacred Institute, everyone looked at the surrounding scenery in shock. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every bird, every brick, every tile. There was also a patch of clouds, a wisp of celestial light. You all take a rest here and wait for the other groups of people to arrive, the Sacred Emperor's messenger said to everyone, then left. The shock in one's heart slowly calmed down. Soon, Qin Xiao withdrew his gaze. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips and said with a somewhat emotional expression, "I became a student of Sacred Institute, just like that." Thinking back, it was really easy. I didn't even have to think about it. I just used a little bit of strength, and it was over. Sigh, boring. I thought it would be more intense and exciting. I had to use my real strength and give it my all. I didn't expect it. I didn't even use my hands or fight with the other seeded geniuses, and it was over. It's still a pity. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have participated in the selection. Qin Xiao, Yuan, and the others expressed serious disdain for Prince Zhongyang's shameless words. He was too shameless. How could he say such words? Prince Zhongyang looked at the others, then said with a relieved expression, "But there will always be opportunities." As students of Sacred Institute in the future, there will always be opportunities to interact. Although I'm a little disappointed in the selection test this time, I guess the Sacred Academy can still accept it. Qin Shao and the others looked at Prince Zhongyang with disdain and didn't want to talk to him anymore. Qin Shao and the others didn't want to talk to Prince Zhongyang, but Prince Zhongyang came to them himself. Brother Qin Shao, do you think I'm right? Isn't it a pity? For people as outstanding and powerful as us, there's actually no room for us to display our talents. I want to make a name for myself, but I don't even have the chance to do so. Qin Shao rolled her eyes at Prince Zhongyang and said grumpily, since there is still time, go and challenge the others. Well, Fu Zhongshuan is over there. You should go. It's suitable for you to make a name for yourself. Forget it, forget it. We're all from the same sect in the future, so let's not kill each other. Besides, there's no point in bullying others. Prince Zhongyang shook his head. The second batch is here. At this moment, someone spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Shao also quickly looked over. Sure enough, he saw a powerful figure descending. That supreme aura made Qin Shao realize at a glance that this was an ancient saint. Moreover, it was definitely not an ordinary ancient saint. This ancient saint was not the same as the Saint Emperor's emissaries. Their emissaries concealed their aura very well, so they did not give people any pressure. However, the one in front of him did not conceal his aura, so he gave people a great sense of oppression. As soon as he arrived, it felt as if a piece of blue sky was pressing down on them. The sacred and inviolable might of the saint was there, making people in awe. They did not dare to look at him more than a few times. This was obviously the Saint Emperor's emissary, a supreme and powerful existence. With a wave of his hand, nearly 200 people flew out and landed on the open ground. Haha, Brother Chanzi, you're here too. Huh? Du Qiming also passed the selection? He's really lucky. It was so difficult for me to pass the selection, but he actually passed? Fellow Taoist Lien Tian, congratulations. Although I've heard about it, I still have to congratulate you. As soon as this group of people arrived, the atmosphere immediately became lively and clamorous. Qin Zhao's gaze quickly fell on a familiar figure. That figure also saw Qin Shao, and the smile on his face suddenly bloomed. Brother Qin Shao, Brother Fengcheng, I finally get to see you. This is great, this is really great. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Meng Dali walked over with a face full of excitement. It had been thousands of years since they last met. However, it was obvious that Meng Dali had already received the news from Wufeng City and knew that Qin Shao had passed the selection. Meng Dali came up and gave Qin Shao a strong bear hug. Wufeng Cheng looked a little envious as he muttered, only hugging Brother Qin Shao, not me. Am I not a brother? Meng Dali naturally knew that Wufeng Cheng was just joking. Meng Dali also quickly gave Wufeng Cheng a strong bear hug. Although Meng Dali and Wufeng Cheng both lived in the 9 states of Huaxia, the distance between them was not close. Therefore, they had never seen each other again. Now that the 3 of them had gathered here, they were naturally in a very good mood and excited mood. Such a thing was truly too rare. Old friends gathered together, there were naturally many topics to talk about. Meng Dali was also the type who liked to talk. Besides, they had not seen each other for thousands of years. There were indeed endless things to talk about and talk about. The 3 of them sat at the side and chatted freely. Qin Shao had already received the news from Wufeng Cheng that Meng Dali had also passed the selection. Therefore, Qin Shao had been looking forward to meeting him. Great. This is really great. This is really great. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that such a day would come. The 3 of us can work together again and fight side by side in the future. We will strive to not be bullied by anyone in the Sacred Academy. I'm looking forward to the Sacred Academy more and more now. This is really great. Meng Dali immediately sighed again. Yes, he was indeed looking forward to it. The joy of life was to be able to do something with the people close to you. The road of cultivation was also long and boring. It was good to have something to adjust one's mood. Time flew by quickly. Soon, the 3rd and 4th batches of top geniuses were sent over. Only the last batch was left. Now, they were just waiting for the opening ceremony of the Sacred Academy. They were also full of curiosity and anticipation for the future cultivation of the Sacred Academy. Of course, they were even more looking forward to it. "Hey, Qin Xiao!" Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from behind, and a jade-like hand gently patted Qin Xiao's body. Qin Xiao, Wu Fengsheng, and Meng Dali were engrossed in their conversation. This sudden interruption made Qin Xiao's brows involuntarily furrow slightly. However, when he heard this voice, Qin Xiao immediately perked up. His expression suddenly changed. This familiar voice was too familiar. Qin Xiao turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a celestial aura standing there. The familiar face appeared in front of him again. This time, it had been nearly 10 million years since they parted. "Ming Yuexin," Qin Xiao shouted with a smile. This was Ming Yuexin, who was known as the Saintess of the Jade Lake. Ming Yuexin was smiling very brightly at this time. She was very happy and blooming. She looked at Qin Xiao as if he was not there. However, he did not look at her affectionately. He just looked at her happily, like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. That was the feeling. "Haha, Qin Xiao, it's really you. I just came here and saw you from afar. I felt that you were very familiar. I didn't expect that we would meet here. It's really great." Yes, this feeling was really good and wonderful. It was like something that he had been looking forward to for a long time had suddenly succeeded. Of course, he was very happy. After meeting again after a long time, the two began to chat. Princess Xiaoyu looked at them calmly, so calm that it was a little cold. Chapter 23-24. Are you the saint of Jade Lake? Zhang Yang looked at Ming Yuexin with a strange look, with a suspicious expression on his face. Qin Xiao also had some doubts about Ming Yuexin's identity. He didn't think that Ming Yuexin was really the Jade Lake Saintess. Meng Dali also looked at Ming Yuexin curiously. Meng Dali had always wanted to be the Jade Lake Saintess. Previously, during the Holy Prince Consort selection, Meng Dali really wanted to be the Holy Prince Consort. It was a pity that his wish was not fulfilled. Of course, now it seemed that he had to thank his previous failure. Otherwise, if he really became the Holy Prince Consort, he wouldn't be able to participate in the Holy Academy selection. That would be a great loss. Others wanted to be the Holy Prince Consort only because they could absorb the Jade Lake Saintess's blood essence and holy power. However, Meng Dali was different. He wanted to be the Holy Prince Consort purely because of the Jade Lake Saintess's beauty. Meng Dali was naturally curious when he heard Ming Yuexin say that she was the Jade Lake Saintess. He had always been drooling over the Jade Lake Saintess's beauty. However, Meng Dali looked at her and scratched his head. "You don't look like it." Ming Yuexin shrank back as Prince Zhang Yang and Meng Dali looked at her and questioned. She pouted and said, I am the Jade Lake Saintess. Why don't I look like it?" "You don't look like it at all," Prince Zhang Yang and Meng Dali said in unison. Ming Yuexin puffed out her chest and asked, "Why don't you look like it?" "I think you look like it." This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning to it. Prince Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "As far as I know, the Jade Lake Saintess didn't participate in the Holy Academy selection. If you say that you are the Kunlun Saintess or the Saintess of the Jihua Immortal Sect, it would make sense. As far as I know, the Kunlun Saintess and the Jihua Immortal Sect did send talented disciples to participate in the Holy Academy selection. Therefore, there is a possibility. If you say it's the Jade Lake Saintess, then it's impossible." Meng Dali nodded in agreement. He understood this situation as well. His intuition was telling him the same thing. The Jade Lake Saintess was different from other women. She was very special and had a unique aura. Although Yu Yuexin also had a unique aura, it was different from that of the Jade Lake Saintess. Ming Yuexin suddenly felt a little guilty. After playing with her fingers, she pretended to be confident and said, "You all only heard about it from others. I secretly ran out to participate. Can't I? Who said that the Saint of the Jade Lake can't participate in the selection of the Saint Academy? Why do you care? All right, let's not talk about this. Everyone should be here, right?" Seeing Ming Yuexin like this, Qin Xiao also knew that Ming Yuexin really wasn't the Jade Lake Saintess. Then what was her identity? However, this wasn't important. Since she wanted to hide her identity, she naturally had her own difficulties. Qin Shao didn't want to get to the bottom of this. The selections for the 5 districts had already ended. In the end, there were only about 800 people who successfully passed the selections and became the first batch of students of the Academy of Sacred Arts. In the 9 continents of Huaxia, the 100 schools of thought had 100 territories. In addition to the 100 schools of thought, there were also Kunlun Holy Land, Jihua Immortal Sect, and the Southern Wasteland. On average, only 7 or 8 people passed the selection and became a student of the Sacred Academy. It could be seen how cruel the competition was this time. Just like the Southern Wasteland, there were only 3 geniuses who were selected. This time, the Saint Academy could be said to have gathered all the top geniuses in the immortal realm and the human world. The 5 Saint Emperors' envoys suddenly descended together. Their mighty saint aura fell, and the crowd quieted down immediately. They looked over respectfully and orderly. The 5 Saint Emperor's envoys were 5 Saint Venerables. It was the first time for many people to see 5 Saint Venerables at the same time. This kind of pressure was indeed powerful and terrifying. However, everyone's mood was somewhat surging. They knew it was about to begin. The Saint Academy's opening ceremony was about to begin. Under everyone's excited mood, a Saint Emperor's envoy walked out. It was the envoy who gave Qin Shao the bronze ball. Later, Qin Shao also knew the title of this Saint Emperor's envoy, Envoy Zue Wu. Envoy Zue Wu took a sip of wine from his wine gourd. His eyes looked at everyone, and he said, "Little guys, congratulations on becoming the students of our Saint Academy. You are lucky, incomparably lucky, to be able to become the first batch of students of the Saint Academy. I believe that this will change your life. However, your brilliance didn't shine too much. This old man has received an imperial edict from Emperor Xianyuan to tell everyone a piece of good news." What? An imperial edict from Emperor Xianyuan? Good news? Was there even better news? Even Emperor Xianyuan personally issued an imperial edict. Hearing Envoy Zue Wu's words, everyone's mood was surging. It was really exciting. We're rich. We're really rich. Even Emperor Xianyuan is so concerned about us. Our future will definitely be bright. Haha, this is too awesome. Us brothers have successfully passed the test. Meng Dali was very happy. He was so excited that he seemed to be dancing. Meng Dali's gaze swept over Qin Shao and the others. He said, "Ha, as long as our small group works together in the future, we won't be bullied by anyone in the Saint Academy. Who knows, we might even be able to create a big force that's famous in the immortal domain. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Qin Shao looked at Meng Dali and shook his head with a smile. Although he didn't have any intention of forming a group, Meng Dali's words were actually very reasonable. Even if they were from the same sect, there would definitely be many open and covert struggles in the future. Therefore, it was not a bad thing to have a powerful force supporting him from behind. On Qin Zhao's side, the number of people added up was already very considerable. There were Qin Shao, Meng Dali, Prince Zhongyang, Wu Fengsheng, Princess Xiaoyu, Yuan Yuan, Princess Ru Xin, and Ming Yuexin. There were a total of 8 people. This number was indeed not small. Students, hear the imperial edict. Envoy Zue Wu's aura suddenly surged, becoming incomparably powerful and divine. His immortal aura was vast and mighty, pressing down on everyone. His voice was stern, causing everyone to jump in fright. They immediately became incomparably respectful. Even the other 4 envoys behind Envoy Zue Wu bowed respectfully, showing sufficient respect. To be able to make such a powerful ancient sage so respectful, it was clear how powerful the imperial edict was. Once the imperial edict was out, heaven and earth would submit. Who would dare to disobey? Qin Shao had also heard of the imperial edict before. It was a supreme, holy aura, representing the Holy Emperor's holy aura. It was as if he had personally descended to the world, and no one dared to disobey. However, this was the first time he was going to see an imperial edict. Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but tense up. Envoy Zue Wu stretched out his hands, and golden light suddenly burst out from his hands like a volcanic eruption. It was as if golden water had been poured, forming a golden soup. The holy aura was vast and mighty, causing everyone to involuntarily kneel down. Their hearts were also filled with incomparable sincerity. In the golden light, ancient golden characters flew out one by one, shining with boundless golden light and supreme holy aura. It was as if a heavenly thunder had struck everyone's hearts, shocking them beyond belief. An illusory yet intimidating voice resounded through the world like a clap of thunder. It poured into everyone's minds and imprinted itself on their souls. All of you, listen up. Rest for 1,000,000 years, and then convene a challenge for all students to determine the winner. At that time, we will invite the senior elders of the 100 schools of thought, Kunlun, and Jihwa Immortal Sect to participate and test you. I also intend to choose a personal disciple, and the other emperors also intend to choose a personal disciple to cultivate. All of you must work hard and prepare for a great battle. Those who perform well will be treated and nurtured. Everyone's conditions will be different. Survival of the fittest, and all things are blessed by the heavens. Sacred Academy is a sacred place for cultivation, but it will also be a place of intense competition. It will stimulate your strongest fighting spirit. Everyone's potential is limitless. It all depends on whether you can be stimulated. Sacred Academy does not nurture idlers. If you can't reach the pinnacle in all aspects, you won't be able to stay in Sacred Academy for long. All of you must also have a sense of crisis. If your performance is not satisfactory, you may be expelled from Sacred Academy. Therefore, all of you must not think that after entering Sacred Academy, you will be able to become a dragon overnight and have no worries. Sacred Academy was established to cultivate the most elite, the most outstanding, and the most potential geniuses to reach the pinnacle. It is better to have nothing than to have something substandard, and the elimination rate is very strict. The voice of the imperial edict lingered in everyone's minds like thunder. These words were indeed incomparably inspiring, causing many people to become abnormally excited. Emperor Xianyuan was actually going to choose a personal disciple. This was enough to make everyone fight for it with their lives. If they could become Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple, their future would be immeasurable. Just thinking about it was enough to make people go crazy. Even Qin Xiao, who had always been calm and steady, felt his blood boiling. He felt like he was going crazy. Just this point alone was enough to attract everyone's attention. However, it also gave everyone a heavy sense of crisis. If they performed well, they would be given special treatment. But if they didn't perform well, they would be eliminated. If they were eliminated, wouldn't it be a great humiliation? Wouldn't they be ridiculed by the world? Therefore, just the presence of this sense of crisis was enough to make everyone muster all their strength and work hard to cultivate so that they wouldn't fall behind others. Even if they couldn't be the best, they couldn't be eliminated. Envoy Zue Wu clasped his hands together. The golden light dissipated, and the imperial edict was read out. Everyone subconsciously bowed respectfully before they stood up. The divine aura dissipated, and the sense of oppression disappeared. But the invisible pressure in everyone's hearts appeared. Of course, for Qin Xiao, this sense of crisis was nothing. He had full confidence in himself. To him, this was not a crisis, but a great opportunity. The title of Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple may only be possible if he wins first place in the student competition. At the very least, he should be in the top 3. The most likely way is to win first place. How could it be so easy to take first place among these 800 or so geniuses? With my current strength, I'm afraid it is almost impossible. Chapter 23-25. After announcing the imperial edict, Envoy Jiu Wushuang helped everyone settle down. Everyone had their own small independent area, which was their own student territory. This area wasn't very big, only about 100 miles in radius. And this small area would be the place where every student would cultivate in the future. However, the other areas of the Sacred Academy weren't open to the students yet. They would probably have to wait until after the student competition to make a detailed arrangement. Now, many of the immortal rules and regulations hadn't been made public, and the entire academy hadn't been completely opened. Some of the institutional settings of the Sacred Academy hadn't even been announced yet. Everything seemed to be blank, showing the incompleteness of the Sacred Academy. Qin Zhao's cultivation area was bustling. After everyone settled down, they all went to Qin Zhao's cultivation area, as if to discuss something important. So we're considered to have entered the Sacred Academy and become its students? He thought that there would be a grand opening ceremony for the academy. Then, during the opening ceremony, a bunch of big shots would appear and let us broaden our horizons, shocking our souls. And then, very grandly, they gave us the Sacred Academy's sacred token and this set of Sacred Academy uniform. This holy token and the uniform of the Sacred Academy are good stuff. They are comparable to the most powerful treasures, the best high-grade immortal equipment. But they just casually gave it to us. There's no sense of ceremony at all. I feel like this selection is going to end so easily. Now that we're in the Sacred Academy, we're sent away so easily. There's no sense of ceremony at all. Isn't it too plain? How is it worthy of the Sacred Academy's supreme glory? Zhang Yanggong said. Zizi pursed his lips, looking very dissatisfied. Meng Dali, on the other hand, was like-minded. He immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. I also feel that this journey is too simple and ordinary. There's no style at all that the Sacred Academy should have. Those who don't know would think that we've entered a small faction. It's also possible that this momentum will only appear during the student tournament. Didn't you complain that you didn't have a chance to spar with other seeded geniuses during the selection? You'll have a chance to show off your skills during the student competition. Qin Xiao shook her head and said, You guys are still in the mood to talk about these boring things. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. Those empty titles are nothing. They're not important. The most important thing is our own cultivation. Although they didn't give us much for the time being, I believe that the Sacred Academy isn't like this. I think what Dolly said is right. We should wait until after the student competition, then Sacred Academy will be on the right track. Once you're on the right track, everything will be revealed. So, don't think about those things. Ha ha! Prince Zhongyang laughed out loud. He smacked his lips and said, I was just nagging. How can I not understand these principles? Hee hee, let me tell you. I've heard a lot of good news this time. It's definitely exciting news. Do you want to hear it? You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and say it. Qin Xiao didn't hold back and directly kicked Prince Zhongyang. Prince Zhongyang glared at Qin Xiao and said, It's related to the student competition. It said that there will be a ranking, and the final round number of 800 will be kept. So, there will still be about 20 people who will be kicked out. Although the number is very small, the probability is also very low. The vast majority of people are already very stable. Those 20 people who will be kicked out will depend on who is unlucky. I guess luck will play a large role. When saying this, Prince Zhongyang looked at Wu Fengsheng and Princess Ru Xin. This action seemed to have a deeper meaning. Zhongyang, why are you looking at me? You don't think I'm in danger of being kicked out, do you? Wu Fengsheng rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang. Do you have to look down on me like that? Even if you really think so, you don't have to show it like that, right? But Prince Zhongyang just chuckled and didn't say anything. The more he didn't say anything, the more it seemed like he understood. It was thought-provoking. No, do you really look down on me like that? Wu Fengsheng said gloomily. Prince Zhongyang smiled slyly and said, I didn't say that. You said it. Princess Ru Xin shook her head and sighed softly. She said, I was able to pass the third round of the test because of you guys. You guys gave me a lot of help. That's why I'm like this. Luck played a huge role in it. I know my strength, and I know my potential. Without luck and without you guys, I wouldn't have been able to pass the selection and become a student of the Academy of Saint. I originally thought I could rest easy, but I didn't think there was still the danger of being kicked out. Forget it. I'll leave it to fate. At the very least, I still have 1,000,000 years. I'm already very satisfied. Cough, cough. Hearing Princess Ru Xion's gloomy words, Prince Zhongyang knew the joke had gone too far. He also felt a little embarrassed. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang in exasperation, then said to Princess Ru Xin, Princess Ru Xin, don't say such gloomy words. Luck is also a part of strength. Although your talent and potential aren't at the top, it's still pretty good. You don't have to belittle yourself like that. You have some luck, but there are others who also have luck. If you believe in yourself, you'll definitely succeed. Not to mention, you still have a million years. We'll all help you. We believe in you. We won't abandon you. But you must first have great confidence in yourself. Prince Zhongyang also immediately said, That's right, that's right. Princess Ruexian, I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Your talent and potential are actually pretty good. I believe you definitely won't be kicked out. Princess Xiaoyu and Yuanyuan also came up to persuade Princess Ruexian. Only then did Princess Ruexian calm down. Prince Zhongyang immediately changed the topic. Oh, right. Let's get back to business. Were we just now? Oh, right, I remember now. Let's talk about some of the generous rewards for the top students in the student assembly first. You guys better listen carefully. Hold your chin. Don't drop it. Speaking up to this point, Prince Zhongyang seemed to be deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. He paused and did not continue. Instead, he looked straight at everyone, as if he was saying, I'm going to kill you with greed. However, such a despicable way of doing things was naturally met with Yan Zheng's protest. Yuanyuan very impolitely kicked him. Only then did Prince Zhongyang continue. It's like this. According to what I know, if you can rank in the top 100 in this student assembly, you'll be given 100 extremely powerful fourth-step celestial venerables to choose from as your followers. If you can rank in the top 10, you'll be given 2 half-sages and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to choose from. If you can rank in the top 3, it's said that you'll be given an ancient sage, 2 half-sages, and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to be your followers. If you rank first, TSK, you'll reach the heavens in a single bound. It's said that the first place will be taken in by Emperor Xianyuan as a personal disciple and become a ray of light. What? Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, everyone widened their eyes in shock and stared blankly at Prince Zhongyang. Really? This was too shocking, wasn't it? Just thinking about it was enough to make people go crazy. This reward, this extravagance, there was really no way to describe it. Just looking at the rewards for the top 100, it was indeed nothing much. Choosing 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to be your followers was also nothing much. At most, you could go out and show off your prestige. But as a student of the Sacred Academy, you'd have supreme prestige. Wherever you went, wouldn't you be dazzled by the world? Therefore, it seemed that 100 fourth-step celestial venerables to be your followers was really, really extravagant. It represented supreme glory and the noble status of a student of the Sacred Academy. Looking at the rewards for the top 10, it was enough to make people palpitate with eagerness. 2 half-sages as followers? That was a semi-sage. A semi-sage. How powerful was a semi-sage existence? How could a half-saint be a follower of someone else? Speaking of this, it was very inconceivable, right? It was simply unimaginable. Moreover, all of a sudden, there were 2 half-sages as followers. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was too crazy, really too crazy. Even for Qin Xiao and the others who passed the selection and became students of the Sacred Academy, they probably hadn't reached the level of half-sage yet. Therefore, to be able to have a half-sage as a follower, just thinking about it would be a very exciting thing. The most unbelievable and surprising thing was the rewards for the top 3. Zhongyang, are you sure you're not joking with us? It's crazy enough to have a half-sage as a follower. An ancient sage as a follower? Is this crazy? Meng Dali was the first to express his doubts. Wu Fingcheng immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I also think it's crazy. It's too impossible. The existence of an ancient saint is a supreme existence. What kind of existence is that? How could such an existence be a follower of a 4th-step celestial venerables? Isn't that a great humiliation? How could an ancient saint possibly submit to something like that? I can't figure it out. Qin Xiao was also speechless. It really made him feel very shocked. For a moment, he really didn't dare to believe it. However, with Qin Xiao's understanding of Prince Zhongyang, he shouldn't be lying. Since he dared to say so, he should have a clear understanding of it. The real situation should not be far from the truth. Crazy. Too crazy. Think about it. What would it feel like to have an ancient sage as a follower? You would feel like you could do whatever you want in the immortal realm. But this was just a reward. Just from this generous reward, it was enough to see how generous the Sacred Academy was. In terms of other resources, needless to say, this was what attracted people's attention. Prince Zhongyang, is this true? Princess Ruexine couldn't help but ask. Prince Zhongyang grinned and said, "Hey, you don't believe me, do you? If I, Zhongyang, say it can be false? I must be honest with the old and the young. I must be responsible for my words. So don't doubt anything. It's not far from the truth. It's basically impossible to escape. So, brothers, we have to work hard to get into the top 10. Haha. As for Qin Xiao and Princess Xiaoyu, work hard to get into the top 3. Tis TSK, it's so impressive just thinking about it." Chapter 23-26. Top 3. Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. It's not easy to be in the top 3. Not to mention the top 3. Even the top 10 is more difficult than reaching the sky. Qin Xiao was confident, but there were some situations that needed to be recognized and dealt with head-on. Among the people that Qin Xiao knew, there were many that made him feel pressured. For example, Fu Zhongshuan, the geniuses, Xia Dongho, and even Xia Dongqi could not be underestimated, not to mention the other outstanding figures of the 100 schools of thought. Which one of them was easy to deal with? How difficult was it to be in the top 10? Not to mention the top 3. But the temptation of being in the top 3 was too great. Of course, for everyone, no matter how great the reward was, it was far less than the chance to become Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple. This was what could really make everyone go crazy. Qin Xiao had this ambition, but he also knew that this was definitely a tough fight. He might not be able to win this tough fight, but no matter how tough the fight was, he still had to fight. He still had to have a dream. What if it came true? Qin Xiao, let's go to the Holy Road. In a million years, you can still make some progress. The Holy Road of the Saint College should be a very good place to cultivate. If you can grasp it well, in a million years, you can definitely make a breakthrough and improve a lot. Prince Zhongyang suggested. The Holy Road was the only place in the area that they were currently in for all students to cultivate. It was said that this road was a road that led to the Saint Plain. If you could walk out of this road, you could immediately break through to the Saint Plain and achieve immeasurable success. That was why this path was called the Path to Sainthood, which was why it was called Sainthood Path. Qin Xiao was also thinking about this matter. Prince Zhongyang took the initiative to mention it. Qin Xiao nodded. Yes, I'm also preparing to go to the Holy Road. Who else wants to come with me? Haha, although I know that I have no hope, I'll be lucky to not be kicked out. This Saint Road, I guess I'm just going to join in the fun. I'll join in as well. Anyway, there's still a million years. I'll be idle anyway, Wu Fengcheng said with a smile. Yuan was a curious baby. If there was something new, she was naturally willing to go. It should be said that women were all curious, so in the end, everyone agreed to try the Saint Road. On the other hand, the Saint Path was very lively. Many students came to the Saint Path. Firstly, they had to prepare for the student competition a million years later. Those who were ambitious would fight for the top 100, while those who weren't had to ensure that they wouldn't be kicked out. As soon as he arrived, he could smell the smell of gunpowder. The two students were facing off against each other, their swords drawn and bows bent. It looked like a battle could break out at any time. Qin Xiao didn't know these two students. They weren't top geniuses from the same selection area. From the discussions of the people around, he could understand some of the situation. These two were top geniuses from the same territory. They had a lot of conflicts before. They were very close to each other and didn't see eye to eye. There was always a fight. Just now, when the two met on the Saint Path, they didn't see eye to eye. Then, because of a small matter, it led to a quarrel between the two. It became more and more intense, and in the end, they were going to fight. For the time being, the Saint College didn't issue any rules, so there were no restrictions in this area. These people really have nothing better to do. They just entered the Saint College, and they want to fight. Don't they think it's beneath their dignity? Prince Zhongyang curled his lips, but he was happy to watch the show. When a forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Who cares? Mengdali was also happy to watch the news. Rebellious people were everywhere, especially in the group of geniuses. If they want to fight, then fight. Don't be so wishy-washy. Both of them don't look like good birds. At most, it'll be a dogfight, Prince Zhang said again. A big fight was about to break out. Finally, in the midst of shout, it was completely ignited. The two of them started a fight. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a figure suddenly rushed out and rushed between the two of them. He gestured for them to stop and said with an embarrassed smile, "Students, why don't you give this Zhao some face and turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Wouldn't that be better?" Someone Zhao. Seeing someone Zhao, Qin Xiao and the others couldn't help but be a little surprised. When did this guy become a student of the Saint College? They didn't notice this guy before. At this time, he suddenly jumped out. At least in Qin Zhao's opinion, this someone Zhao shouldn't have any strength, but now it seemed that he was greatly mistaken. Someone who could become a student of the Saint College couldn't be simple. He must be not simple and must have very strong strength. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly. Even Qin Xiao didn't expect this. As for someone Zhao, how to put it, could be said to be a weirdo. Qin Xiao had some appreciation for him. It was just that many times when he appeared, he looked quite funny. This sudden disturbance made many people talk about it. Who is this? Who is the leader? Why don't I have any impression of him? I don't know. I didn't seem to see this guy just now. When did he come out? This guy is too funny, isn't he? Who is this someone Zhao? Give him some face? Is he so influential? The Zhao family? Which Zhao family? I don't know such a person in the Zhao family. Bah, we don't have such a person in the Zhao family. Don't misunderstand, everyone. The two students who were going to have a big fight were already in the mood, and the fight was about to start. But because of someone Zhao's disturbance, their fighting spirit suddenly dissipated a lot. Fighting also required fighting spirit and hot blood. Sometimes, it was also an impulsive idea. Who the hell are you? Get out of here. Why are you meddling in other people's business? A young man pointed at someone Zhao angrily and scolded. The other person also said angrily, "Do you also want to stir up trouble? If you don't scram, I'll beat you up too." Someone Zhao hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't, students, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. We're all students of the Sacred Academy now. We're all important people with status and face. Our every move will be watched by the entire immortal region and the human realm. You just entered the Sacred Academy, and you two already started fighting. If word got out, wouldn't you two lose face? Moreover, if the great emissaries found out, it wouldn't be too good, right? So I think it's better to give this someone Zhao some face and let this someone Zhao be the host. I'll treat you two to a drink. Let's get drunk and forget about this matter. How about it? The two young men were also stunned by someone Zhao's words. They looked at each other and then looked at someone Zhao together. For a moment, they didn't know how to continue. This is just a troublemaker. Let's beat him up first, right? I'm just about to do this. Let's settle our accounts later. The two young masters came up with a plan and targeted Zhao Yu as if they had a common enemy. This scared someone Zhao quite a bit. He hurriedly retracted his hand and said weakly, "Students, don't be like this. We're all students. We're all on the same side. We all entered the Sacred Academy together. There's no need to be like this, right? Cough, cough. I'm just here to mediate. If you two really don't want to listen to this someone Zhao, then forget it. You two continue. With that, someone Zhao quickly retreated. Soon, his gaze fell on Qin Xiao and the others. He immediately ran over to Qin Zhao's side as if he'd discovered a new continent. However, someone Zhao's appearance wasn't in vain. The two young men no longer had the fighting spirit from before. After a few curses, they dispersed. As a result, the battle was settled. Haha, it seems that this someone Zhao's face is still useful. This avoids a battle. Seeing that the two young men had used his face, someone Zhao immediately became happy. Prince Zhang punched someone Zhao's chest and joked, "Someone Zhao, you're really something. How did you sneak in with your little strength? Tell me honestly, how did you pass the selection? I seriously doubt this. I don't think I saw you just now. How did you suddenly appear? Someone Zhao immediately made a shushing gesture to Prince Zhongyang. Then, he carefully looked around and made a shushing gesture to everyone else. Seeing this, everyone felt that it was somewhat amusing. Someone Zhao lowered his voice and said softly, "I'll tell you secretly. You must keep it a secret for me. You can't tell anyone. Let me tell you. Actually, I sneaked in secretly. I didn't even participate in the selection. But fortunately, they didn't discover me. I successfully sneaked in. Maybe I'll be discovered soon. But before I'm discovered, I have to sneak in. You must keep the password strictly for me. Otherwise, you'll lose me very quickly." You sneaked in? So experienced? Really? Miss Yuan Yuan naively believed someone Zhao's words. She asked with a face full of curiosity and surprise. Qin Xiao and the others couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps only Yuan Yuan would believe him. Qin Xiao and the others naturally knew that it was impossible for someone Zhao to sneak in. He must have passed the selection. Under the watchful eyes of the envoys of the 5 Saint Emperors, it would be strange if someone was able to sneak in. There was absolutely no possibility of such a thing happening. Zhao nodded seriously and said to Yuan Yuan, "Of course it's true. This Xiao still has some face. With this face, it's not difficult to sneak in. There's no need to make a fuss about it." "Oh." Miss Yuan Yuan nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. She blinked and thought for a while. Then, she said, "But it seems like you don't have much face. I don't think they'll give you face. I heard them talking about you just now. It seems like they don't know you. I don't know where you came from. We haven't heard of your name either. You're not lying to me, are you?" Miss Yuan Yuan was very naive, but she wasn't stupid. She would naturally find the problem if she thought about it. Someone Zhao immediately said, "Why would I lie to you? Didn't those 2 students give me face just now? I just keep a low profile. It doesn't mean that I don't have much face. Those who don't know me are just too ignorant. It's normal, but I don't know you either." "I'm not ignorant," Miss Yuan Yuan said. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "All right, Yuan Yuan. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just joking with you. This guy, it's obvious that he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He's so smart that he needs to sneak in. But speaking of which, he's indeed a little low profile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.